Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-audited human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter discovered Voldemort's Horcrux secret early. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Harry learns Voldemort's greatest secret far too soon. Armed with forbidden knowledge, he trains in shadows, hunts Horcruxes early, and reshapes the Wizarding War before it ever truly begins. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry wasn't a stupid boy. Far from it. At school he would hide in the library from his cousin and friends, knowing that the library was the last place his cousin would willingly enter. He would spend all the time he could reading. He could escape reality in his books, and found his curiosity satisfied in science textbooks, where so many amazing things were explained. He always wondered how things worked, why the sun came up every day, how electricity gave him light and powered appliances, how his body functioned, and such. Every day he was curious about a new thing, and he found his answers in books. He had learned, long ago, that he couldn't ask anything to his relatives. He had become friends with the librarian and she would always allow him to take some books home, where he quickly hid them under his cot. He was very smart but always took care of being mediocre in class, because if he ever got a higher score than Dudley, his beatings were worse. He used every night to read his books and found himself in a world that seemed magical to him. Magic, that was a word that couldn't be uttered in the Dursleys' household. He never understood why his uncle would turn purple with rage when that word was uttered, and why his aunt's jaw clenched and her eyes became cold. He also learned to never mention the things he could do. Since an early age, he found out that under stress and emotional upheaval, he could do inexplicable things. He could vanish from one place and appear in another. When running away from Dudley and his chums, he could create a ball of light that hovered in the air, while he read at night, and he could make himself float towards his cot, when he was too drained from lack of food and loss of blood. At first, he tried finding answers in his textbooks as to why he could do these things, but he never found a word about it. He only found these kind of things mentioned in fantasy novels that spoke of magical worlds and fantastic creatures. But he had long ago stopped reading them, because they would only make him yearn to belong to one of those worlds, to be one of those characters. So had he limited his reading to useful things. The small boy also took time to exercise his unexplainable abilities, and now, he could at least control them a little bit better. He could conscientiously make them work when he wanted to. Still, he could only do minor things, but he believed that with practice he would get better. But what were his special abilities? It couldn't be magic. His uncle always bellowed that magic didn't exist and he had learned not to contradict him. His beatings meant nothing. Harry had become used to them and he always did his best to behave as his uncle and aunt wanted him to behave, in order to avoid punishment. He made breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he took care of the garden, and he cleaned the floors and bathrooms. And he didn't mind. It had always been like that and he knew of no other life. But today, his uncle had done something different. Something he could perceive that it wasn't right. Today he knew he had to make a life-altering decision. He could choose to stay or leave. Harry shook his head as he pondered about it. He couldn't remain here. If he stayed, his uncle would try to touch him again and this time no one would interrupt. He knew that it wasn't normal for an uncle to try to touch his nephew that way. He had never seen Uncle Vernon touching Dudley like that, and the obvious threat of pain, if he told anyone about what had happened, clearly indicated that there was something wrong about it. Thankfully, nothing had happened except his uncle weirdly stroking his hair and caressing his back, but it was clear that he wanted more. He sat up straighter, wincing when he felt a lash of pain shooting along his back. No, he couldn't stay here. He was treated like a servant, beaten, starved, and clothed with Dudley's discarded, old, and overlarge shirts and pants. And now had the promise of a new kind of threat. He had to leave. Making up his mind, his green eyes glinted with determination behind his old, broken eyeglasses. Harry winced again when he stood up from his cot. With careful moves, he took out his old rucksack from under the cot, and stuffed in it some of his clothes, as well as some of his most interesting books. He managed to silently open the cupboard door and he quietly crept to the hallway. Harry stood still, listening to the loud sounds coming from the living room. He knew that his relatives were there watching the television, as they did during their evenings. He heard no other voices except the ones coming from the television set. Since he heard no shuffling of feet, he knew that the Dursleys were unaware of what he was trying to do. Carefully, Harry gripped his rucksack tighter in his hand, and he tiptoed towards the front door. He waited in front of it, still not opening the front door until he could hear loud noises from the television set. His chance came when he heard machine guns roaring from the set, and after a jerk of the doorknob, Harry quickly scampered out of the house. As he ran as fast as his short legs allowed him to, the sun was already setting. He felt tired and drained but knew that he had to keep going on. Harry flung his rucksack over a shoulder, biting his lower lip to swallow a whimper of pain, and he grabbed his oversized pants waistband with a hand, which precariously hanged over his hips, threatening to slip down, almost making him stumble as he rushed along the deserted street. At last, he reached the end of Privet Drive, where there was a park, and, beyond, the highway. Harry stopped to catch his breath and sat down on the side of the road. He knew his absence wouldn't be noticed until tomorrow, since he had already finished all his chores, so he had time to ponder about what he would do. Now that he was out there, he wondered if he had done the right thing. He was alone, didn't know where to go, and had no money. But he couldn't turn back now. If his uncle ever got his hands on him after running away, he knew he would be beaten within an inch of his life. No, there was no turning back. But how could a 10-year-old boy survive on the streets? Where would he find food and shelter? Harry felt such despair and uncertainty that he couldn't stifle his quiet sobs. He wrapped his thin arms around himself as the cold of the evening began to settle, and for the umpteenth time in his life, he wished he had someone who cared for him. He was startled when he felt a wet snout touching his hand. He adjusted the broken glasses on his nose to look at the large black dog beside him, who was pushing his muzzle into his hand. He had never seen the dog in the neighborhood and the animal was very thin, his black fur covered with grime. "And who might you be? I've never seen you around." The dog licked Harry's hand and wagged his tail. It made Harry giggle, while he brushed his tears away with his frayed sleeve. He cocked his head to a side, still looking at the dog with curiosity. "I guess that you're alone, like me, with no one to take care of you. No one who loves you. Have you been beaten like I have?" At that, the dog stopped licking his hand, and looked at Harry with a weird expression for an animal. Harry sighed. He knew that talking to a dog wasn't normal, but he felt so alone. He felt the need to share his concerns, even knowing that he wouldn't have any response from an animal who didn't understand a word of what he was saying. "I guess you could come with me, but the problem is that I have nowhere to go," said Harry miserably. "I have just run away from home. And do you want to know why? Because I've been putting up with my uncle's beatings and nasty comments for far too long. I even prefer the life on the streets than keep living with them." He shook his head and looked away from the dog, as he muttered, "I wonder if I have anything to live for." Harry remained silent in his morose depression. He hugged his knees and glanced up at the dog. He found himself looking into gray eyes which were silently contemplating him. Suddenly, the dog barked and moved towards him. Harry scuffled backwards as the large dog came towards him. There was something very strange in the intensity of the dog's gray eyes. Harry's eyes widened and his jaw dropped when the dog started to change before his eyes. It happened so fast that he barely had time to blink. One moment, there was a large black dog, the next, a thin ragged man looking at him. Harry yelped and jumped to his feet to run away from the stranger. As he tried to scamper away, he felt arms clutching his shoulders, and when he was about to scream, a hand was pressed on his mouth, and he was quickly hugged from behind. Harry struggled with all his might, flailing his arms and legs, but the man's grasp was relentless and his screams were muffled by the dirty, large hand tightly pressed against his mouth. He heard and urgently whispered, "Trust me," and suddenly felt as though his body was being squished through a tube. The sensation quickly stopped and he opened his eyes. He was standing in front of the man, in a street he had never seen before. Harry quickly glanced to the sides and saw that there were a row of houses in front of them, and that they were all alone in the street. His mind swirled as he thought what his next action should be. He was both fearful and apprehensive of the man in front of him, without understanding what had happened. Harry took a step back from the man and finally decided that it was time to flee. Abruptly, a hand grabbed his arm before he could make the attempt. Harry, Harry, please listen to me. I mean you no harm, quickly said the ragged man. Harry backed away from him, as much as the man's grasp allowed him to. How do you know my name? And what? You were a dog. He shook his head. Had he imagined that? What was going on? Who was this man and how did he know his name? Harry was about to make a run for it, but the man's grasp halted him, and he stiffened when the man addressed him again. Harry, my name is Sirius Black. I'm your godfather, the black-haired man said softly. Harry's body tensed, and he shouted angrily, You're lying. I don't have a godfather. I have no one. If I had a godfather, he would have taken me, and wouldn't have left me with the Dursleys. He would have cared for me. A pained expression appeared on the man's gaunt face. He pierced Harry with his gray eyes, and said entreatingly, I would have loved to raise you, but I couldn't. I was locked away. I escaped to see you. I had to know if you were all right. I couldn't take it anymore. Harry didn't know what to think. Locked away. Was this man some sort of crazed criminal who had just escaped from some jail? He certainly looked like it. He was wearing gray, tattered clothes, had black long hair filled with grime, and he looked as if he hadn't eaten in years. Sirius Black was beseechingly looking at his godson and saw that Harry didn't believe him. He had escaped from Azkaban just a week ago and had spent all his time looking for Harry. He never thought of looking for him at Lily's sister's house. Not until he had heard some wizards outside the Leaky Cauldron saying that they wondered where the boy who lived was, since he wasn't with any wizarding family. When hearing that, he quickly understood that Dumbledore had taken Harry to the Dursleys, and he had wanted to rip the old man to pieces. Anyone who had known Lily knew that her sister hated her, despised magic, and that she would make Harry's life miserable. Thankfully, he knew where Lily's sister lived, since he had once accompanied Lily to visit Petunia, when Lily had wanted to mend her relationship with her sister in order to invite her to the wedding. James was busy with oral duty and Sirius took the day off to go with her. It ended up with Petunia screaming at Lily about her unnaturalness and Lily crying in his arms. They were soon thrown out from the house by the obese muggle who Petunia had married. He would have loved to hex them into oblivion. When he had found Harry sitting on the street, he was more shocked than he had expected. Harry was a small, frail boy with bruises on his face and arms. He would have never imagined that the son of James Potter would be reduced to that. He felt cold fury when he heard Harry talking about being beaten. And his heart clenched when Harry said he had no one and that he didn't know if his life was worth living. He decided, right there, that he would take Harry to live with him. At first, he had only wanted to see if the boy was all right, without revealing who he was, since he couldn't offer the boy much. He was an Azkaban escapee, and first had to settle and plan what to do, before taking care of his godson. But after listening to Harry and knowing that the small boy was planning on living on the streets, he knew that he had to take Harry with him. Even if he had to live the erratic life of a man being hunted down. Sirius' resolve strengthened, and he said pleadingly, Harry, I can explain everything better once we settle. We can't remain on the streets. Please, come into my house and I will explain everything. Please, trust me. Harry looked into the man's eyes, Sirius, was it, and saw the depth of emotion in them, the hope shining in the gray eyes. He bit his lower lip and warily glanced around. They were all alone. If he screamed for help, would someone help him? And if he did, would the insane man hurt him to make him quiet? The man was still tightly grasping his shoulder, and every time he had tried to run away, the man had stopped him. He didn't know what to do. And again, he had nowhere to go. Oh okay, said Harry uncertainly. He stiffened his back, and said with determination, but if I don't believe you, I will go on my own. He knew what the best option was. Listen to the crazed man and wait for the opportunity to escape from him. He would obey, as he had always obeyed his aunt and uncle, in order to avoid punishment, while he bid his time. And this man could be a criminal, perhaps he was an escaped murderer. The man looked weak but he was still much stronger, not to mention older and taller, than he was. Therefore, he couldn't fight him, but he could wait for the perfect chance to run away. Sirius smiled at the boy. That was more like the Harry he had expected. He had to admire the boy for not trusting so easily and for his brief display of independence. Very well. Now, stand by my side and look up to those houses. My house is going to appear in front of us, and it's quite fun to see it happening. Harry glanced at him with apprehension. What was the man talking about? His suspicions seemed to be confirmed. The man was crazy. He began thinking that he had agreed too hastily to listen to the man when, all of a sudden, the houses in front of them started noisily shifting and moving to the sides, and a house began growing between them. Harry's jaw dropped as he watched the spectacular sight. Sirius chuckled at his godson's expression. It was quite fascinating to see it happening for the first time. Even if he hated the house, it was convenient due to all the protection wards and the unplottable spells on it. His parents had really been a couple of paranoid bastards. He took Harry's hand and moved to open the door. He turned the rusty golden knob, and jerked the door open, dragging Harry behind him as he stepped into the house. It was very dark. Sirius took out the wand he had stolen from a drunk wizard, and cast it, Lux, to lighten all the chandeliers in the house. It was quite depressing and unbearably dirty. Much work had to be done to make it a livable place. He had gently pushed Harry further inside when the yells started. "You! How dare you return? Shame of my flesh! Traitor to the noble black!" shrieked the portrait in the hall. "Oh Merlin," Sirius groaned. "I had forgotten about her." He winked at Harry, who stood rooted to the floor with a befuddled look on his face. Turning towards the portrait, Sirius yelled scornfully, "Shut up, you old hag." Sirius quickly closed the curtains over the portrait and the screaming stopped. He shook his head as he muttered under his breath, "I'll have to think of a way of taking it down. She'll drive us crazy." He led his godson, who was strangely quiet, to the kitchen and he casted a strong scourgify to clean the table and 2 chairs. Harry sat down, while his mind spun with thoughts about what he had seen. A house had appeared and grown out of nowhere, a portrait had talked, and Sirius used a stick and said weird words, making things happen. Just like when he willed things to occur. He didn't know what to think, and all plans of escaping away from the man left his mind as he considered things further. The man could do things like the ones he did, but he had never met anyone before who was like him. And his uncle had always told him that he was a freak, and that no one else was like him, that he was the only abnormal one. Moreover, ever since entering the house, he had sensed something in the air which felt familiar. He felt a strange but not unpleasant tingling on his skin. Sirius sat in front of Harry and saw the look of contemplation on his godson's face. The small boy was smart. He looked exactly like James. An emaciated, small, and frail James, but the resemblance was clear. But Harry's manners were like Lily's. She always thought before acting, she never rushed to do stupid Gryffindorish things. A sad smile spread over his face in remembrance. He looked at the small boy, and said quietly, "Harry, you must believe me. I am your godfather, but I have been incapable of taking care of you. After your parents were murdered." "What do you mean, murdered?" interrupted Harry, looking at the man with a frown on his face. "My parents died in a car accident because my father was drunk. And he crashed their car into another, killing my mum and also the family inside the other car." "What? Who told you those lies?" said Sirius, abruptly standing up. He began pacing in front of Harry, as he said angrily, "James was never a drunk. And he would have never been responsible for the death of a family of muggles. James and Lily were murdered by Lord Voldemort and they were one of the most powerful wizarding couples of our times. Who dared to?" Harry felt his heart stop, and he looked up at the pacing man with large, wide eyes. "Wizarding? What do you mean?" Sirius stared at him with a strange look on his face. He knelt in front of Harry and wrapped his hands over the small, thin ones. "Harry, you are a wizard. Your parents were wizards." At the look of incomprehension on Harry's face, he came upon a startling realization. "Merlin's beard, they never told you. Those disgusting muggles. You can do magic like what I did with my wand." Sirius took out the wand he had stolen and gave it to Harry, who took it in his small hands, gazing at it with wonder. "Wizards do magic with a wand. We use incantations to make our magic work through the wand. You saw me using it." Harry nodded, his mind still somewhat befuddled as he stared at the wand in his hands. He looked up at the man, and said uncertainly, "I can do magic." Sirius tightened the grasp on his godson's hands, and said with a small smile, "Yes." Harry blinked at him. After a few minutes, he said hesitantly, "Oh okay. I guess that it could explain some things." He needed to think things further. The man Sirius, he reminded himself, said he could do magic. His uncle was wrong. Magic did exist. Perhaps the house had appeared before him because it was magical, and perhaps the portrait spoke because it was magical as well. It was too good to be true, but hadn't he always known that he was special? That his abilities were a gift and not something to be ashamed of, regardless of what his relatives said. Yes, he had known that his abilities were special, and now he knew why. He was a wizard. It was surprising, but yet, he easily believed it. It explained everything. He felt happy, even more when he remembered that Sirius had said that he was his godfather. Would the man lie about that? He preferred to believe him. The man seemed sincere. Then he remembered something and slightly frowned. What are muggles? Sirius sighed. His godson was a complete neophyte of the wizarding world. He had so much explaining to do. Then he clenched his jaw in anger. This was Dumbledore's fault. How could the old man do such a thing? He calmed down and prepared himself to tell Harry as much as possible. Muggles are those who don't have magic in their blood. They don't have our abilities, like the people you lived with. The majority don't know of our existence. It's better that way, since they would fear us and hunt us down. He glanced at his godson, who seemed to understand so far, so he continued, a long time ago we lived with them, but they started to fear our powers, and the so-called witch hunt began. Muggles started killing us. In the wizarding world, it was agreed to distance ourselves from them. Powerful spells were used, and now all our towns are spelled against Muggles. They can't find us and our houses remain hidden from them as well. There are wizarding communities in all countries and we have schools to train young wizards such as yourself. Our Ministry of Magic takes care of maintaining our existence unknown to the Muggles, though I think that the Muggle Prime Minister is aware we exist, but he can't talk about it to anyone. Sirius looked at Harry to see if the boy had understood things so far. Harry, though he saw that the man expected him to say something, was too surprised and thus unable to utter a word as his mind took in everything Sirius had disclosed. Could it be true? A whole secret world existed. Of people like him, who could do magic. Harry's heart started beating quickly at the wonderful perspective. He wasn't a freak. If it was true, there were others like him. Others who could understand him, and maybe care for him. There's so much to tell you, said Sirius. But the most important thing is that you are the son of James Potter, who was a great wizard and an Auror. Harry looked up at the man with puzzled expression on his face, and Sirius shot him a small smile of understanding. An Auror is a wizard that catches other wizards who have committed crimes. Like a policeman, inquired Harry, eager to know more about his father and the wizarding world. Sirius grinned. Yes, but Aurors are even more important than that in our communities. They have to be very powerful and strong wizards. It's one of the most prestigious jobs in the wizarding world, though the price is high. He smiled in remembrance, and added, and the training is tough. Harry shot him a glance, and said quietly, you were an Auror. Yes, I was, said Sirius, looking at him with surprise. And what about my mother? Asked Harry quietly. A sorrowful expression spread over Sirius' face as he replied, your mother was Lily Evans. She was a healer, like a doctor, I think that's what Muggles call them. She was a Muggle-born. Her parents were Muggles but she was born with magic. Okay, said Harry slowly, trying to understand everything correctly. Sirius smiled at him. I will try to explain as clearly as possible. Don't be afraid to ask. Harry nodded, and Sirius continued, as I was saying, your mother was a Muggle-born, so when she was 11 years old she received her Hogwarts letter. Hogwarts is Britain's wizarding school. Muggle-borns are still a minority but they are accepted in our society. Before you were born, times were dangerous. Many purebloods, that is, wizards who have no Muggle blood in their bloodlines, think that Muggle-borns shouldn't be allowed to enter our society because of the danger of discovery of our magical communities. There was a dark wizard named Lord Voldemort who wanted Muggle-borns killed because of this, and he had a group of followers called the Death Eaters. They were dark wizards who followed his commands. But there were other purebloods and half-bloods, those with Muggle and wizard blood, who stood against them. Your father was a pureblood, of the Potter line. He, your mother, and I, along with several others, were part of a group called the Order of the Phoenix. Harry's quickly grasped all the information and, while briefly understanding it, he filed it away for later perusal. Sirius was looking at him, as if asking for permission to continue, and he gave him a grateful smile and a nod. The order was established by Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, first to fight against a previous Dark Lord, and later to fight against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. They were violent times and we were greatly outnumbered, since many wizards and witches were too afraid to oppose Voldemort. James and Lily were particularly targeted, because they were both very powerful and formed a pureblood Muggle-born couple, which went against Voldemort's beliefs. A while after you were born, Dumbledore convinced James to take you and Lily into hiding. I don't particularly know why Dumbledore was so certain that the Death Eaters would come for them, but he was right. James, Lily, and you lived in a cottage in Godric's Hollow. And they took a secret keeper. A secret keeper is used in a spell so that only that person can tell others where a particular house is located. At first, James asked me to be the secret keeper, but I thought. Sirius clenched his fists and his face darkened. I thought it would be best if Peter Pettigrew was chosen. He was our friend and would be the least obvious choice, since I was James's best friend and an Auror as well, so I had more chances of being captured. I will regret it as long as I live. We knew there was a spy amongst us, and I thought it was Remus. Remus was also our friend, but he was a werewolf. Harry felt as if his mind was overloading and working at full capacity. He rubbed his forehead as he tried to assimilate everything. He perceived what Sirius was hinting at. This Pettigrew did something bad. But he wanted to know the truth about his parents and how they had died. And another thing caught his attention. Had Sirius just said something about a werewolf? There were movies about them. Some people like to watch them. Not people, Harry said to himself, they're muggles. And he was surprised at himself for already making the distinction. But he had always known that he was different from the rest, special, somehow. Misinterpreting Harry's surprised face, Sirius smiled. Oh, yes, they exist. They are catalogued as dark creatures and they transform at every full moon and become mindless beasts that attack anyone. But Remus was always gentle and kind, but I stupidly thought it could be him since Dumbledore had been sending him to the werewolf packs to negotiate for an alliance. I thought that maybe he had been convinced to join them against us. He sighed, and continued, well, only Lily and James knew that we had switched secret keepers, so no one knew that Peter was the one who betrayed your parents. Sirius stopped, and then said with an angry growl, Peter was a Death Eater and told Voldemort about your parents' hiding place. I guess the filthy rat was really proud of giving his master such important information. Wait, said Harry when Sirius was about to continue. What's a did you say Death Eater? Well, what's that, and what's a Voldemort? Sirius' face darkened, and he said with a voice laced with hatred, Voldemort, or you know who, as fearful wizards and witches call him, was a very powerful dark wizard. A dark wizard is, well, I'll tell you more about it later. But Voldemort was the Dark Lord, meaning that he had a group of followers, who were dark wizards as well, the majority of them, anyway. His followers were called Death Eaters and were marked by him. You can recognize one by the dark mark on their left arm. It's a kind of, what do Muggles call it? Ah, yes. A kind of tattoo, a magical tattoo. Okay, said Harry slowly, taking it all in. But why are people afraid of him? We're afraid of him, said Sirius with a grimace. Thankfully he died, but I guess that some still shake in fear if they hear his name. Voldemort was vicious and heartless. He and his merry band of followers killed thousands of wizards and witches. There was a war and it was terrible. Voldemort died, said Harry with interest. How? Sirius' face was overcome with grief. On Halloween, when you were a 1-year-old baby, Voldemort arrived at Godric's Hollow and killed your parents. No one knows exactly what happened, but you survived. He tried to kill you with the killing curse. That's a magical spell which kills instantly, and it rebounded and killed him instead. And it left you with that lightning bolt-shaped scar on your forehead. Sirius looked at his godson. Harry's eyes were moist and he was trailing his scar with a finger, but the boy remained silent. A dark wizard had killed his parents. And tried to kill him and he survived. Harry shook his head. He didn't understand. Why had his parents died but he survived? You were declared the boy who lived and the savior of the wizarding world because you killed one of the darkest lords in existence, said Sirius quietly. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That Halloween night, I returned from Auror duty and arrived to Godric's Hollow to see James. When I got there, part of the house was destroyed and I saw your father dead in the entrance. A sob escaped from Sirius' throat, but he forced himself to continue. I looked for Lily and you. You were in your room, she was lying. Dead in front of your crib. I think she protected you against Voldemort and he killed her first before trying to kill you. I don't know why Voldemort wanted you dead. I always thought he only wanted James and Lily because they were well-known opposers of him. Nothing remained of Voldemort, the room was totally destroyed and the walls blackened and crumbling. And you were lying there looking at your mom. Sirius broke off and his body slightly shook as he choked down quiet sobs. Harry could see thick tears trailing a white path along Sirius' hallowed and dirty cheeks. Harry felt numb. He could barely grasp everything he was being told. He was so shocked by everything, it was too much to take in. But he was glad that Sirius was telling him everything, without keeping any secrets. He was being treated like a grown-up and he was thankful for it. Silent tears had long been falling down his cheeks but he wanted to know more. Sirius was knelt in front of him and was now openly crying. He seemed so devastated, so full of guilt. Harry felt a strong attachment towards him. He knelt in front of the man and hugged him around the waist. Sirius responded by clutching him while weak sobs shook his emaciated body. But Harry needed to know more. What happened next? He whispered against Sirius' chest. He felt such rage against Peter, his parents' friend who had betrayed them, but he needed to control his emotions and learn the rest. I went mad with grief and rage, said Sirius. I took you out of the house and Hagrid came. He was a member of the Order and had been sent by Dumbledore. Dumbledore had put a spell on the house to alert him if it was being breached, so he knew when it happened. I gave you to Hagrid. He looked at Harry with eyes glazed by sorrow and guilt, and added, Merlin, I shouldn't have. I should have taken you to live with me. I was such a fool. It was all my fault. I left you with Hagrid because I wanted to find the traitor and kill him. I spent the whole night looking for Peter and I finally found him the next day in Muggle London. The filthy coward was going into hiding. I confronted him and, before I had time to react, the traitorous bastard blew up the whole block killing about 20 Muggles, cut off his finger, transformed into a rat, and escaped. Harry forced himself to think clearly. What do you mean transformed into a rat? Like what I did when I transformed from the dog into myself. We three, James, Peter and I, were animagi, we can transform into an animal. But no one knew. You see, it's illegal to be one without registering, and we never registered. So everyone believed that I had killed Peter, since he only left a finger, and that I had killed the Muggles as well. The Aurors quickly came and I was apprehended and sent to Azkaban without a trial, rushed out Sirius, as if telling it faster would mellow the sorrow he felt. I was so mad in my anger that I couldn't convince anyone of my innocence and I felt such guilt that I believed I deserved it. Azkaban is a wizarding prison. Since then, I have been there. But I couldn't take it anymore. I had survived that long thanks to my animagus form. The prison is guarded by dark creatures called Dementors. They take every happy feeling from you, and many prisoners turn mad after a few months there. But I had no happy feelings. My best friend and a woman I loved had been killed and it had been my fault. I used my animagus form to prevent Dementors from feeding too long from me. A few weeks ago I finally started looking for ways to escape. I kept thinking about you and that you thought that I was your parents' betrayer. I thought you were raised as a wizard and, as such, you would believe, like the rest of them, that I was the traitor. I finally came to my senses, transformed, slid through the bars and went in search for you. I wanted to kill Peter first, but when I realized that you were with the Dursleys, I had to see that you were okay. Sirius paused, and then growled, I never thought that Dumbledore would leave you with them. I would have come after you before now if it had crossed my mind. Everyone knew that Petunia hated your mother and magic. Harry took in everything more calmly no, which allowed him to quickly ponder about what Sirius had told him. Finally, he thought about the last part. The headmaster Dumbledore was the one to place him with the Dursleys, even knowing that they hated wizards. But why? If he had become so important to the wizarding world by causing the demise of Voldemort, why would he had been left to live in oblivion in a Muggle family? Why didn't the headmaster check up on him? It left him with a very bad feeling. He would have to ponder about it once he was alone. He had so many things to think about. Why had the killing curse not affected him? How is it possible for a baby to kill a powerful wizard such as Voldemort? He knew so little about the world which Sirius was describing. He was resolved to learn as much as possible as soon as he could. But he felt exhausted after hearing everything. And his wounded back was still caused him pain. So much to analyze, so much to learn. Sirius looked down at Harry and saw that pensive expression again. He had been surprised by Harry's composure during everything he had been told. The boy had cried and had hugged him, but he was acting like an adult. What kind of life had the boy led to act so calmly under these circumstances? Any normal boy would have been sobbing and wailing for his parents, and wouldn't have been able to hear so much about such dark and violent things. Instead, Harry had wanted to know more and had given him comfort, when it should have been the other way around. He has suffered so much and is still so strong. He is remarkable. Sirius felt a surge of pride for the boy. But he thought again about how he had found Harry. His godson had run away from the Dursleys and was covered in bruises. When he had hugged the boy, he had felt Harry flinch, but the boy had quickly covered it. Harry had said he had been beaten, but he was determined to know more. "Harry," said Sirius quietly, "can you tell me why you ran away from the Dursleys?" Instantly, he felt the small boy tense in his arms. Harry drew back from the hug and looked up at Sirius. This man had opened himself so much to him. He had suffered much for so long. He was his godfather and apparently was willing to take him in. He owed him to tell the truth. He took a deep breath. "You heard what I told you when you were a dog. Aunt Petunia never really liked me and made me do all the chores in the house. I was treated like a servant, lived in the cupboard, and was rarely fed. Dudley used me as his punching bag, but the worst was Uncle Vernon. He always called me a freak, and you already know that he lied about my parents. He beat me regularly under any excuse. But even to that I became accustomed. But recently," Harry hesitated for a moment, made up his mind, and decided to be completely honest. "Tonight was the first time it happened, but I feared it would happen again. After the beating he started to touching me." He stumbled with the words. So he took a deep breath and continued. He didn't dare look up at Sirius, he had his sight fixed on the wall behind. "He started stroking my back and saying weird things. It really frightened me." Sirius quickly hugged Harry again, then remembered that the boy had injuries on his back when Harry let out a small whimper. He felt such rage, impotence, and hatred. "Oh Harry. Harry, what happened?" He was barely restraining himself from hunting down the Muggle to torture him slowly, but he had to know if something more had happened. By Merlin, he would eviscerate the Muggle if he had, say, you ally abused his godson. Harry could feel Sirius' anger and a kind of warmth spread over his chest. No one had ever cared before. And this man came out of nowhere and took him in. He had a real family now. So many times before he had dreamt of a long-lost relative who would come and rescue him from the Dursleys, but he had given up that dream long ago. "My aunt and cousin arrived and Uncle Vernon quickly shoved me inside the cupboard. But he promised he would continue what he had started. His touch frightened me. I knew it wasn't normal, that it was wrong, since I never saw him act in that way with Dudley, my cousin. And I knew I wouldn't be able to stop him if he tried again. So I decided to run away." Harry shrugged his shoulders, and added, "I wasn't leaving much behind anyway. I'm sure they will be thrilled that I vanished." Sirius thanked Merlin that nothing else had happened. He felt a deep sense of relief. But Harry had suffered much anyway. By the gods, he would make it right. He would take care of him. He owed James and Lily at least this much. Sirius took Harry's chin so that he could see his godson's eyes. Those eyes, Lily's eyes. It made his heart clench. "Harry, you have me now. I will never leave you. I will take care of you. No child should have to go through what you have been through. I don't have much to offer. I'm in the run and can't go out in the open, but I want you to live with me. I can tell you about your parents and about the wizarding world. And I will never allow anyone to take you from me again." Harry felt his eyes moistening. He had someone now. "Thank you." He cleared his throat, and added with excitement, "I would love to live with you and I want to learn everything you can teach me." Sirius grinned. "Very well, let's get some rooms and let me check your injuries. I don't have any potions in the house, but I'll send an owl tomorrow requesting some." He saw the curiosity in Harry's eyes and the boy's eagerness to know more. He had so much to teach to his godson. He chuckled. "I'll explain all about owls and potions tomorrow. Now we have to rest." They stood up and quietly made their way to the second floor. Sirius took Harry to Regulus' room, using his wand to clean the bedroom and the sheets and covers of the bed. He made Harry take off his shirt and was horrified by the belt marks he saw. But he restrained himself enough and didn't start yelling. He simply took a wet towel from the bathroom and proceeded to clean the wounds with soap. There wasn't anything much in the house. Tomorrow he would have to request money by Owl from Gringotts, to buy food and other things by Owl as well. Thank Merlin that the goblins had no problems in dealing with convicts, it was all business with them, and after all, he was the head of the Black House now. Plus the owls couldn't be traced back to Grimmauld Place due to the powerful blood wards. He tucked in Harry and Key, at his godson's forehead. Tomorrow would be a long day. Harry woke up feeling he had never slept so well in his life. He remembered yesterday's events and smiled. It seemed a lifetime since he had lived with the Dursleys. So much had changed. He knew who he was. He had a goal in his life. He would learn all about magic and he would be a powerful wizard like his parents. He will make his own decisions and never allow anyone to have such power over him, like Dumbledore had had. His life will never be dictated by others. He had spent the night thinking about everything Sirius had told him, and he wanted to know more about Voldemort and his followers, and more about the pureblood Muggleborn issue. Sirius had said Voldemort and his followers were dark wizards. What did that mean? Magic was categorized into different types. It didn't matter much anyway, knowledge was knowledge, and not bad itself. And knowledge would help him in the wizarding world. The more he knew about all types of magic, the better prepared he will be to protect himself from others. Never again will he let anyone injure him or belittle him. He had also thought about Dumbledore. At first, he had been confused, but at last, anger had prevailed over everything else. The man had left him with muggles. Sirius had said that anyone who knew his mother, knew that her sister hated magic. So why had Dumbledore left him there? Why had no one checked on him? Especially if he was famous, as Sirius had indicated. It made him angry, since he had reached the conclusion that the wizard called Dumbledore had obviously manipulated things so that he grew up ignorant of the wizarding world. If he was so important, he should have learned about magic as soon as possible, and be brought up in his own world, not left to feel like a freak with magic-hating muggles. And he knew Sirius was angry at Dumbledore for that as well. He also wondered how the leader of the Order could allow one of its members to be imprisoned without a trial. Sirius woke up and groaned when he realized he was at his parents' house. He had vowed, long ago, to never return. But alas, when times are dire, exceptions have to be made. He smiled when he remembered he had his godson with him. It gave him a new mission in life. When James and Lily had died, he had felt as if he had no more reasons to live. He gladly faded into nothingness in his cell in Azkaban. He realized, now, that he had been very selfish. Harry had needed him and he had abandoned the boy to Dumbledore's clutches. Sirius frowned. He had never suspected Dumbledore of being this manipulative. He had always had great confidence in the old man. Well, until he learned that he was not going to be given a trial and no one spoke up to demand one. He had briefly wondered in his cell, why Dumbledore hadn't demanded a trial for him. But now the question mattered more because Dumbledore had also intervened in his godson's life, making it worse. He might have been a Gryffindor but he knew a Slytherin tactic when he saw one. After all, he had been raised as a black. You couldn't get much better training than that to prepare you for the realities of life and to help you face the true nature of others. What Dumbledore had done was a clear attempt to make Harry humble and grateful towards him, an ignorant child easy to manipulate and shape at his will. He was sure most of the wizarding world would be appalled to learn that Harry had been raised as a muggle, without knowledge of his wizarding roots. Their savior reduced to a muggle. They would cry in outrage. Dumbledore had clearly wanted the boy to be grateful towards him and learn only what Dumbledore wanted him to. It was evident that Dumbledore had feared that Harry would become a self-assured, cocky, and confident boy like James had been. And what better way of destroying that possibility than making Harry live with wizard-hating muggles? He vowed that he would teach Harry everything the boy would need to be able to stand up for himself. When his godson grew up, he will carry a heavy burden. Dumbledore will try to make him the symbol of the light and have him under his control. And the dark wizards will try to sway him to their cause. Everyone believed Harry will become a powerful wizard. And he knew, deep inside, that Voldemort could possibly return. During his Auror days he had often heard, from captured wizards, that Voldemort had made plans to attain immortality. No one really wanted to believe that, but he had enough knowledge of the dark arts to know that someone as powerful as Voldemort would have been able to secure his immortality in some way. There were many obscure spells and horrific rituals to at least make oneself difficult to destroy. And the way Voldemort's corpse had been reduced to ashes was evidence enough that the man had done something to himself. The killing curse left the body intact, after all. Harry will have to contend with Voldemort in the future, or at least with the remaining Death Eaters. Now that he knew of Dumbledore's manipulations, and the way the Muggles had treated Harry, he knew that he couldn't remain being the narrow-minded Gryffindor he had been. For Harry's sake, he would have to accept his darker side and teach his godson everything he could. Even including some dark spells, since no light spells could ever help a wizard to fight against Death Eaters. Moreover, he wasn't so sure about Dumbledore's ideals anymore. The old man was prejudiced against the dark families and the dark arts. He had always abhorred the dark arts, because his family had forced him into them, but they would be useful for Harry, for his protection. And he always secretly agreed with many purebloods that Muggles were very dangerous and that Muggleborns did represent a breach to security. Of course, that didn't mean that he thought they should be killed, or that they were inferior, but a solution had to be found. He hadn't known many Muggles before, but what Harry's uncle did to him was unheard of in the wizarding world. Wizards cherished their children and would never beat them or say, "You ally abuse them." There were so few wizards in comparison to Muggles that children's well-being was given high importance. Even more in the pureblood families, which usually had one or two children to make them more powerful, since it was believed that more children diluted the power of the magic in the bloodline. And even higher importance was given to the heir of the family. His parents had never laid a hand on him. They had tyrannically demanded that he adhered to their ideals and beliefs, but he had never been hurt in any way. He had never realized that dark families really did treasure their children more than light families, since they gave more importance to the bloodlines and the magical strength of their heirs, and because for them, an heir was irreplaceable. And he completely agreed with that. Harry was sitting at the library he had found during his inspection of the house. He was an early riser and had seen that Sirius hadn't woken up yet. His curiosity had driven him to wander around the dim-lit house. What he had seen had fascinated him. He had encountered very weird and slightly frightening things: a wall covered by heads of some type of weird creature, with huge eyes and pointy large green ears, a crawling hand inside of a drawer, an umbrella holder made with the leg of some immense creature, and such. He had thought that he had seen a shadow moving around, but after waiting a while to see if someone appeared, and after hearing nothing, he continued his inspection. He had also seen many portraits of snoring wizards and sleeping witches, all of which resembled Sirius in some way. He conjectured that they must be his ancestors. He found it fascinating that portraits were alive and could interact with the living. Magic was simply wonderful. Finally, he had encountered the library and he had felt right at home, if he had ever had one before. It was huge and held many books which he could only describe as dark, already having some understanding as to what Sirius was referring to when he had mentioned dark wizards. It didn't seem so bad to him. The books were very interesting and they all contained moving pictures describing spells and rituals. Others were more violent and screamed or wailed when he opened them. He decided to read those when he knew more about magic. Many of the spells were meant to cause injury to others or how to duel against another wizard. He didn't particularly like the ones used for torture, but according to Sirius, other wizards out there knew this stuff, so he would have to learn it as well to be prepared. He already felt he was very far behind any other child who had been brought up as a wizard, so he had to catch up quickly. Thankfully, he was a fast reader and learned quickly, thanks to the reading habits he had formed while living with the Muggles, as he had started to call his relatives. Harry was currently reading a book called The True Dark Arts History, and he couldn't put it down. It told the tale of Morgana and her child Mordred, and how they had been the ones who delved deeper than anyone before in the dark arts, as a means to defend themselves against Muggles who had started to turn against them. It explained how Morgana had argued with Merlin about the dangers of revealing all their abilities to the Muggles, since they usually destroyed anything which they felt was more powerful than themselves. The Muggles were also starting to create their own prejudiced religions which considered unexplainable things the work of evil, and this made them hunt down wizards, claiming that they were worshippers of the devil. Seeing that Merlin refused to disassociate from Muggles, she had taken Mordred with her to an island off the coast of what was now England. And Morgana had founded her own group of wizards and witches, who believed in the power of nature and the magical forces to be found there. It was fascinating to Harry, and he totally agreed with what she had done. After all, she had been right. Many wizards had been hunted down and tortured by Muggles who accused them of doing the work of the devil when they were caught doing magic. He even thought that what she had gone through could be applied nowadays, since the Dursleys were a clear example of the Muggles' attitude of her days. Morgana had discovered that magic came from nature and that wizards were more connected to Earth than Muggles, since wizards hadn't repressed the flow of magic that flowed from the Earth. Mordred had delved deeper and found a type of pure and strong magic, that he named Dark, which was hard to control but gave wizards power over nature and its creatures. So that's how the dark arts had been born, and their group of wizards became known as Dark Wizards. They used magic to perfect their bodies and minds, and to control other beings. They hadn't used it for nefarious purposes until the Muggles started persecuting wizards. Then, Morgana focused their study on magic to create offensive spells to help them against Muggle attack, and they invented many dark spells, to have a chance against the sheer power in numbers that Muggles had. Harry was deep into his reading when he noticed that there was a portrait hung up high above the fireplace, which was awake and scrutinizing him. He looked up at it and saw a regal-looking wizard with long, black hair, piercing dark gray eyes, and commanding presence. He was dressed in rich green and black robes which looked to be the latest fashion centuries ago. The portrait sat still in his throne-like chair but didn't say anything. Harry wondered if he should address him. But he decided to keep on reading. If he was bothering, the portrait would surely let him know. Sirius had been looking for his godson for some time now and didn't know where the kid could have gone. He had checked all the principal living quarters of the house and found them empty. He had even seen Creature skulking around but hadn't paid the nasty house elf a second glance. That elf was too foul for his liking. The Creature's reverence for his mother was nauseating, and he was an utterly useless elf. He had long ago stopped cleaning and did his best to disregard Sirius' orders. Sirius was puzzled. The only places he hadn't checked were the rooms where only someone with black blood could go in. For everyone else, the doors wouldn't appear. And they were usually the rooms which contained the Black's portraits, heirlooms, and books. He knew Harry couldn't see the door of any of those rooms, but after 2 hours of looking and of calling for Harry, he decided to check them anyway. When he finally opened the door of the library, he was utterly flummoxed. There was Harry, completely immersed in a dark arts tome, and with the portrait of Arcturus Black inspecting him. How did the boy manage to get in? And why wasn't Arcturus commanding him to get out? Arcturus Black was one of the Black's most revered ancestors. He was a strict totalitarian who had no patience with children and regarded anyone not pure, clever, or powerful enough to be a waste of space. Sirius had despised that portrait when he was younger and had to admit that it had always intimidated him. The old wizard had been extremely powerful in his days and had been the head of the Black family for over 2 centuries. Arcturus had also been the leader of the pureblood families when they formed a political coalition against the banning of the dark arts. And the wizard had succeeded, since it was after his time that most of the dark arts were prohibited in Britain. He shook his head, and approached his godson. "Harry, I have been looking for you. How did you get in here?" Harry was startled out of his reading. It was so interesting that he hadn't heard Sirius come in. "What do you mean? I simply found this library while I was inspecting the house. I hope you aren't mad at me for looking around," he said with uncertainty. "I found the house very interesting and wanted to see more. Then I found this library and I have been inspecting some books. I like to read a lot and I know so little, that I thought you wouldn't mind if I read some of these books." Harry saw that Sirius seemed to be startled, and he hastily added, "You know, so that I wouldn't have to ask you so many annoying questions. After what you told me yesterday I had many questions and these books are simply fascinating." He was unable to contain his excitement as he rushed out. They explained so many things, the history of our kind, and how the dark arts developed, and all the incredible spells that have been invented. "I can't stop reading," he finished with a smile, but became concerned when Sirius just stood there, looking at him. "Is anything wrong?" Harry asked with a frown. "I'm sorry if I shouldn't have come in. I will ask for your permission next time." Harry made to move to stand from the couch, but Sirius advanced towards him and rested a hand on his shoulder to halt his movement. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean it that way. It's all right by me if you want to read the books, though I think that I should tell you which sections you should avoid, since some are quite dangerous. But Harry, do you mean to tell me that you simply walked in here? Yes. Why shouldn't I have? Said Harry, looking up at his godfather with confusion. Sirius looked away, and starting mumbling, "It's not possible, how did he get in? It couldn't be, could it?" He turned to Harry, and said quietly, "Only someone with black blood could have found this room." Harry stilled. "How did I get in, then?" he said, trying to make sense of what he had been told. "I'm not a black. I'm a Potter. Maybe the Potter line has black blood." Suddenly, the portrait snorted and Sirius rounded on it. "What do you know?" growled Sirius. "Watch your tone, young man. You were always an impudent and ignorant child," said Arcturus Black snidely. "Don't waste my time, Arcturus." "Why did you snort?" sharply demanded Sirius. "How did he get in?" "As if I have to answer to you," sneered Arcturus. "But given that the boy is also curious, I will tell you that the idea of a black intermingling with a muggle-loving Potter just seemed too ridicule not to comment on. Spare me your prejudice, old man. Just tell me, how did he get in? I know that there has been no blacks in the Potter line." "I might be an old man, but I'm not blind to blood like you seem to be," nastily retorted Arcturus. "It seems to me that black blood runs weak in you if you can't sense it." Harry had attentively listened to them during their verbal spat and had reached some conclusions which were quite confusing. He decided to intervene. Excuse me, Mr. Black," said Harry politely, trying not to squirm under the portrait's stern gaze. "I can only reach to the conclusion that you think that I have black blood in me. But that's not possible." He didn't know how to continue for Sirius, Sake, but decided to go on. "That would mean, either that my mother was from a branch of the black bloodline, which she is not since Sirius told me she was a Muggleborn. Or that my father had black blood. Or that my father wasn't James Potter, but someone from your line. And that can only leave Sirius, and that's," he faltered here, and turned to Sirius. "Or maybe you have brothers or cousins. At least the boy has more sense than you," jeered Arcturus, looking at Sirius. Sirius paid him no mind and turned to look at his godson. "No, Harry, I only had one brother, and he died being too young to have a son. And Lily can't be of a branch of the black bloodline, since I am from the main line and I would have known if she had been a distant black, because the tapestry." Suddenly, Sirius turned pale, and whispered, before running out of the room, "I'll be back." Harry was utterly confused by Sirius' actions. He looked up at the portrait, and said uncertainly, "I guess he has a way of seeing who's from the black bloodline." "You seem like a clever child," said Arcturus curtly, "and I can sense the power in you, little one. You will make an acceptable heir." "You sense that I'm a black," whispered Harry to himself, as his eyes widened. He was interrupted from his confused musings when, suddenly, Sirius pulled him into a tight hug. "Oh Merlin, it's true. I never allowed myself to hope. I so much wished for it, but I never thought it possible," said Sirius frantically, against Harry's hair. "I envied James so much for it. I can't believe it." "Sirius, what do you mean? Please explain it to me," pleaded Harry. He thought he knew the answer, but he didn't dare to hope either. Sirius placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, and his gray eyes longingly roamed over Harry's features. "But you look so much like James," Sirius whispered. He paused and then seemed to be making a decision. "Harry, come with me. I have to show you something." They entered a room and Harry instantly saw a huge tapestry covering an entire wall. It had the design of a tree with innumerable branches and little white blossoms. Upon closer inspection, he saw names and dates on each blossom. He realized that it was a family tree. And then, he noticed the elegant silver writing on the top, "The Most Noble House of Black." Sirius was tracing one of the branches with his fingertip and rested it on a blossom which seemed to have been burned. "See here, Harry, it used to be my name. My mother blasted it away when I ran away from home. I never returned before now, and I haven't seen this tapestry since before you were born. I didn't know, she never told me." Harry looked where Sirius was indicating and saw a blossom next to it that said, "Regulus Arcturus Black." Then he saw a delicate branch coming from where Sirius' name had been, and there was a small white blossom on it, with the words, Orion Sirius Black, and Bello. It had the date of his birthday. Harry gasped and his mind swirled with possibilities. Now he knew what Sirius suspected. But it couldn't be, could it? It could just be a coincidence. He didn't want to believe it without proof. He didn't want to face the disappointment and pain if it wasn't true. But Sirius, it could be a coincidence. You said it yourself, I look like James Potter and Lily was married to him, unless you, and her. Sirius looked down at him and Harry saw that his eyes were brimming with unshed tears. He felt so much for the man right now. How he longed for it to be true. Sirius took Harry's small hands in his, and said quietly, Harry, I loved your mother very much. She was the only woman I have ever loved. We dated in secret for a long time. James was besotted with Lily from the start, but she couldn't stand him until our 7th year at Hogwarts. I didn't want to hurt him, he was my best friend. So when I dated your mother, we never told anyone. We were 3 years together until she broke up with me. They were dark and dangerous times, she was a Muggle-born and I was a Black. I had already renounced my family's prejudiced ways, but it was dangerous for her and me if the purebloods discovered she was dating a Black. So she decided to end it. I understood, but it deeply hurt me anyway. He heaved a breath, and continued, she went on to date James. Even though it was very hard for me, James was extremely happy and I learned to accept it. But sometimes, I kept seeing her, I couldn't keep away. He grinned, and then added with a pang in his heart, we kept meeting sporadically after Hogwarts. Until one day, she told me that we were truly done and that she was marrying James. Soon afterwards, they celebrated that Lily was pregnant. I never questioned that you were James's. His face was consumed by sadness as he said, I understand now why she did it. If she had bore the child of a Black, Voldemort and his Death Eaters would have become a threat to her and you. And when you grew up, you would have the pressure of becoming the Black Heir and the Death Eaters would have wanted you to join them. Lily didn't know how long the war was going to last and she didn't want that future for you. So I think that when she found out she was pregnant, she broke up with me and accepted James's proposal. I know he had been insisting on marrying for quite some time, but she always put it off, for my sake. She still hadn't decided. When you came along, she only thought of protecting you. Sirius stroked Harry's hair. It's true, you look just like James. Too much alike for it to be natural. She was a very intelligent and powerful witch. I think she did a blood ritual for you to look like him. But it can be reversed now that I know of it. He looked uncertainly at Harry, as if waiting for his acceptance. Harry just nodded his head, too lost for words, as his chest constricted with hope. Sirius quietly continued, I envied James so much when he ended up with everything I had dreamed of. I can't even be angry at her. She did it for you and thanks to her I have you. She acknowledged you as my son. You see, she had to have done a naming ritual and named you Orion Sirius for the tapestry to have this information. Those rituals are only done by dark pureblood families, James wouldn't have asked for one. She was the only one who knew how I wanted to name my son. Abruptly, Sirius tightly hugged Harry, lifting him off the floor. With unshed tears of happiness and longing, he whispered fiercely, you are my son, I have a son. Harry embraced his father back and shed silent tears of joy against his chest. He had a father. He had a father. Nothing could ever top this moment. It had been a busy couple of weeks. Sirius had been cheerful and full of energy. He wanted to spend every waking hour with his son. The more he knew the boy, the more he loved him, and the more intense that strange new feeling became. He had already grown accustomed to calling and thinking of him as Orion. He had always thought that it was a beautiful name. And he was proud of Orion. The boy had a sharp mind, was caring and patient, and loved to read. Orion reminded him so much of Lily that it made his heart clench every time he looked at his son. And Orion seemed so much happier than ever before. He knew that the kid had wanted a family badly and Orion didn't hesitate to show his affection. He had spent all his time telling him about the wizarding world, the Marauders, Hogwarts, and Lily, though of her, he spoke briefly, since sometimes the sorrow made him break off. And he had already started teaching him about pureblood customs and the Black family history. He would have never thought that he would teach his son these things, considering that he had rebelled against it in his youth. But now that he was a father, He wanted his son, who was the heir of the noble house of Black, to be prepared to assume his title. He felt it his obligation to prepare well his heir. Never before had he cared about heirs, but now he understood a little bit better his parents, and what a disappointment he must have been for them. That didn't mean he regretted it. He had had a blast of a time living with James and being in Gryffindor House. He wouldn't change it for the world. But now that he was more mature, though not by much, he was happy and proud to concede, and now that he was responsible for another's well-being, he wanted his son to be the best and to be prepared to deal with purebloods. The day after the discovery, as they referred to it through grins, he had found the dark spell that would neutralize Lily's blood ritual and make Orion's true appearance show. After researching enough to see that it wouldn't hurt the boy, he had cast the spell and was marveled at what he saw. Orion was a true Black. He held all the Black characteristic features: the smooth, slightly wavy, black hair, the high cheekbones, the patrician nose, the pearly white skin, and the slender body. And, thankfully, Orion still had Lily's green eyes. That was one feature which Sirius had hoped that his son would keep. The good thing was that Orion's vision had also been restored. Thankfully, the Blacks, unlike the Potters, always had perfect vision. Orion was still small for his age, and he ascribed this to Orion's days with the Dursleys. But he made sure that his son was eating more and the boy had started to fill out. Sirius had purchased all types of potions and had used them to heal Orion's wounds and scars. He had even noticed that Orion carried himself differently. It made him smile when he recognized that Orion had imitated his way of walking and moving. The small boy was more confident and was already showing his independence by deciding which books he wanted to read. After a talk with Orion about the dark arts, Sirius finally relented to his son's stubbornness and pleads, and allowed Orion to read the books in the Black Library. But Orion had to call for Sirius when he wanted to read one of the more dangerous ones, so that Sirius could be in the room with him, just to make sure that his son could manage them. So far they hadn't had any problems. At first, he had been concerned that Orion was studying the dark arts, even if he knew that Orion needed to know what his enemies already knew. But soon, he learned that Orion was quite capable of discerning useful spells from the truly evil ones. He had lent his wand to Orion for spell practice, knowing that the Ministry had no way of sensing the use of underage magic through the Black wards. And he was already planning on having an outing to get Orion a wand of his own. They had also extensively talked about their future. They shared a similar opinion on Dumbledore, which greatly amused Sirius, again proving that the boy was clever and perceptive. And it was decided that it would be risky if Orion went to Hogwarts. Sirius told Orion his suspicions about Voldemort's possible reappearance, and therefore, it was decided that Orion should go to Durmstrang, where he would learn more about dueling and the dark arts than anywhere else, and where he could be in contact with the type of purebloods who supported Voldemort, in that way making himself more inconspicuous. Voldemort would hardly suspect that the heir of the House of Black was really Harry Potter. What better way for his son to remain hidden than in front of the purebloods' nose? And that had been Orion's idea. Sirius had come to believe that if his son had gone to Hogwarts, he would have been in Slytherin. And, surprisingly, it hadn't bothered him. Instead, it made him relax, knowing that the boy could be cunning enough, for he would need it in the future. Sirius had also told Orion that he thought they should leave Britain and go to Black Manor in Moscow. The Blacks had several estates in different countries, but Sirius knew that in Moscow less questions would be asked, and no one would bother to tell the English that they had an Azkaban escapee there. The magical community in Moscow was the center of the wizarding community of Eastern Europe, and was far larger and varied than the one in England. They were also uncommonly loyal to the pureblood families which had long-standing roots in the country. And the Blacks were one of the oldest lines to hold an interest there. Indeed, almost every pureblood family worth their salt had manors in Moscow, since it had been the old capital of the wizarding world before the war with Lord Grindelwald. And the Black Manor had even better protection wards than the ones of Grimmauld Place, since the sheer amount of magic in the air reinforced them. Orion had readily agreed because he had read about Moscow and was quite excited to see it, since it was the largest magical community that openly accepted both dark and light wizards. And it represented an opportunity to learn spells that few in Britain would know about. He had also explained to his father that he wanted to have the liberty of deciding his own side in the war. He agreed with both sides on some aspects, and he needed to interact more with purebloods and dark wizards in order to form his own opinion. He didn't know if he was considering the dark side as a way of rebelling against Dumbledore who he hadn't met, but was certain that the wizard was to blame for what he had endured with the Dursleys, or if he was truly considering it as a possibility. Perhaps it was out of curiosity and due to the need to learn more, before taking a side. He honestly told Sirius that even if Voldemort had killed his mum and James, he had done it as an act of war and that was understandable. But, on the other hand, he didn't like Voldemort's terror tactics or belief in the extermination of Muggleborns. But he didn't like Dumbledore's manipulations and his prejudice against the dark arts and naivete about the Muggles, either, so he was still unconvinced about whom to support. And he knew that he would have to choose eventually, because even though he would be Orion Black in the eyes of the world, he knew that sooner or later he would be dragged into the war. Be it either because he was a Black or because someone would discover that he was the boy who lived. Sirius, at first, was startled and worried by his son's unemotional take on things. But as Orion explained his opinions thoroughly and convincingly, Sirius understood that his son always tried to analyze everything rationally. And he couldn't really expect Orion to get all emotional over Lily's death. Orion had never known her, and therefore, he couldn't feel her demise deeply. But still, it made Sirius nervous that his son was considering Voldemort's side as a possible one to take. Nevertheless, he quickly assured Orion that he would stand by him in whichever side he chose. But Sirius also pointed out that Voldemort had wanted to kill Orion specifically, and that they still didn't know why, and that information was vital for them. So Sirius had proposed that he should make contact with some pureblood families and old Death Eaters, and enter their circle so that he could find out what they knew, because they would be the ones who would have heard any rumors about Voldemort's reasons for the attack. Sirius didn't think he would have any problems in entering that sphere, since he was the head of the Black House, and because everyone, except the Inner Circle Death Eaters, thought that he was the one who had betrayed the Potters to Lord Voldemort. And he could deal with the Death Eaters saying that his stay at Azkaban had made him realize the errors of his ways. Orion wasn't too happy about his newly found and already beloved father taking such risks, but acknowledged that they needed inside information, so he finally relented and agreed to Sirius' plans. A subject that had been brought up by Orion was that he couldn't say that Lily Evans had been his mother or even that his mother wasn't a pureblood, since he would also be moving in pureblood circles. So he didn't know what to answer if questioned about his mother. Sirius took some time to consider this. If blood was taken from Orion to make a potion to reveal his ancestry, only the Black name would appear. Since those potions only recognized established wizarding bloodlines, and marked, unknown, if it couldn't find any match. But Sirius didn't know about all the potions that existed nowadays. There could be new ones which were better and which could say how much Muggle blood Orion had, and maybe there was an obscure spell that could do the same. He really had no solution for that. He only told Orion that he would need to be careful. But about the name of his mother, Sirius remembered that he had briefly dated a French witch who had been visiting with her family. He had met her at the Potters and they had an affair that lasted a few weeks. She was from a minor pureblood French family. He had later learned that soon after their affair, she and her parents, who were the last of the line, had died in a Death Eater raid in Wizarding Nice. Her name was Veronique Valquois. Orion could say that she had been his mother and that she had died shortly after having him. And that some nursemaid had abandoned him in an orphanage. That's not far from the truth, given my former living conditions, Orion had bitterly commented. It would be congruent with the potion's results, since the Valquois were a minor family that would show up as unknown. And if any potion or spell detected Muggle blood, Orion could say that it came from the Valquois line. As long as it didn't show what percentage of his blood was Muggle, it would be a credible explanation. The problem which still remained was Orion's scar. It was far too recognizable as Harry Potter's scar and they wanted to completely distance themselves from any ties to Harry Potter. Orion would be much safer, from both Voldemort and Dumbledore, if they never found out who Orion was and if they believed that Harry Potter was still living in the streets of London. They had spoken to Phineas Nigellus Portrait, who had been very interested in meeting the Black Heir, and they had been told that Dumbledore was already aware of Harry's escape and had several wizards looking for him in London, but had found nothing so far. Orion pondered about the scar issue and asked Sirius if there wasn't any dark spell or blood ritual that could conceal the scar, even if it didn't permanently remove it. Sirius didn't know, so Orion spent the last week researching in the library to find something that could help, while Sirius made the plans for their departure. Sirius wrote letters to Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang, letting him know that he expected an acceptance letter for his son, a year from now. And he sent a letter to Gringotts, requesting a transfer of all his money to their office in Moscow, letting them know that he was taking command of all Black Vaults and properties as the head of the Black House. And clearly stating that no one should be given information about his account movements or he would take his business elsewhere. It was an unnecessary threat, but he made it just in case. Whenever Sirius thought about Orion, he would smile to himself. Shockingly enough, both his mother's portrait and creature had taken a liking to the boy, after they had seen his true appearance and discovered that the boy spent a vast amount of time studying the dark arts. And Arcturus Black's acceptance of Orion sealed the deal. His mother's portrait was more chipper than he had ever seen her, if she could even be considered able of being chirpy, and loudly declared that finally the Black family would have a worthy heir and that Orion was the only good thing that her unworthy son, Sirius, had ever done. She still barely tolerated Sirius and he knew she only did so for Orion's sake. It still amazed him to see his son easily discussing spells with her, and even more, to see her smile sweetly at the boy. Orion also spent much of his time quietly talking with Arcturus. The old, stern wizard had taken a real liking to Orion, and it made Sirius wonder if Arcturus knew that the boy was a half-blood. Sirius could never hear what they discussed, but they seemed to thoroughly enjoy talking to each other. He had already assured Orion that Arcturus also had a portrait at Black Manor. That boy could really charm anyone. Sirius liked to think that it was his own flashing personality which Orion had inherited. But he knew that Orion was quite different from himself. It puzzled him sometimes. His son could be cute and charming when he wanted, but was usually quiet and introspective. Orion could be witty and funny, but always spoke calmly and gently. His son was gaining confidence and self-esteem, and was very handsome, but he never boasted or was arrogant. He was highly intelligent, and was acquiring a lot of knowledge through his extensive reading, but never bragged or showed off. Orion enjoyed the dark arts, and could be cold when required, but there was always a softness and innocence about him. The boy was quite complex. Sirius hadn't thought of training him in dueling yet, since Orion was still too young. But after being followed around the house, listening to Orion's soft-spoken persuasions, he finally relented and promised him he would get him a tutor when they had settled in Moscow. Orion left him with a satisfied smile. But Sirius always smiled at himself, even knowing that his own son had him wrapped around his little finger. 2 weeks later, everything was ready, and Orion had a heartfelt farewell with his grandma, as she insisted he called her, because she didn't have a portrait in Moscow's Black Manor. Blessed Merlin that the manor is from my father's side of the Black family, and that I won't have to put up with the old hag, Sirius had thought, with a deep sigh of relief, and a goofy grin on his face as he thought about the possibility to teach his son how to play Quidditch. Creature had used his elvish magic to apparate them to Black Manor, in Wizarding Moscow, before he hastily returned to Grimmauld Place, back to his adored mistress. Sirius still didn't know how Orion had managed to make Creature obey him. The foul elf now only seemed to respond to the boy, and when Sirius had tried to command him to unpack, the filthy creature had just grumbled something under his breath, giving him a nasty look. How he longed to give the elf his heart's desire and hang his head at Grimmauld Place. But Orion had taken a liking to vicious Creature and had chided Sirius for treating the elf so inconsiderately. When Sirius indignantly protested that the elf treated him no better, he was quelled by the look Orion had given him. Sirius sometimes felt that he didn't know who the parent was in their relationship. Sirius and Orion were now standing in the middle of Black Manor's large hall, as Orion surveyed everything with wide eyes. Sirius had to admit that the manor was very impressive. Thankfully, the manor had a staff of house elves with much better dispositions than Creature. They had been clamorously received by 3 house elves, which had taken their belongings to the master's room, for Sirius, and the second largest room, for Orion. The house elves were quiet and obedient creatures who had been in the family for a long time and always remained in the manor. Therefore, the manor already had everything it needed to be lived in, even though no one had come by in over 20 years. Thankfully, Sirius's father's side of the family was the more moderate line of blacks and the manor wasn't decorated in dark and nasty things like Grimmauld Place. He shook Orion from his stupor and gave him a tour around the place. From the outside, the manor was a white, medium-sized, Slavic palace, with its turrets and several small golden domes. It had a vast estate with woods and a lake. Formerly, there had been horses in the stables, even Pegasus, but they were now empty. Before Sirius ran away, his father used to take him and Regulus, every winter, to the manor. Sirius remembered those days fondly. Those had been the only happy memories of his childhood. His father was much more relaxed when he was away from his wife's sphere of influence and he allowed his cold facade to drop when he took the boys for those short winter holidays. With a wicked grin, Sirius narrated some of his and Regulus' childhood mischiefs, while he showed his son around. Orion had been extremely excited when Sirius told him about how Regulus and he used to race each other on Pegasus, and Sirius decided that maybe he could buy one for Orion's birthday. He also wanted to teach Orion how to fly on a broomstick. Sirius hadn't been as talented as James, but he felt that his son would be missing an important part of his childhood if he didn't learn how to play Quidditch. They returned to the manor and Sirius showed him several rooms. Inside, the manor had white marble floors and columns, and each room was decorated in different sets of color. The master room was done in dark blue tones and Orion's room was called the Emerald Room, which was decorated in dark greens with soft blues. Touches. Not surprisingly, though Sirius sighed with both amusement and resignation, Orion quickly asked him about the library. He took his son to the vast oval room, which had dark mahogany panels, high ceilings, and several floors covered up to bottom with countless of books. It was much larger than the library at Grimmauld Place and Sirius suspected that he wouldn't be seeing much of his son for a while. They were now resting on plush armchairs at the main parlor, drinking the tea that the house elves had brought them. "This place is amazing. I never expected it to be so grand. Why did your family live at Grimmauld Place when you had this?" Orion inquired with curiosity. He was enchanted by all that he had seen so far. Sirius sighed. "You have to remember that the wizarding world has been plagued by wars since the 1940s. Since then, the blacks decided to reside in England, because it was much safer and we only came here in winter and for short periods of time. The war against Lord Grindelwald was tough, and lasted several years, but thankfully, the manor cannot be destroyed by outside forces, so it remained unscathed." "Grindelwald," mused Orion aloud. "Tell me more about him." "Well, I never paid much attention in history of magic," said Sirius with an impish grin, "but I can tell you that Gellert Grindelwald was a dark wizard who came from Durmstrang. He recruited most of his followers from there. The Russians were his allies for a while, so you will still find some supporters here, even now. Grindelwald was considered to be quite the child prodigy. I think he has been one of the most powerful wizards in modern times. He started forming his little group of followers at Durmstrang, and when he graduated, he spent some time in England and other European countries. He is the one who started the whole anti-Muggleborn movement. Grindelwald believed that wizards were superior to Muggles and Muggleborns, and that it was our right to govern over them, in order to make a better world. For the greater good, was his slogan. He was considered a great leader and skillful orator, and he convinced many with his impassionate speeches." He paused, and asked, "I guess you know about the Muggle Wars?" Orion nodded. He had read many books about the First and Second World War, and knew quite a bit. Sirius continued, "Well, at first, Grindelwald made an alliance with the Muggle leader, Hitler, I believe he was called. I think Grindelwald manipulated the Muggle into destroying his own people. Millions of Muggles were killed, and Grindelwald used that to prove his point that Muggles were dangerous and violent, and that wizards should take control in order to create a peaceful world. Grindelwald had the support of Hitler's army and his own wizarding army was vast. The English and French magical communities united to stand against him, but they were vastly outnumbered. After the Muggle army was defeated by the Muggles from England and the United States, Grindelwald began to lose some support. He paused to ascertain that his son was following him, and with a proud glint in his eyes due to his son's quick mind, he said, "The war had been going on for 4 years, and many magical communities were decimated, and the wizards were tired of fighting. It was rumored that Grindelwald was invincible in a duel and that few could match his power. Albus Dumbledore was known in England as a very powerful wizard, and since he was relatively young, the English begged him to duel Grindelwald. They believed that Dumbledore was the only one who could match Grindelwald's powers. I don't know the particulars, but Dumbledore and Grindelwald dueled alone, while the armies stood aside, and it was agreed that who won that duel would win the war. I heard that. The duel lasted for 12 hours. Finally, Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, and he was taken prisoner. I believe he still lives. That's amazing, said Orion breathlessly. That a single wizard could command so many and have such power. And Dumbledore defeated him. He must be the most powerful wizard nowadays, right? Many believe so, replied Sirius. He is highly regarded in England and has done a good job as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore is considered by many as the Light Lord, though he seems to have no political ambitions. I know that he has a lot of influence in the Ministry in Wizengamot. And everyone respects him for being the defeater of Grindelwald. But he is despised by many dark families who believe that Grindelwald was on the right track. Voldemort and his followers particularly opposed Dumbledore. I know that Voldemort had a personal vendetta against Dumbledore, but I don't know why. And what do you know about Voldemort's background? Asked Orion with enthusiastic interest. He had read about Grindelwald at the library in Grimmauld Place, and there was a lot of information on Grindelwald, but not much was mentioned about Voldemort's past, and it deeply intrigued him. Honestly, not much, admitted Sirius. It's a mystery where Voldemort came from. I know he is an English wizard, but I don't know where he got his magical education from, and I don't know his real name. He simply appeared at some point, spouting many of Grindelwald's ideals. And dissatisfied dark wizards rallied to him. After the defeat of Grindelwald, the dark arts were given a very bad reputation, since he had been a dark lord. So the dark arts were banned in most countries, and dark wizards were imprisoned for using them, even if they didn't use them against others' wizards. That's not fair, interjected Orion heatedly. Sirius sighed and carded his fingers through his long hair. I must admit that there was a lot of prejudice and many were convicted who really didn't deserve it. Wizards feared a repetition of what had happened, so they squashed any use of dark magic to prevent another Dark Lord from rising. And subjected to so much repression, the dark families had to hide without being able to practice their magic freely. So when Voldemort emerged, he immediately gained support from them. He was young and very powerful, a possible match against Dumbledore. I had heard that Voldemort was also very charming and handsome, said Sirius grudgingly, and it was rumored that he was Salazar Slytherin's heir. So he was the ideal Dark Lord for the desperate dark families. Thankfully, I never came face to face with him in battle, but he was greatly feared amongst us, the Aurors. And when we fought against the Death Eaters, we always left Voldemort to Dumbledore. He paused to look at his silent son. Orion had a fascinated air about him, and Sirius realized that his son was greatly curious and interested in Voldemort. Sirius frowned, and in that instant, remembered Orion's words about how he didn't know who to support, whether Voldemort or Dumbledore. Even if Voldemort had killed his mother and James, Orion still contemplated a possible alliance with the monster. It made Sirius shudder. He had told his son that he would follow him, but he prayed to Merlin that the boy wasn't seriously considering taking Voldemort's side. The wizard had been vicious and sadistic, and seemed alien to any kind of human emotion. And Dumbledore couldn't defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a single duel, and he dueled Voldemort several times, and still, he couldn't take him. Asked Orion, with a sparkle of fascination in his green eyes. It was amazing, Orion thought to himself. What kind of powers did Voldemort have if Dumbledore hadn't been able to take him down? And Voldemort was possibly Slytherin's heir. Who knew what kind of magic was at his disposal? He had read about Slytherin and knew that the man had created spells which only he could use. Spells in Parseltongue. Spells contained in books, written in that language, that only someone with Slytherin blood and with Parselmouth abilities could read. Yes, that's right. Dumbledore has never been able to defeat Voldemort. Only you could, said Sirius, winking at him. That abruptly pulled Orion out of his musings. He had forgotten about that. It didn't make sense. He wasn't powerful, not yet, he told himself. How could he have done it if he wasn't nearly as powerful as Dumbledore, and a mere baby? No, seriously, said Orion, shaking his head. Sirius grinned at the word. Father can be so immature at times, thought Orion amusedly. But he continued, how is it possible that so little is known about Voldemort, if he is so powerful? He must be more powerful than Dumbledore if he couldn't be defeated. And what happened with me and Voldemort makes no sense. I was a mere baby with no powers. I don't know. It took everyone by surprise. But maybe Lily did something. Yes, yes, interrupted Orion impatiently and in agitation. Even if she did, and even if you told me that she was a powerful witch, she was no match for Voldemort. Sirius flinched. Sometimes his son could be so unfeeling. The way Orion discussed Lily's death, just analyzing the facts, without showing any emotion for his mother being killed. But maybe he was being unfair with the boy. Orion never knew her. He didn't know what a loving and gentle woman she had been, what a spitfire she was when defending someone she loved, and what warmth and love she projected to those around her. Sirius stopped his trail of thought. He couldn't keep doing this to himself. He couldn't live on, in pain, anytime someone mentioned her. He sighed and brought his mind back to what Orion had been saying. I know she was no match for him, said Sirius quietly, but she might have used a protection spell on you, though that wouldn't have been enough against the killing curse. But maybe, the way she sacrificed her life to protect you, had something to do with it. Yes, I considered that when you told me about it, retorted Orion. But father, I looked it up in the library at Grimmauld Place, and I found some books that explained the kind of magic based on sacrifice and love. They said that it could protect someone, but that it couldn't stop death. If Voldemort had hit me with a torturing or slicing spell, then the magic she invoked would have protected me. But he used a killing curse, and nothing, not even love magic, stops that. I already checked that in several books and they are quite adamant about it. Orion sighed. He hated not knowing what had truly happened that Halloween night. What kind of magic was involved in order to save his life and end Voldemort's? Most of his research had been on that, and he had come out empty-handed. By all accords, the killing curse was unstoppable, and he was a freak for surviving it. He grimaced at that. Uncle Vernon would feel redeemed. Sirius could see that this was a big issue for his son and that it could become his obsession. But really, what his son had done was unparalleled, and there wasn't much that he could say about it. He decided to change subjects and get on with more practical matters. Well, what do you want to do now, young pup? Orion smiled. He loved that nickname, and his father had begun using it when he wanted him to feel more lighthearted. I want to learn how to become an animagus, said Orion with an inward grin. There, let father respond to that. Sirius groaned. This boy was all study and no fun. He would have expected a son of his asking him advice on doing a prank on someone, or how to get the girl, or something like that. Well, becoming an animagus was an arduous process, but the benefits were certainly fun. Orion, I'm sure there are books in the library on that subject, and I can tell you about my own experience, said Sirius. But, first, we must go to town and buy the things we need. You have been using Regulus old childhood clothes, and no son of mine is going to walk around being ill-dressed. So tell me what you need to buy. Orion heartily laughed. His father was certainly vain and cared much about appearances. Very well, I need clothes, and you told me that you want to teach me how to fly, so we need to get brooms. And, let me think, it would be quite useful if I had. I don't know, say, a wand, said Orion mockingly. Sirius grinned. Okay, let's get going then. I also need winter clothes. You can never proclaim to know what winter is if you haven't experienced a Russian winter. Father, wait, what about my scar? I haven't found any magical way of concealing it, interjected Orion worriedly. He had been researching it a bit, but had yet to find a permanent solution. I guess you'll have to wear a pointy hat, said Sirius, concealing a smile. Orion looked at him incredulously. If his father thought that he would be traipsing around with a ridiculous hat, he had another thing coming. Sirius laughed at his son's appalled expression. And he was the one constantly accused of being vain. Don't worry, pup, I have a nice and elegant fur hat that is very common here, and it will cover your forehead. I'll help you find a permanent solution when we get back. After that, they got ready for their first excursion into Wizarding Moscow. His father took him into a long-side apparition and they popped into a nice-looking cafe. Orion could see many wizards and witches, clothed in heavy fur coats of diverse and sometimes shocking colors, milling around. Some had the same hat that he was using, which he quite liked because it was extremely warm and soft. Others had really long hair wrapped around their heads several times or hats with weird-looking stuffed animals. Some, instead of coats, used several mismatching robes and had warming spells tingling around their bodies. It was quite a showcase of weird wizarding fashion, and as they walked by, Sirius kept pointing at people and piping in humorous remarks for his son's benefit. Orion had to stifle his laughter. Being with his father was like having around a hyperactive little brother, and he loved it. They exited the cafe and they reached a square full of people, which had a great water fountain in the middle. Sirius pulled Orion to the fountain, and at his son's inquisitive look, he just gave him a maniacal grin, and shoved him inside. "What?" started saying Orion, when his father pushed him into the pool of the fountain. But his mouth was soon filled with water and then, he felt a suctioning force all around his body, relentlessly dragging him down. It felt as if being dumped into a huge bathtub, with no floor, and sinking into an endless pit. As soon as it started, it ended, and he was standing in a very similar fountain. He got out, expecting to be drenched, but quickly saw that as soon as his feet touched the ground, he became completely dry. He turned around, and saw his father's head breaking through the surface of the water, his body quickly following. Sirius smoothly got out of the fountain and reached his son. "That was interesting. And I'll get you back for that," said Orion to Sirius, who was impishly grinning at him. Sirius chuckled. He loved magical newbies, they were so easily pranked. Orion glanced around and saw that they were at the beginning of a very ample street covered in snow. It was filled with stores of different architectural styles, but the most predominant was the Slavic style, which showed small, pointy domes of different colors. Some had stripes, others dots, others were made of glass and had moving objects inside, which represented the type of store it was. He had already seen a dome with an owl fluttering inside, another with several snitches flying around, and another that was shaped like a cauldron which rotated endlessly. It was like having stepped into a weird fairy tale and he loved it. This was his world and he felt he belonged. Thankfully, many stores had their names written in several languages, and the attendants were usually fluent in English. First, they went to buy clothes. Sirius insisted on selecting his son's clothes, arguing that he had far better taste and Orion needed to learn from him. Orion chuckled in amusement and allowed his father to have his fun. Afterwards, they bought one owl for each. Orion had chosen a large black eagle owl, which had a menacing countenance, but he had instantly liked him, and the bird seemed to take to him quickly. Orion named him Ares, after the Greek god of war. Sirius, instead, bought a beautiful and elegant white owl and called her Aurora, after the Greek goddess of dawn, following his son's example. At the Quidditch store, Sirius took charge and bought 2 Nimbus 2000 Quidditch robes, and a ball set. Finally, they reached Grigorovich's wand store. Sirius had explained that Grigorovich was one of the best wand makers and had stores in several European countries. Luckily for them, Grigorovich liked to remain at his main store, and they were attended by him. He was an old man, with a long, gray beard, and little hair, but seemed to have boundless energy, as he handed wand after wand to Orion. They had been in the store for an hour already, and still, Orion and Grigorovich hadn't found a wand which satisfied them, while Sirius had long ago found a compatible wand. "Well, boy, you have gone through most of my store. I can only tell you that this hasn't happened to me before, in all my years," said Grigorovich, as he stood with a pensive expression on his creased face. He pierced Orion with his eyes, and mused, maybe, we could try, yes, why not, maybe it was meant for you." Grigorovich hastily left them and went to the back of the store. A few minutes later, he reappeared, carefully holding a long, thin, pure white wand, in a beautiful case. Orion took it, and instantly felt his magic tingling and coursing through his body, while mingling with the wand. He felt warmth embracing him and the pulse of his magic powerfully beating in him. The pulsing got stronger and he felt as if he was being filled with overflowing, raging magic. It continued escalating until he felt he was going to burst. It seemed as if the magic wanted to explode in waves from his body. Orion started to worry and attempted to control it. But the pulse and beat kept increasing and the pressure intensifying. When he was about to drop the wand, it suddenly stopped. Only a pleasant tingling remained, and his awareness rushed back. Well, that had certainly never happened with the other wands. He was still a bit worried and overwhelmed by the strength of the magic he had felt, before it subsided. Grigorovich was looking at him with a scrutinizing, indecipherable gaze. When he saw Orion looking back at him, the old wizard cleared his expression, and said quietly, "It certainly chose you. It is quite unique. I made it in my experimentations and never thought that someone would be able to control it. That's why the others didn't work for you. Regular wands have only one core. Your wand has two cores, but not only that, it has opposing cores. Indeed, when I made it, I knew what I was creating, but I never thought, a gem, well, it has a very powerful and temperamental double core, Phoenix's tears and basilisk venom. Life and death." Grigorovich remained silent and once again pierced Orion with his stare. Really, does the man have to be so dramatic? Thought Sirius. He was still quite shaken from the sheer amount of power he had felt exuding from Orion, when his son had made first contact with the wand. And he could see that Orion had also been worried. Orion just nodded and caressed his wand. He still felt the warmth of his power. His body was always perceptive to the magic around him. He felt it in the air, in the wizards, in the houses, and in magical objects. But never before had he felt such a surge of power. It had scared him, but it also made him want more. He wanted to feel that way again. It had been supreme. They paid and left, while Grigorovich's eyes followed Orion until he exited the store. When they arrived at the manor, they were exhausted. Orion bid his father a good night and went to his room. It was a princely room. Orion loved the colors, green and blue. He discarded his clothes and adoringly caressed his wand. It was incredibly beautiful in his eyes. He got in the bed and held it to his chest. There was that warmth again. Gaia, Gaia. Orion snapped his eyes open when he heard the soft whisper calling the name, and he glanced around in disconcert. Nothing, he was alone. Gaia. Had he imagined it? He sharpened his senses to see if he heard anything. Nothing. I must be really tired, he said to himself. And without another thought, he left the wand on the nightstand. As the minutes ticked by, he turned in his bed. He couldn't sleep. He didn't know if it was because of what had happened with the wand or because of the other thing. Should I look at it? Try to open it? No, when I discovered it at Regulus' room, I told myself that I wouldn't attempt to open it until I knew more about it. It has very powerful magic. I felt it as soon as I took it in my hand. But I already know what it is. I found its description in one of my books. Yes, but considering the original owner, it could be dangerous to open it. Sirs, I just want to feel it again in my hand. He stretched his arm and opened the drawer of his nightstand. There it was. He took it out and looked at it. The engraving was artfully done and the delicate silver snake forming the letter seemed as it could come alive. He felt the contained power inside the locket and closed his eyes. Orion fell asleep with Slytherin's locket intertwined in his fingers and a smile of contentment on his face. On the following week, Sirius and Orion researched the Black Library to find a spell that would hide Orion's scar. Finally, Orion found a blood magic spell that would cast a powerful concealing glamour on his scar. Though the book did warn that the spell would be ineffectual against some magical creatures who had the ability to see through glamours. Orion had cut his palm and rubbed his blood on the scar, while chanting the spell. The only way to undo the glamour was to do the same while casting the counter spell, so it was the perfect solution. Orion spent most of his time reading and learning spells, and he had already begun researching about the animagus transformation. He knew now what potion to drink during the practice sessions and that he would have to spend long hours using his magic to slowly transform his limbs into that of the animal he wanted to become. He had pondered for long hours about what animal to choose. An animagus usually chose an animal towards which he felt compatibility, and Orion wondered which animal could best represent him. He didn't want to be a large animal, because he thought it would be useful to choose something inconspicuous, which could allow him an easy means of escape. After much pondering, he decided that he would like to become some type of bird. After reading about them, Orion found that eagles had been a symbol of power, courage, and immortality, since ancient times, and that their predatory instincts would benefit him in his animal form. He dedicated 3 hours of each day to the process of trying to morph his body. It was painful, and required a lot of concentration and control over his magic, and he had only been able to change one of his feet into a claw. But his father told him that the marauders had taken 3 years to complete the transformation, and that for him to be able to do that in only a week was exceptional, so he shouldn't lose hope. While his son was busy with his studies, Sirius spent most of his time planning how to enter pureblood society. It was now January, and that only gave him until September to contact the pureblood families, since Orion would be going to Durmstrang for his first year. Thankfully, purebloods loved to mingle in prestigious events and parties, and the winter social season was always held in Moscow. Therefore, many of the pureblood families must have already arrived to the city. Now, he just needed to get invited to their gatherings. Much against his will, he wrote to his cousin Narcissa. He knew that his son would benefit from an allegiance with the Malfoys. They were one of the most high-regarded pureblood families, and while he despised Lucius Malfoy, he acknowledged that the man was a powerful wizard with many useful contacts in England. Furthermore, Malfoy had been an inner-circle Death Eater, so he held valuable information. Sirius had to tread very carefully, since the Malfoys knew he had never betrayed the Potters, but he was confident in the knowledge that Lucius Malfoy would not pass the opportunity of making an alliance with him, since as head of the Black House he held a lot of power, prestige, and fortune. Not to mention, that he could cast Narcissa and her son out of the Black family, if he so desired. When he had escaped from Azkaban, before meeting Orion, he was bent on revenge, and had planned on disinheriting Bellatrix and Narcissa from the Black line. That would have certainly hurt those prideful women. He had looked forward to the moment in which Bellatrix would find out, how she would rage and shriek. During his first months at Azkaban, he had taunted her and made her bluster and splutter angrily, which was quite easy. He couldn't see her cell, but her rages were always audible. But as the years passed, he had heard less of her. He was quite certain that she had become even less sane than she already was. During his childhood, he had despised her, while mildly liking Narcissa. Bellatrix was powerful and clever, but she was vicious and cruel, and when he got sorted into Gryffindor she had made his life impossible. After running away to live with James and his parents, he had never seen her again, except in battle. She was always around Voldemort, groveling to him like the pathetic little Death Eater that she was. Sirius sighed and carded his fingers through his hair. It will be very hard for him to conceal the contempt he felt for them. But he had to try, for his son's sake. He finally wrote to Narcissa, saying that he wished to heal the breach between the families because, since his escape from Azkaban, he was the head of the Black family and he wished to take his place in society. He told her about his resentfulness towards Dumbledore, and that during his incarceration in Azkaban, he had a lot of time to think about his life and the choices he had made as a young man. He explained that he understood now that as a Black, he couldn't turn his back to his heritage, and that he had long learned to embrace it, now wishing to set his life on track for the sake of his son. He briefly mentioned how he had found out about Orion's existence when he got out of Azkaban, adding that he wanted to give his heir what was rightfully his. He knew that Narcissa would soften at that. If there was anything she was good at, was being a mother. She had always cared deeply for her baby. After sending his letter to Narcissa, he wrote to other Slytherins he had known from Hogwarts. He was wondering if he should write to Remus as well. He longed to see his good friend, to explain himself, and see how Remus was faring. But Remus had always been Dumbledore's man and he didn't want Dumbledore knowing that he was trying to make contact with Remus. Therefore, he decided to postpone the letter for some other time. Sirius had also started Orion's flying lessons, and much to their shared amazement, the kid took to the broom as if he had been born on it. His son's lithe body and quick reflexes made him an excellent flyer. Those lessons were his favorite part of the day. They would laugh and race each other, and when he looked at Orion, he felt such a strong feeling of pride and love, that it made him grateful for having the opportunity of living and sharing his life with his son. He had thought that his life had ended after Lily and James were killed, but now, he saw how wrong he had been. His son had given him back a reason for living, and he treasured every single instance of their new life together. Orion was seated at the library, reading non-verbal spells that will make your enemies tremble, while fingering the locket that hung from his neck, when he heard his father coming into the vast, oval room. He hastily tucked the locket under his shirt. He hadn't told his father about the locket yet because he feared that it would be taken from him, probably being told that a Slytherin heirloom was too dangerous to keep around. But he loved the locket, it was his treasure. He always wore it, and loved to feel the strange power of the locket tingling against his chest. "Orion, I have received a letter from Narcissa," said Sirius, as he sat across from his son. He had already told Orion everything he could about the Malfoys, to prepare him for the encounter, but many things could still go wrong, and he was slightly worried. They arrived a week ago to Malfoy Manor in Moscow, and the social season is about to begin. The first gathering will be at their manor and we are invited to attend. I have already taught you the pureblood protocol, and we bought you several formal robes, so we are quite ready. This first gathering will be very important. You have to behave like the Black Heir and you will need to keep a cool facade. You might hear many things you will not like but you cannot react to it. Both you and I have a role to play, and it is vital for you to fit in. They can never suspect who you really are. I'm sure they will ask a lot of questions about your childhood and your mother, so be ready. Yes, father, I already know what to say, said Orion with confidence. Don't worry. He truly felt he was ready. This was going to be his chance to make friends with pureblood children and it was going to be his introduction into pureblood society. He had already read about the most important families, and knew how to behave, and what ideals to spout. Sirius smiled. His son was clever, he had no doubt in that Orion could act the part. Though it troubled him what the Death Eaters could say about the Potters and Voldemort. He didn't know how it could affect Orion. The child was usually very calm and composed. But Death Eaters were known for their crudity. He leaned forwards and stroked Orion's hair. Very well, I know you will have no problems, young pup. And I'll be there with you at all times, so we will manage. Sirius looked into his son's beautiful emerald eyes. Slowly, he stood up and pulled Orion into a hug. I love you, you know. I never told you before, but you are a wonderful boy and you make me proud. I never expected to have a son, and after your mother died, I felt that my life was over. But now, he paused and then continued, his voice shaking with deep emotion, you are the light of my life, my reason for living. Orion felt thick tears running down his cheeks. He knew his father loved him, he could tell by the looks he gave him and the hugs he received. But no one before had ever told him that he was loved and cherished. He instantly tightly embraced his father back. I know, Dad. And I love you too. You are all what I used to dream about. I never expected to have a father. I always expected to be alone, but you took me in. Orion broke off, as the sob that had been lodged in his throat threatened to surge upwards. Shish, shish. I know what you mean, said Sirius softly, tenderly wiping away his son's quiet tears. I'll always be here for you. Today was the day of the gathering. Orion was dressed in elegant, dark green robes, which made his sparkling eyes stand out, and he was groomed impeccably. His smooth black hair reached his ears and was elegantly styled. And his posture emanated confidence and dignity. Sirius was wearing rich, dark blue robes and ostensibly wore the black head ring. The last to use it had been his father before his death, and it had been kept at the Black Vaults in Gringotts. The goblins had sent him the ring when he had assumed control over all black properties and vaults, as head of the Black family. When they were ready, Sirius apparated them to the front of Malfoy Manor. The wards of the manor had been adjusted to accept the apparitions of the invited guests, and the front door was instantly opened for them. They were shown in by a house elf and they heard loud noise coming from the main salon to their right. The elf took them to the door and signaled them to wait. They saw the elf go in and heard him announce, the head and the heir of the ancient House of Black. Orion felt nervous and exhilarated. This was it. This was the beginning of his new life as the Black Heir. He thanked the locket for its calming presence against his chest, and squaring his shoulders, he followed his father inside. The immense room was lavishly decorated and it was filled with richly dressed wizards and witches greeting each other or sitting on plush armchairs while they talked animatedly. There was an army of house elves offering appetizers and drinks on silver trays, and soft music could be heard in the background. They were received by Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. He had never seen before such a beautiful woman and handsome man. She had long, flowing, light blonde hair, held by what looked like diamond pins. She was wearing a light blue dress, which sparkled with the light of the great chandelier that hung in the high ceilings. She had delicate and elegant features, and light blue eyes. And she held herself with pride, while the smoothness of her moves were a delight to behold. Lucius Malfoy was a tall, well-built man, who had long, platinum hair, and was dressed in rich, dark gray robes. His features were manly and strong, and he had a cold and arrogant countenance. He held a long black cane, with the silver head of a snake, which had emeralds for its eyes. It piqued Orion's interest. He could feel the magic coming from it, as a tingle on his skin. He suddenly suspected why. The wizard's wand had to be inside the cane, and it was quite smart of him, since by always carrying the cane, the wizard would always be able to quickly draw out his wand, taking anyone by surprise. Lucius extended his hand to Sirius, and formally said, "Welcome, Lord Black. I was delighted to discover you would be joining us this evening." "Thank you, Lord Malfoy," said Sirius, shaking Lucius' hand. "I was pleased to be invited to your gathering." "Please, call me Sirius," said Sirius, as he released the wizard's hand. Lucius curtly nodded. "Then let me extend the same courtesy and ask you to address me as Lucius." He glanced at Narcissa, and added, "I believe you already know my wife." Sirius gallantly keyed Narcissa's offered hand. "It's good to see you, cousin. It has been too long since I had the pleasure of speaking to you." "Thank you, Sirius. I'm glad to see that you are doing well," said Narcissa, with a cold smile on her beautiful face. She turned to look curiously at Orion, and Sirius saw that Lucius was also waiting for the introduction with an arched eyebrow. "This is my son, Orion," said Sirius, resting a hand on his son's shoulder. Orion came to the front, gave a curt nod, and politely said, "I'm happy to make your acquaintance, Lord and Lady Malfoy. You have a beautiful manner." Lucius shrewdly inspected his face before turning to Sirius. "So this is your discovered son. He has the black features." With a disgusted expression on his cold face, while maintaining his scrutiny on Orion, he asked, "And you said in your letter that he lived in a Muggle orphanage?" "Yes. His mother was killed when he was a baby and he had no other known relatives. So he was taken into Muggle custody. When I learned of his existence, I found him in a Muggle orphanage and took him with me." "Oh, you poor baby. It must have been dreadful for you, living with disgusting Muggles," said Narcissa, her eyes softening as she looked at Orion. The boy was beautiful and he looked very much like Sirius when he had been younger. She smiled at the boy, and added, "If I had known, I would have taken you to live with us. No black should have been forced to live with such filth." Orion gave her a small smile, since he liked her so far, and he said quietly, "It wasn't too bad. They didn't particularly like me and told me that I was abnormal, but I knew that I was special and that what I could do wasn't bad." Lucius clicked his tongue and sneered, "Those wretched Muggles, calling a magical child abnormal. They should be taught a lesson. I'm glad you found him, Sirius, so that he may be brought up in the proper wizarding way." He pierced Sirius with his cold, silvery eyes. "We have much to discuss. I was intrigued by some of the things you mentioned in your letter. Let me introduce Orion to my son, so that they can be with the other children, and I will take you to meet some acquaintances of mine." Without waiting for Sirius' answer, he turned to an elf that was passing by, and sharply said, "Elf, bring my son to me." "Yes, master," the little creature squeaked, before disappearing into the masses. "And you said his mother was a Valquaw. Are his eyes hers?" inquired Narcissa. They boy had amazing eyes. She had never seen such a unique hue of green. Sirius knew they would inquire about his son's eyes. Usually all blacks had some tone of gray coloring their eyes. It was a black trademark feature which always bred true. It comes from her side of the family. She had blue eyes but, I believe, her mother's side had that characteristic. Which was true, Veronique's mother had been a Montcourt and they usually had green eyes, just not Orion's shade of green. He only hoped no one would make the connection with Lily. Thankfully, not many purebloods had known her. Therefore, he was certain that the chances were slight. In that moment, Orion caught sight of a little boy, about his age, moving towards them. The boy had to be Draco. He looked like a smaller version of Lucius, though he could see some of Narcissa's features in the boy's face. He had short, platinum hair, pale, gray eyes, and a pointy, thin face. "This is my son Draco," said Lucius, resting his cane's head on his son's shoulder. "Draco, this is your uncle Sirius Black and his son Orion." The boy stood proudly in front of his father and nodded to them. He stretched his hand towards Orion. "I'm pleased to meet you." His father had already told him that he would be meeting his cousin twice removed, and that he was to obtain as much information as he could on the boy. He was intrigued to know more about this boy who hadn't known that he was a wizard until recently, and who had become the Black Heir overnight. Orion shook Draco's hand and gave him a small smile. Me too, I have been waiting to meet you. Draco, take Orion to meet some of your friends, commanded Lucius curtly. Orion turned to Sirius. Father, may I go with Draco? Yes, you can go with him, replied Sirius, giving him a small smile. Narcissa pecked a key on her son's cheek and fixed his hair, much to Draco's annoyance and Orion's amusement. Go children, and have fun. Let me introduce you to some people who have been waiting to meet you, Lucius said to Sirius. He turned to his wife and said with a sharp bow, Dear, we take our leave. Draco took Orion's hand, and while huffing about clingy mothers, he took him towards a corner of the room, where Orion could see a group of children talking animatedly while seated on large, elegant couches. Orion could feel the stares and hear the whisperings of older wizards as he passed by them. Black's son, living with muggles, escaped from Azkaban, betrayed the Potters to the Dark Lord. They had it coming. The Potter brat disappeared, said to be living on the streets. Haven't found him. The little runt must be dead. At first, it made him want to snap at them, but then, he smirked when vindictive amusement settled in. If they only knew. They reached the small group of children, who, by now, were eyeing Orion with interest. Draco took the lead and made the introductions. This is Orion, Sirius Black's son. Sirius Black, the one who escaped from Azkaban. Interrupted a gangly boy. How did he do it? No one has ever escaped from there, immediately demanded a pug-faced girl. Let me introduce him to you before you batter him with your questions, snapped Draco. He wanted Orion to feel comfortable. The boy seemed interesting, and he wanted to become his friend. His father would like that. Orion, these are some of my friends, said Draco. He turned to a black-haired boy with tan skin and dark blue eyes. This is Blaze Zabini. He then turned to the pug-faced girl who had spoken into a large, ugly-looking girl. Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode. Theodore Knott, he said, turning to the tall, thin boy who had asked the first question. Kara Kavser, he continued, turning to a beautiful girl with large blue eyes and long black hair. Evander Fornix, indicating a boy with short black hair and light hazel eyes. Viktor Vlonsky, he said, nodding at a handsome boy with long, dark blonde hair and chestnut eyes. Calypso Rosier, he indicated a small girl with large black eyes and short black hair. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, he said, indicating two large boys who were paying more attention to the pasties they were eating than to the conversation around them. Once done, Draco smoothly took a seat on one of the sofas in the middle of the small group of gathered children. Orion nodded to each of them and offered a smile. He recognized many of the family names from his books on the most ancient wizarding bloodlines. He took a seat by Blaze's side, and glanced at them. I'm pleased to meet you all. Now, you had some questions. Yes, your father, he's Sirius Black, said Pansy. The one who escaped a while ago from Azkaban. Yes, replied Orion, but before you ask, father never told me how he escaped. He doesn't like to talk about it. It was a lie, of course, but he wasn't about to tell them about his father's animagus form. No one should know about that, it could prove useful in the future. Where have you been living all this time? Asked with curiosity Calypso Rosier, her intelligent eyes inspecting him shrewdly. Orion sighed. I lived in a muggle orphanage. Gasps and discontent mutters broke in the group. But you are a pureblood, right? Asked Theodore Knott, with a deep frown on his face. Orion pretended to be offended. Of course. My mother was Veronique Valquois, a French pureblood witch, but she died when I was a baby. I had no other relatives, so my nanny left me in an orphanage. But if you're a black, why didn't Draco's mother take you in? Said Millicent Bulstrode. Don't be stupid, Millie, they didn't know about him, snapped Pansy, with a roll of her eyes. No one knew about me. I was born before my father was sent to Azkaban and then my mother died, calmly explained Orion. He had practiced the speech several times until he could say it convincingly. About a year after my birth, my mother wrote to him about me, but at that time they didn't allow letters to reach Azkaban, so it was sent to the goblins at Gringotts, who managed my father's estates and business affairs while he was imprisoned. When he got out, the first thing he did was to go to Gringotts to check his vaults, and that's when they gave him the letter. After a week of looking for me, he found me at the orphanage and took me with him. And here I am. But why didn't your mother tell your father before? Said Millicent, puzzled. Back then, times were very dangerous in England. Father thinks that she didn't want me to live here with him, for safety reasons. But when she discovered that he had been imprisoned, she decided that he should know, said Orion with a sigh. But it was already too late. Many of them nodded, but he saw Draco looking intently at him. Orion gave him a smile and was answered by a small one. It must have been terrible for you to live with muggles, said Draco with a horrified shudder. I would have died of disgust if it had been me. It was horrible. They hated any mention of magic and said I was a freak whenever I did any spontaneous magic. But I learned to live with it. There are worse things, Orion said, unable to hold a small shudder that came from thinking about how Uncle Vernon had touched him. He saw Draco narrowing his eyes at him, and he quickly changed subjects, asking the group, which wizarding school are you going to attend? It proved to be the right question to make, since many started talking excitedly about their prospective schools. Millie, Theo, Blaze, Vince, Greg, Draco, and I are going to Hogwarts. Interjected Pansy excitedly. I just received my letter. Draco rolled his eyes. I much prefer to attend Durmstrang, where they teach the dark arts. Father says that Hogwarts is a disgrace ever since Dumbledore took charge as the headmaster. He went there himself but says that the level has been dropping since then, because the muggle-loving old fool is becoming senile. So why don't you tell him you want to go to Durmstrang? Said Orion with a raised eyebrow. I'm going there myself. Draco looked at him in surprise. You are? I thought you would be going to Hogwarts, he said, trying to conceal his disappointment. I have tried. I have begged my mother to let me attend Durmstrang. Father wants me there, but my mother says that she wants me close by. Sniggers and chuckles broke in the group. You were always such a mama's boy, Draco, interjected Blaze mockingly, with a smirk on his tanned face. I am not, snapped an offended Draco. She's just too overprotective, he huffed. But now that Orion's going to Durmstrang, maybe I can convince her to let me go there. His eyes lightened at the possibility. No, Draco, you cannot, cried Pansy. You told me you were coming to Hogwarts with me. I'll go where I please, Pansy, snapped Draco with annoyance. But we must be together, retorted Pansy with alarm. We're going to get married. Loud sniggers and laughter broke out, while most boys were trying to smother their laughs. It was a well-known fact that Pansies wouldn't relinquish her hold on Draco that easily. Yes, Draco, piped in Evander Fornix, in between his stifled bouts of derisive laughter. Shame on you for abandoning your lovely future wife. We are not going to get married. Bit out Draco in anger and embarrassment. Pansy always had to bring that up. Orion was highly amused by it. Do you already have a little wife, Draco? And here you were, trying to hide it from me. It's not true, said Draco exasperatedly. My mom is talking about it with Mrs. Parkinson, but nothing is set. He angrily turned to Pansy, and added, and anyways, it's just talks. Nothing is sure until we're 17 and many things can happen till then. But Draco, you know we are meant for each other, wailed Pansy. Evander Fornix couldn't take it any longer and he erupted into boisterous laughter, while Orion sniggered. He loved to see Draco lose his composure. Draco was turning an interesting shade of red. Just you wait till your father starts planning who you're going to wed, said Draco, rounding on Orion. I hope it's to a troll. Me, Mary, said Orion with a raised eyebrow. He laughed. My father would never force me into an arranged marriage. Draco viciously laughed. Surely your father has already told you about pureblood traditions. You are the heir of one of the most important wizarding families. Of course you'll have an arranged marriage, to fortify the bloodline. It doesn't matter, said Orion, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not planning on marrying anyone. I won't have the time. He didn't want to think about that yet. He knew it was a tradition for pureblood families to start bargaining for a spouse when their children turned 11. It was a long, tedious process which usually ended when the child reached his magical adulthood at 17. But he had a lot going on in his life, and he was sure that a war would come in between, and he would be in the middle of it. He doubted that his father had thought much about his marriage, and he knew that he wouldn't be forced into anything he didn't want. Draco was about to retort when Calypso Rosier looked at Orion searchingly, and quietly said, You think something will happen. You said you won't have the time. So you're expecting something to happen. You don't believe the war is over. Everyone turned quiet and serious. They had all been babies when the war had abruptly ended, but most of them had relatives who had died or been imprisoned, and they had heard the tales from their parents. Orion could have hit himself for his slip. He had to be more careful. Calypso, at least, was very astute and perceptive, and Draco wasn't far behind. He replied with caution, "I'm not sure, but it's a possibility." It certainly had no closure. Many remained from both sides and the issues which caused the war haven't been settled. Draco snorted. "That's a diplomatic way of saying that they killed many of us and that they won't allow us to practice our magic freely. That they forced us to give up our study of the dark arts and call them evil. And that they allow Muggleborns to taint our customs with their disgusting culture, and soil our bloodlines with their weaker magic." Many of them nodded. Kara Kavsar, who had remained quiet for most of the time, said with a soft voice, "My aunt was killed in an Aura raid, and my mum still cries at night. She was only 20 years old when she was killed, and she was my mum's only sibling." Many gave nods of understanding. "My mum was killed when I was a baby," said Calypso quietly. "She fought against Aurors who were trying to raid our manor, and my uncle also died, trying to protect her." Orion turned to look at her. "Your uncle who died, was he Evan Rosier?" Sirius had told him that Rosier had been an inner circle Death Eater and one of the best duelers of the time, and that Auror Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody had been the one to defeat him. But he hadn't known that Rosier had died while protecting his brother's wife. He was sure his father didn't know either. Sirius had told him a little bit about his battles as an Auror, but had never said anything about the types of raids that were being discussed now. He wondered that the light could take so many lives when they accused the dark side of being unscrupulous murderers. "Yes," said Calypso sadly. "My father was out of the country and Aurors came to raid Rosier Manor because they thought that we kept some of the Dark Lord's documents and battle plans there. My uncle Evan was one of his most trusted followers and they suspected he was residing with us. When they came in, my mother flowed me, along with my elf, to my grandparents' house, and she stayed behind to help Uncle Evan. I don't know what happened. My father doesn't like talking about it. But I know that Uncle Evan tried to protect her, but they were outnumbered. They were both killed. Her tears had dried years ago. But she still felt the overwhelming desire to get revenge. It hurt her to see her father so despondent, left without a brother or wife and with a small baby in his care. She loved her father dearly but she still saw that he had not healed. I'm sorry for your loss, said Orion softly. I heard that your uncle was a great dueler and powerful wizard. He didn't know what else to say to her. It amazed him that she would speak so openly about Evan Rosier's alliance with the Dark Lord. But he guessed that at gatherings like this, where there were only dark wizards, such things were discussed more openly. Calypso sadly smiled at him. Yes, he was. Father says he learned everything from him. After the war, my father became the dark arts teacher at Durmstrang. I'll be going with you, she said, trying to stir the conversation away from the painful subject. Orion quickly understood what she was trying to do. That's great. I was beginning to think I would be going all alone. It made sense that Calypso's father had taken a teaching post at Durmstrang, even though he was a wealthy man. After Voldemort's defeat, many families had gone into hiding in fear of retribution. And Durmstrang had opened its doors to many of their children and some parents who wanted a safe place to live. His father had told him that Igor Karkaroff had betrayed some when he was taken into custody by Aurors and he had been granted his liberty, but the wizard had still helped many by giving them sanctuary inside Durmstrang's impenetrable wards. Hardly, I'm going as well. Kara and Evander too, said Viktor Vlonsky. He had remained silent most of the time observing the new boy, and he liked what he saw so far. It would be interesting to have him as a fellow student at Durmstrang. That's not fair. I'm going to have a serious conversation with father, interjected Draco in annoyance. Many of his friends were going to Durmstrang. Surely his mother could manage without him nearby. No, Draco, cried Pansy. You mustn't. Many of the boys rolled their eyes and looked pityingly at Draco. Pansy was usually a nice girl to have around, but when she was in the company of Draco, she turned clingy and unbearable. The poor girl had already assumed her role as Draco's future wife and she made it her duty to remind him of it, even if Draco was right and nothing was settled yet. I won't discuss it with you anymore, Pansy. Think what you will, snapped Draco, turning his back to her. It will happen to you, he mouthed to Orion, who only smirked back shaking his head. Draco huffed in annoyance. Why had his mother started negotiations with the Parkinsons? Why couldn't Pansy's mother at least keep it quiet? Most of his friends were going through the same, but their families were secretive about it, and his friends didn't know who the candidates were, and the candidates weren't told either. But knowing Mrs. Parkinson, he knew that the old hag was so ecstatic at the perspective of her daughter marrying a Malfoy, that she must have run with the news of the negotiations and told her daughter and anyone who'd listen. Pulling out of his resentful musings, Draco turned to the group. Do you want to go to my rooms? We'll be more comfortable there and I can show you what father got me for my 11th birthday. The group agreed and followed Draco out of the ballroom. Orion saw his father talking to a large group of wizards who seemed to be in serious discussion. He wondered how his father was faring. His was the hardest tasks. Many would be suspicious of his sudden interest in reclaiming his place in pureblood society. They took the grand marble staircase of the entrance, and Draco kept a running commentary about the manor and the portraits they kept passing by, which all looked remarkably like him and Lucius. After a long walk and many twists, they reached Draco's room. It was done in silver and blue tones and was very large. He had a study with a library at one of the corners, and a large, ornate, four-poster bed in the middle, with deep velvet, dark blue curtains. There was an area with a low table and several couches, and they all took their places there. Orion looked at the ceiling and saw that it had a magical painting of several very realistic and large dragons, which chased each other and threw fire through their mouths. Draco came to them holding proudly a racing broom. It's a Nimbus 2001 and it hasn't come out to the market yet. My father got it especially for my birthday. I have been practicing for a while and I want to get in the school's Quidditch team. Father said that if I get in, he would donate some brooms for the team. Usually the school brooms are ghastly. Orion carefully took it in his hands. It's very nice. I have a Nimbus 2000 and my father just taught me how to fly. What position do you play? Asked Blaze. I just play with my father so I haven't had a real Quidditch match, but I have played Chaser and Seeker, replied Orion. Though I prefer to be a Seeker. He loved to fly and, at first, he hadn't found Quidditch so interesting, but when Sirius made him try as a Seeker, he was hooked. He loved to fly freely while his father chased after him. As a Seeker, he had the time to enjoy flying instead of being preoccupied about the quaffle and scoring. He only had to keep his head away from the bludgers and enjoy his time in the air. He also had very fast reflexes and a sharp vision, so most of the time he found the snitch in no time. He usually took his time flying around before looking for the snitch because he didn't want the game to end too soon. Kara nodded. You have the proper build for a Seeker, she said with a blush. Checking out his body already, my little Kara, said Evander with a grin. Kara blushed even more and Orion gave her a wink. She snapped her head to Evander. Evie, you dolt. I was only saying because Seekers are usually lithe and he does have the body for a Seeker. Don't call me Evie, replied Evander in annoyance. He hated that nickname, it was so girlish. And I don't know why you're saying that. Your cousin is a great Seeker and he is huge. Why do you like it more? Seekers usually don't do much, said Calypso to Orion. Honestly, Quidditch bored her. She didn't see what was so fascinating about it. A bunch of kids flying around after a stupid ball. Really, didn't they have anything better to do with their time? Are you mad? They are the most important player. They are the ones who can win a match single-handedly, said Draco excitedly. I didn't know you played Orion, we should get together and practice. I usually practice alone, but I also like to play Seeker. It's the best position. Orion smiled at his excitement. Yes, I would like that. Perhaps we could form a team. How many of you play? I play beater. I like the violence, Victor Vlonsky said with a smirk. I don't play but I think Vince and Greg could make good beaters as well, said Theodore Knott, and I could give it a try and be a keeper. Crabbe and Goyle grunted and Orion assumed that it was their way of agreeing with Theo. I guess I could be a chaser, but I'm not too good, said Evander. Orion turned to Pansy and Millicent. Do you play? I don't. It's not proper for a lady to play Quidditch, said Pansy, turning up her nose. My mother told me so. Millicent rolled her eyes. Sometimes Pansy had such ridiculous ideas. I have played a bit with my brothers. I could be a keeper as well. We only need more chasers then, interjected Draco. Then he turned to Blaze. You could try as one. No thank you. I don't care much for sports. I'll keep our dear Pansy company while she cheers for her dear husband, retorted Blaze with a smirk. Fine, then don't play. Snapped Draco. Why did everyone always brought that up? They're only encouraging the crazed girl. Orion turned to Kara, and said with a grin, you could be a chaser, you have the body for it as well. Kara huffed. They weren't going to let it lay down. Alright, I can try. I like Quidditch a lot and I have played chaser sometimes with my cousin. Who's your cousin? Asked Orion. He had heard Evander's remark that her cousin was a great seeker. Victor Crumb, replied Kara. He's a third year at Durmstrang and plays for one of the teams. He's really good and wants to be a professional seeker. The Bulgarian team already have their eyes on him, but he's still too young to play for them. While her cousin Victor had quite a reputation in Durmstrang and also a small one at his home country, most people hadn't heard of him. But she had seen him in action and he was amazing. She knew he would become a great seeker someday. Great, said Draco happily. I can tell father and we can play at my Quidditch field. Most of us are remaining in Moscow until March, so we have time to arrange many games. Fine, interjected Calypso. Now that you all have your little team, perhaps we could talk about more important things. Orion raised an eyebrow at her. What do you want to talk about? He liked her. She seemed very smart and serious, and he could tell that she had a lot on her mind. He felt a certain compatibility towards her. About your views on the war, said Calypso straightforwardly. Not that again, whined Pansy. Victor Vlonsky turned to them with a serious expression on his face, and asked the group, do you honestly think the Dark Lord is gone forever? Everyone became silent and grave. I don't know, said Calypso with a thoughtful frown, but I think it's unlikely that he was so easily defeated. She had asked herself that question many times. She knew that if the Dark Lord returned, her father would go to him. He hadn't been a Death Eater before, but she knew that now, with his brother and wife so toughly killed, he would feel the need for revenge and she understood it. She didn't know much about the Dark Lord, but agreed on many of the things he believed in. From what my father has told me, it's possible that he will return, interjected Draco. Father says that he was one of the most powerful dark wizards to have lived, and he was Slytherin's heir as well. Victor nodded and whispered secretively, I have also heard that he was immortal. That he did things to himself to be unbeatable. His father, though not a Death Eater, had been a supporter of the Dark Lord, and greatly admired the wizard. And rumors always milled around about the Dark Lord and his powers. Orion was very interested in hearing their opinions, they reflected what their parents knew, and he needed to know more. But he was beaten by a mere baby, he said. If he's so powerful, how could that be? Draco snorted. Father says that it was an elaborate scheme of Dumbledore's. There is no way that a baby could have defeated the Dark Lord. But he did. Harry Potter survived with a mere scar on his forehead and the Dark Lord died, said Calypso quietly. It had always intrigued her how that could have happened and it still perplexed her. It could have been a magical accident, retorted Draco. Nobody knows what happened that night. But I doubt the Potter baby had any special powers that saved him. It must have been an accident. Blaze snorted. Come on, Draco. I have heard you many times yapping about the incredible Harry Potter and how he must be a powerful wizard. He shot Draco a smirk, and added mockingly, and how you long to meet him. I didn't say that I long to meet him. Snapped Draco in embarrassment. I'm just curious about him, that's all. He was truly fascinated with the tale of Harry Potter and how he defeated the Dark Lord. He did believe that the boy had to be someone special and that perhaps he could be his friend, but he wasn't about to admit that to anyone. Orion smiled at Draco. What were you planning on telling him if you met him? I don't know, said Draco, scowling at him. I just think that he could have been someone interesting to meet. That's the understatement of the year, said Victor Vlonsky. Almost everyone wants to meet him. Everyone wants him on their side. True, said Calypso, Dumbledore wants him to be the light's hero and we want him to understand us. Orion turned to her. Not to use him as your tool. Not to make him the Dark Lord's servant. Calypso frowned. I guess there are some dark wizards who would like that, but I simply don't want him to be a bigot against the dark arts. It's hard enough as it is, we don't need more people turning against us. He should be free to make his own choice in the war. Without being manipulated into one side. But I wished that he could, at least, understand us. Orion smiled at her. Yes, He liked her very much indeed. She remained quite impartial considering that her family had been killed by the light side, and she seemed to honestly want to give Harry Potter a chance. Draco frowned at Orion. He had seen him smiling often at Calypso and his interest in her. Why was Orion paying so much attention to her? Orion was his cousin and should be vying for his attention. But it doesn't make any difference, does it? Interjected Theodore. Not. The boy is lost now, and if Dumbledore gets him, there's no way he can escape from the role they planned for him. Yes, but they haven't found him, piped in Caracafsor. They say he could be dead. I don't think he is, said Calypso quietly. But something else bothers me. Why did he run away from his caretakers? Who was he living with and what happened to make him run away? Why wasn't he brought up by a wizarding family? I don't know, said Draco. He had wondered the same thing many times. Father says that Dumbledore was the one to take him into custody, and that the old coot decided where he should go. Nobody knows who he was living with. There isn't much we know about him and it's all very tedious, said Pansy with a sigh. We should talk about something else. Calypso remained quiet in her musings, while the rest continued with their small chatter. Evander and Victor started telling Orion the few things they knew about Durmstrang, and Draco went to fetch the other present that his father had given him, to show it to his friends. He was extremely proud of her and wanted to show her off. A moment later, Draco brought a large basket with him and approached the group. You infernal hatchling. If you continue to bounce me like that I will bite you to see how you like it. Orion heard the hissing voice and glanced around the room to discover the source. No one seemed to have noticed. Draco sat with the basket next to Orion. Just put me down and let me out. Why SSS should I had to be given to SSS such a young inexperienced master? Orion's eyebrows shot to his hairline. It was coming from the basket. Draco opened the basket and took out a beautiful silver snake. It's an Ashwinder, magical bred and modified, so she doesn't die if she ever lays eggs, said Draco proudly. I named her Sylvana. Father gave her to me and told me that I would surely be in Slytherin house, and that as a proper one, I should have a snake familiar, even if I'm not allowed to bring her to Hogwarts. Many of his friends were looking at her with interest. And he saw Orion petting her. What kind of SS snake are you? I didn't know ASS Schwinders could SSS speak to Wizard SSS, Orion asked the snake with curiosity. Many in the room gasped. Sylvana reared her head to look at the boy in surprise. Her master had taken her to a parselmouth. At last, a worthy new master. She tasted the boy with her tongue. I like you, young hatchling. Can you be my master now? I don't like the other one, he doesn't know how to take care of me. Orion turned to look at his friends. They were looking at him in wonder and surprise. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not taking her away from you, Draco, regardless of what SSSHE says. Draco jumped from his seat in surprise, throwing the basket and snake to the floor. He thought he hadn't heard right at first, but this confirmed it. You're a parselmouth. Why didn't you tell us? What are you talking about? Said Orion, with wide eyes. You're doing it again. You're speaking parseltongue, cried Draco, in great agitation and excitement. Merlin's beard, I'll bring some of the adults, said Pansy quickly, before dashing to the door. Orion stood stock still. Of course. That's why he was the only one paying attention to what she had been saying. After reading about Slytherin and his bloodline, he knew what a parselmouth was, but had never suspected that he was one himself. How could that be? He had no Slytherin blood in him. And what a fool he had been. This isn't the sort of thing he wanted others to know. Too late now, he thought with a groan. He turned to Draco, who was looking at him in wonder and excitement, and said quietly, I didn't know. I have never met a snake before. I thought she was a special kind of Ashwinder that could talk to us. I thought you understood what she was saying. Victor Vlonsky looked at him with wide eyes. This is incredible. There hasn't been a parselmouth in decades. The Dark Lord was the only known one, and before him, it had been centuries before there was another. Calypso was piercing Orion with her large black eyes. How could you not know? Didn't you hear yourself? To me it's like I'm speaking regular English, said Orion in agitation. He didn't want anyone to know, and that blasted pansy had left to fetch more people. I heard her voice, and to me it was English, as well. I wasn't aware I was even speaking a different language. It's amazing. Father will be so excited. He had always wanted to be a Parselmouth himself, you know, said Draco with a grin. He couldn't wait for his father to know that his new friend was a Parselmouth. It was such a prized ability. Everyone will be so envious, he thought happily. Orion groaned, hitting his head in his hands, while Sylvana curled herself on his arm and hissed comforting words. This was going to be a very long evening. Sirius was seated amongst a group of dark wizards that would have made him shudder in disgust in his former life. Lucius had just finished introducing him to Romulus Rosier, Venerian Vlonsky, Naren Knott, Theobald Kormegev, Richard Parkinson, Xander Fornix, Artemius Arlov, Konstantin Kavser, Algernon Wilkes, Jeremy Goyle, Alexander Crabbe, Theodore Travers and Thorfinn Roll. From those he met he remembered that Knott, Wilkes, Travers and Roll had been tried for Death Eater activities but had been released due to lack of sufficient evidence, added their allegation that they had been under the Imperious curse. And he suspected that the rest had been Voldemort's supporters. So, has the blind fallen from your eyes, Black? Said Travers nastily. Aren't you Dumbledore's little pet anymore? Sirius turned to him and restrained from snapping at the odious wizard. He knew what was coming and was prepared. I had many long years to review my opinion on Dumbledore. And the fact that he didn't lift a finger to get me out of Azkaban sealed the deal. I won't support him this time. And why did you support him before? Said Kavser with interest. You're a Black. Why did you turn your back to your family and heritage? Sirius sighed. I was young. Many of my friends were light supporters and I fell for Dumbledore's manipulations. I must confess that I didn't like my family much, and when I was given an opportunity to distance myself from them, I took it. Even if it meant going against all that I had been raised to be. You were an Auror, said Knott, snorting contemptuously. You killed many dark wizards and helped in their capture. And now you want to come back and be one of us. I've never killed anyone, said Sirius angrily. I was an Auror and I did fight in the battles, but I wasn't responsible for any of the killings. In a battle you don't stop to consider how injured the other side is, you keep on fighting. But that doesn't explain your sudden interest in turning sides, interjected Rosier calmly. While in Azkaban I became disappointed in the light side, said Sirius. I saw and heard many things that made me revise what I previously believed in. He wasn't twisting the truth too much. He had heard many of the prisoners being punished by the wizard guards and he suspected that they had also done terrible things to Bellatrix, since she had grown very quiet after the first months of imprisonment. But at the time, he hadn't stopped to think about it. He had believed that they deserved anything that was done to them. Now, he wasn't so sure. He still believed they deserved to be in Azkaban, they were murderers after all, but he didn't condone the torture of prisoners. He continued with what he was saying, and now that I have a son I want him to know about his family and his roots. I want him to have the chance to make his own decisions. Did you see some of the Death Eaters that were imprisoned? Do you know how they are doing? Asked Wilkes. He had many friends that were in Azkaban and he always felt a twinge of guilt since they were suffering while he continued on with his life. I saw some of them when they first came in, said Sirius, and I heard their voices later on. I remember seeing the guards dragging in Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, the Lestranges, Bellatrix, Barty Crouch Jr., Alecto and Amicus Caro, Marcus Mulciber, Ian Yaxley, Gerard Jugson and Antoine Avery. I'm afraid many of them aren't very sane anymore. The Dementors take particular interest in dark wizards and they feed from you for a long time when you first come in. Sirius repressed a shudder. He could still hear the screams of the prisoners while the Dementors fed from their souls. He didn't think he would ever forget. His nights were plagued by nightmares from his time in Azkaban. Many of them shivered at the mention of the Dementors. They were one of the most feared dark creatures and the mere thought of being their prey made them shrink in apprehension. Lucius looked at him with narrowed eyes. Then how did you survive? You've been in Azkaban for 10 years and yet you seem intact. And how did you manage to escape? Inquired Kormegev, with a thick Russian accent. No one has ever escaped from there before. Sirius smirked at them. Now, boys, that would be telling. You don't expect me to reveal all my secrets, do you? I didn't think you would, said Lucius, shooting him a cold smile. But it's still very suspicious that you escaped and the other dark wizards, who know more powerful magic than yourself, couldn't. Sirius barked a laughter. What's your theory? That Dumbledore helped me out. He believes that I was the one who betrayed the Potters. Didn't you? said Parkinson, with an arched eyebrow. I was under the impression that you were charged and imprisoned for it. Sirius saw Lucius nastily smiling at him. He had to tell the truth in this instance since Lucius knew that he hadn't betrayed the Potters and perhaps the other 4 Death Eaters knew as well. If he lied now it could be detrimental for him in the future. No, I didn't. I was friends with the Potters. As I have already said, I was supporting the light. I was imprisoned because they believed I killed Peter Pettigrew. He was the one to betray the Potters to Voldemort. Don't say his name, hissed Lucius, looking at him with a hard glint in his gray eyes. If you're sincere in your desire to be on our side you'll have to learn to respect him and call him the Dark Lord, at least in our presence. I apologize. I'm not used to calling him that, said Sirius. He had to be more careful in his choice of words and play his role better. Lucius hadn't stopped scrutinizing every word he said and the wizard was very sharp. And you will willingly support the Dark Lord even when he killed your dear friends? Said Travers with a sarcastic, acid tone. Sirius ignored him and answered for the benefit of the rest. I'm willing to accept my heritage and become a dark wizard. I won't support the light, but I still don't think I can be an active supporter of your Dark Lord. I don't know much about him and before becoming one of his followers I would need to be convinced about his ideals and methods. That's a delicate way of saying that you will remain neutral, said Rosier. Pointedly. The Dark Lord represented our best interests. He was the only dark wizard powerful enough to be our leader and stand against Dumbledore and his lackeys. But yet, you're not convinced. What would it take to convince you? I understand what you're saying, but I saw many of my friends die in the war. I can't turn my back on that, said Sirius with honesty. I might agree with the Dark Lord in some of his beliefs but I don't particularly like his methods. I would need to see for myself what his plans are. I won't condone mindless bloodshed. If he said he supported Voldemort 100% from the start no one would believe him and they would be suspicious of his real motives. He had to make it look as if he had gone through a gradual process before becoming one of his followers. He still didn't want to become one, but he thought that in the future it could be advantageous for him to be a Death Eater, in order to give his son better information and better chances in the war. He just needed to get over his scruples. Yes, you supporters of the light always point fingers at us saying we are mindless killers and torturers, said Cavser sharply. Yet you won't admit when you do the same. In a war violence always escalates as both sides tend to become immune to the horrors and become more cruel and barbaric. But we're always accused of being the ones committing insidious crimes when in reality we simply counterattack. We can hardly be expected to just defend ourselves when the other side kills many of our numbers. Of course we will retaliate with equal or superior force. I understand your reasoning, said Sirius, while he successfully tried to remain calm and in control of his temper and rashness, but the light never used the kind of horrific spells that the dark used in the war. They didn't use spells to torture and kill others. Rosier viciously laughed. Are you really that naive, Black? The light may not have used those horrific spells, as you call them, but that didn't prevent them from killing us unscrupulously. And they don't use those spells because they can't successfully cast them and are afraid of the power behind them. They don't have the type of magical blood in them to be able to control the dark curses without being consumed by it. They fear the dark arts because they're too magically weak to be masters of it. I assure you they used many of their so-called light curses which had the same results as our spells. And let's not forget that they always outnumbered us greatly, so it's only fair that we use of dark magic against them. We would be sitting ducks if we only used light spells to defend ourselves against their numbers. So you're saying that the ends justify the means? Countered Sirius, shaking his head. I can't easily accept that. And why not if the other side does the same? Said Lucius, piercing him with his cold, light gray eyes. Dumbledore manipulates everyone to reach his own goals, without qualms about who suffers for it. You are a prime example of it. He never gave you the benefit of the doubt. He used you and when your utility expired, you were cast away like an old tool. He sent the Potter brat to live with some muggles who must have tormented the boy enough to make him run away. If he had truly cared for the boy he would have left him with a light wizarding family. He paused, assessing how to best continue. He could see that Black had the potential of becoming a great ally. Black was a powerful wizard of very old and powerful blood, but the wizard needed to shed his naivete about the war in the light side. Black might not support Dumbledore anymore but the wizard still held many rose-tinted views. Lucius decided to continue, knowing that Black must care something about the child of his old friends, and therefore, he could use that to make him see his point. Everyone knows that magical children suffer when they aren't raised in a home with magic. The inner magic of a child needs to feed from the magic around them to develop. If you leave a magical child in a place without magic, his magic will not develop properly, it would become unstable and the child would be magically weaker. It's clear that the old coot just wanted an ignorant and pliable boy for him to mold and easily manipulate. Are you telling me you don't see that? That the light side in all its moral superiority is just as vicious and cruel as they depict us to be? Yes, I see what you mean, said Sirius, with a frown on his face. I acknowledge that the light side did many reproachable things during the war and that they share the blame for all the deaths that took place. I already know that Dumbledore is not to be trusted and I wouldn't support him after what he did to Harry and me. His motives are doubtful at best. But it doesn't follow that if I don't support Dumbledore I must support the Dark Lord. As I said before, all your arguments are valid, but I cannot conscientiously follow someone without knowing what his true plans are. And you haven't informed me about it either. Moreover, something that you missed to point out is that the Dark Lord started the war in the first place. He was the one to start the violence. What else did you expect him to do? Interjected Fornix sharply. He saw how the wizarding world was turning out and he wanted to change it for the better. He was the only dark wizard powerful enough to make a difference. Perhaps you didn't experience it enough in your youth, since you ran away from your family, but we were living in a silent repression that had lasted many centuries. The wizard shook his head and added angrily, the practice of the dark arts has been prohibited in England for such a long time that many of our children were starting to lose magical abilities because they couldn't practice the kind of magic that they carry in their bloods. Few European countries allow them even now. Russia is almost the only exception, and that's only because the dark wizard community is so large here, that the light wouldn't dare to wage a war against them. But they did in all other countries where dark wizards were outnumbered. Surely you can understand that we have to be allowed to practice our magic freely for the sake of our children and the future of our bloodlines. I wasn't aware that the dark families were losing its powers, said Sirius quietly. Lucius leveled at him a cold and hard stare. We have. It's not something that Dumbledore would admit, of course. He waves the banner of fighting against evil in his crusade against us. But the truth of the matter is that the loss of our powers is our main concern. With them restricting our use of dark magic, and Muggleborns entering our bloodstreams, we get weaker every passing generation. If we don't do anything to stop it, we'll soon have blood so diluted and magic so weak that we'll have undone all the hard work our ancestors underwent to make us stronger and better. Our so-called prejudice against Muggleborns arises from our desire to maintain our customs, so that our children remember what we are, from our need to fortify our weakening dark magic, and from the perils of Muggle discovery. You asked what the Dark Lord's goals were, and those are it, said Rosier, looking at Sirius intently. He understood our problems and wanted to help the dark families become what they once were, before the age of fear and prejudice against dark magic. He was aware of the weakening of our blood and powers and he feared our extinction. What about his ideas to kill all Muggleborns and Muggles? Said Sirius, with a stubborn expression on his face. That doesn't seem necessary if what you truly want is to fortify your bloodlines. The Dark Lord had a personal vendetta against Muggles, said Lucius calmly. No one truly knows why, besides the known fact that they are a threat to all wizards, be it light or dark. He mentioned many times that if Muggles were to discover our existence they wouldn't hesitate in killing us, and that, despite our magic, we would be too outnumbered to prevent our massacre. His main opposition against Muggleborns is that they allow their Muggle families to know about our existence, thus putting us in danger. But he never thought that we should kill all Muggles. There are too many of them. He simply wanted full segregation from them, and Muggleborns stood in the way of that. He waved his hand dismissively and added nonchalantly, his solution was to deny Muggleborns a magical education. It was, perhaps, not the best solution, but it was the only feasible alternative at the time. If Muggleborns weren't allowed in our society, or at least to learn our magic, then Muggles would remain ignorant of our existence. But Dumbledore prevented that plan from taking place by admitting all Muggleborns into our community. Therefore, the Dark Lord had to resort to more drastic measures. But he did plan on finding a better solution to the Muggleborn problem once he took over. Things are too out of control with the Muggleborns, so it was too late for a passive solution. And even if a solution for the security breach was found, the problem still remains that we cannot mix our blood with theirs. In order for our children to keep their dark magic, they need to derive from the union of two pure-blooded dark families. Even if we had children with a light wizard or witch, the power of the child would be weaker. Our type of magic doesn't mix well with the light magic carried in their bloodlines, and even less with the magicless blood of the Muggleborns. Cyrus nodded. He knew that the prejudice against Muggleborns had its roots on the security breach they represented. And he agreed that Muggles could be dangerous for them. But he had never stopped to think about the extinction of the dark families, and thus dark magic, if they bred with Muggleborns and light families. He always thought his parents were mindless blood purists with an insane and unfounded prejudice against Muggleborns. What Lucius explained made sense, but he would have to read about it himself to see if it was a well-founded and researched idea. But that still didn't give wizards the right to torture and kill Muggleborns and Muggles. I might agree with you on some points, said Sirius quietly, and I must confess that I never gave it much thought before. I only saw your prejudice and not the reasons for it. But now that I have a son who bears black dark blood, I want his descendants to be as magically strong as possible while carrying on the black bloodline. So I will meditate about what you've told me and I will look into it. Though I understand the Dark Lord's motives better, as well as what you stand for, if the war comes, I will only take your side if you refrain from killing Muggleborns and Muggles. I see no benefit from it and it only alienates other wizards from your cause. Yes, we knew that it was counterproductive during the war, said Lucius sternly, but harsh times required harsh measures. The situation is just as bad now as it was before. Even worse since we haven't solved the Muggleborn problem and the opposition against us is very violent and widespread. But if I have any say in the next war, we will plan better and we won't do anything that will turn the tide against us. Lucius remained quiet while he mused over their discussion. Black had pointed out a valid argument. All Muggle torture created more opposition against them. But he utterly despised Muggles and truly believed they were inferior. He had eagerly participated in some of the tortures. He had only tortured Muggles who had done something to a wizard, but there had been some Death Eaters who liked to torture Muggles just for the fun of it, and the Dark Lord had allowed it. Even he had found amusement in it sometimes. But it was a good idea to restrain themselves in order to obtain followers out of the more moderate wizards. Sirius' mind was swirling with all the information they had given him and he had much to discuss with Orion, and much to research if anything of what he had been told was true. But he wanted to know something which was far more important, and only these wizards could give him the answer. He turned to the group and said quietly, I appreciate that you have shared with me your point of view, as well as making it clear where you stand. But we have been talking as if the next war will come for sure. What makes you think that it will happen again? You don't honestly believe that the great Dark Lord was killed by the sniveling Potter brat, do you, Black? Said Travers with a snide snort. Lucius leveled Travers with a cold, menacing glare, which immediately had effect, since Travers averted his gaze from Lucius and Sirius, and remained quiet. Lucius mentally clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. There was no reason to antagonize Black, they wanted him on their side after all. And he wasn't about to discuss his lord's plans for immortality. Black seemed honest in his change in sides, but that didn't make him loyal, and until he wasn't loyal to their cause they wouldn't be spilling their secrets. He was fairly certain that their lord would rise again. The Dark Lord had repeatedly assured them of his invincibility and that he had taken measures for his return if something happened to him. No one knew which measures, since the Dark Lord silenced them with a glare and a well-placed crucio to any Death Eaters who were too curious for their own good. But if someone could manage it, it was their lord. Just when Lucius was about to answer in a way that said much but conveyed little information, they saw a little girl with short black hair dashing towards them. Richard Parkinson turned towards the girl and said angrily, Pansy, what is it? Don't you see that I'm busy with important business? Pansy took time to catch her breath. This was so exciting. Sorry, father, but you must come. Orion, well, you must come and see. You won't believe me otherwise. Sirius stood up with a worried frown on his face. Is my son all right? Did something happen to him? Pansy simply shook her head, almost preening under all the attention she was receiving from the adults. Well, speak up, girl, commanded Lucius sharply, rising as well. He hoped nothing had happened to the boy, it wouldn't be good when he was trying to coax Black to their side. Pansy was completely undisturbed by his tone of voice, she was loving the attention and making the most of it. Few people ever cared about what she had to say and she was going to take full advantage of the opportunity. After making certain that all the adults were looking at her expectantly, the exasperated expressions of some of them not bothering her in the least, she grabbed her father's hand, and said importantly, "You must come with me. They're at Draco's room. You must see for yourselves. Follow me." Lucius almost huffed in annoyance, but since Malfoys didn't huff nor did anything so common and inelegant as that, he simply narrowed his eyes at her. That chit of a girl. Was Narcissa mad when she started negotiations for her hand? He respected Richard Parkinson, he was a clever business associate, but Pansy clearly took after her mother, who was an air-headed pureblood witch that was only interested in frivolities. He would have a serious discussion with Narcissa. He wanted someone powerful and intelligent for Draco. The Malfoy bloodline needed strong magical blood and this girl clearly didn't cut it. The wizards whose children were with Draco followed the excited girl to Draco's room. When they entered, they found Orion Black with his head on his hands and a hissing snake curled around one of his arms. Draco Malfoy talking animatedly to an unresponsive Orion, and the other children looking in wonderment at Orion. It was quite a sight to behold. Sirius reached his son, and immediately said with concern, "What happened? Are you okay?" Orion lifted his head from his hands and looked despondently at Sirius. What will his father say about his ability? Would he be scorned for it? He knew the others would be thrilled and envious. And he didn't mind the ability himself. It was useful and perhaps he could get some books in Parseltongue, though they were hard to find. But his father already had too much on his shoulders and disliked the dark arts, and this was dark magic in its purest form. His father was trying to be impartial and allowed him to study the dark arts, but that didn't mean that he will like his own son to have such a dark ability. Draco looked at Orion and saw his doubts about revealing his Parselmouth ability. Was the boy mad? If he was a Parselmouth he would be crying it to the world and would rejoice to see all the wizards looking at him with envy and respect. Orion should be proud of his ability instead of hiding it. He would help him out. Show them what you can do, Orion, he said excitedly. Orion looked up at the wizards standing in front of him. There was Lucius Malfoy looking at him with impatience. He recognized the others as Vlonsky, Rosier, Fornix, Knott, Parkinson and Kavser, since they shared their children's features. He carded his fingers through his hair and sighed. You should be proud that you're a Parselmouth, little one, hissed Sylvana, rearing back her head to look at him. It's an honor to be one and you shouldn't feel ashamed of it. It speaks of your power. Orion squared his shoulders. She was right. He was proud of it and his father should understand that it wasn't his fault. He stared into the snake's eyes, and hissed sternly, "You're right, Sylvana. I'm proud of it. Thank you." He heard gasps coming from the adults. He looked up and saw his father looking at him in awe and, was it fear that he saw in his father's dark gray eyes? He quickly turned his gaze to Lucius. He didn't want to see his father fearing him, it had hurt him deeply. When he saw the elder Malfoy's jaw drop before quickly assuming a nonchalant expression, he almost chuckled. His disclosure had been worth it just to see Malfoy Sr. lose his cool. He glanced at the others, who were gazing at him with calculating expression in their eyes, while they were measuring him up. You're a Parselmouth, whispered Sirius with wide eyes. Orion nodded. I just found out now. When Draco showed us his familiar. You mean to tell me, Black, said Lucius, narrowing his eyes at Sirius, that your son is a Parselmouth and you didn't know about it? Sirius nodded while he maintained his eyes fixed on his son's face. How could this be? The Blacks never had a Parselmouth in their line. They would have announced it to the world if they had Parselmouth ancestors. And Lily didn't come from a wizarding line. What did this mean? Lucius turned his calculating gaze towards Orion. Well, you are more than you seem, little Black. This boy was a mystery, the unknown heir of one of the most powerful and ancient dark families, with a dark ability whom many would kill for, including himself, and young enough to be properly raised and trained. He quickly decided to take the boy under his wing. He was already working on the boy's father, but the boy showed much promise, much more than the elder Black, who already had fixed ideas. This boy could be molded and could be useful for their cause. Orion almost snapped at the condescending tone in Malfoy's voice, and he could practically see the wheels turning in that astute mind. He wasn't about to be manipulated and used by anyone. If Malfoy thought he could be so easily used, he had another thing coming. But he had to play it cool. Two could play this game. He could use Malfoy himself. The wizard was powerful and could teach him many things. Yes, it would seem like it, said Orion calmly, shooting the wizard a small smile. Draco glanced from his father to Orion. Something was going on. He knew his father would jump at the opportunity of having a closer acquaintance with Orion. But Orion was too calm, considering he had almost panicked when his ability was revealed. What was going through Orion's mind? Lucius turned to Sirius, and said casually, "You should get him a tutor. Draco already has one and I can recommend him to you. Your son needs training, and given his new ability, he would benefit from an early start." Sirius, who was still a little bit shaken but had managed to conceal it, replied quietly, "Yes, I was searching for a tutor already. I would thank you if you could give me the references of your son's tutor. Perhaps it would be more fun for the boys if they studied together with the tutor," said Lucius, who wasn't about to relinquish his hold on Orion. "Your son could come to the manor for his lessons, and I have many books about Parselmouths which could interest him. I'm quite interested in them myself and have quite a collection." The wizard turned to Orion with a raised, inquiring eyebrow. Orion could see that his father was faltering about agreeing to the proposal, so he replied instead, "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I would like that very much." "Very well," said Lucius with a cold smile. "I will arrange it with your father." Draco turned to Orion, and said excitedly, "That's great. We'll have so much fun together." He puffed out his chest. "My tutor already tells me that I'm far more advanced than other boy my age." "Don't boast, Draco. It isn't becoming," said Lucius sharply, shooting his son a hard, cold glance. His son was too extrovert sometimes. Draco needed to learn how to maintain his calm and poise at all times, without boasting unnecessarily. Malfoys should always be arrogant and proud, but they shouldn't show it so visibly, since it opened the opportunity for character attack. "Yes, father," said Draco with a small voice, but his eyes shone with excitement and happiness, and Orion gave him a warm smile which made Draco grin. Sirius decided to take the reins. He had much to discuss with Orion, and his conversation with the purebloods had reached an end when he saw that Lucius wasn't willing to discuss Voldemort's possible return. "Very well," he said to Lucius. "I will write to you to arrange the lessons. I believe it's already late and I should be taking Orion home." He turned to address his son. "Orion, make your farewells with your friends." Orion stood up and his new friends gathered together. They agreed to write to each other and coordinate the first Quidditch match as soon as possible. They would be seeing each other soon at the following gatherings and dinners that would be held as part of the winter season. "Thanks for everything," he said to Draco, shooting him a warm smile while he extended a hand. "I enjoyed my evening very much and I thank you for introducing me to your friends." Draco shook it and smiled at him. "Thank you for coming. I also had a lot of fun. I hope our parents speed things up so that we can have our first lesson soon." "Me too. I can't wait," said Orion sincerely. He had wanted a tutor for a long time and studying with Draco would be more fun than doing it alone. Friendly competition always made things more interesting, in his opinion. "Are we leaving, young master?" hissed Sylvana eagerly. "Tell the other boy to give you the things he bought for me. Particularly the moose toy he bought for me once. The only right thing he ever did. I'm sorry, Sylvana, but you can't come with me. You're Dracos and I can't take you away. It wouldn't be proper. But I'll be coming to SSSCU Almos SST every day." Draco looked at him with curiosity. "What is she saying?" Sylvana hissed her disagreement, but Orion paid her no mind. "Nothing. Just saying goodbye," replied Orion dismissively. He didn't want to take Sylvana from Draco. The boy had seemed so happy and proud about her that he didn't want to ruin that. He handed over a hissing Sylvana to Draco and bid him farewell. After Sirius and Orion finished taking their leave to the other wizards and witches that they had met at the party, they instantly apparated to their manor, both knowing they had much to discuss. When Sirius and Orion reached Black Manor, they sat in the main room and told each other what they had learned at the gathering. Between the two, they had a fair idea of what the dark pureblood families were striving for. Many of the things they've told you are true, Father. I have read a lot about the history of dark magic, and those books mentioned that our type of magic is very different from the light magic and that we carry it in our blood. They said that dark magic was discovered by Morgana when she found a type of magic that came from the pure brute source of the Earth's core magic. The books explain that only wizards with a certain type of magical blood were able to control it. Those became the dark wizards. And they could only breed with themselves in order to pass that blood to their children. So now we understand where their purest ideas come from, explained Orion to his father. What I didn't know is that my magic might have become unstable and underdeveloped due to my childhood with the Muggles, said a concerned Orion. Lucius' explanation of why a wizarding child should only live in a wizarding household had left him preoccupied. Will this affect him? How could Dumbledore knowingly do that to him? He felt such fury against the old man. Sirius, sensing his son's consternation, replied, "Don't worry, young pup. I don't think it has affected you. From what you told me about your accidental magic, it seems well developed for someone your age. And you were even capable of controlling it, so that clearly shows that your magic is very strong and stable. We can only thank Merlin that you weren't affected by it." Orion nodded. That was true. So perhaps his magic was okay. Orion continued, "Yes, you might be right," he said, and changed the subject. "From what they told you, they are right in fighting for their right to practice the dark arts. If they don't practice it, they will lose their ability to control dark magic, and in time it will mean that we have lost a major source of powerful magic. I would do the same to keep my ability to mold Earth's magic. I don't want to lose it either." Sirius clicked his tongue. Perhaps, but they still killed many, and Voldemort was a sociopath, no matter what they say. The Death Eaters tortured Muggles for fun and killed Muggleborns because they hadn't found another solution for them. That isn't right. Orion nodded. Yes, but the light killed as well, and they have been suppressing the dark wizards for ages. Of course a bloody revolution was going to be needed to change things. There are hardly innocents in a war. Sirius turned alarmed at him. How can you say that? Of course there are innocents. The children, the women, and the wizards that remained neutral. And the Muggles as well. Orion snorted. Muggles are hardly innocent, he spat. At seeing Sirius' alarm grow, he quickly continued, "Have you forgotten what my Muggle family did to me? What my uncle tried to do? You said yourself that that didn't happen in the wizarding world, that our culture prevented it from happening. I have lived with Muggles my whole life, and their culture allows those kind of things to happen all the time. My neighbors saw me starved and beaten, and they didn't lift a finger to help me. They might have been some that cared, but they usually only cared for themselves. And my family beat me because they thought I was a freak. What do you think will happen if they discovered us? They would be terrified and would kill us instantly, in a blink of an eye. They might not be powerful themselves, but they have technology and knowledge of science." At Sirius' uncomprehending stare, he explained further, "They have weapons that could kill us by pressing a button. I know what I speak of. It's common Muggle knowledge. I understand that you were mistreated, Orion, but that doesn't mean we should kill them all," said Sirius. He hadn't known that Orion's contempt for Muggles was so deeply rooted, and it made him worry. "I don't say kill them. That would be stupid, since they would retaliate and kill us easily. I just say that I agree with the purebloods about the need for secrecy and segregation. And I also believe that our culture shouldn't be tainted by theirs. I want no culture that allows children to be beaten and BPD to merge with ours," said Orion furiously. His father didn't understand. He didn't understand that Orion still had nightmares about his uncle touching him, and how he would wake up in fright and cry at nights. How he hated himself for being so weak as to fear a Muggle. I can agree with the segregation part, but the purebloods failed to say that Voldemort also wanted to rule over the Muggles. He held the same opinions as Grindelwald, and he believed in our superiority and right to rule over the world. "You can't tell me you agree with that," exclaimed Sirius. Orion decided to be honest. He needed someone with whom he could express his ideas freely. He only hoped his father could understand. He had thought much about it after his father told him about Grindelwald. "I agree to some extent. We are superior because we control nature's magic to our will, and because we have a culture that make us treat each other better." And Orion quickly mended when he saw Sirius was about to argue that point, putting the dark-light conflict aside. Orion continued, but I also accept that Muggles have studied an aspect of nature that we have given for granted. They have science and mathematics that allow them to explain many things. And we could learn from that. But besides that, I really believe that it could be possible for us to rule someday. Not now, because we are too few, but I would like to envision a world where we all live together in peace. Everyone practicing magic freely and without fear of being killed for it. And that can only happen if we control the Muggles. I'm not saying that we should make them our servants or inferiors, just our equals, without them fearing us. At Sirius' dubious expression, Orion pressed the matter further. Don't you see that the world was once like that? Before the times of Merlin, the wizards were highly regarded and occupied revered positions amongst the Muggles. They were the healers, the spiritual leaders, the ones in touch with nature, and both Muggles and wizards lived with each other in acceptance and respect. That's the world I would like to live in. Without hiding who I am and without being threatened because of it. Sirius smiled. You're such an idealist. Then he turned serious, but you can't believe that Voldemort is the one to make it happen. He condoned the torture of Muggles for sports, and Lucius himself admitted that he had a personal vendetta against them. Voldemort seems to want to make them our servants, not our equals. Voldemort wanted to protect us against them. The purebloods told you that he didn't want to wage a war against them because he knew that he would be defeated. Perhaps in the long run he wished, just like myself, that they could be controlled. But his ideas seem similar to mine, and you yourself agree with some. It's his methods you don't like, and that can be changed. If his goals are similar to ours, we could give our alliance in exchange that he listens to our advice about his methods, said Orion. And what makes you think he would listen to you? You're a child and he's a despot that doesn't share power, said Sirius in agitation. He didn't want Orion to truly seek an alliance with the monster. It could backfire very easily, and Voldemort was vicious with his own followers. He couldn't be trusted. True, but he would respect a powerful wizard, and I have time to become one. And you forget that I'm Harry Potter. He must believe I have some power. And if his enemy were to offer him an alliance, do you think he would turn it down? I agree that it's dangerous, but I will be well prepared, said Orion. Your confidence worries me, Orion. How can you say that you will be powerful enough in the future to be able to protect yourself from him? He could just as easily kill you and be done with it. Why would he seek an alliance with you? Said Sirius. His son had very disturbing ideas and disproportionate ambitions. He didn't know where this sudden confidence in his powers was coming from. He was a mere child. Orion resisted the idea of being offended. He knew his father had a valid point, but Sirius hadn't felt what he did when he held his wand. Sirius didn't know how his magic had surged through him and made him aware of his inner magical core. He held his wand every night and concentrated on the feel of his magic. He thought of it as a bottomless well waiting to be exploited. He could feel it coursing through his veins and through his skin. He had tried to find an end to it, but just found that his magic kept expanding when he concentrated long enough. He was determined to keep doing his meditations and keep focusing in his inner core to be able to control such a wealth of magic. He didn't know if other wizards could do the same, but from what he had read in his books, not many wizards were able to use their inner core to such an extent. Many weren't even aware of it and just depended on their silly words and wands for casting magic. And he could already do some wandless magic. He kept practicing it in the solitude of his bedroom and hadn't told Sirius about all that he could do. He let him believe that the accidental magic he had done at the Dursleys had just been a fluke. He felt it was his special secret. He knew he could be powerful, and he was bent on training till exhaustion to reach his goal. When the time comes, if I don't feel powerful enough, I won't approach him, Father. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I won't do anything without fully considering the consequences. But I will prepare myself to the best of my abilities. Sirius was mildly more relaxed. But he still cast a suspicious glance at Orion, who only smiled sweetly back at him. There is something that Lucius told you that I found very peculiar. He said that Voldemort had a personal vendetta against Muggles and that he knew Muggles could easily kill us. It sounds to me as if Voldemort knew Muggles far too well, in comparison to any regular wizard who usually doesn't pay attention to them. It seems to indicate that perhaps Voldemort knew them personally. Maybe even lived with them. Asked Orion. When he had first heard about Lucius' comment, His mind had swirled with possibilities and he had reached the conclusion that Voldemort must have indeed lived with Muggles. And the Muggles must have done something terrible to him to make him hate them. No regular pureblood would live with Muggles or know about how they could easily kill millions. So that only left the options that Voldemort was a Muggle-born, which couldn't be because he was a Parselmouth, or that his magical family had abandoned him, which also seemed unlikely. Perhaps he was a half-blood, like himself, forced to live with his Muggle relatives. It was an interesting idea and would explain his hate towards Muggles. Sirius snorted at his son's idea. Voldemort was a pureblood, he always spouted their beliefs and he would have never lived with Muggles. It's a ridiculous idea, Orion. He was just paranoid and hated them because, as any megalomaniac, he considered them worthless, said Sirius confidently. Orion just nodded, but his suspicions about Voldemort's background remained. It would explain so much. And if he knows about the Muggles' technology, he would be a leader that would consider that factor before attempting anything against them. He wouldn't be like Grindelwald that thought that Muggles could be easily defeated. He would have realistic facts about them and would take his time to plan accordingly. Orion sighed. So many things to think about. He just hoped Voldemort wouldn't turn out to be an insane wizard with delusions of grandeur. That would only set back the Dark Purebloods' goals and they would be in another age of repression against the dark arts. They needed a good leader, capable of rational thought and knowledgeable of both the wizarding and Muggle world. Anyhow, perhaps we are lucky enough and he remains dead. That would give the world a rest, said Sirius hopefully. Orion turned sharply to him, are you for real? And let the dark magic dwindle into nothingness. Even if Voldemort doesn't reappear, and I already told you that all the children at the party expressed their certainty that he would come back because their parents told them so, we can't allow the extinction of the dark families. How can you say that? We are talking about ourselves. I know you don't feel like a dark wizard, but it's in your blood. You cannot escape from it. The only thing you're doing is weakening yourself, and for my part, I have no intention of becoming weak. I won't happily live in a world that considers my magic illegal and labels it as evil. I won't sit still and allow it to happen. Here. Very good, my boy. At last, a black with some spine and sense, said Arcturus Black's portrait, which had remained silent and concentrated on their conversation the whole time. Sirius turned to him and spat, don't you encourage him. I hope you haven't been filling his ears all this time. I can see now from where he's getting his ideas. He is a child and I won't have him being used by the dark side. Orion replied calmly, I have been discussing my ideas with Arcturus, but I'm capable of forming my own opinions and he hasn't tried to brainwash me or anything of the sort. He just told me about his own experience. And besides, the fact that I agree with the dark side's goals doesn't mean I'll be their tool. I just want to help them. To help ourselves since we are part of them. Sirius felt frustrated. Orion was very stubborn and was already forming his ideas on the matter and planning his involvement in the war. He was just a kid and Sirius wanted to spare him that. But he had promised Orion that he would let him make his own decisions. It just seemed that Orion had quickly found his place amongst the dark pureblood families and was content with it. He had never expected Orion to fit in so well. He himself didn't feel comfortable with them. And Orion would always be surrounded by them, and at Durmstrang he'll learn the dark arts. It seemed as if Orion was taking the dark path and he was worried of what his son would become. He was having second thoughts about all the plans they had made. Maybe Orion would be better with Dumbledore. But no, Dumbledore had proved he was just as manipulative as the next. And Orion will need his knowledge of the dark arts in the future. His own blood will demand it from him. He would feel incomplete if he didn't. Just like Sirius had felt for a very long time, but Sirius had made an agreeable trade-off for it. He just hoped he would be there to balance Orion's dark inclinations. The following day, Sirius made arrangements with Lucius for Orion's lessons, and Orion started spending 4 hours of each day with Draco and their tutor. The old tutor was Rai Ragnarok, a well-known dark wizard that spent his retirement days teaching rich pureblood children. He was considered one of the best and was highly sought after. Orion took an immediate liking to him and sometimes spent time talking to him after class. Orion and Draco were having a blast. They competed with each other to be the first to get a spell done right, and they loved to discuss their lessons afterwards, while sharing the delicious food that Narcissa brought for them. Lucius almost never came to see them, but Orion had seen him observing him in class a few times. He wondered what the wizard was up to. Sylvana liked to remain by Orion's side during the lessons, much to his annoyance, but Draco seemed not to mind. He seemed to like hearing Orion speak Parseltongue and always encouraged him to practice it. They had been taught a little bit about potions, arithmancy, ancient runes, charms and transfiguration, and both Orion and Draco excelled in the class. Orion found that he was particularly gifted in transfiguration and charms, while Draco preferred potions and ancient runes. But both of them were very intelligent and did well in all subjects. Usually Orion got the spells right in his first attempt, while it took Draco a short while to manage, but the camaraderie between him and Draco was so good-natured that no hard feelings were born from it. They had just finished a complicated lesson in arithmancy when Ragnarok approached Orion. When the tutor had learned about Orion's Parseltongue abilities, he had been ecstatic and had told him he would try to find some books that would help him. "Orion, I finally have the books I've promised you. They're extremely ancient and they belong to the personal collection of a dear friend of mine. So I'm afraid you can't keep them. But you'll be delighted to know that they're written in Parseltongue. My friend can't read them but values them all the same. You can take them with you for a week to read them," said Ragnarok to Orion, handing him 3 very tattered books. Orion held them with reverence and looked at their titles. He could see the strange letters forming words. He guessed this was Parseltongue in its written form. He read, "Dark spells for the unique Parselmouth, the bloodlines of Salazar Slytherin, and the Parseltongue rituals for the soul." Orion was shocked. Did the owner have any idea of what books were in his possession? These books were exceptional. "Thank you, Master Ragnarok. I will take good care of them," said Orion to his tutor. He knew a spell that could copy books into a blank one and only hoped it would work with these books. There was no way he could fully explore them in a week and he had to have them. "May I ask who the owner is?" Ragnarok gave him a knowingly smile. "Let's just say it's someone who met you and would like to help you out." Orion wondered at that. It can't be any of the purebloods or they would have done a grand show of them giving him these books. So he wondered who it could be. "What did they say? What are their titles?" inquired excitedly Draco. Sometimes he envied Orion for his ability, but they had become such good friends and Orion never boasted about it, so his envy had been quickly subdued. Orion looked at Ragnarok as if asking for his permission and saw the old wizard shake his head. He understood that Ragnarok didn't want anyone else to know about what the books contained. The old man must suspect what they were, but it saddened him to have to lie to Draco. It says the history of Parseltongue, how to take care of magical snakes and the history of Salazar Slytherin. Draco huffed in disappointment. He had expected something more spectacular than that. "Well, that's just boring. I have books in my library about some subjects." Orion just nodded. "Okay, children, let's proceed with our lesson. I want you to accio those cups over there without spilling any water. You already know the wand movements, so let's see it," said Ragnarok. Draco had bought his wand at Ollivander's in England and had proudly told his tutor and Orion that it had a dragon heart string as its core and that it was good for dark arts and potions. When Orion had shown his wand to Ragnarok, the old wizard hadn't touched it, just looked at it in reverence and refrained from any comment. When Draco asked him about his core, Orion just said it had Phoenix's tears. Given Ragnarok's reaction to the wand and what Grigorovich had told him about it, he felt it was best to keep the information about his wand to himself. Orion quickly succeeded in calling the cup to him without spilling its contents and waited patiently for Draco to finish. When the lesson was over, Draco rushed to give his father a full account of what he had learned and Orion stayed with Ragnarok. "Excuse me, Master Ragnarok. I was wondering if I could speak to you about something," said Orion. Ragnarok replied, "Yes Orion, go ahead." "Well, you see, most of the spells you have taught us are very interesting, but I was wondering if you could perhaps teach us to do them wandlessly or at least non-verbally," said Orion. To be truthful, he was becoming bored with the lessons and wanted to try more complicated wandless magic than the one he did during his nightly practices, and Ragnarok could help him with it. Ragnarok looked at him strangely and said, "You wouldn't be able to do wandless or non-verbal magic yet. You're too young to have enough control over your magic to succeed." Orion became nervous. Should he reveal that he could already do some of the spells wandlessly? He didn't want anyone to know and he couldn't be sure Ragnarok wouldn't tell anyone else. He decided to take a risk and hoped that the wizard wouldn't be offended by his request. Could I tell you a secret? Would you take a wizard's oath so that I may tell you about it? Ragnarok looked at him in surprise and curiosity. He had heard from his good friend that he would find the boy intriguing and special. But what the boy was implying about his magic couldn't be true. He was far too young. But considering the wand he had, maybe it could be possible. He decided that he should help the boy, so he agreed to the oath. He promised not to discuss what Orion was about to tell him or the extent of Orion's magic with anyone, and waited in anticipation for what the boy was about to reveal. Thank you for trusting me, Master Ragnarok. I asked you about wandless magic because I can already do some, and I wanted to further my practices with more complicated spells. I'm practicing by myself but find it hard to do some spells, and I'm sure that with your help I can learn faster. Will you help me? Asked Orion pleadingly. Ragnarok's mind whirled. His friend had been right. This boy would be extraordinary. Such control in such a young one. Could he be the one? He didn't dare to hope. If he was, it was his duty to help the boy. He had pledged to do so a long time ago. Yes, I can help you. But no one must know about this. Not even your father. Have you told anyone? He asked urgently. Orion looked at him in surprise. There was much more that the old man wasn't telling him. He had seen his face quickly change expressions, and he couldn't quite decipher the meaning of it. No, I haven't told anyone, and I don't plan to either. Ragnarok relaxed. Good, good. I can teach you, but not with the other boy. We must do it alone and no one must find out. I'll think about a way to meet without anyone discovering it, and I'll let you know. Orion smiled happily. Thank you, I'll do my best to learn it quickly. I'm sure you will, murmured Ragnarok. The rest of the day was spent flying with Draco and talking about the first Quidditch match they had already organized for the weekend. They were very excited and had been practicing together. Draco was a very good seeker, and Orion enjoyed his time with him thoroughly. He had never had a best friend before, and Draco was quickly becoming one. He was going to miss him at Durmstrang. Draco had already pleaded with his mother, and while Lucius had lent him his support, Narcissa had been adamant, and Draco had to admit defeat and accept that he was going to Hogwarts. Orion tried to cheer him up by telling him some of the Marauders' tales about the castle, without mentioning the map, the cloak, or their animagus abilities, of course, and Draco soon became excited about going to Hogwarts. Orion was also very interested in Hogwarts and just wished he could see it someday. From what his father had told him, it was a very ancient castle with a lot of secrets, and he would like to be able to explore it. He also wondered about what had happened to the cloak and the map. Sirius told him that the map had been confiscated by Filch and was still in his possession, and thankfully the squib didn't have any idea about the map's properties. And Sirius told Orion that he suspected that the cloak was in Dumbledore's possession, since the old man had asked James for the cloak before his death and never returned it. It had just made Orion madder. That cloak was legally his. He might not be James Potter's son, but he had the legal right over his vaults and belongings due to his Harry Potter identity. Just one more thing against Dumbledore. He wondered if Dumbledore would have given him the cloak back if he had continued being Harry Potter. He had read about invisibility cloaks, and he found them to be an interesting magical object. He would have to try to get it back, since they were few in existence and very expensive. The following weekend found Orion, Draco and their friends laughing and flying into each other in their attempts to beat the other team at Quidditch. Viktor Vlonsky wasn't lying when he said he liked violence. The boy was an excellent beater and had almost knocked Draco off his broom. Crabbe and Goyle didn't do much except try to throw bludgers at Orion, but they were too slow to be any threat. Kara ended up being a very good chaser, and Orion's team was winning thanks to her. Theodore was a regular keeper but still managed to stop some of Kara's incoming quaffles. Millicent was a far better keeper and had stopped many of Evander's attempts, earning Draco's remark that the match was unfair because Orion had the best players. Which only caused Theodore's and Evander's mutiny against him, and the match was won by Orion when Draco was too busy defending himself from his teammates' anger. When the match was over, Orion flew towards Pansy, Blaze, and Calypso, who were lounging on the grass while they watched the game. Pansy had been shouting encouragements at Draco the whole time, and Blaze had been taunting him all the while. Calypso had remained completely uninterested and was currently reading a book. Orion dropped from his broom in mid-flight and landed by Calypso's side. What are you reading that has you so interested? Asked Orion. I'm reading about parselmouths, said Calypso calmly turning to look at him. Orion raised his eyebrows. And what have you found? The girl was like a bloodhound after a scent every time something piqued her curiosity. That it's impossible for you to be one. The black bloodline never had the parselmouth ability and neither did the Valcroix, replied Calypso. At Orion's silence she continued, aren't you curious about how you can be one? By all accords you couldn't be. I haven't found anything that could explain it. Orion smiled at her, of course I'm curious. But I have already researched it and haven't found anything either. I'm just going to accept it and keep reading and perhaps someday I'll discover something. But right now I'm more concerned about learning how to use it than the source for it. Calypso sighed and nodded in understanding, I guess you're right. You should be practicing and taking advantage of it. I could ask my father if he knows of any books in Parseltongue for you. I doubt it because they're few and very expensive, but perhaps he knows of some. Thank you, I would like that, said Orion. Now tell me about Durmstrang. Evander and Victor couldn't tell me much and Kara says that you're the one that knows all its secrets. Calypso gave a small snort, hardly, and besides I can't tell you much about it. It is prohibited for the ones who know about Durmstrang to tell others. You will find out when you get there. Orion rolled his eyes, I'm not asking about the wards or the way we get sorted, I just want to know a little bit more. Knowing where it is, for example. Calypso thought about it, perhaps I could tell you that since you'll be going in a few months. It's on Bornholm Island, which is part of Denmark's Hogstaden region. The island belongs to Denmark but it's on the Baltic Sea, off the coast of Sweden's tip. You'll have to travel to St. Petersburg and take a ship there to Bornholm. It only has wizarding towns since Muggle repealing spells were cast on the island a long time ago. It's usually very cold but you'll get used to it soon. Thank you, it's good to know. I'll have to bring my extra pair of socks, said Orion with a wink. Calypso gave a small laugh and rolled her eyes just as Draco approached them and sat in the middle, pulling them apart. So, what are you talking about? Asked Draco to the pair. Orion smirked at him, can't tell, Durmstrang's secret. Draco huffed in annoyance, fine, we'll see if you'll receive any letters from me when I'm at Hogwarts. He didn't like to be kept in the dark, and much less when it was about secrets between Orion and Calypso. Blaze, who was listening to their conversation, piped in. Come, Draco. You'll be too busy taking proper care of your little wife to spend time writing to your friends. Orion sniggered and Draco turned angrily at them, will you stop it already? It's not funny. Of course it is, Drakey Poo, said Orion with a smirk. That made Evander and Victor, which were just arriving, explode into laughter, and Kara and Calypso break into giggles. Pansy just glared at Orion. Orion had already heard Pansy's endearment for Draco and couldn't help himself from tormenting the poor boy. Following Ragnarok's plan, Orion told his father that he needed extra lessons in potions and that the tutor would be coming on weekends to Black Manor to teach him. So Orion spent his weeks with Draco in his regular classes, attending dinners and soirees, and playing with his friends, and used his weekends to practice his wandless magic with Ragnarok and reading the Parseltongue books that he had successfully copied. It was already March and he had advanced greatly in his wandless magic. His lessons with Ragnarok had already ended, since the old wizard only taught during the holidays, but he could already do all the first-year spells and had much more control on his magic than before. But he still thought that it wasn't enough. He hadn't cast any dark arts spells yet, though he had read about them, and he longed to be able to learn them and cast them wandlessly. But Ragnarok had refused to teach him the dark arts. He said he first needed to learn the light spells and keep practicing control over his magic before immersing himself in the dark arts, since they required much more powerful magic and discipline, and if he started too soon it would be disastrous for him. So Orion obeyed him and limited his studies of the dark arts to reading about spells in the vast black library. Orion had finished reading The Bloodlines of Salazar Slytherin. The author of the book never gave his name, but the book had been written in the 1700s. The author had concluded that Slytherin's line was going to become extinguished when he died, since he was the last remaining of that line and couldn't sire any progeny. The last family of Slytherin's descent, besides the authors, had been the Gounts, which, according to the author's research, had died in poverty and not much had been known about them. The author also mentioned that Salazar Slytherin was rumored to have had a bastard child with a Muggle woman, though it was never proved, and the author thought it was only a rumor made to discredit the wizard since his anti-Muggle ideas were well known. Orion had thought a lot about what the book had said. If what the author said was true, from which family did Voldemort come from? He couldn't be the author's descendant, so that only left the possibility that he was either a Gaunt or that he was a Muggle-born, descendant of Slytherin's Muggle bastard child, if the rumors were true. He wondered that no one had researched about Voldemort's family before. But he guessed that he was one of the few lucky ones to have a book like this and be able to read it. At the Black Library, most of the books on Salazar Slytherin's line only covered until the 1600s, saying that the bloodlines had diluted after that and that they were untraceable. Those books didn't even mention the Gaunts. So, was Voldemort a Gaunt or a Muggle born with diluted Slytherin blood? Orion thought that it would make sense if Voldemort had been a Muggle born. That would explain the wizard's knowledge of Muggles, since he doubted the Gaunts would had ever interacted with Muggles. They were supposedly very proud of their ancestry and never socialized outside of their family, not even with other purebloods. But if he had been a Muggle-born, how had Voldemort discovered that he was Slytherin's heir? He must have based his descendancy on something more than just being a Parselmouth. Orion couldn't arrive to a convincing conclusion. Today was the last day of the winter season and Sirius and Orion were at Constantine Cavser's ball. As usual, Sirius was part of the group of wizards he had been introduced to at the Malfoys, gathering, and Orion was with his group of friends. Pansy, Millicent, Theodore and Blaise had been happily talking about Hogwarts, while Kara, Evander and Victor were discussing what they knew about Durmstrang. Calypso remained quiet when they annoyed her to disclose more information on Durmstrang, and Draco moodily scowled at Pansy whenever she pestered him. Draco had been in a bad mood these last few days and Orion could tell that the boy was still very angry at being forced to go to Hogwarts. Orion turned to Draco and gave him a warm smile. "Draco, come on. Hogwarts is fascinating and you'll have a good time." Draco turned at him glowering. "Yes, but you'll be going to Durmstrang and you'll be learning the dark arts. I'll be stuck at Hogwarts with the old coot and won't be able to cast a simple dark arts spell without being removed from the school. It's not fair." Orion sighed. He understood his friend. He would feel the same if his father made him go to Hogwarts. He would hate the limitations that Dumbledore would impose on him and would resent the fact that he wouldn't be able to practice his magic freely. "I know, Draco, but your father has already promised you that during the holidays he will teach you the dark arts and I'll write to you telling you all that I'm being taught. I wish I could send you some of my books, but it would be dangerous for you if someone found them. But when we meet I can show you the spells and we can practice them together." Draco gave him a small smile. Will you write to me every day and tell me about all the dark arts spell that you learn?" Orion laughed. "Maybe not every single day, but I'll write as often as I can. And I expect you to do the same. I'm very curious about Hogwarts and I'll want to know everything about it. Of course I'll write to you. It will be very boring there without you," ended Draco in a small voice. Orion hugged him tightly and whispered against Draco's neck, "I'll miss you a lot too. You're my best friend. My first and only best friend." Draco tightened the hug and softly replied, "Thank you. You're also my best friend." Draco released Orion from the hug and said excitedly, "I can't wait till the holidays. You'll have to teach me everything. Don't leave anything out. Drakey, you haven't started school yet and you're already looking forward to the holidays," whined Pansy. Draco rolled his eyes. "Yes, I gather that I'll be learning much more interesting things during my holidays with Father and Orion than at school. The old coot should be removed. He's truly messing with our education." Here," said Blaise and Theodore, grinning. Draco turned smugly at them. "Father says that he'll do anything in his power to get Dumbledore sacked. He's part of the school's board of governors, you know," said Draco proudly. Blaise rolled his eyes. "We know, Draco," and he continued mockingly, "Your father is wonderful, powerful, perfect, wise. The paragon of pureblood masculinity and pureness," continued Orion, grinning. "The man envied by all wizards and sought after by all witches," continued Blaise, winking conspiratorially at Orion. Kara and Calypso giggled. "The role model to all of us, lesser wizards. To be admired and worshipped," said dramatically Orion. The rest of the group, excluding Pansy, sniggered. Draco smacked Orion's head. "Well, it's all true," huffed Draco in annoyance. Blaze took any opportunity to taunt Draco, but it bothered him that Orion would do so as well. His father was truly one of the most important and powerful purebloods and commanded respect and envy wherever he went. And Draco wanted to be just like him. He didn't understand why Orion didn't share his awe for his father. He knew Orion respected Lucius, but he wasn't intimidated by him. And his father was always asking him questions about Orion and his abilities. He had told his father about their lessons and that Orion was a fast learner, but he hadn't seen Orion do anything extraordinary. He wondered at his father's interest in his friend. "Of course it is, Drakey," said Pansy, glaring at Blaze and Orion and petting Draco's head. "Don't listen to them. They're just jealous. Mother says that the Malfoys are the most distinguished pureblood family." "Get off, Pansy," snapped Draco, removing his head from Pansy's clutches. Was he ever going to be free from Pansy? If she could just be his friend, he would like her so much better. She was always defending him and mindlessly agreeing at anything he said. It was really annoying. The rest just laughed at the pair. Orion turned to Calypso, that was looking with amusement at Pansy and Draco. He had developed a very deep friendship with her. In every gathering they took their time to speak with each other, and they discussed many of their ideas about the wizarding world. Draco sometimes interrupted them, but soon became bored and left them with their discussions. They had read almost the same books and liked to challenge each other in debates. Orion had found out that she was also expecting to be involved in the war, since her father would probably join Voldemort and she wanted to be there for him. She was planning on being prepared for it and wanted to excel in the dark arts. He agreed and basically told her the same. So they had already agreed on studying and training together at Durmstrang. "When are you leaving?" he asked. Calypso turned to him with a smile. "I'm leaving tomorrow. Father wants to spend some time at Rosier Manor before returning to Durmstrang. We don't go there much and I'm dying to see it again." Orion nodded. It must be hard for Romulus Rosier to return to the place where his wife and brother were killed, but he understood Calypso's desire to see the manor again, to be able to see her mother's things. "I'm glad for you. I hope you'll write to me frequently. I'll miss our discussions. I'll be very bored without your smart remarks." "I'll miss you greatly," he said, smiling at her. Calypso blushed lightly and quietly replied, "Thank you. I'll miss you too. But we'll see each other soon at Durmstrang. It's only 5 months away." She enjoyed her time with Orion above anything else. She liked the others as well, but they usually didn't take an interest in what she had to say, and she had found in Orion an intelligent and responsive friend with the same interests as her. She had to admit that she was developing a little crush for him, but how could she not? He was very nice and gentle with her, had a sharp mind that molded with hers perfectly, and had read as much as her, which was rare indeed. He was also very handsome, and she could see that he would become someone powerful. His Parseltongue abilities already gave him an advantage over others. Evander, Kara and Victor turned to them. "Have you gotten anything else out of her?" asked Victor to Orion with a smirk. "She only seems to reveal her deepest secrets to you." Calypso turned red. "I do not. I've told him the same as I did to you. Where Durmstrang is and how to get there. Information you'll be getting in your letters soon, so I don't know why you keep asking." "You know I can't tell you anything else," said Calypso in exasperation. "Don't ruffle your feathers, Callie," said Evander. "He only said it to see you blush prettily," he told her with a wink. Calypso huffed. "Fine, but don't call me Callie or I'll return the favor and call you Evie," she said, smirking. She knew Evander hated that name. He always whined that he was too manly to have such a nickname. Evander took her hand and gallantly kissed it. "Deal, my blushing princess. I'll never again ruin such a beautiful name as yours." Victor turned to the group. "So, are you all ready for Durmstrang?" "Well, we can't prepare for much, can we? We barely know anything about it. And they haven't sent us yet the list with the books," said Kara. "We know that they'll teach us the dark arts and maybe some of its more obscure branches," said Orion. Victor turned to him. "Do you think that the rumors are true? That they teach necromancy to the older years?" He then looked at Calypso expectantly, which only caused her to set her mouth into a thin line and give him a scowl. Orion replied, "I don't know, but it would be great if they did. It's the least known of the dark arts and I have read that only some possess the ability to learn it. But I haven't found many references in our library." Victor nodded. "Yes. I asked my father and he couldn't tell me much either. Just that necromancers are very few and they never disclose who they are. We might even know one but would never find out because they would never admit it. It makes sense. If dark wizards are already looked upon with suspicion and fear, imagine how necromancers would be treated. Everyone fears them because we know so little about it and because they supposedly hold a lot of power that only they can control, said Orion excitedly. Necromancers were a real mystery to him and he was very curious about them. Imagine the power that they must have. They must manipulate Earth's magic directly to open a gate to the spirit world. It was truly amazing and mind-boggling. Well, I must admit that even I fear them. We know absolutely nothing about them and their values, and their magic must be the darkest, said Kara with a shiver. You're speaking like a light witch, said Calypso, at which Kara flinched as if deeply insulted. That their magic is the darkest only means that they're more attuned to their core magic and the true source of dark magic. There's no reason to fear them because of that. They're dark wizards just like us, only powerful enough to manage that kind of magic. Orion nodded in agreement. Yes, it can only be a measure of their powers. Maybe there were more of them before our bloodlines started to weaken. And I don't think we should be concerned about their values either. We haven't heard of any necromancer that has started killing everyone, have we? They seem to keep to themselves without bothering the rest. So I see no reason to fear them. Indeed, they should be respected. The rest nodded while Kara looked uncertain still. Well, there's no use in speculating anyways. If they teach necromancy it will be in the latest years, when we have already managed the dark arts, said Victor. Evander nodded, yes, but I wonder what else they teach. I guess that the regular classes and perhaps rituals or something of the sort. Maybe blood magic, said Orion. Victor nodded, yes, it could be, then he continued more excited, but I'm sure that they have a dueling club. I have heard the rumor many times and it must be true since the graduates from Durmstrang are always very good fighters. The group murmured excitedly at that. That would be so much fun, exclaimed Evander. What's going to be fun? Asked Draco to the group. He had been all this time talking about Hogwarts with the others and now the two groups were merging back together. That we will be having a dueling club at Durmstrang, said Victor with a smirk. Draco huffed, I'm sure Hogwarts also has one, they couldn't forget about such an important thing. Orion tried to defuse the situation before Draco turned angry at having to go to Hogwarts. I'm sure you're right. Dumbledore wouldn't be so fool as to not prepare his students for the reality outside the school. Whether in peace or war, a wizard must always learn how to defend himself. Draco seemed placated. Yes, I'm sure Hogwarts will have one, he said confidently, and then we can match Durmstrang and Hogwarts by dueling with each other during the holidays. We could have a tournament of our own. The boys, Calypso and Millicent murmured excitedly about the possibility. But that'll be so boring. We can do much better things during our holidays, Draco, said Pansy. Millicent rolled her eyes. It's the best way to practice our spells, Pansy. But it isn't dignified for a lady to duel. My mother told me that only low-class witches would dirty their hands so. Dueling is for wizards, cried Pansy. Calypso snorted. What exactly is a witch allowed to do then? According to your mother, a proper witch can hardly do anything except sit at her home sipping her tea. Pansy glared at her and assumed a dignified air. Perhaps being raised by a wizard hasn't given you the proper background for a pureblood witch. I'm sure your dead mother would be appalled at the education that your father has given you. Pansy barely ended her sentence when Calypso was already standing and shouting, don't you dare say anything against my father. You stupid cow. She was about to leap at Pansy when Orion quickly intercepted her in a hug and whispered to her ear, don't listen to her. Your father has brought you up to be a great independent witch. Orion cast a meaningful glance at Draco, who took the hint and pulled Pansy to a side. Calypso whispered back, still shaking in anger, she thinks that witches are only useful to sit at home, be breeding mares and watch the grass grow. Do you think like her? She asked uncertainly. Orion calmly replied while he stroked her beautiful black hair, of course not. Don't pay attention to her. She was raised to be a frivolous pureblood wife. You can't compare yourself to her. I know you'll be a great witch. I'll be proud of having you standing by my side in any duel. Calypso turned her head up to look at him, thank you. I know you mean it. Of course I do, Calypso. You're the smartest witch I have ever met and your drive alone will make you excel, he said sincerely. Calypso brightly smiled at him. Soon after the guests started leaving the party and Sirius came to Orion to tell him it was time to go home. He bid farewell to his friends with promises of writing soon and he gave Draco and Calypso tight hugs. The months rolled by and Orion was sorely missing his friends. Ares had been extremely busy flying back and forth with Orion's letters to Draco and Calypso. Orion spent most of his time practicing all that he had learned with Ragnarok, especially his wandless magic. His animagus training was also turning out very well and he had managed to transform his arms into wings and his feet into claws. He was having trouble with the head and the rest of his body but he knew that he would get it soon with patience and practice. He had started reading dark spells for the unique Parselmouth, which had been written by Seth Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin's great-grandson according to the bloodlines of Salazar Slytherin. But he found that many of the spells were very advanced and that he couldn't continue without knowing more about the dark arts. So he postponed reading the last two Parseltongue books until his second year at Durmstrang, hoping that he would have the knowledge required to better understand the books. Sirius had kept busy with his business affairs with the goblins and other purebloods. Now that he was the head of the Black family, he had the duty of increasing their wealth and acquiring power through business deals. He was doing a fair job and sometimes took the time to explain to Orion his dealings. On July 31st, Sirius took Orion to Paris to celebrate his 11th birthday. They couldn't risk going into Wizarding Paris so they spent their time in the Muggle side. Orion had loved the city instantly. Sirius took him to the Louvre where they spent hours looking at old Egyptian artifacts, some of which were magical objects which the Muggles were blissfully unaware of, but not important enough to make the French Ministry of Magic acquire them. In the evening they went to the opera and Sirius gave Orion a small ring with the black crest. He explained that it was a family heirloom that by tradition was given to the heir of the family in his 11th birthday. Sirius had explained that it had been his before he was disinherited and that it had been kept at the Black family vaults ever since. Orion had loved it and wore it in the pinky finger of his right hand, he never took it off. When they reached Black Manor in Moscow, Orion saw that his friends had sent him presents. Calypso had given him some books that she had mentioned and that he hadn't read and Draco had sent to him Sylvana. In his letter he said that the snake had been in a foul mood ever since they left Moscow and that he thought that Orion would take better care of her. Sylvana was ecstatic when she crept out of her basket and saw Orion. He soon became used to walking around with her snuggly curled around his arm. Sirius had been a little nervous about the snake at first, but when he saw that the snake seemed to adore the boy, he became more relaxed. In August, Orion finally received his Durmstrang letter specifying the things he would need to buy for his first year. They bought the books and robes in Wizarding Moscow. Durmstrang's robes were thick dark burgundy robes lined with fur and they had Durmstrang's coat of arms on the right-hand side of the chest. Durmstrang's coat of arms was a dark blue shield with a yellow wyvern, which was a dragon with two bird-like legs and a barbed tail. He also bought the short cape for formal occasions and several dragon-hide black boots. Today was August 30th and Sirius and Orion were traveling tomorrow to St. Petersburg, where Orion will be meeting with Evander, Kara and Victor, along with the rest of the first years, to take the ship that would take them to Bornholm. Orion had everything packed and was currently sitting on his bed petting Sylvana and thinking excitedly about tomorrow. He was nervous about the sorting. No one knew how they would be sorted into the different houses. They didn't even know what the houses were, or if there were houses at all. Sirius had explained the sorting hat and Hogwarts houses to Orion a while ago and he wondered if Durmstrang would be similar. Calypso had been absolutely lip-tight about it. Orion started playing with his locket. He still held it during the nights and still felt the power coming from it. He had debated a long time when he should open it. Even Sylvana had been hissing at him to open it and get over with it. He took it and looked at it. The S formed by the snake was continuously moving and it had a hypnotic effect on him. He decided to open it now, in for a canute, in for a galleon, as the saying goes. He slowly opened the locket and looked inside. It had a small portrait of a good-looking young man in his early 20s with wavy black hair and intense dark blue eyes that were inspecting him. "Who are you?" asked the young man briskly. Orion was startled. He hadn't expected it to be a magical portrait. He had never seen one so small. But he could see now that the young man was moving and there seemed to be a room behind him. "I'm Orion Black, who are you?" "A Black," The portrait asked without answering. He seemed to be frowning. You shouldn't be able to open me. Only I can open this locket, he said, looking suspiciously at Orion. You? What do you mean? Like the real living you? Asked Orion in confusion. The young man glared. Of course, the living me. Now tell me, how did you come upon this locket? He asked demandingly. Orion was starting to get annoyed. There was no reason for the portrait to be mad at him. I'm not telling you anything until you tell me who you are. I've already told you my name, it's only fair that you tell me yours. Unless you want me to snap you shut. The young wizard scowled and seemed to be considering something. After a while, he assumed a calm expression and said, I'm Tom Marvolo Riddle. The young wizard scowled and seemed to be considering something. After a while, he assumed a calm expression and said, I'm Tom Marvolo Riddle. Well, that's a very common Muggle name, Orion thought, except the middle name. Where have I seen the name Marvolo before? He was interrupted out of his musings. Well, are you going to tell me how it is that a child like you has my locket? Asked Tom impatiently. Orion glared at him. I'm not a child. Huffed indignantly Orion. He honestly didn't consider himself one. He felt he had lived through many things that had made him mature quickly. The weight on his shoulders of being the boy who lived in his place in the war only intensified the feeling that he was far too old for his age. Tom elegantly snorted, Come now, boy. You must be like 9 years old. Orion indignantly replied, I'm 11. And I've never felt like a child in my life. Never mind, said Tom, waving his hand dismissively, just tell me how you obtained my locket. Orion was about to reply when Sylvana peeked her head out of his cuff and hissed, Ah, well done, little master. You finally opened the locket. I don't know why I took the trouble. Hess, extremely annoying. I'll have to reconsider opening it again, Orion hissed back moodily. He heard Tom give a small gasp. Here we go again, thought Orion. He had started to become extremely annoyed every time someone discovered he was a parcelmouth. They always gasped and looked at him weirdly. He looked at Tom and saw that he was fiercely scrutinizing him with his dark blue eyes. You're a parcelmouth, he said pensively. Then he asked, Are you my descendant? Orion stood still. His descendant? Why would he think, you're a parcelmouth as well? That's why you think we're related. Tom smirked at him, I am. And that's the only reason I can come up with to explain that you were able to open me. Wow, I've never met another parcelmouth before. Everyone believes I'm the only one that's left, said Orion excitedly. Another one just like him. Amazing. Perhaps he could teach him some spells. Tom sharply looked at him. What do you mean, boy? Isn't there any other dark wizard with parseltongue abilities? Think, boy. Orion snapped at him. None that are alive. Tom paled and Orion smirked at him in sudden realization. Oh, he knew now what Tom had wanted to know. It was too evident. You were thinking about Voldemort, weren't you? Tom whipped his head to look at him fiercely and grunted, Yes. What do you know about him? Orion calmly regarded Tom. Why was he so interested in knowing about Voldemort? Why do you care? Just answer me, you little runt, said Tom in agitation. Orion merely raised his eyebrow. He held all the cards here. First tell me why you want to know and I'll tell you all I know about him. Tom scowled at him. I knew him back in my time. I just want to know what happened to him, he ended calmly. You were one of his followers. What was he like? Said Orion, unable to conceal his enthusiasm. Maybe he could learn more about Voldemort through Tom. Tom smirked at him. Why? Are you interested in him? Of course I am. He was one of the greatest dark wizards to have lived, exclaimed Orion. Tom's smirk widened in amusement. Was he now? And you want to be just like him? He said mockingly. Orion rolled his eyes. Of course not. One Dark Lord is enough. I just want to help him, said Orion sincerely. He had made the decision of being honest. A locket that could be only opened by him, according to Tom, assured him that it wouldn't be able to tell anyone else about what Orion discussed with him. Tom turned serious. What do you mean help him? Just tell me what happened to him. Orion sighed. He was killed 10 years ago. It was during the height of the war. He attacked the Potters and when he cast the killing curse on their 1-year-old son it rebounded on him and killed him instantly. Tom frowned and turned silent. He seemed to be pondering about something. He turned to Orion. Why didn't the spell affect the baby? Did he have any special powers? Maybe, said Orion, hiding a smile. Nobody really knows what happened that night, but the baby survived and Voldemort died. Tom smirked at him and quietly said, "Oh, he's not dead." Orion frowned at him. "Most of us don't believe he is, but why do you think so?" "Us? Who is us?" asked Tom curiously. "The Dark Wizards, of course. The majority believe that he will return sooner or later and they're only waiting for him," replied Orion. Tom gave a true smile that seemed to illuminate his face. "So he still has his followers." "Some of them, yes. Many were sent to Azkaban or went into hiding. They had a really tough time when he died," said Orion sadly. "That will be remedied when he returns," said Tom confidently. "But how are you so sure that he'll return?" asked Orion frowning. Tom smirked and just replied, "I know he will." Orion huffed in exasperation and decided to ask what had been on his mind. "Were you one of his followers?" "I was," said Tom tersely. "And what happened to you?" asked Orion. "Oh, I must be living out there somewhere," replied Tom with a superior smirk. And then turned serious. "You haven't told me why you have this locket and why you're able to open it." Orion sighed. "I'm not related to you. I'm a black and I've never seen your name on our family tree. I found the locket in our house." Tom frowned in thought and looked searchingly at Orion. Why was the locket at a black house? Orion shrugged. "I don't know. Why does it matter so much? Maybe you gave it away as a present or something." Tom snorted. "I would never give away my locket." Orion turned with sharp eyes at him. "And why not? What's so special about you?" Tom's face turned blank. "Nothing. I just know I would never give it away. I liked it too much." Orion snorted. "Come on, do you really think I'm that stupid? You're no regular locket. I can feel the power coming from you." Tom regarded him seriously. "Can you?" Orion looked at him expressionless. "Yes, I'm always able to perceive the magic around me." And you're a parselmouth and you're able to open it. "Though you're a black," said Tom eyeing him with curiosity. Orion merely nodded. He was thinking about what Tom had told him. He had been a follower of Voldemort and seemed to know about him, and he had had Slytherin's locket, and was named Marvolo, and a parselmouth as well. Orion gasped and turned his eyes to look at Tom. "You're a Gaunt," he exclaimed. "The Gaunts used the name Marvolo occasionally to name their sons, and they were parselmouths, and you had Slytherin's locket. You're a Gaunt and must be related to Voldemort," he said victoriously. Tom raised his eyebrows in surprise. How could the little boy come so near the truth? At first he had considered the boy an impudent brat that had luckily found his locket somewhere and had been able to open it by accident. It had greatly concerned him that the locket had been taken from its safe place. But then the boy turned out to be a parselmouth, powerful enough to sense the dark magic of the locket. It had been clear to him that the boy was special somehow if he could open the locket as well. According to the boy, they weren't related, but then why could he open it? And then the boy was able to piece together the small pieces of the puzzle and reach the conclusion that he was a Gaunt related to Voldemort. He would have to be careful with what he said, or the boy could easily discover that he was a part of Voldemort himself. Orion had kept on ranting. "But why would you call yourself Riddle? Why didn't you keep the Gaunt name?" Tom scowled at him and snapped, "That's none of your business." Orion looked at him speculatively. "And you have a Muggle name, you're a half-blood," he said in sudden realization. "I never thought the Gaunts would mingle with Muggles. So my theory was correct. Voldemort must have been a Gaunt as well. And he was a half-blood too. That would explain everything," he said excitedly. Tom glowered at him. The boy was too smart for his own good. He had to keep him off track. Voldemort wasn't a half-blood. He said indignantly, "I admit that I'm a Gaunt and a half-blood, but he was a pureblood." Orion cocked his head to a side. "Then how are you related?" Tom calmed himself. "He was a distant cousin." Orion looked at him suspiciously. "What was his real name?" Tom snarled, "I don't have to tell you. You have pestered me enough with your questions." Orion flinched. He had been so excited that he hadn't thought that he was being inconsiderate towards Tom. He wanted Tom to like him. He could tell him more about Voldemort and he felt he could be honest with him. "I'm sorry," he said in a small voice. "I didn't want to upset you. But I've always been fascinated by Voldemort and I just wanted to know more about him. But I won't ask questions that you don't want to answer." Tom sighed warily. He needed the boy on his side. He was in his hands after all, and the boy was very promising. And he had to bid his time until his other self obtained a body. He had to be alive somewhere if the locket still existed. Perhaps he could concede a little bit. Look, I don't like to discuss Voldemort's background. I'll just tell you that he was a Gaunt, you have uncovered as much after all. And he was a distant cousin. I'll make you a deal, you tell me about all that happened in the war into Voldemort and I'll tell you more about him. Orion smiled at him. Very well, it's a deal. Orion gave a small yawn, but we'll have to continue another day. It's very late and tomorrow I'm going to Durmstrang. A wise choice. But why didn't you go to Hogwarts? Asked Tom. Orion snorted, and be under Dumbledore's thumb. No thank you. Tom laughed lightly at that. I see that we share the same opinion on him. Then he asked gravely, so the old man is still alive? Orion looked at him. Yes, he is. Did you know him? Did you attend Hogwarts? Tom just grunted with resentment. Yes, I knew him. Orion decided not to press the matter further. Good night, Tom, I'll see you soon. Good night, Orion, whispered Tom as Orion closed the locket. He hung it on his chest and soon peacefully fell asleep. The next day Sirius and Orion apparated to Wizarding St. Petersburg and they were currently surrounded by a sea of children with parents seeing them off. There was a great old ship docked waiting for the first years to board and the line had already formed. Orion was looking through the crowd and he had already caught sight of Evander and Victor. Orion turned to his Sirius. Father, I can see my friends. I promised them I would find them so that we boarded together. Sirius sighed. The time had come to make their separate ways and he was a little bit concerned about how Orion would change once he started studying the dark arts at Durmstrang. He had been telling himself that it was the best option but he still felt uneasy about the whole thing. If only he could have convinced Orion to go to Hogwarts. He had mentioned it briefly to him and Orion had adamantly refused and had never wanted to discuss it again. Sirius tightly hugged his son and said, I want you to write to me often and tell me if you have any problems. Yes, father. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, murmured Orion against his father's chest. Sirius gently stroked his head. I know. It's just that I won't be seeing you for 4 months and I've grown used to having you around. I will miss you. Orion tightened the hug. I'll miss you too. But we'll see each other on Christmas. I'll be coming to Black Manor and we'll spend all our time together. Sirius nodded, broke the hug and said grinning, well, have a lot of fun at school and write to me if you want to prank one of the teachers. I can give you excellent ideas. Orion rolled his eyes and smiled. I'll doubt that I'll have time for pranking but if I get the urge I'll be sure to plan it with you. Sirius exclaimed with a horrified mock expression, there's always time for pranking. Orion smiled and reached to Key. His father lightly on his cheek. Take care, father. And promise me you'll tell me about how you're doing with the purebloods. Sirius smiled back, it's a piece of cake. But don't worry, I'll tell you all about it. Well, go on, your friends are waiting. Orion hugged him quickly one more time and placed Sylvana around his neck, since she had told him she had a better view from there. He took his trunk and Ares' cage and went to meet Evander and Victor. The sea journey lasted 2 hours and Victor, Evander, Kara and Orion had spent the time playing exploding snaps in one of the ship's rooms. There were about 30 first years and they had all formed little groups and were playing or talking in different tables. When they finally reached Bornholm, an old witch received them and organized them into carriages that took them to Durmstrang. They had met with Calypso on the landing and had taken a carriage with her. When they reached the school, Orion was in awe. Durmstrang was a very old dark medieval castle with innumerable towers and extensive lands. He instantly felt the magic of the castle tingling on his skin and he had never felt such a concentrated power emanating from a single place before. All the first years were animatedly talking to each other discussing the castle and what little they knew about it. Orion heard one of the boys say that supposedly it had been founded during the age of Merlin and that it was one of the oldest castles in existence, much older than Hogwarts. Soon, the great wooden doors opened and a middle-aged black-haired wizard with a severe expression strode towards them. Welcome, children. I'm Master Devon Cragen, Durmstrang's potion master. Follow me into the great hall and we'll get you sorted. Leave your things behind, the elves will take them to your chambers once you're sorted, he said, while turning around to go back into the castle. The children nervously followed him into the great hall. When Orion entered he saw that it was a huge square room with an impossibly high arched ceiling that seemed to glow with a golden light. There was a grand round table raised on a platform in the middle of the room that seemed to be occupied by the teachers. Surrounding it were 7 ring-like tables, each one larger than the previous one where each year was seated. He could see that the one nearest to the teacher's table was empty, indicating that it was the table for the first years. He could distinguish 3 slightly different types of robes in the sea of students. The only difference in their uniforms was the crest on their left-hand side chest. All the seated students were watching them, and Kragan took them to the right and stopped in front of a solid black door. Kragan turned to them. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. You have to go inside individually and listen to what the voices tell you. They'll let you know to which order you belong, and when you come out I'll place your crest on your robes and you may take your seat at the first year's table." And with that he took one of the girls next to him and slightly opened the door and pushed her inside. A few moments later she came out with a pale face and whispered something to Kragan. Kragan nodded and tapped her robes with his wand, and a bronze crest with the face of a gorgon appeared on her robes. She quietly went to sit at the first ring table. Each of the following students went through the same, and the others waited quietly for their turn. No one dared to utter a word. Calypso, Kara, Evander and Victor had already gone before Orion, and he had seen that Calypso and Victor had been given the golden crest with the figure of a hydra, and Kara and Evander the silver one with the figure of a chimera. It was finally his turn, and Kragan took his arm and pushed him inside the room without a single word. Orion stood in the middle of a small dark circular chamber surrounded by solid black pillars, and there were black veils hanging from the walls, whirling through the air. He could hear low whispers coming from everywhere, and he just stood still waiting for something to happen. He could feel something in the air and got sight of several white transparent forms whirling around him. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing, and he was starting to get nervous. Then, he heard the voices. They were barely audible, and he strained his ears to hear better. "He's the one," whispered a male voice. "Can't be, it's too soon. They haven't planned his coming for several more decades," said an earthy female voice. "They aren't aware of it, but it's him. I can feel it," the male voice replied. The female voice replied in agitation, "What have they done? It's too soon. I don't think they did it on purpose. Something changed, something else happened," whispered the male voice. Orion could barely hear them but wondered what they were talking about. All of a sudden, 2 shapes materialized in front of him. They were ghost-like white shapes that floated in the air, and he could distinguish that one was a petite older woman with long dark hair and dark eyes. The other one was a well-built man, younger than her, with similar features and a fierce expression. The woman addressed him first, looking directly into his eyes. "We have been waiting for you. But you're something else, something unexpected." "What do you mean?" asked uncertainly Orion with a frown. The woman was about to say something when the man sharply interrupted her. "Hush, mother. It's not time yet." He then turned to Orion. "Tell your professor that you belong to the Hydra Order," he said, and started to fade. "Wait, who are you?" said Orion, reaching out a hand, as to prevent the man from leaving. The man turned towards him with a scrutinizing glare but remained silent. The woman turned to Orion and thinly smiled at him. "You'll find out when you find us." They both started to fade, and Orion quickly said, "Find you? What do you mean? I don't understand," he said in exasperation. But he was too late. They were gone. Orion stood in the middle of the chamber trying to understand what had happened. The veils laid flat against the rock walls, and the chamber was completely silent. They had definitively left. What had they been talking about? They were spirits or something of the sort. How could he find them? What did she mean by saying he was something unexpected? Orion shook his head and stepped out of the chamber. Kragan was scowling at him and said, "You took a long while." Orion didn't bother to comment and just said, "I'm a Hydra." Kragan looked at him with a frown before tapping his wand on his robes, and a golden crest with a 7-headed Hydra was placed on his robes. Orion walked to his table and sat between his friends. The hall was very noisy now, a sharp contrast with the chamber, and he was still a little bit dazed from the experience. He would have to think about what the voices had said, particularly what they said before they appeared before him. Calypso elbowed him. "Orion, are you all right?" He turned to her. "Yes." "What did they tell you?" he asked. "That I was a Hydra," she replied, "just like you it seems." "Nothing else?" he asked, and she shook her head. "Who are they? I couldn't recognize them." Calypso frowned at him. "What do you mean you couldn't recognize them?" They're only voices that decide to which order you belong. Orion tensed and whispered urgently, "You didn't see them." Calypso's frown intensified, "See them?" "No, they're just voices, Orion." She looked at him sharply, "What did you see?" Orion just shook his head, "Nothing." She was about to retort when the hall went silent and they saw a middle-aged man with dark grayish hair and a short beard in the teacher's table get up. All the students turned to listen to him. "Welcome back for another year of magical education and welcome first years to Durmstrang. I'm Headmaster Karkaroff, and now that you have been sorted, the master of your order will be giving you your schedules after dinner. Each order represents different abilities, magical blood and power level. The Hydras will be learning the darkest branches of the dark arts, and some classes are only taught to 5th years onwards, and you'll be tested to see if you have the magical capacity of mastering them. Hydras aren't allowed to discuss the classes specific to their order with anyone outside their order. You're forewarned, some protests could be heard coming from the first years of the other 2 orders, but the glare Karkaroff sent them soon made them stay silent. This is done for your protection. The dark arts are very powerful and some can't be studied by those who don't have the power and ability to control them without being consumed by them." He paused to let the information sink in and proceeded when no one dared to argue back. "You will have classes with the fellow students of your order, and the core classes will be attended by all the first-year students together. You'll be living together with your same year. Some classes are only apt for a certain order and therefore you can't request to attend them if you don't belong to the corresponding order. No exceptions are made. The education at Durmstrang is very intense and requires discipline and hard study. You're expected to excel in all your classes and failure will not be tolerated. You have your order master's support and you may turn to them for any problems you may have. After dinner, prefects will escort you to your side of the castle. There is no wandering around the castle after 9 o'clock. I wish you a good semester," he said curtly before he sat down. Dishes of all types appeared on their table and the students began to happily eat while chatting. Orion was silent in his musings and he could feel Calypso's eyes on him, but she respected his silence and the rest didn't intrude on him. When they finished with their dinner, 3 teachers approached their table and asked them to form into their orders. Orion saw Romulus Rosier go towards the Chimeras, while Devon Kragan went to the Gorgons. He figured they were the masters of the respective orders. He looked at his group. There were only 5 Hydras. They were by far the smallest order. His group consisted of Victor, Calypso, a handsome boy with a dark shoulder-length hair and slightly slanted pale blue eyes who was watching them with a smirk, and a thin boy with dark short hair and black eyes that seemed to be permanently scowling. Orion saw a tall stout man approaching his group. He had long thick black hair and dark brown eyes. He seemed to exude a mysterious and dark aura and his movements were fluid and controlled. The man stood in front of them regarding them for a while before addressing them. "I'm Master Vulcan Vagnarov. I'm the master of the Hydra Order," he said in a low crisp voice. "I teach necromancy to a select few Hydras of 6th and 7th year. So you won't be having class with me for a few more years, that is if you even pass the test required to attend my class. But my door will always be open for any questions or problems you might have. These are your schedules for your first year," he said, handing out black parchments with silver writing. "As Headmaster Karkaroff informed you, you're not to discuss any of your classes outside of the order. You will be attending the core classes common to all orders with your fellow first years, the other classes specific to our order you'll be attending alone." The group nodded to him and Vagnarov curtly nodded back before turning away from them. The group inspected their parchments. Orion could see that the core classes were Introduction to the Dark Arts with Romulus Rosier, History of the Dark Arts with Hymir Helheim, Transfiguration with Echenias Elgar, Charms with Artemisa Arlov, Potions with Devon Kragan, Magical Creatures with Jola Magni, Herbology with Nikor Nigan, Ancient Runes with Dionysus Decimus, and Arithmancy with Dominic Janus. That was a staggering amount of classes. Karkaroff wasn't kidding when he said they would require a lot of discipline in their studies. He kept reading and finally saw that the 2 classes exclusive to the Hydras were Introduction to Blood Rituals with Gudrun Helgard and Introduction to Dark Spell Creation with Galatea Alethea. The boy with slightly slanted pale blue eyes turned to them. "I like our first class already," he said and licked his lips. "Blood rituals, that sounds exquisite," he ended with a smirk. Orion looked sharply at him. What a weird choice of word. He extended his hand to the boy and said, "I'm Orion Black." The other boy regarded him silently and widened his smirk. He took Orion's hand, almost caressing it. "Pleased to meet you, Orion. I'm Lysander Zeraven." Calypso gasped and Orion turned to her with an inquiring look. But she didn't meet his eyes, she was regarding Lysander with a paled face. Orion turned to Lysander, who was only watching them in amusement. The boy grinned and Orion barely managed to hold his gasp. Lysander had long sharp incisors and was now smiling mockingly at them. It seemed Calypso couldn't hold her need for reaffirmation any longer. "You're a vampire of the Zeraven clan," she said in almost a question. Lysander just smirked and nodded. Victor didn't seem fazed by any of it and said, "I'm Victor Vlonsky and this is Calypso Rosier," he said, indicating Calypso, which was still regarding Lysander. Lysander replied in a light purr, "Pleased to meet you both." He then turned to the silent scowling boy and asked, "And who might you be?" The boy glared back at Lysander. "I'm Loki Njord," he said curtly before turning to silently ignore them. Victor said mockingly, "Well, delighted to meet you too." Loki ignored him completely and resumed his scowling. Orion just shook his head and turned to Lysander in curiosity, "So you're a vampire?" "I haven't heard of vampires going to magical schools before." Lysander locked his eyes with Orion's. "Oh, we have. But it was several centuries ago. I'm the first to be born in our clan in more than 4 centuries." At Orion's silent question, he explained further, "We have extremely long lives, some might even consider us immortal when compared to your lifespan," he said with a smirk, "and therefore we rarely have children. The few clans with wizarding blood, such as mine, send their heir to magical schools during their childhoods." "And what about your urges?" Calypso tried to say delicately. Lysander smirked in amusement at her pale face. "My bloodlust. I can easily control it. Our clan is the oldest one, and therefore the most powerful. We can control our urges," he said with a malicious smile, "if we so wish to." "And what about the sunlight?" asked Victor, "does it affect you?" Lysander waved a hand dismissively, "None at all. We haven't been affected by it for many centuries. How many clans have wizarding blood? Your clan doesn't seem to interact with wizards much if almost no one knows about you. Why is that?" asked Orion. "Currently, there are only 2 clans with wizarding blood. We don't mingle with wizards because the reason that there are only 2 clans left is that centuries ago we were hunted down by some light wizards that considered us to be a dangerous aberration of nature. We disappeared from the wizarding world and only risk exposure when we have to send one of our children to a magical school. But there's little risk for me at Durmstrang. It's a dark magical school and therefore, we are willingly admitted." Orion nodded in understanding. He had never stopped to consider the other dark species. He had narrow-mindedly only considered the plight of the dark wizards. He vouched to look more into it and find out what other species were being excluded from interacting in the world. A 7th-year prefect interrupted them and took all the first years to one of the towers where they were to live together. The common room was large, had several fireplaces and was decorated in dark red and black carpets and tapestries, much to Lysander's delight. Several portraits of stately wizards and witches hung from the walls. Orion was to share a large room with Victor, Lysander and Loki, while Calypso was to stay with some chimera girls, including Kara. Orion tiredly dropped on his bed, shutting his bed's curtains. He opened the locket and briefly explained to Tom the day's developments. He was too tired to maintain a long conversation and bid Tom a good night with the promise of a more extended conversation soon. The next day they started their winter term with Transfiguration with the rest of the first years. Orion had always loved the subject and had easily morphed the objects into what Master Elgar had asked. The professor had been ecstatic and praised him on his performance. At Charms, both him and Calypso had been the first to get the spells right every time, much to Mistress Arlov's delight, and by now both Evander and Victor taunted Orion endlessly about being the teacher's pet. History of the dark arts had been fairly boring to Orion, since he had read much about the subject, but he still listened carefully to what Master Helheim said since he had mentioned briefly the exile from the wizarding world of many dark creatures such as vampires and werewolves. Orion, Kara, Victor, Evander, Calypso and Lysander were walking together for their 4th class of the day. Lysander had easily fit into the group and while Kara seemed a little bit frightened of him and Calypso a little bit wary, the boys had taken a liking to him. They reached the dark arts classroom and took their seats in the front table. Soon Romulus Rosier swept in and the class silenced. Welcome to Introduction to the Dark Arts. As you may know, the dark arts can't be studied lightly and you have to go through a slow process to get acquainted with them and to let your magic adjust to their use. This year we'll start by studying some spells and learning their effects when you cast them. We will only practice some minor spells and we will learn about more powerful spells only in theory. You'll be learning how to cast them during the rest of your years at Durmstrang. The dark arts spells work much differently than light spells. When you cast a light spell you only require a certain wand movement and the incantation of a spell. Dark spells, instead, depend on the intention of the caster and his control over his magic. To cast a dark spell you have to desire the result and you have to see it clearly in your mind. For the more powerful spells you have to summon your inner magical core, direct the magic through your wand and use your will to make it happen. It is important that you practice daily your dark spells, since you have the power to use them due to your blood, and the more you practice and become familiar with them, the more control you'll have over them. Wizards that don't have dark magical blood and delve into the dark arts soon become overpowered by them and their minds and bodies suffer the consequences. But that doesn't mean that you can start casting powerful spells right away, it could be just as dangerous for you. This is why I urge you to practice daily the minor spells and slowly we'll be using more powerful ones, said Rosier to an enraptured classroom. Now, let's turn to page 10 of your textbook and we'll start by reviewing the types of dark spells. He continued while the students flipped through their books. Dark spells can be categorized into several groups depending on why we're casting them. In general terms there are offensive and defensive spells, spells for human transformation, mind control and protection, mind invasion, body and mind improvement, and warding. Some of these spells will be taught to certain orders in classes dedicated exclusively to them. In this class we'll be focusing on offensive and defensive spells. Spells can also be grouped according to how you cast them. We have wandless spells, non-verbal spells and the regular spells that require a wand. A powerful wizard can learn how to do most of his dark spells non-verbally with the exception of powerful offensive spells, but wandless magic requires a supreme level of control and power even for the minor spells and some powerful spells are impossible to do wandlessly. We'll be practicing non-verbal casting in third year and wandless magic will be covered in the last years. Most of you will only be able to do a few minor wandless spells but that's quite normal. Rosier paused and looked at the class. Do any of you have any questions so far? Orion raised his hand. Will we be learning about the unforgivables, sir? He asked. Several eager mutterings could be heard around the classroom. Rosier seriously regarded him and replied, as you know the unforgivables are illegal to cast in most countries and they are 3 of the most powerful dark spells. They were labeled as unforgivables because they became popular during the last war. We'll be learning about them in theory this year, but in third year you'll be able to practice them on magical dummies for educational purposes. These spells are not to be taken lightly and are merely taught to give you tools for your protection. Many of you won't be able to cast them successfully but it's nothing to be ashamed of. There are many other dark spells that can be useful for offensive purposes. Evander raised his hand and asked eagerly, when are we going to have duels, sir? I heard that there was a dueling club. The students started to talk between themselves excited at the prospect. There is and I'm in charge of it, but you'll be able to participate starting in your second year. Rosier replied. Discontented mutterings could be heard. Rosier silenced them with a look. You need to be better prepared and learn more dark spells in order to fully take advantage of it. There's no point in you participating during your first year. But don't worry, many of the spells that you'll learn this year will be useful for the dueling club. So you should concentrate in learning them this year so that you can practice them in a real duel setting in your second year. The rest of the class was spent reading from the textbook while Master Rosier continued to explain more about dark magic and their spells. Orion thought that it was fascinating and it was fast becoming his favorite class. The group happily exited the classroom and went to the hall to have lunch. Your father is an amazing teacher, Calypso. The dueling club next year will be fabulous, said Orion as he sat to eat his lunch. Calypso smiled, thank you. He enjoys teaching a lot. I don't think he ever imagined he was going to end up as a teacher, she said laughing. But what was he referring to when he spoke about mind control and invasion? Asked Victor. Orion replied, I think it's called occlumency and legilimency. I read about it somewhere and it said that occlumency allows you to organize your mind and protect it from others attempting to see your memories. You build a sort of mental wall that protects your memories and thoughts. And legilimency is when you invade another's mind and see his memories. Calypso nodded. There's supposed to be a very dark art and it's very difficult to accomplish. But it must be frightfully useful in a duel. Imagine if you could use legilimency to see what your opponent is going to cast. It would be fantastic, said Orion in excitement. Do you think they'll teach us? He did say that they taught it to some order, said Lysander to Orion. I don't know, but I certainly hope so. And if not, we can always attempt to study it by ourselves. I'm sure they must have books on the subject in the library, replied Orion. Lysander smirked in amusement. You and your books. I have already seen that you have a huge pile of books on one side of your bed. You're such a little bookworm, he said with a grin. Evander and Victor laughed. Orion and Calypso always have their nose stuck in some book, that's why they're such a teacher's pet, said Evander with merriment. Orion huffed. There's nothing wrong in being a bookworm and I'm not a teacher's pet, and I'm not little. He said indignantly. Lysander smirked and said, I'm almost a full head taller than you. Just a few inches. And I'll grow soon enough, you'll see, replied Orion glaring at Lysander. The truth was that Lysander was much taller than Orion and he disliked being in such a disadvantage, he only hoped he would grow fast. He started piling more food on his plate. Lysander laughed when he eyed Orion's plate. Do you really think that by stuffing yourself you'll grow faster? Orion shot back, I can try, can't I? You'll get fat, Lysander said tauntingly. I will not. And I plan on exercising anyways, said Orion huffing. Lysander raised an eyebrow. Doing what? Well, I brought my broomstick and I was thinking of flying for a while every day after class in the Quidditch pitch. I heard it was open for all students when the teams finished their practices, replied Orion. Victor turned excitedly towards him. That's an excellent idea. I'll go with you. Calypso murmured, rolling her eyes. Men and their broomsticks. Why, my little Calypso, what are you implying? Said Evander with a wink. The other boys laughed and Kara giggled. Calypso turned to look at them without understanding. What do you mean? Evander laughed. You're so innocent that it's cute. Calypso frowned at them and Orion took pity on her and placed his arm over her shoulders. He's just messing with you, don't pay attention. Ah, and here comes her knight in shining armor, to protect the fair maiden's innocence. Said Victor grinning at them. Calypso blushed and Orion glared at him. Lysander watched the couple and frowned. Do you two like each other? Well, little Calypso here has a sweet spot for Orion and Orion likes to hug her a lot, said Evander winking. Calypso was beet red by now and Orion snapped, leave her alone. We're friends. There's nothing wrong in being close friends. And I'll hug her whenever I want to without having you tormenting us about it. Relax, mate. No need to get angry, we understand, we'll give you your privacy, said Evander winking at Victor, who roared up laughing. Orion sighed and rolled his eyes. Let's get going. We have spell creation in 10 minutes. The group walked to their classes sharing jokes and taunts between them. Lysander watched Calypso and Orion closely and Evander and Victor still picked on them occasionally. Evander and Kara split from the group to go to their class and the rest continued until they reached their classroom. As usual, they took the front table, due to Calypso's insistence. They saw that the scowling boy, Loki, was seated alone at the back. As soon as they sat, the teacher entered. She was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and hazel eyes. Victor straightened in his chair and was ogling at her. Calypso huffed in annoyance when she saw his reaction. Welcome to your first class of Introduction to Dark Spell Creation. I'm Mistress Galatea Alethea, she said with a melodic voice. You may call me Mistress Galatea, she said with a smile. Dark spell creation is a very important subject that requires profound knowledge in ancient runes and arithmancy. Since you'll be studying them in parallel, this first year will mostly be theoretic. As you advance in the other subjects, you'll be applying your knowledge to understand the basics of spell creation. The creation of new spells is extremely important since there remain many things to be discovered in magic and the dark arts is a never-ending wealth of possibilities. It is for the benefit of the dark wizarding community that we need to invent new offensive and defensive spells, stronger spells to ward our properties and to heal our bodies, just to name a few. Many areas of magic haven't been exploited. For instance, we don't have a spell to travel through time and we rely on time turners, with their limited capacities, to do so. We don't have counter spells for many offensive curses or spells to neutralize many poisons. In this class you'll be given the tools to be able to create spells, and for your examinations at the end of each year, excluding the first, you'll be expected to present a new spell of your invention. She gave a small pause and continued, now, as you know, spells are usually cast with the incantation of a word and the waving of a wand, but in the case of dark spells you also need to focus your magic and have the intent behind it. Spells have a physical component, which is the magical beam you see coming from your wand when casting a spell, and a psychological component, which is the one that allows your mind to control your magic and use your willpower to focus your magic and shape it into the physical component of the spell. Arithmancy is used to represent the physical component of the spell and runes are used to represent the psychological component. Runes are magical symbols that are imbued in magic, linking your magic to your mind and making your magic respond when read or written and thought about. Therefore, the first step in creating a spell is establishing its objective. You will decide what you want your spell to do, the intent behind it. Then you will write down the rune combination that represents the action and that will allow your mind to summon your magic and transform it. After, you'll use arithmancy to give your magic a physical structure. When you have your arithmancy equations you will have to combine it with your runes and thus create a system of equations with numbers and runes. This system then has to be translated into a word or series of words. Latin is the most commonly used language for this, as standardization, but you can use any language you like. Now, how do you pass from your equations to an incantation? Well, the runes also help with that. The runes mixed with the numbers will give your mind the command of what it has to do to your magic in order to produce the spell. So when you read your equations your mind will process the information and you'll have to focus inwardly in your core magic as the magic begins to stir and obey your mind's command. As it happens, you'll have to concentrate on the language selected and find the word that best represents the whole process. Your mind will then link the word to the action and after much practice you'll be able to say the incantation and have your magic respond to it, producing your spell, if you have done the other steps correctly. Wand movement can be added to the incantation to help produce the physical component of the spell. As you see, it is a very long process of trial and error and deep concentration and meditation until you find the correct word. The most important part is to arrive to a well-constructed system of equations. After that your magic will respond to it and help you come up with the incantation. A good spell will be easy for others to learn and use. That's why many spell creators chose Latin for the incantations, since the majority of wizards know it and their minds and magic are already used to forming the link between the Latin word and the desired result. At seeing the uncomprehending stares of the students, she smiled, now, I know it may sound extremely complex but we'll be learning it step by step and you'll see that in a few months it will be much clearer. The class continued with more theories about spell creation and its uses and by the end of it Orion felt his brain was about to explode. He had never seen such a complicated subject. He had understood most of it but he would have never imagined that creating a spell was so difficult. No wonder that the teacher had said that it was extremely important and that Durmstrang was teaching it. There must be very few wizards that dedicated their lives to spell creation and it was important for the dark wizards to have their share. The group left the classroom slowly dragging their feet as if they had ran a marathon. Everyone wore exhausted expressions. Merlin's beard, what was that witch talking about? I zoned out after she started mentioning runes and numbers, said Victor. With a grimace. Orion laughed, I know. It's extremely complex. I just hope that she's right and that in a few months we'll get the gist of it. Calypso said, I found it fascinating. Imagine combining numbers, runes, languages and wand movements all in one and creating a spell that works. Orion nodded, I agree. But we'll have to study extra hard and pay a lot of attention in ancient runes and arithmancy. It never occurred to me that those two could be interrelated, it's quite wonderful. Victor turned to them disbelievingly, are you two mad? Did you hear her? Numbers and runes, and minds and magical cores, it's insane. She's gone off her rocker if she believes I can do such a thing. I'll probably get stuck in the first rune. And here you're happily yapping about how it's so wonderful and fascinating. It's madness, that's what it is. Orion and Lysander laughed and Calypso looked at Victor disapprovingly. Lysander said arrogantly, You might be right, but we're hydras and they chose us to learn it, so they must believe we have the capacity. Victor huffed. I should go talk to those little voices again, then. Orion laughed and passed his arms over Victor's shoulders. Don't worry, Vicky, we'll manage. Vicky. You kill me, mate, you kill me, said Victor with a grin, placing his hand over his heart. Lysander said with a smirk, well, I don't know why he's casting stones, he's our little Ori after all. Orion gave him a mock glare. Ori I might be, but I'm not little. Lysander laughed and ruffled Orion's hair, who ducked to escape his hands. Hey. Watch the hair, Les. So vain, said Lysander smiling. Not vain. I just like my hair how it is, with its elegant swoop and all, Orion replied with a grin, moving his head to the side to make his hair sweep through the air. Victor and Lysander laughed and Calypso giggled. Come on boys, we have our last class now. The group met with Evander and Kara inside the potions classroom. Orion sighed. Potions wasn't his forte, but he'll have to do his best to at least have good grades even if he knew he would never be potions master material. The class turned out to be very interesting, and though he wasn't very good at the practical aspect of potion making, he understood the theory behind the mixing of magical properties of the ingredients very well and found that it was a very useful subject. Calypso had a natural talent for potions and Victor wasn't far behind. Lysander preferred to taunt Orion in hushed whispers and Orion had to kick Lysander's shins several times when Kragan turned to glare at them. They finally ended their first day and went to dinner. They talked about their common subjects and discussed their teachers. Victor animatedly described Galatia's curves to a highly interested Evander while Calypso and Kara rolled their eyes at them. And Lysander kept trying to mess with Orion's hair until Orion retaliated, saying that Lysander looked like a girl with his long shiny hair. Lysander replied with a superior smirk, girls wished they had my hair. Calypso snorted while Kara looked at him admiringly. Kara was now more relaxed around Lysander when she saw that he wasn't about to jump at her and drain her dry and had spent much of her time giggling with the group of Chimera girls seated next to her who kept glancing at him. Lysander sometimes winked at them, causing giggles to erupt on that side of the table. After dinner, Calypso said she was going to inspect the library and Orion and Victor took off to have a few flights around the Quidditch pitch. The rest returned to the common room. The next day they went to magical creatures, herbology, ancient runes, and arithmancy. Orion left the last two classes with a much better understanding of what Galatea had said in her class and was much more confident that he would be able to manage the class without problems. He had studied ancient runes and arithmancy with his tutor Ragnarok, and while he hadn't excelled like Draco, now that he knew about the important applications they had, he had concentrated much harder in the classes and had began to like them a lot. He had vouched to be excellent at them and had already taken some books from the library to further his studies during the night. The library had made his day. It was huge and contained sections specialized in the dark arts and its obscure branches. He was dying to get his hands on many books that had piqued his curiosity. He had left the library happily with 5 books and had decided to read 5 each week, so that he would have time to read most of the library during his stay at Durmstrang. Orion, Calypso, Victor and Lysander were now entering their last class of the day, blood rituals. As usual, Loki kept apart and sat quietly alone. Orion had wondered about the boy. He seemed to be permanently in a bad mood and had snapped at them when they tried to make him talk to them. Victor and Lysander had soon ignored him while Calypso and Orion speculated about him. A short balding man came into the room and tapped his wand against his desk to get their attention. This is Introduction to Blood Rituals and I'm Master Gudrun Helgard. This is a very advanced magical class, but since you don't require knowledge on the rest of the other subjects, it is taught in the first 2 years of schooling, in order to have time to teach you other subjects in the subsequent years. But I assure you that after these 2 years you'll have a complete knowledge about the most useful blood rituals. Blood rituals can be used for many things, like to bond another person to you, temporarily acquire the magical attributes of a magical creature, create protection spells for an object or person, create durable wards, transform the body and even acquire a magical ability of another wizard. They can be separated into reversible and irreversible rituals. The latter are usually the most powerful ones and one has to be extreme careful and consider all the consequences before embarking in such rituals, since the effects can't be undone. Besides learning how to undergo a blood ritual, we will also learn how we can protect ourselves from being the victim of one. Now, let's turn to Paige. When the group left the class, they were all animatedly discussing its potential. Orion had to admit that those rituals were very useful. Almost any transformation on the body could be done, and the part of acquiring the magical abilities of magical creatures and wizards had been fascinating. He couldn't wait to know more about it. Lysander approached him and whispered to his ear, "I think Calypso is plotting on nicking your blood in order to obtain those green eyes of yours." Orion laughed and slapped Lysander's head. "Git. You're just jealous that she doesn't covet your hair." Lysander laughed. "Of course she does, just that she prefers the whole package," he said with a wink. Orion roared in laughter. "I think you're confusing her with Kara." "Ah, dear Kara. Yes, she does seem much more amiable towards me now," replied Lysander with a smirk. "You have her completely bewitched," said Orion with a sly smirk. "True, true. It happens naturally, I can't prevent it, it's my natural charisma," replied Lysander looking into Orion's eyes. Orion rolled his eyes and grinned. "Yes, yes. You're a real charmer. Come Romeo, let's go to dinner." Lysander looked at him curiously. "Romeo?" Orion laughed. "Muggle character." "Never mind," he said, waving his hand dismissively. "I didn't know you liked to read Muggle books. That's very peculiar. How did you obtain them?" asked Lysander. Orion could have slapped himself. He couldn't afford to have slips like that. "My father once gave me a book. I was just curious and read it. No big deal." Lysander eyed him suspiciously but didn't comment. The following week went by much the same, and they received flying lessons on Thursday after class. They were told that those interested in playing Quidditch should tell their order master in order to have a tryout. Victor excitedly went to Vagnarov to try out as a beater if the position was available, and Orion had been tempted to apply for seeker. But after Calypso had numbered the amount of homework they had and the amount of reading they should do, he finally relented and decided that he could apply some other year when the study load was lighter. He still planned on continuing his flying practices, so it wasn't so bad. It was Friday night and the first week of schooling had finished. Orion was laying on his back in his bed and had just opened the locket and placed it on his chest, after placing a silencing spell on his curtains. He hadn't spoken to Tom since Monday and was feeling a little bit guilty for it. "Hello Tom," he said. Well, look who decided to grace me with his presence," said Tom coolly. Orion said, "I'm sorry. It has been a crazy week and I have been studying during the nights. I promise I won't take so long next time." Tom remained silent, looking at him with a stony expression. Orion sighed. "Well, I just wanted to tell you about school, but we can talk some other time, when you're up to it," he said and reached to close the locket. "Wait," said Tom, glaring at him. "Fine, tell me about school." Orion hid his smile. "Well, I was sorted into the Hydras. Do you know about the orders?" he asked Tom, who only shook his head. "Well, I can't tell you much, but there are only 3, and the Hydra Order, according to Karkaroff, is the most powerful one. We have exclusive classes for us and all." Tom interrupted. "Who's Karkaroff?" "Ah, he's the headmaster. Didn't you know him?" But maybe he was younger than you," replied Orion. "Why would I know him? You mean to tell me he is a Death Eater?" said Tom. Orion nodded his head. "Yes, he is." "When were you born?" asked Orion with curiosity. He hadn't stopped to think about that, and it was an interesting question since it would give him an idea about Voldemort's age and also who Tom might know nowadays. "In 1927, replied Tom, lifting his chin arrogantly. Orion choked. "You're ancient." Tom scowled at him. "For a wizard it's nothing." Orion said in awe, "It's the end of 1991, so you must be 64 years old." "Yes, I gathered as much," said Tom stoically. "So that means that you were 17 years old in 1944, so you experienced firsthand the war with Grindelwald." "Did you ever meet him?" asked Orion interestedly. "Maybe I did," Tom said with a smirk. "And what was he like? What did he say? Was he as powerful as they say? Unbeatable in a duel?" asked Orion excitedly. Tom was a well of information. To have lived at such an exciting time. Tom smirked widely. "Are you interested in all Dark Lords?" Orion huffed. "Well, what if I am? I might not have liked his methods, but he was very powerful and some of his ideas were fine by me." Tom frowned at him. "What's wrong with his methods?" Orion gaped at him. "Come now, the eradication of all Muggles." That's insane. Tom glowered at him. Don't tell me you're a muggle lover, boy. Orion laughed. Far from it, but I'm not delusional enough to consider waging a war against them. And besides, they don't deserve to die. Tom spat. They are the filth of the world, of course they deserve to die. Wizards shouldn't be hiding from muggles, we should control the world. I agree that we shouldn't hide and that we should control the world, but I don't believe that killing muggles is the way to do it. They might not have magic but they have weapons. You lived through the Muggle War, surely you can see that they are a force to be reckoned with, and they greatly outnumber us. They would easily kill us all. That might be, but that doesn't mean that we should give up entirely. We should build up an army strong enough to defeat them and develop the necessary curses to kill in mass, replied Tom calmly. Orion looked alarmed at him, but we shouldn't kill them. They're people just like us. Tom sneered at him, they're worthless beings that should cower before us. They threaten our culture and communities, they taint our blood with their mudbloods and they are utterly useless to us. Why should we spare them? Orion shook his head sadly. Don't tell me that Voldemort shared your opinion on the matter. Of course he did, it was one of his goals, said Tom. I thought that he would be more reasonable, that he only tortured muggles that had done something to a wizard, not just for sports. Did he kill mudbloods just for the sake of it as well? Asked in agitation Orion. Tom said coolly, you shouldn't concern yourself about it, he did what was best. Orion sat on his bed and gripped the locket closer to his face, but he didn't. Don't you see that many neutral wizards opposed him because of his cruel methods and the killing of Muggleborn? He only gave dark wizards a bad name. The Muggleborn don't deserve to be killed. When he saw that Tom was about to object he continued, I agree that they taint our culture and that their blood shouldn't mix with the dark families because we would lose our powers in the long run, and that they represent a security problem for us, but other solutions can be found. They were born with magic and as such were chosen to carry it and should be allowed to practice it. They can mix with the light wizards and help the magical community grow. We will never be able to control the muggles being so few. If we allow the Muggleborn in, our population will grow and in time we might be enough to take over. I thought that Voldemort was trying to find a moderate solution for that and that he only killed out of necessity. Tom regarded him calmly. He did plan on addressing the Muggleborn issue once he took over. But he wasn't going to give them the same rights as the pure-blooded. And he definitely wasn't about to spare the Muggles. Orion sighed, but if he didn't give them the same rights he would always have opposition against him, always with the threat of a counterattack by the light wizards. The best would be to completely integrate the Muggleborns and segregate our communities from the Muggles until such a time that we are strong enough to defend ourselves from them. And besides, you can't truly believe that all wizards with less than pureblood should have fewer rights. You're a half-blood yourself. Tom scowled at him. I might be a half-blood but in such case only power matters. If a half-blood is powerful enough to be worthy he should have the same rights as the pure-blooded. Besides I'm from the Gaunt bloodline, my blood is very powerful and ancient. In cases like that an exception could be made to allow the bloodline to mix with others and purify it to make it magically stronger. I agree with you on purifying the dark bloodlines but not on the Muggleborn issue. If you want to control the world you have to concede and give the light wizards something to be comfortable with. If you start by denying Muggleborn rights, the light wizards won't sit idly. You will never have peace if you start discriminating, and what we need is a stabilized society where everyone is content and have no reason to rise up in arms. The same problem arises with the Muggles. You can't possibly kill them all and the light and neutral wizards would join against you to prevent it. We should segregate our community from the Muggles until the time is right and then attempt to share the world with them, said Orion resolutely. Tom snorted, you're talking like a child. You might have a point on the Muggleborn issue but the Muggles should be removed. Wizards will never live peacefully with them. The Muggles don't accept people different from them and they would try to kill us when they found out about us. They're too great a risk. That's why I believe it should be done carefully and just when we're strong and large enough to defend ourselves from them. But they should be left alone in the meanwhile. You can't go killing Muggles now, and when the time comes the transition should be attempted as bloodlessly as possible. They should be gradually informed of our existence and make them understand that we can benefit from each other. In the early times of Merlin we lived peacefully with them and were respected by them. We should attempt to have that again, said Orion. Tom viciously laughed. Yes, and then they almost caused our extinction. Muggles can't be trusted. They're fickle, traitorous and vicious when they feel someone is more powerful than them. They would feel threatened by us even if we use your diplomatic methods, and they would try to either use us for their benefit exploiting our magic, or they would kill us without a second thought. Orion sighed warily. I guess you're right about that, but there must be a way. There must be some way we can go back to as it once was, with wizards and muggles living freely together and safely. Tom waved his hand dismissively. Your dream isn't feasible. You should care more about our safety instead of trying to attempt integration with them. Besides, their blood and culture mustn't mix with ours. I know that, and the Dark families would never do so. I just want a peaceful world that admits both but maintains our dark bloodlines pure. Let the light wizards mingle with the muggles and lose their powers, said Orion with a grin. Tom smirked back. That would certainly serve those self-righteous bastards right. Orion sighed. He would have to think on the matter further. He understood Tom's concerns about the muggles, but there had to be a way. He didn't want to kill the muggles. He didn't particularly like them, but they didn't deserve death, and it would cause more problems than solutions. Anyways, tell me about the Death Eaters that you knew. Perhaps some are alive yet, he said, changing the subject. Of course they're alive. I'm not so old, said Tom indignantly. I knew Walburga Black, for instance, and Cygnus Black and Druella Rosier. My grandmother and my aunts, parents. They were Death Eaters? Asked Orion with interest. Not Walburga or Druella, they were supporters, but Cygnus was a Death Eater. There was also Abraxas Malfoy, that just had a baby, and Elgus Rosier, Leopold Lestrange, Perseus Prince, and many others. Are they alive? Asked Tom. Orion shook his head. I don't know about Prince, but Abraxas Malfoy died, as well as the elder Blacks, Rosier and Lestrange. Most of their children are alive and became Death Eaters. Did you know them as well? Just some as babies. I have remained closed since 1956. Tell me about them. Are they still loyal to the Dark Lord? Asked Tom. Yes, they are. Well, let's see. Abraxas Malfoy had Lucius Malfoy, who became an Inner Circle Death Eater during the First War. Elgus Rosier had Evan and Romulus Rosier. I think Evan Rosier was Voldemort's right hand, but he was killed by Aurors. His brother is alive, but he wasn't a Death Eater during the war, just a supporter. Leopold Lestrange had Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange, both Death Eaters, but they were captured and remain in Azkaban still. Cygnus Black had Bellatrix, Narcissa and Andromeda. Bellatrix became an Inner Circle Death Eater, and she was a favorite of the Dark Lord as well. She married Rodolphus Lestrange, but she's currently in Azkaban too. Narcissa married Lucius Malfoy and is a supporter. And Andromeda married a Muggleborn and supports the light, said Orion. Tom clicked his tongue in disgust. I don't know much about the Prince line, and I don't know any prince my age. And Walburga Black had Sirius, my father, and Regulus. Regulus became a Death Eater at a very young age but was killed young as well. And was your father a Death Eater? Asked Tom. Orion paused. No. But he's a supporter now, he tried to say convincingly. Tom cast him a suspicious glance. You don't sound too sure. I am. It's just that he sided with the light for a while before he discovered their manipulations and then turned to the dark side, replied Orion. A Black on the light side. Why did he do that? Asked Tom, horrified. Orion fidgeted. Well, he was sorted into Gryffindor, at which Tom clicked his tongue, and he had friends there, so he supported them in the war. But he was thrown into Azkaban, and during his stay he realized his mistakes. When he came out he went to fetch me and now supports the dark. Tom scrutinized him closely. Why was he thrown into Azkaban, and what do you mean fetch you? Where were you living? He was friends with the Potters and everyone believed he had betrayed them and killed one of their friends and some muggles, said Orion. And he didn't? Asked Tom suspiciously. Orion faltered. Should he say the truth? After all, not many knew that Sirius was innocent. But if the real Tom knew Voldemort, he would know that Sirius had been innocent, and anyways, the locket wasn't about to tell anyone. He didn't. He was wrongly accused and Dumbledore didn't even fight for a trial. That's part of the reason he now supports the dark. Tom nodded and grunted. Dumbledore always used people to get what he wanted and then disposed of them when they became too much trouble. Orion looked sharply at him. What did he do to you? Tom snapped. Nothing. Now tell me where you lived before your father got out of Azkaban. Well, he didn't exactly get out. He was condemned for life. He escaped, said Orion with a grin. Tom raised his eyebrows. Impressive. Indeed it is. Anyhow, my mother died when I was very young and I had no other known relatives, considering that my father was imprisoned before my birth and didn't know about me. So I was taken to a Muggle orphanage, said Orion calmly. Tom looked surprised and said softly, "You lived in a Muggle orphanage?" Orion stared at him in surprise. He had expected a great outburst of indignation and disgust from Tom, not this soft reply. "Yes," he answered. Tom looked sad for an instant but then his face turned fierce. "And you still protect Muggles? What happened? Were you pampered by some old Muggle? Did they make you believe that they cared about you?" he said mockingly. Orion snapped at him in anger. "I wasn't pampered. I was beaten and Orion faltered and gave a small shudder. Tom looked intensely at him and said softly, "What did they do?" Orion looked at him. Tom could so easily make Orion tell his secrets when he spoke in that soft caring voice. But he wasn't about to fall into the trap. Tom seemed to do that when it was convenient for him, when he wanted to know more. It made him angry that Tom could so easily pretend to care, when he knew that he didn't. Orion knew that he had a weakness when people pretended to care for him, because he needed that, he needed to feel loved and cherished and it could prove disastrous for him to believe it to be true. He replied in anger, "Nothing. Nothing happened. I hated them, all right. I hated them and I'm glad that I escaped." Tom was regarding him silently. "But you still think they don't deserve to die, even after the way they treated you, you would protect them. You wouldn't seek revenge." Orion hesitated. I don't know. I have thought about it. Merlin, sometimes I wished I could have done something to them in return, to strike back and let them see that I'm not a freak. That I'm powerful in ways they'll never be and to make them feel as small and insignificant as they made me feel. But not all Muggles are like that. There must be some Muggles that accept us, that would treat us fairly. And those don't deserve to be killed. Tom scoffed. There aren't. The moment they know about our powers they discriminate us and try to beat the unnaturalness out of us. Orion whispered, "Is that what happened to you? Is that why you hate them and want to kill them?" Tom tensed and his eyes turned cold. "Maybe, there's no use in looking back." Orion turned angrily at him, "But I told you. I told you about my childhood and you don't want to share yours with me. If you expect me to be honest you have to be able to reciprocate. I won't be the only one spilling the beans." Tom smirked at him. "Oh, but you didn't tell me, did you? You left out the most painful part. When you tell the truth, the complete unabridged truth, I'll tell you about my childhood. I'll tell you why I learned to hate them from an early age and why I'm convinced the only solution is to kill them until they are subjugated to wizards." Orion sighed. Tom was right. He had been unfair. He had wanted Tom to give without giving him anything in return. "Okay, perhaps I'll tell you someday. I don't like to talk about my past either." Tom nodded in understanding and changed subjects. "So, you were going to tell me about Durmstrang and the classes. Who is the headmaster?" Orion smiled, thankful of leaving the other subject behind them. "Oh, he's Igor Karkaroff. He was a Death Eater but, he wasn't sure if it was convenient for Tom to know about Karkaroff's involuntary betrayal. Tom had been close to Voldemort after all and he didn't think he would easily forgive Karkaroff. "Yes. Go on," said Tom with an encouraging smile. Orion inwardly huffed. There goes Tom again, being all amiable and nice. The young man was clearly a master manipulator. "All right, I'll tell you the truth. We are trying to be truthful between us, after all, are we not?" Tom nodded and Orion continued. "Karkaroff was apprehended by Aurors a year before Voldemort was defeated and he betrayed most of the Death Eaters that are currently in Azkaban in order to avoid going there himself." "What?" roared Tom in rage. "That traitorous bastard, I'll make him wish he was never born." Orion was a little bit shocked. Was it his imagination or had the locket's power just spiked when Tom got angry? What kind of locket is this? It's too peculiar. A locket whose powers are connected to the feelings of the portrait inside. And how can it be if a portrait doesn't have feelings? It was very puzzling. "Calm down, there's an explanation for everything," said Orion soothingly. "I don't believe for a moment that he did it voluntarily. You must know that when he got released and became the headmaster of Durmstrang he helped many Death Eaters in hiding by giving them and their families protection inside Durmstrang. Is that the action of a man that betrayed them?" Tom had calmed down but didn't seem inclined to forgive so easily. Orion continued, "Many of those who he helped Support him and say that he was tortured and beaten before his trial. My friend Calypso, Romulus Rosier's daughter, said that she heard her father say to some wizard that Karkaroff insisted that they had slowly drugged him with veritaserum in his food. Rosier believes him and I'm inclined to do the same. He has been an excellent headmaster as far as I know and has helped many. Tom nodded, not quite convinced and said, "We'll see." Orion replied, "He doesn't deserve to be punished and I hope that when Voldemort returns he'll give him a chance and won't kill him before listening to him. Karkaroff must fear for his safety if the Dark Lord returns and he has endured enough," he said sharply. Tom raised his eyebrow, "You're too compassionate. A leader can't afford to be that way with his followers. He must rule with an iron fist or they won't respect and obey him." "That may be, but a leader will be loved and willingly followed if he shows good judgment and only punish those who truly deserve it." "A good leader shouldn't rule by fear alone," replied Orion convinced. Tom sneered, "A leader doesn't need to be loved," he spat the word, "he needs to be obeyed without questions. During a war you can't allow your followers to second-guess you, that would make you lose precious time, and the battle plans would fall apart." "I agree with that, but mindless followers cowering in fear are no good either. There should be a balance. They should obey implicitly but they should also feel protected, feel that the leader cares for them and wouldn't risk them unnecessarily and that their punishments are deserved," replied Orion. Tom scoffed, "You're too young to understand such things." "I'm not. I have read extensively about wars, strategies and how to motivate your soldiers. Just think what kind of leader you would like to follow. To what kind of person would you pledge your undying loyalty freely and truly? I would hate to discover that the person that I follow and thus admire just uses me without caring about my well-being. That he is cruel without reason and tortures without thought. A leader must think about his actions and their consequences on his army's morale before acting. He must understand that his followers need to be motivated. A content soldier that truly believes in his cause and his leader will move mountains. A motivated army that has a just leader that is admired is unstoppable," said Orion. "I'm not saying that he should be all lovey-dovey. He should be strict and demanding but he should show good judgment and make the followers believe that they are taken into account, that they are cared for." Tom seemed to be thinking, "Perhaps you have a point, but much depends on the type of war. Strict measures must be taken in dangerous times." Orion waved his hand, "There's no excuse to abuse your own followers, whatever you might say." Tom didn't reply. Orion decided to ask something that had been on his mind for a while. He cocked his head to a side and said, "You never told me what your profession was. What did you become after leaving school?" "What I became," he said with a smirk, "I became powerful." Orion frowned, "But I haven't read about you. Were you famous?" Tom's smirk widened, "Not in the general circles." At Orion's curious expression he continued, "I was dissatisfied with what I learned at school. I was very good at the dark arts and had been studying them on my own for a while. So when I left school I spent many years traveling abroad and learning about magic. I went to Egypt, Romania, Albania, Russia, all the countries with ancient wizarding roots that still practiced the true dark arts. I learned it all and I strived to become powerful, and I succeeded." Orion was mesmerized thinking about all the places he had gone to, all the knowledge he must have acquired. "That's amazing. I would love to do that. To travel and learn by myself all the lost arts, all the prohibited knowledge. You must have been extremely powerful." Tom nodded with a superior smirk. "When did you join Voldemort? Did you already know him from before?" "I barely knew him, he was a distant cousin and nothing else. But when I returned from my travels I heard about him and joined his cause," replied Tom tersely. Orion asked excitedly, "Yes, well, what else? What happened? Remember that my portrait was made in the early 50s. I only have memories until such a time. Voldemort had his followers but he didn't act until much later. I believe he also used those years to study the dark arts himself. He was around my age. I remember that his plans were to slowly build up an army to take over the wizarding world and liberate the dark families from their oppression. But I don't know much else." "You know more than me about what happened later," said Tom patiently. Orion said in disappointment, "Yes, I forgot about that. Well, there isn't much that I know. Just that he appeared around 1970 and rallied the Death Eaters. Before that they weren't known. People started disappearing and the wizarding world started to fear and believe the rumors about a new Dark Lord. Around the mid-70s he allied with the Giants and the war truly began. He had a great army but was still outnumbered by the Light Wizards. Dumbledore formed the Order of the Phoenix to fight against him. It is said that Dumbledore is the only wizard Voldemort truly feared. Tom interrupted him angrily. He never feared Dumbledore. He was just an old coot that was too weak to understand true power. Orion raised his eyebrows. Well, yes, perhaps. But they did duel on several occasions and they were evenly matched. Tom scoffed, but Orion continued. Anyhow, the war became vicious and many were killed. Voldemort was in his height when he decided to attack the Potters on October 31st of 1981. They were members of the Order of the Phoenix and had been his targets for some time. As I told you before, something happened and Harry Potter survived and Voldemort's body turned to ashes after receiving his own killing curse. Which is quite peculiar as well. The curse usually leaves the body behind intact. Voldemort must have undergone a ritual of some sort, Orion said pensively. Tom could see the wheels in the boy's mind turning, and decided to get him out of his musings. Really, this boy was too much. Yes, well, he was powerful. Now, tell me about the Potter brat. Where is he now? Where does he study? Is he powerful? Is he Dumbledore's little hero? Orion replied after making a mental note to research about what Voldemort could have done to himself. Orion smirked. He disappeared. Tom raised his eyebrow and silently urged him to continue. No one knows where or with whom he was living, but he was definitely not living with a wizarding family, said Orion. Tom interrupted him with a scowl. Typical Dumbledore, I'm sure he had something to do with it. Orion nodded at Tom's perception. Yes, you're right. Dumbledore was the one that took him after his parents died and he decided where the boy should live. Early this year it was made public that the boy had ran away from his caretaker's home and search parties were sent to find him. He is presumably living in Muggle London without knowledge of who he is. He didn't attend Hogwarts. Did they believe him dead? Asked Tom frowning. Maybe some do, but I'm sure Dumbledore won't give up so easily, replied Orion hiding his smile. It was so fun coming up with these things. Tom snorted. Of course not. Dumbledore will go to any lengths to get his hero back. You told me before that the Light Wizards consider him their savior and Dumbledore won't let pass the opportunity of having him under his thumb. Orion nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so myself. I pity the boy, really. Tom raised an eyebrow. Yes, perhaps he should be pitied. He will become their tool soon enough. But maybe he can escape their clutches. Asked Orion with a smirk. Well, I rather doubt it. When they get their hands on him they'll brainwash him and he'll do everything that he's told. If he's been living with Muggles he'll be so grateful to Dumbledore for showing him the magical world that he'll become his little pet. He won't learn about the dark arts or the repression of the dark families and he would only see what the Light Wizards allow him to, said Tom. Yes, maybe. But don't you agree that it would benefit us to have him on our side? Asked Orion. This was an important matter. Tom seemed to think like Voldemort and if he was willing to give Harry Potter a chance that would indicate that someday, perhaps, he could tell Voldemort the truth without being killed before proving he was on their side. Tom frowned in thought. If he could be persuaded, then yes. It would be a great blow to the Light to have their dear savior turn on them, he said ending with a malicious smile. Orion frowned at him. He didn't like the sound of that. I'm not saying to turn him to our side just to use him. He should be respected and allowed to participate in the war as an equal, not just any follower. Said Orion in anger. Tom looked at him impassively. And what has he done to deserve it? He caused the death of the Dark Lord and set us back for decades. That wasn't his fault. He was just a baby that survived. Voldemort shouldn't go around attempting to kill babies. Said Orion in agitation. Tom sneered. He must have had a good reason for it. You should show some respect. Orion was seeing red. I don't care what his reasons were. The boy shouldn't suffer for it. Voldemort killed his parents. He killed his mother. The least he deserves is to be given the chance to decide his side on the war and to be treated as an equal by others. Not to be manipulated. Not to be used. Quote. Tom spat. The boy was a Potter. The Potters have always been Light Wizards that despise the dark arts and would gladly see us dead. His parents got what was coming to them. It was a war, boy, people get killed. The Potters were in the Order of the Phoenix according to you, and as such knew what they were getting into. Orion had to hold his tears. His father was a potter, but not his mother. She didn't do anything wrong. She was a healer. And it's not the boy's fault that he's a potter. Are you condemning him just because of his surname? You wouldn't give him a chance. He had never been so emotional about his mother's death before now. He had thought sadly about her and that he would have liked to know her, but he had never cried over her death. He felt detached from it. That was until now. No one before had said such cruel, cynical things about her death. Tom didn't seem fazed at all by his mother's unnecessary death. He neatly said that it was war and things like that happened. And Orion knew that it was true. He knew that his mother had been in the Order of the Phoenix and thus she had taken risks knowingly. But it still pained him, knowing that her death wasn't necessary, that Voldemort could have spared her if he wanted, since he had been his real target. Tom regarded him for a while and asked suspiciously, "Why are you getting so worked up about it? Why do you even care what happens to the brat?" Orion froze. He had been an idiot. In his emotional turmoil he had given himself away. He had to spin this around. I don't care about him. But I feel certain sympathy for him. My mother also died and I never knew her. I didn't even know my father until recently. I understand what he must be going through. And I was simply thinking what was best for the dark side. I believe he can be an asset, if he is given the chance. If he's not blamed for something that was out of his hands and if he's not used and then cast away. Some think he's going to be powerful. It's in our interest to have him on our side willingly. Voldemort should consider making him his equal, he said resolutely. Tom raised his eyebrow. Consider a mere boy his equal. He laughed viciously. Are you mad? Orion snapped at him. Age has nothing to do with it. If the boy has the power, why not? He did kill him after all, didn't he? Orion smirked cruelly. The great Dark Lord felled by a mere baby. Do you still think he's unworthy? Tom's eyes turned to slits and he snarled. It must have been a magical accident. The Dark Lord would have never been so easily beaten. Orion smirked wider. I agree. He wouldn't. But he wouldn't allow an accident to happen either, would he? He wouldn't be so careless. Wasn't he brilliant? Wasn't he unbeatable? And you think that such a wizard would so sloppily err? No, I don't think so. And I doubt you believe it yourself. Have you not been asking me questions about the boy and his powers? It seems to me you suspect that the boy is special. If not, why the interest? Tom sneered. Perhaps, but that doesn't mean he should be treated any different from the others. If the boy ever considered coming to the dark side, which is preposterous given who he is, why would he have to be given a special place? Orion calmed down and quietly asked, what would be necessary for him to be considered an equal? For him to be no mere follower but someone listened to and respected. Tom eyed him suspiciously. You seem to have an eager interest in the boy's future. Orion waved his hand dismissively and calmly replied, as I told you before, I think he could be useful. And besides, I would like to know the answer to those questions myself, since I plan on becoming the Dark Lord's follower and I have no intention of groveling at his feet. Tom sneered at him. All his followers must show him proper respect. He then laughed maliciously, and besides, you want to be his follower. You're just a little boy. Orion sneered back and said with a superior smirk, oh, not just his follower. I bow to no one. I'll be his equal. Tom roared up laughing, his equal. He has no equal, and then he added viciously, and least of all a little boy like you. Orion wasn't fazed. We'll see about that. He merely replied, just answer my question. What is needed to become his right hand? If indeed one can't be his equal. Tom turned serious. Was this boy truly this ambitious? At such a young age already plotting how to become the Dark Lord's right hand. It was ridiculous. But he admitted that the boy was powerful, extremely intelligent, and determined. And he was learning the dark arts from an early age. He would be a good acquisition for the Dark Lord. He replied truthfully, power. Power is valued above everything else. Even your age might be overlooked if you prove to be powerful enough, resourceful enough and cunning enough. If you control the darkest of arts, if you possess the darkest of bloods, if you are cold-blooded enough to do what is needed and intelligent enough to be knowledgeable in the darkest of magics, you'll be valued. Orion nodded and tersely said, very well. I'll be prepared. And with that he bid Tom a good night and spent the rest of the night planning all that had to be done. The following week Orion received a letter from Sirius and Draco. Sirius didn't have any great news, just that Phineas Nigel's portrait was spying for them in Dumbledore's office, and he reported that the old man still hadn't given up searching for Harry Potter, though some of the teachers had expressed their belief that the boy might be dead already. Draco's letter had been very interesting and hilarious. Poor Draco, to be cooped up in a light wizarding school. Draco had whined about how the teachers were prejudiced against students that came from dark families and how the other houses despised Slytherin. He complained endlessly about a Muggle-born girl, Granger something or other, that had little power but was extremely bookish. Draco said that the girl was extremely annoying and always flaunted her knowledge, and that he was sure that the girl would be useless in a real duel environment, where true power came to play. According to Draco, all the teachers were delighted with her, since she was a symbol of Muggle-born worth, and ignored Draco when he did just as well in their classes. Draco was also angry because their defense against the dark arts teacher was completely useless. He said that Quirrell was a wizard that wore a ridiculous turban and that was afraid of his own shadow, and that they weren't learning anything useful. He continued explaining that the only teacher that seemed to favor them was Severus Snape, his godfather. Draco didn't know much about his godfather, only that he had been a Death Eater during the First War and had been declared innocent in his trial with the support of Dumbledore. That's the part that had interested Orion the most. He hadn't seen Snape in any of the pureblood gatherings, and he was pretty sure that it wasn't a pureblood family name. Was Snape a pureblood or halfblood? Did he feel indebted to Dumbledore and had turned sides, or was he still loyal to the dark side? According to Draco, the wizard was a brilliant potions master, so it would be convenient to have him on their side. He remembered Sirius talking derogatively about Snivellus Snape and how the Marauders had endlessly pranked him. He had felt sorry for the wizard at the time. He was aware that James Potter and Sirius had been extremely cruel to him. He also remembered that Sirius said something about how Lily had been his friend at first, but after Snape called her a mudblood when she defended him, she had turned her back at him, much to Sirius' delight. He wrote to Draco asking him more about Snape and his true allegiance, and also told him a little bit about his core classes and the other students. Draco also seemed to have a vendetta against a Weasley, which he found extremely funny. The Weasleys were a poor but well-regarded light family that were clearly prejudiced against the dark arts and quite narrow-minded. It was Draco's bad luck that he should have one of them in his year. Draco had also expressed his disappointment that Harry Potter hadn't showed up. He said that most of the children had been waiting in anticipation to meet the boy, but there were no signs of him. Dumbledore didn't seem preoccupied, but Draco thought it was all very weird. Orion smiled when he read that. If Draco ever discovered the truth about Orion's identity, he would have a huge temper tantrum. The next few months had passed quickly, and Orion had become a favorite amongst the teachers, with the exception of potions, where Kragan had taken Calypso as his protege. Orion's favorite classes were dark arts, spell creation, blood rituals, and transfiguration. Tom helped him with ancient runes and arithmancy, and he was currently the best in dark spell creation. Tom had been fascinated by it when Orion told him about the class. Orion learned that Tom had gone to Hogwarts and that they had taught him almost nothing about the dark arts, so Tom had learned by himself. Orion quickly discovered that the young wizard was brilliant. When he studied at nights, he always kept the locket opened, and Tom would expand on subjects not mentioned in the books. He would have made an excellent teacher. Tom challenged Orion's mind, and he loved his discussions with him. They still argued about Muggleborns, Muggles, and how to be a good leader, but they finally conceded that both had valid points. Thankfully, Tom didn't mock Orion anymore about his aspirations of becoming a powerful dark wizard equal to the Dark Lord. Christmas break was just a few days ahead, and there were several things that Orion still hadn't resolved. He had researched about all types of rituals that Voldemort could have done to himself to cause his body to turn to ashes when the Avada Kedavra curse hit him, but he hadn't found anything conclusive. He still didn't know what kind of magical object the locket was, and he had no idea how to look for the two spirits of the Chamber of Whispers. He had thought of using necromancy textbooks to see if he could find a summoning ritual that could help him, but he discovered that those books were fiercely guarded by Vulcan Vagnarov, and the wizard had refused to lend him one, saying that if he had the power he would learn it in his 6th year. But Orion wasn't deterred. He decided to search the castle for any sign. Orion was just heading out of the common room for one of his late evening strolls around the castle in search for clues when Lysander took his arm. "And where exactly are you going?" You have been disappearing for several evenings each week, he said and cocked his head to a side. Are you having little rendezvous in the moonlight with Calypso? He asked smirking. Orion laughed. No, no such luck, he said with a wink. I just like to walk around the castle. Lysander smiled at him. Come, Ori. You must be looking for something. Perhaps, said Orion with a smirk. Lysander grinned. Very well, don't tell. Would you mind some company? Orion considered this. You're welcome to come along, maybe you can detect something that I can't. And with that they took off. What exactly are we looking for? Asked Lysander with curiosity. I don't mean to pry, I just asked to help you find it. Orion sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Well, I don't exactly know, just a clue of some kind. A hidden chamber perhaps, or an unknown passage. Lysander nodded and they kept walking through the castle. It was almost 8:30 in the evening and the castle was practically empty since most students stayed in their common rooms. They took a turn and went to a part of the castle that was little used. Orion observed Lysander. They had become really close and he could easily say that both he and Calypso were his two best friends. He liked the others very much as well, but he didn't feel the connection that he felt with Calypso and Lysander. Lysander had quickly discovered that Orion was a parselmouth and he always sat on Orion's bed to listen to him speaking with Sylvana. When Orion had asked why he liked to listen, Lysander had simply said that it was beautiful, like a song being whispered in his ear. Orion had shaken his head but he indulged the other boy. They used to lounge on his bed while he petted Sylvana and talked about their lives and what they wanted to do in the future. Orion discovered that Lysander was the son of the master vampire of the Zeraven clan and he was being groomed for the position in the future. In turn, he had told Lysander his aspiration of becoming a powerful dark wizard to help end the repression against the dark arts and the dark pureblood families. Orion turned to him. Do you remember what I told you last night? About how I thought that the Dark Lord would be coming back soon and how I wanted to help him. Lysander nodded his head. Well, you didn't answer me when I asked if your clan would support him. Do you not like him? Asked Orion. Lysander looked into Orion's eyes. We usually remain neutral in wizarding affairs. If we ever intervened in a war it would draw attention to us again, and we want to avoid that for our own safety. Yes, well, but how are you going to claim back your freedom if you do nothing about it? I understand the need to keep apart during times of peace, but shouldn't you fight for your rights as well? To be able to live with the wizards in the open and without fear? Asked Orion. Lysander frowned in thought and then replied, the problem is that neither the light or dark wizards have offered us a good deal. The light wizards are generally prejudiced against us and consider us mindless king monsters, and the dark side has only tried to use us as killing machines without offering much in return. But during the first rise of Voldemort, didn't he attempt an alliance with you? I know that he had the giants' support and he was attempting to get the werewolves' support as well, so I had imagined that he had also approached your clan with an offer, said Orion. Lysander nodded. He did. He offered us equal rights with the wizards once he had taken over the wizarding world, but he asked too much in return. Orion pierced him with his eyes. What did he ask for? Well, the usual, that we fought alongside his Death Eaters and such. Vampires have very quick reflexes, as you may have noticed, said Lysander with a smirk. Orion just huffed. He had proof enough of that. Whenever Lysander taunted him and Orion made a move to physically retaliate, the vampire would always dodge his friendly slaps and easily immobilized Orion's arms. And we are also immune to some curses and aren't easily injured, so we make excellent fighters. But that request wasn't the problem. He asked for something that we would never give, something that we value too much. Well, go on, what did he ask for? Asked Orion excitedly. Lysander silently regarded him for a moment. He asked for the master's blood. Orion cocked his head to a side. For your father's blood. Whatever for. Do you remember about one of the lessons of blood rituals, when Master Helgard explained the rituals done to acquire the abilities of magical creatures? Orion nodded his head and Lysander continued, well, if you ever did that ritual with vampire blood, especially with a master vampire's blood, you would extend your natural life for centuries and would age very slowly. Your body would also be immune to diseases, heal injuries quickly, and your powers would increase. Orion was in awe, and he asked your father's blood to do the ritual. Lysander laughed. Not only that, mind you, we wouldn't have given him the blood even if it was just for the ritual. But he wanted my father to give him the blood in the natural way. What do you mean the natural way? Asked Orion, frowning. For a perfect transfer of vampire blood from a vampire to a wizard, the vampire has to drink from the wizard and then feed the wizard his blood. This doesn't turn the wizard to a vampire, just gives him our lifespan and the other things I mentioned. To turn someone into a vampire, which we haven't done in millennia, the vampire has to drain the person until the brink of death and then feed him his blood. What the Dark Lord wanted was the first option, where he is only drained a little bit and then given the vampire blood. But we never do this to non-vampires, since the process creates a bond between the vampire and the other person. It's like our mating bond. We usually do it when we have chosen another vampire as our life mate. And of course my father had already done it with my mother. But even so, he could do it with someone else if he truly desired to. But our clan has the rule to never undertake the mating bond with a non-vampire. And my father would never consider giving the Dark Lord such powers, explained Lysander. Wow, that's fascinating. I never knew you could do that. It makes sense that the Dark Lord requested that. He would be practically immortal and indestructible, said Orion. Yes, exactly. And we didn't want to create someone so powerful. He was extremely powerful already. Imagine if he had undergone the transfer. Nothing assured us that he wouldn't turn against us later. So we couldn't accept the deal, and the Dark Lord was adamant that that was his main request. So he was turned down, said Lysander. Didn't he get persistent? Asked Orion. Lysander smirked wickedly. Oh, yes. Father told me that the Dark Lord started offering all kind of things when he saw that father wouldn't acquiesce. He kept sending emissaries with better deals, until father made it clear that it was a non-negotiable point. But the Dark Lord didn't dare attack us. They kept on walking silently. I think we're lost, said Orion, turning to look at his sides. He didn't recognize this part of the castle. He looked at Lysander and saw that he had his eyes fixed on one of the walls of the corridor they were in. Lysander raised his arm and pointed his finger forwards. Is that the sign that you were looking for? Orion followed his finger and saw that he was pointing at a corner shrouded in shadows. He couldn't see anything. He moved towards the wall and casted Lumos, raising his wand. He felt Lysander stand by his side. There it was. Well, he didn't know if that's what he had been looking for, but it was certainly something. There on the wall was a small symbol engraved in the stone. It was a circle inscribed in a triangle with a vertical line crossing through the middle. I've never seen this symbol before, whispered Orion. Me neither, replied Lysander. What do you think it is? Well, I don't know, but it seems to have been made by someone, perhaps one of the students. Said Orion. Lysander traced his finger over the mark. It's old. Look at the way it's engraved. The corners are black, as if it has been engraved many decades ago. Orion nodded. Yes, you're right. Cast Lumos. I'm going to cast spells that can tell us more about it. Lysander nodded and casted Lumos with his wand while Orion pointed his wand at the wall and said Revelatio. Nothing happened. Orion kept casting more spells, but none gave any information about the age of the mark, the author, nor did they reveal any secret chambers behind it. Orion sighed in frustration. Well, it doesn't open secret doors either. I'll have to look for it in the library, to see if some of the books mention it. They returned to their rooms and Orion closed his bed curtains, casting silencing charms. He opened the locket. Well, hello Orion, said Tom amicably. How did it go with your arithmancy essay? Fine, I got an outstanding, said Orion dismissively. I have to ask you something. He took out a piece of parchment and drew the symbol he had seen. Tom was eyeing him with curiosity. Orion took the piece of parchment and showed it to Tom. Do you recognize this symbol? He asked. Tom looked at it and then turned his dark blue eyes to Orion. Where have you seen it? In one of the school's walls, said Orion excitedly. You recognize it? What is it? Tom replied calmly. It was Grindelwald's mark. Orion frowned. Well, he was a student here, so he might have engraved it himself. But what does it represent? Tom turned thoughtful. I don't think it represents anything, it's just a symbol that Grindelwald chose for his cause. Orion frowned. It didn't make any sense. Why would Grindelwald carve a symbol that didn't represent something especial to him? People usually chose symbols that represented their desires, their ambitions, not just a shape that struck their fancy. But Tom had seemed honest when he said he didn't know. Today they were leaving the school for their Christmas break. Orion was going to spend his holidays with Sirius at Black Manor and then would spend a day at Malfoy Manor in England to see Draco, after much insistence on Draco's part. After the sea journey, Orion and his group of friends arrived to St. Petersburg. He could see Sirius waiting patiently for him. He bid his friends goodbye and went to him. Sirius smiled widely when he saw him. "Hello, young pup. You've grown," he said, hugging Orion. "Really?" came Orion's muffled reply. "Am I taller?" Sirius laughed. "Yes, a little bit," he said, ruffling his hair. "Don't worry. I remember that at your age I was also a bit short, but I grew taller quickly afterwards." Sirius apparated them directly to the Grand Hall of Black Manor and Orion went to his room to unpack. A while later, Sirius came in. "Orion, what would you like to do during your break?" asked Sirius. Orion sat on his bed and thought about it. "I don't know. Whatever you want. I have no plans besides spending a day at Malfoy Manor." "What do you want to do?" Sirius fidgeted a little bit. "Well, you see, I was thinking that perhaps we could go to Godric's Hollows." Orion sat up straight and looked at him intensely. "You want to see Mum's grave?" he asked quietly. He didn't know how he felt about that. Seeing her grave will make it more real. He didn't know if he wanted that. Sirius sighed and sat by his side. "We won't go if you don't want to. It's just that I never went back. I haven't seen the house since that night and I never saw her grave. I wanted to go by myself but I thought it would be nice if you came with me as well. It was your first home and you should have a place to remember her by." Orion nodded in understanding. His father seemed to need the closure and while he wasn't too excited about the prospect of seeing her grave and the pain that would ensue, he should lend his support to his father. He turned to smile at Sirius. "Very well, let's go." Then he frowned. "But won't it be dangerous for you? They are still looking for you after all." Sirius grinned back at him. "But they aren't looking for a great black dog." "I had forgotten about that," said Orion happily. "Oh, and I have almost managed to complete my transformation." Sirius looked at him in surprise. "You have? That's astounding." Orion nodded his head proudly. "Yes, I already have the body, wings and claws. I only need to transform the head. It's the most painful part still, but I can sprout feathers from my head and chin already." "That's great, little prodigy," said Sirius smiling. "When you are able to transform completely we can run wild in the forest." "Well, you'll fly and I'll run. We'll see who's faster," he said with a grin. Orion looked up at him smirking. "What do I win if I beat you?" Sirius let out a short bark of laughter. "Why, the honor of outrunning the great Padfoot. I must tell you that not even Prongs could beat me in my days." Orion spent the rest of his day telling Sirius all about school and his friends. He couldn't tell him about the classes that were exclusive for the Hydras but he did tell him about the dark arts class and the rest. He detected a concerned expression on Sirius' face when he excitedly told him that Romulus Rosier had privately told him that he had never seen such a natural ability for the dark arts in one so young, but he didn't give it too much importance. He knew that Sirius still held some reserves about the dark arts, but he would become used to it soon enough. The following day Orion and Padfoot flowed to a cafe in Paris and from there to the only pub in Godric's Hollow. They had decided in doing it in 2 stages just in case the English oars were tracking the incoming flow traffic to England. Orion followed Padfoot out of the pub and saw that the Godric's Hollow was a pretty little village covered in snow. Orion started crossing the village square when he heard Padfoot's whine. Orion turned around to see what he was looking at and stopped in his tracks. The war memorial that had been in the middle of the square had transformed into a statue of 3 people. He recognized them immediately. It was James Potter and his mother with a baby representation of himself in her arms. He heard Padfoot whining and saw how he rested his front paws on the lap of Lily's statue. He wasn't so sure himself about what he felt. It could be described as a longing mixed with melancholy. But he snapped out of it and approached Padfoot. He gently stroked his fur and whispered to the dog's ear, "Father, I know it must be painful, but if anyone sees us here staring at her statue, they'll become suspicious." But Padfoot didn't seem to respond, so he gently nudged him to move forwards. Padfoot whined but kept moving. Orion followed him to the church and opened the gates of the cemetery for him. He could see Padfoot waiting ahead of him through the snow and he started looking at some of the tombstones as he walked by them. His eyes caught sight of a worn headstone and he halted in surprise. It can't be, he whispered to himself. He approached the stone and cleared the snow on it. There it was, his eyes hadn't tricked him. Grindelwald's mark engraved in a headstone that seemed older than time. He traced it with his fingers and looked at the name inscribed below, Ignotus Peverell. He frowned. He hadn't heard of the Peverells before, and this didn't make any sense. Why would Grindelwald chose as his personal mark the crest of some wizard that seemed to have lived centuries ago? Was he a descendant? If so, why were the Peverells so important as to make Grindelwald proudly choose their mark? He was taken out of his musings when Padfoot took his hand gently in his jaws and pulled him forward. He numbly followed his father until they reached two white marble headstones. He moved forward to read the engravings. James Potter, born the 27th of March 1960, died the 31st of October 1981. Lily Potter, born the 30th of January 1960, died the 31st of October 1981, and Bello, the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Orion knelt by Padfoot's side and tightly hugged him. He could feel his father shaking beneath him and could hear his low whines. Orion couldn't repress his tears any longer and let them run freely. He silently wept and tightened his grip on Padfoot's fur. Now he understood that he had needed to see this and to grieve openly for her. The witch that had given him so much, the opportunity to live in exchange of her own life. Even before birth she had wanted to protect him against the Death Eaters by concealing his true parentage. What would she think of me if she knew that I was studying the dark arts? That I have embraced my dark blood heritage? Would she understand? Am I causing her sacrifice to be in vain if I join them? If I support her murderer? He felt as if his heart was being torn apart in opposite directions. He had been so sure before, that he was taking the right path. That what only mattered was to preserve the dark families and the dark magic. But at what cost? Should he betray his mother's ideals? Render her death and sacrifice meaningless? He felt Padfoot licking his tears and turned to look at him. There was such an infinite pain and sadness in those hunted gray eyes. Will he ever forgive himself? Will he forgive me if I truly support Voldemort? He didn't know what to do. What was clear before was now muddled in emotional turmoil. He rose exhaustedly from his kneeling position and turned to look away from the gravestones. He felt so uncertain now. He waited between the rows and unfocusedly read the names as he advanced. He recognized many light family names. He halted and turned back to look at a dark headstone covered in lichen spots, Kendra Dumbledore and her daughter Ariana. He stilled and quickly glanced at the dates. They must be Dumbledore's relatives. Aunt and cousin, or mother and sister. The girl had died very young. How strange. Wizarding children usually didn't die young. Almost all diseases had potions to cure them. Padfoot licked his hand and Orion looked at him. He felt so drained. Orion said in a low pleading voice, "I want to go, Father. I don't want to see the house. Please don't make me." Padfoot nodded and licked his hand once more before turning ahead towards the gates of the cemetery. That night Orion dropped heavily on his bed. His mind was a jumbled confusion of names and marks and statues and headstones. He needed to speak to someone and he didn't want to tell Sirius about his doubts, he wouldn't understand. He opened his locket and placed it as usual on his chest to have Tom staring directly at his eyes. "You look dreadful," said Tom with a smirk, "too much Christmas partying." Orion sighed and replied tiredly, "Not exactly." Tom frowned at his tone of voice. "I went to visit my mother's grave," said Orion softly. Tom looked angry. "Your father took you to her grave on Christmas holidays. What was he attempting, to rip all the holidays' merry feelings from of you?" Orion gave him a small sad smile. "I don't think that was his intention, but I dare say he unwittingly succeeded. He had never gone there himself and I understand his need to see her grave, but I hadn't expected to be so affected by it." Tom urged him silently to continue. "Did I ever mention that she died in a Death Eater raid?" said Orion looking into Tom's eyes. "Ah, I see," replied Tom curtly. "You're feeling guilty because you had planned on becoming a follower but now you experienced a harsh crash with the past that made you remember that they killed your mother. So you blame them for her death and want nothing to do with them now," he said coldly. Orion narrowed his eyes at him. "Well, it's a natural feeling, is it not? Do you expect me to rejoice in the knowledge that I'll be going against her wishes? That I'll be joining her murderers when she died for me? She was a dark, pure-blooded witch, was she not? Why would you be going against her wishes if you followed the Dark Lord? Asked Tom calmly. Orion paused, because she was neutral. She came from a dark family but didn't directly support the Dark Lord. She didn't want that life for me. What she wanted for you doesn't matter. What matters is what you want. Or were all those plans you were telling me about supporting the Dark Lord and ending the repression of the dark families just the fantasies of a little boy, said Tom harshly. They were not. I meant every word I said Orion gritting his teeth, but I can't ignore the fact that they killed her. Tom sneered at him. Yes, they did. And it happened to many others on both sides of the war. What do you think a war is, boy? A field trip where both sides chase each other around. People die in a war, it's only natural. Orion felt a tear slip through his cheek and whispered, how can you be so unfeeling? Do you really think I can regard her death so coldly? Just one more casualty of war, one more to add to the thousands, with no name, no face, no worth. Emotions make you weak, spat Tom angrily. If you truly want to be a powerful dark wizard worthy of a position in the Dark Lord's ranks, you'll need to shed this naivete of yours. You won't last a day if you get emotional over every little death. Orion roared in anger, we're not talking about any little death. We're talking about the death of my mother. And it's something you must overcome. Replied Tom angrily, yes, she was killed by your own side. Yes, she didn't want you to become a Death Eater. Yes, you'll be going against her wishes and ideals. But you can't both fulfill your aspirations and live according to what she wanted for you. You have to make a choice. Either you become a worthless wizard trying to follow her plans for you, or you become a great powerful dark wizard and fulfill your ambitions. You can't live your life trying to please everyone. It only matters what you want. Orion paused. Yes, that was the crux of the matter. Either he followed his carefully laid plans and became the powerful wizard he knew he could be and changed the wizarding world for the better. Or he lived up to his mother's and serious expectations and became a light or neutral wizard while allowing the status quo to remain. But he couldn't do that. It would go against his blood and magic. He wanted to fight for the preservation of dark magic. He could never sit idly and watch the light wizards take over. At seeing Orion's pensive expression, Tom continued softly, if you decide to continue with your plans, you have to let go of her death. You can't blame yourself for choosing your own path, even if it goes against everything she believed in. I'm sure she would have wanted you to make your own decisions and be the best you could be. Orion nodded, yes, you're right. He looked up at Tom, I can't think that I'm betraying her. I can't go against my blood and ideals, even if they differ from hers. She gave me life and I'll use it to create a better world for my kind. Tom nodded and inwardly smiled. Yes, the boy was coming along perfectly. He was still too compassionate, but when he thought matters over he could think with a clear head. Tom had decided to help the boy with his ambitions, since he could be a great asset for the dark side. And one of his priorities was to open the boy's eyes to the realities of life. Orion had to be tough and needed perfect control over his emotions. The week didn't last long amongst the Death Eaters and he wanted the boy to succeed. He saw himself in him sometimes, brilliant, powerful, driven and ambitious. Orion only lacked toughness. But he was getting there. Orion spent the following days in the Black Library, calmly ignoring serious complaints that he shouldn't be opening a book during his holidays. What he found there puzzled him even more. According to the most ancient bloodlines and their most mysterious descendants, Ignotus Peverell had had two older brothers, Antioch and Cadmus. Ignotus had been the only one to have a son and he was the ancestor of the Potters, with no relation to the Grindelwald bloodline. Then, why would Grindelwald use the mark of the ancestor of one of the most prominent light wizarding families? It made no sense whatsoever, a Dark Lord using the mark of a light family. But what puzzled him most was that Antioch Peverell was briefly mentioned as being the first known owner of the Death Stick. What was a Death Stick? It sounded like a wand, but why that name? And he couldn't find any more references on the brothers or the Death Stick in any other book. He decided to ask Master Helheim about it when he returned to Durmstrang. Orion was currently happily defeating Draco at chess. They had just come back from dinner with Draco's parents and he was glad that the elder Malfoys had liked his presence. He had given Lucius emerald cufflinks set in silver and a delicate enchanted black heirloom mirror to Narcissa. Sirius had said that it had belonged to his mother and he was glad to get rid of it. He had given Draco the latest model of the practice snitch and a very complete dark arts book, with almost all the spells that Orion had learned that semester, which Draco had quickly taken to glance through it. Lucius had given him an expensive-looking book dedicated exclusively to the Unforgivables, and Narcissa had given him a beautiful dark green dress robes with delicate small silver dragons embroidered on the lapels. He had received beautiful miniaturized peacock self-correcting quills and the chess set they were playing on from Draco. Orion's dragon had just eaten Draco's troll when Draco asked with a frown, "Who is this Lysander you kept writing about?" Orion smiled, "Oh, he's great. He's my best friend." When he saw the hurt flashing in Draco's eyes, he quickly mended, "At school. I already told you he's a vampire and he's very interesting. I didn't know anything about vampires, and their society and customs are fascinating." "I don't see what's so amazing about them," scoffed Draco. "They do feed on us, you know. We are their snacks." Orion laughed, "We're not. They feed on muggles and they don't even kill them, just drain them a little bit. There's nothing wrong in that. You seem to spend a lot of time with him," said Draco scowling. Orion looked up at him in curiosity. "Well, yes. He's my roommate and we talk for a while during the nights." "The same must happen to you with Blaze and Theo." "It's not the same," huffed Draco, "they're always doing other stuff. The only ones that stick around are Vince and Greg. Are you keeping them as your bodyguards against the big bad Weasley?" asked Orion, grinning. Draco scoffed, "As if I couldn't manage that idiot on my own. Really, you should listen to the things he says. He's barely literate. And you should see his clothes," he said with a disgusted look. Orion roared in laughter, "You're such a snob, Draco." Draco smirked at him, "What if I am? There's nothing wrong in that." "Of course not, angel of piety," replied Orion with a grin. "Ah, you didn't finish telling me about the troll incident." "Well, we were in the middle of the Halloween feast when the stuttering idiot, Quirrell, came running in saying there was a troll in the dungeons and then passed out right there, in the middle of the hall," said Draco, rolling his eyes. "Then Dumbledore told us to return to our common rooms." He said in indignation, "I mean, he has just been informed that there's a troll in the dungeons and he sends the Slytherins there." "Clearly a conspiracy," said Orion, grinning. Draco huffed, "Well, yes. Obviously Professor Snape came to us and told us to go with the Ravenclaws and then he left with the rest of the teachers. I didn't see it happening," he said with a conspiratorial voice, "but they say that the Mudblood Granger was in one of the bathrooms crying when the troll found her." "Why was she crying?" asked Orion. "The weasel had said something to her. They don't get along very well. Anyway, McGonagall and Professor Snape heard the noises coming from the bathroom and they got just in time when the Mudblood was dodging a blow." "Pity, if you ask me," said Draco with a malicious smirk. "Then the teachers stunned the troll, took her out and waited for Dumbledore to arrive." Orion rolled his eyes at him. "Come, Draco. Poor girl. She must have been terrified. Was she all right?" Draco snorted, "Who cares?" At Orion's look he continued, "Yes, she was fine. Just a few scratches." "Did they ever find out how the troll managed to get in?" asked Orion with curiosity. "No, no one has a clue. They checked the school but couldn't find anything out of order. It's a little bit strange, isn't it? Hogwarts, wards wouldn't allow a troll to come in. Someone must have let it inside and the only ones that can modify wards are the professors," said Orion, frowning in thought. Draco turned serious, "But why would they do that? It makes no sense." "I don't know. There's not much point to it. The teachers were obviously going to stop it from causing harm," Orion hummed in thought, "maybe to create a diversion." "But for what?" said Draco, raising his eyebrows. "Nothing else happened. Nothing else that you heard of. Didn't you ask your godfather about it?" asked Orion. "Of course I did," huffed Draco, "but he wouldn't tell me anything. He just told me to keep out of trouble." A thoughtful expression came over his features, "but now that I think about it, he had a barely noticeable limp after the incident." Orion raised an eyebrow. "A limp? Do you think he got injured when the teachers stunned the troll?" Draco frowned. "Maybe. I don't know. But none of the teachers were injured and he's a very powerful wizard, so it doesn't make sense that the others remained unscathed and he didn't." You might be onto something there," said Orion. Draco turned to him in alarm. "You think Professor Snape let the troll in?" Orion shook his head. "No, not him. I believe he wouldn't risk your safety. And the other teachers are in Dumbledore's pocket. Is Quirrell the only new professor? Draco nodded and then laughed. You can't possibly believe that that fool had anything to do with it. Why not? Do you know where he was when the teachers left the Great Hall? Did someone remain with him? Replied calmly Orion. Draco became quiet. I think they just left him there on the floor. We were the last to leave and I don't remember seeing any other teachers. But Quirrell couldn't have done it. He's afraid of his own shadow. Orion didn't comment. It seemed to him that Quirrell was the obvious suspect, but it didn't matter much to him anyway. He left Malfoy Manor wishing Draco a good semester and went back to Black Manor for his last day of holidays. Orion stood up when their first class of History of the Dark Arts of the semester ended and told his friends that he had to ask something to the teacher and that he would see them at dinner. He approached Master Helheim when he saw that they were alone. "Excuse me, Master Helheim, I was wondering if you could help me with something," he said. "Of course, Mr. Black," said the short wizard, "go ahead. I came across a reference about the Death Stick and I was wondering if you could tell me what it is," Orion said. Helheim rose his eyebrows. "The Death Stick? Well, that's not something you can find in any book," he said, giving Orion a piercing look. "The Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny and the Elder Wand are wands that crop up under different names throughout the centuries. It could be believed that they are one and the same, and what made them so special is that they were presumed to be unbeatable. There's even a legend about the wand." Helheim paused. "Have you heard of the tale of the three brothers?" he asked. Orion shook his head and Helheim continued. "It's a children's tale that tells the story of three brothers that use their wands to create a bridge over a river and thus evade death. So death appears before them and grants each of them a prize. The eldest brother asks for a wand that wins duels for its owner, so death fashions a wand from a branch of an elder tree and gives it to him. The second brother asks for the power to recall others from death. So death picks a stone from the riverbank and gives it to the second brother, saying that the stone has the power to bring back the dead. Finally, the youngest brother asks for something that will enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by death. And death hands him over his own cloak of invisibility. Afterwards, the brothers continue their journey and split. The eldest brother boasts about his elder wand and soon another wizard kills him in his sleep and steals it from him. So death already takes the first brother. Meanwhile, the second brother uses the resurrection stone to bring back to life a girl that he had loved. But she doesn't truly belong to the mortal world and suffers. So the second brother kills himself to join her. The only brother that death couldn't find was the youngest, who only took off the cloak of invisibility when he was on his deathbed to give it to his son and then calmly waits for death to take him. Orion was enraptured by the story. He had already his suspicions and couldn't believe it could be possible. So you see, the ancient story refers to three objects, or hallows, which, if united, will make the possessor master of death. And they are known as the Deathly Hallows, explained Helheim. And it's true? Asked Orion. Helheim laughed. No, it's just a children's story that must have been invented around the legend of the Elder Wand. There is a historical trail of powerful wands and some believe that it could be the real Elder Wand. But as I said, it's merely a legend. There are no facts that prove that the wand exists. And even less in the case of the Cloak of Invisibility and the Resurrection Stone. Orion nodded and thanked the professor. He skipped dinner and went to his bed, taking out the book that mentioned the Peverell brothers. He reread the passage about them. It couldn't be possible. The story fitted the Peverell brothers perfectly. Ignotus, the youngest, had been the only one to live until old age and had had a son. Antioch and Cadmus had died young, and the book already mentioned that Antioch was the suspected owner of the Death Stick. So that meant that Ignotus was the one who had had the Cloak of Invisibility, Orion gasped. The Potters were his descendants and James Potter had had an invisibility cloak. But it couldn't be. It must be a coincidence. No invisibility cloak could last that long. But on the other hand, why had Dumbledore asked to see it? Invisibility cloaks were rare and expensive, but Dumbledore couldn't be interested in one just because of that. The old man must truly believe in the Deathly Hallows. Had he requested the cloak to check if it was the Hallow of the legend? It seemed absurd, but a wizard like Dumbledore wouldn't fall for a children's tale. And Grindelwald had used Ignotus' mark. The mark. A triangle, a circle. The circle represents the Resurrection Stone. And the vertical line is the Elder Wand. So that leaves the triangle, of course. The Cloak of Invisibility. Both Grindelwald and Dumbledore believed in the Deathly Hallows. And Grindelwald especially cared for them if he went carving their symbol on walls. Did he look for them? Did he find any? What does it mean, anyway, to be the Master of Death? Is that why Grindelwald wanted them? To join the three objects and become the Master of Death. What did he want to do with them? Use them to conquer the Muggle and Wizarding world. Most likely. But it was insane. But it must be true if two such powerful wizards believed in them. Had Voldemort also looked for them? Tom didn't know about them, but maybe Voldemort had. But if it's true, that means that the Peverells were simply very talented wizards that had created three very powerful magical objects. St. James's cloak is definitely one of the Hallows and is currently in the possession of Dumbledore. What had happened with the wand and the stone? Did Grindelwald acquire them? Orion must over the matter. He hadn't heard of any unbeatable. Grindelwald was said to have been unbeatable in a duel. Surely it couldn't be so simple, but it must. The man seemed to have been obsessed with the Hallows, and with his power and resourcefulness he must have discovered the Elder Wand. But he was beaten. Dumbledore. Could Dumbledore have the Elder Wand now? He did beat Grindelwald. So had Dumbledore stolen the wand from him after the duel? That would be so ironic. The leader of the Light stealing another wizard's wand just to be the owner of one of the Hallows. Everyone depicted Dumbledore like a grandfatherly old wizard with no ambitions for himself. But then he goes and steals one of the Hallows for himself. And not just one. He also stole the cloak. Well, he didn't steal it, but he didn't exactly return it to the Potter vaults either. That's stealing in a way. Amazing. The old coot was just as ambitious as his famed archenemy Grindelwald. Oh, the ironies of life. That just shows that there's no distinction between the Light's methods and the Dark's. If their leaders can act so similarly, how can the Light possibly say that they're the good ones and we the evil ones? Such hypocrisy. But should he attempt to get the Hallows? Did he need them for anything? Not really. There are spells to turn oneself invisible, and he wouldn't use the resurrection stone to bring anyone back, though if he studied necromancy maybe there could be other uses for the stone. It seemed to be the perfect tool for a necromancer. Had Cadmus Peverell been a necromancer? He must have, if he was able to create the stone. Fascinating. And the Elder Wand, well, that was useful. Yes, perhaps he should try to collect the Hallows if he had the chance. And the cloak was legally his after all. He fell asleep with thoughts of wands, stones and cloaks and ways to obtain them swirling in his head. Orion was bored out of his mind. It was the second week of June and they had just ended the week of exams. The teachers hadn't assigned much homework and he had already finished his essays. He was sure that he had scored outstanding in all his exams. He had studied hard and had found the tests easy. His quest for the Deathly Hallows had come to a standstill. He knew Dumbledore had the Elder Wand and the Cloak of Invisibility, but how could he take them from him? The only way of gaining the Elder Wand was to defeat Dumbledore in a duel, and he was aware that he didn't have the spell knowledge or duel experience to manage that yet. He had left that task for the future, for when he was powerful enough. And he couldn't retrieve the Cloak of Invisibility without revealing to Dumbledore that he was Harry Potter, and he was never going to do that. So that only left the option of going to Hogwarts in some point in time and stealing it from Dumbledore's office. Quite an impossible task as well. But at least he knew where those Hallows were. What bothered him was that he was completely clueless about the whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone. It was never mentioned in any of the books he had read, and he didn't have a single lead. He had thought of asking for Tom's assistance but had decided against it. He trusted Tom with many things, but he was still Voldemort's follower, and if he told him, he risked that in the future Tom might reveal the information to Voldemort. And he didn't want Voldemort to know. The Hallows would give him an advantage over Voldemort, and he would need that to prove that he was worthy. He was currently laying on his bed dozing off when all of a sudden his scar began to throb. Orion frowned. That had never happened before. He had almost forgotten about it. He opened his eyes but couldn't see clearly. He tensed when he felt a feeling of intense happiness that wasn't his own filling him. What was happening? His scar began pulsing fiercely in his forehead, and he started feeling as if his mind was slipping away from his reality. He clutched the duvet with his hands when he felt a piercing pain in his forehead. He felt his eyes roll in his head and was thrown into darkness. Where was he? He couldn't feel his body and couldn't see anything. He felt elated. Why am I happy? He heard a voice murmuring behind him, This mirror is the key to finding the stone. The voice paused. Trust Dumbledore to come up with something like this, but he's in London, I'll be far away by the time he gets back. Who was speaking? He couldn't turn around, he had no body. And what does Dumbledore have to do with what was happening? I see the stone, I'm presenting it to my master, but where is it? The voice said, I don't understand, is the stone inside the mirror? Should I break it? Orion felt anger and impatience and he heard himself speaking for the first time. Let me look in the mirror, he commanded in a high voice. Master, you are not strong enough. The voice at the back of his head said. Master. Orion wondered. Who is speaking to him? I have strength enough for this, he heard himself reply in annoyance. Something was happening now. He could see light as something was being removed from his face. When it was done he saw a mirror in front of him and an image reflected on it. It was the back of the body of a man and his head, Orion mentally gasped. The reflection of a distorted white face with slits for nostrils was looking straight at him with piercing red eyes. He saw the image of the face frowning. Was it his face? Orion heard himself murmuring, it's the mirror of Arised. How has Dumbledore hidden the Sorcerer's Stone inside? I knew you would be unable to stay away. Your weakness for power has made you predictable, he heard a calm voice say and Orion sharply turned around and saw Dumbledore calmly aiming his wand straight at him. He felt enraged, a maniacal desire to torture the old man until he lay on the floor begging for mercy. Orion heard himself hissing angrily at Dumbledore, see what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me these past weeks and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own, and you were too blind to notice that I have been in your dear school all this time. Give me the stone, Dumbledore, and I'll make your death swift. He saw Dumbledore sadly shaking his head at him, this is your own fault. I don't know what you have done to resurrect yourself but I won't allow you to come back. You have no place amongst the living, Orion viciously laughed, you think you can stop me, Dumbledore. You were always too weak to defeat me. And what happened to your savoir, old man? I hear he died like a worthless muggle in the streets of London. There is no one to oppose me now, then he commanded, Quirrell, kill him now. The next second Orion felt he lost control of the body, which turned around to duel with Dumbledore. He was barely aware of the spells flying by when suddenly he felt pain upon pain, as if he was being ripped apart. He screamed and felt himself leaving the body and floating away. At once, a needle-sharp pain seared across Orion's scar, his head felt as though it was about to split in two. He yelled, struggling with all his might against the arms that were pinning him down. He felt soothing words being whispered in his ear and he opened his eyes. He looked straight into beautiful pale blue eyes that were watching him in concern. Orion straightened up and realized that Lysander was cradling him and that he was back in his bedroom at Durmstrang. Orion, are you all right? What happened? You were screaming and flailing in your bed. I couldn't wake you up, said Lysander worriedly. Orion reached his hand to his invisible scar and rubbed it. It was throbbing but the pain had left. He was dazed and confused. What had happened? Where had he been? I don't know, he said shakily. I felt so much pain. Such pain. He felt Lysander's arms tightening around him and Orion clutched him closer. I wasn't here, I wasn't myself, he whispered. Lysander stroked his head and whispered soothingly, it's all right. It's over now. Orion merely nodded back absently. He was thinking about what he had experienced. He had been in another wizard's body, he was sure of that. And that face, that horrible disfigured face with red eyes. He shivered. What had he said? The Sorcerer's Stone, the elixir of life. The wizard had been attempting to steal the Sorcerer's Stone to create the elixir of life in order to regain a body. And Dumbledore had known, he had been waiting for him. What had Dumbledore called the wizard? He couldn't remember. Did he even hear a name? Quirrell. The disfigured face was at the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell always wore a turban according to Draco. The wizard had been sharing a body with Quirrell all this time. What had he said? He had been drinking unicorn blood to sustain himself. So the wizard had been possessing Quirrell all this time. But who was he? What did he say to Dumbledore? That Dumbledore was too weak to defeat him, that the savoir had died, Orion gasped. They had been talking about him. About Harry Potter. The wizard said he was now without opposition, Voldemort. Merlin's beard, it had been Voldemort. Voldemort was alive. Orion frowned. Not completely, not yet. He didn't have a body. But was able to posse someone. What had happened in the duel? The pain, such intense pain, the feeling of being ripped apart, floating away, Dumbledore had killed Quirrell. And Voldemort, if he had been experiencing everything from Voldemort's point of view, that meant that Voldemort had been ripped apart from Quirrell's body, and he floated away, he was still alive. His soul, spirit, whatever it was, had floated away. Had Voldemort been alive all this time? He must have been, in his spirit form. He had been waiting all these years for an opportunity to regain his body, to come back. His body had turned to ashes that Halloween night so many years ago, but his soul must have endured. That's what the purebloods had rumored about Voldemort's immortality. Voldemort had done something to make his soul survive his physical death. But he had never heard of such magic. Such power, such dark magic, Orion thought in awe. To his knowledge, no one had ever been able to survive death by remaining alive in soul form. No one survived death, period. Orion frowned, but he had as well. He had survived the killing curse with only a scar. His scar had throbbed before he was plunged into Voldemort's reality. He had become Voldemort, feeling his rage and anger. Circe, his scar had been the conduit. It was a link to Voldemort. But why now? If Voldemort has been alive in his soul form all this time, why was it that his scar had just formed the link now? Orion thought the matter over. Well, Voldemort had obtained a physical vessel, so he had been in a way more complete and therefore more powerful than in his soul form. But he had been sharing Quirrell's body for the whole year. So why had the link formed just today? Just before becoming Voldemort, just before the link, what had happened? The scar had throbbed and happiness. He had been extremely happy. Voldemort had been happy because he was about to get the Sorcerer's Stone. Feelings. Voldemort's intense victorious feelings had been the trigger for the link to form. Heavens above, he had a direct link to Voldemort. What on earth had happened that Halloween night? Curse scars don't cause links to form between the victim and the caster. Orion gasped. What if his Parselmouth ability came from Voldemort, due to the link? That would explain why he was a Parselmouth when he wasn't a descendant of the Slytherin bloodline. What else had been transferred between him and Voldemort? And what had caused the scar and link to form between them? Orion was utterly perplexed. He had no hypothesis to explain his scar and the link it formed between him and Voldemort. Orion sighed. But what matters is that it's there. I'm linked to him when he has a body. I'm linked to him through the strength of his emotions. He didn't know if he had cause for concern. If Orion could plunge into Voldemort, could Voldemort plunge into him? Could he invade his mind? If he could, he at least couldn't do it unless he regained a body. Should I tell anyone about Voldemort's partial existence? Should I tell the purebloods so that they seek him and help him obtain a body? Orion fidgeted. No, he wasn't ready for Voldemort yet. He wasn't powerful enough to be able to stand up to him and demand to be treated as an equal. He wasn't ready for the war yet. No, he wouldn't tell a soul. But his time was running short. Voldemort was out there and he will try to regain a body soon. By Morgana, I have so much training to do. And with that last thought, Orion exhaustedly fell asleep in Lysander's arms. Orion was tiredly having dinner with his friends at the end-of-year feast. It had been just 2 weeks since the incident with Voldemort, and Orion had been using all his spare time to learn new dark arts spells useful for dueling. Tom had been a great help and had taught him a lot of obscure spells, being at first slightly suspicious of Orion's vigorous efforts of learning everything as fast as possible. But Orion noticed that Tom's suspicions soon faded away as they both started to enjoy their lessons together. As he had promised himself, he had told no one about Voldemort's existence, not Tom, not Lysander, and not even Sirius. Lysander had been concerned over him ever since that evening, and he didn't want to worry the boy further. Plus, how would he explain that he knew that Voldemort was alive? As for Sirius, he didn't want him to know about his connection to Voldemort. He thought that would prove to be too much for his father. He would only tell him when Voldemort acquired a body. To let him be prepared for his role as a follower, as they had planned. Orion heard someone calling his name and turned to a side to look at Calypso and Lysander, who were eyeing him in concern. "Orion, you have barely eaten anything. Are you okay?" asked Calypso worriedly. Orion sighed, "Yes, I'm fine. I was only thinking about some stuff." Lysander frowned and said in a low whisper, "You have been acting absent-mindedly ever since that night and you always look exhausted. Has it happened again?" Orion shook his head, "No. I have just been studying and practicing my spells at nights. Nothing to worry about," he said dismissively. Lysander replied, "But why are you still studying if you passed all your examinations with outstanding?" He frowned and locked his eyes with Orion's. "What are you preparing for?" Orion looked at him and saw the sincere concern in his friend's eyes. He moved closer to him and said in a barely audible whisper, "I feel something is going to happen. I just want to be prepared for it." Lysander's frown deepened and he asked urgently, "Concerning the war. You believe it's going to resume in the near future?" Calypso looked alarmed but remained silent. Orion nodded and Lysander asked with suspicious eyes, "That night you saw something that scared you? Something that made you believe that the war is coming?" Orion paused. He couldn't tell Lysander the truth, even if he wanted to. His friend would be affected by the war and his clan had to be prepared, but he couldn't tell him about the link. But he could at least warn his friends without giving himself away. "Yes, I can't tell you more about it, please understand. But I have cause to believe that it will be coming much sooner than expected. And we need to be ready." Calypso frowned in thought and Lysander nodded and gave Orion's arm a small squeeze. "I won't ask. But I'm here for you for whatever you need." Calypso nodded, still looking pensive. "We're both here for you, Orion. And if you believe it's coming soon, well, we'll just have to study harder and prepare ourselves." Orion smiled warmly at them and felt his spirits lifting. With friends such as these at his side, trusting him so implicitly, supporting him, he felt he could overcome whatever fate tossed his way. Today was Orion's 12th birthday and Sirius was currently sitting in his study in Black Manor. He was in deep thought about his son. Orion had returned from his first year of school with perfect marks and had spent all his holidays at Black Manor with him. But he was concerned about the boy. He locked himself for hours on end in the Black Library and was always practicing some dark spell or other. He seemed obsessed with training himself to death, and when Sirius had asked him about it he had simply replied he needed to be prepared. Prepared for what? He had asked his son and his only reply had been, war, and his son had continued his training and studies and refused to obey Sirius' urgings to rest and enjoy his holidays. Sirius was very concerned indeed. At the beginning of the holidays Orion had expressed his belief that war was coming soon, but he had refused to give a reason for it. Sirius knew that his son believed that he should be a part of it, but he was still a boy. He shouldn't be training and concerning himself about war. He should be playing and enjoying his childhood. But Orion was always very determined and serious, and he wouldn't hear about serious arguments that if the war came he would still be a boy and he wouldn't be able to participate in it. On those occasions Orion would only lift his eyebrow and shake his head sadly, as if saying that Sirius was deluding himself. Sirius sighed. What to do with the boy? He was immersing himself in the dark arts and Sirius feared he would lose him to them. He remembered the day they visited Lily's grave. The boy had cried for her for the first time and had seemed torn. That had given Sirius a small glimmer of hope that his son would relent from his ambitions of fully supporting the dark side. That day had been tough for both of them. But the next day, Orion had seemed completely composed and resolved. None of the doubts that he had seen in his son's face had ever returned. His son had continued with his plans of being a supporter of the dark and had urged Sirius to think about his involvement in the war. They had already planned for Sirius to become a follower in order to gain information from the Death Eaters, but Orion had told him that he should decide about his true loyalties soon. And Sirius still hadn't decided. Oh, he agreed with the Dark Purebloods in many aspects and he would give Orion his help, but how could he give his loyalty to that monster? The same monster that had killed his Lily and destroyed his life. And how could Orion pledge to help his mother's murderer? So Sirius had made a desperate decision. A few months ago he had started writing to Remus. It had been very difficult. At first he had received no answer, but he kept sending letters explaining that Peter had been the traitor even if he couldn't give proof of it. When he finally wrote telling the truth about Orion, that Harry Potter was his son and that he had taken him from the Dursleys and that he wanted Remus to meet him, he finally received a reply. Remus had seemed skeptic at first, but as Sirius started telling him about everything that had happened up to date, Remus had finally agreed on coming to Black Manor to visit them. And today, he would be seeing Remus for the first time in 11 years. He hadn't told Orion yet, but he hoped Remus could help some way. He would be a good influence for Orion and he would give Orion another perspective. Orion was in the library reading Lucius' book on the Unforgivables. He remembered that Master Rosier had said that they would be learning them on third year, but he couldn't afford the time to wait until then. Tom had been surprised when Orion had told him that he was starting to study them and wanted to practice them. Tom had suggested he practiced on rats, which had been the way he had learned. Orion had been a bit uncomfortable about causing pain and death to the animals. So he had just practiced the Imperious Curse and had researched about the other two curses. He had been pleasantly surprised when the Imperious Curse came easily to him. He could make the rats obey any command and was still thinking on ways of practicing on humans, since it would be much harder. He was startled out of his reading and quickly concealed the book when Sirius came in and sat in a plush armchair in front of him. "Today is your birthday, Orion," Sirius said calmly. Orion rose his eyebrows in surprise. He had completely forgotten. He had been so absorbed in his training and studies that time had flown by. Sirius seemed to hesitate. "I have invited someone over that I would like you to meet." Orion frowned. His father seemed nervous for some reason. "Who is coming, father?" Sirius fidgeted but then looked straight into Orion's eyes and said with determination, "Remus Lupin." Orion jumped from his seat. "Are you insane, father? You brought Lupin here. He's Dumbledore's man. He will turn you over to the Dementors and take me to Dumbledore. How could you have been so stupid?" Sirius got up in anger. "Watch your tongue, young man. That's no way of addressing your father." Orion looked at him in surprise. Sirius had never spoken to him so coldly. He is afraid, Orion realized. What is he afraid of? What had made him take such risks and invite Lupin to their safe place? When Sirius saw Orion pause, he said more calmly, "Orion, he won't turn us in. I have been writing to him for several months and have explained everything to him. I don't know if he trusts me, but he wants to see you and promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about us." Orion turned to him and tried to keep the clipped tones out of his voice. "And what makes you so sure he didn't lie to you? What makes you think he didn't go running to Dumbledore and showed him your letters? Or that they weren't intercepted by Aurors in the first place? I used spells to make the letters only readable by Remus and untraceable. And I trust Remus, he won't tell anyone," Sirius replied. Orion said angrily, "But I don't. You're endangering us all." He was interrupted when a house elf popped in and said, "Master, Remus Lupin has arrived." Sirius sighed and nodded. "Show him in." Orion tensed and discreetly grabbed his wand. He turned to the door. A tall wizard with chestnut hair, gaunt face and worn clothes came in and halted near the doorway. His eyes jumped to Sirius assessingly and then turned to Orion. Orion saw his amber eyes widening. Orion returned the look and held back a sneer. Remus gave a small step forward and softly said, "He looks like you." "He has Lily's eyes," he said turning to Sirius. "You weren't lying." Sirius shook his head and felt his emotions bubbling on the surface. "Remus, old friend, how have I longed to see you. You must believe me. I never betrayed James and Lily. What I said in my letters was the whole truth. We changed secret keepers, it was Peter." Remus nodded but seemed uncertain still. Sirius walked forward and embraced him. "Please believe me. You're the only friend I have left." Orion saw Remus hesitate but then he hugged Sirius back. He heard Remus saying, "It was so hard for me to believe you had betrayed us all, dear friend. But the evidence was so condemning." Orion couldn't hold it any longer and he spat angrily at Remus. "But you didn't lift a finger to demand for a trial, did you? You followed Dumbledore's lead like a good little pet and didn't even bother of learning the truth from your dear friend. You left my father to rot in Azkaban." The older wizards turned at him in surprise and Sirius exclaimed, "Orion. That's no." But Remus waved him off and said with a sad soft voice, "You're right, Orion. I was so consumed in my grief by the death of my friends and by the betrayal of one of us that I didn't." He faltered and turned to Sirius. "I should have known that you would never betray James and Lily. Can you ever forgive me?" Sirius' face softened and said, "It's all forgotten. The important thing is that now you know the truth. I couldn't bear to think that you still thought I had handed them over to Voldemort." Then he turned sad, "But I was responsible for it. It was my idea to make Peter the secret keeper. I suspected you. Forgive me. We knew there was a spy in the Order and I thought that you had turned against us to support the werewolf cause with Voldemort's side. Remus clutched Sirius' arm. It wasn't your fault. None of us ever suspected Peter. Who could have imagined he was capable of that? He was always so weak and unsure of himself. Sirius nodded and said fiercely, I was such an idiot. I left Har Orion with Hagrid and went to look for Peter. I wanted to kill him. Remus sadly nodded. Anyone would have done the same. Sirius replied in agitation, but he escaped. I let him escape and I left my only son in the hands of muggles who beat and abused. Orion turned in anger to his father and said, You told Lupin about my time with the Dursleys. Sirius looked at him and replied, Yes, I had to tell him everything to make him understand why I took you, why I. You had no right. Spat Orion, I told you in confidence. Remus turned to him, Orion, please. I insisted on knowing everything before I agreed to meet with your father. I won't break your trust. Orion scoffed, my trust. You don't have my trust. You're Dumbledore's lackey and will take me to him the first chance you get if you haven't told him already. Pray tell, are we to expect a visit from the Aurors soon? Sirius looked angry but Remus calmly replied, I won't tell anyone about you and Sirius, Orion. I had the proof that Sirius was telling the truth the moment I set eyes on you. I understand why Sirius doesn't want Dumbledore to know about you. I might not agree with some of the choices he made for you but I will respect your father's wishes. Orion said mockingly, Oh really? And what might those choices be? Are you worried that I'm going to Durmstrang? Did you expect me to go to Hogwarts and become Dumbledore's puppet? Remus silently regarded him and answered, Yes, I don't think Durmstrang is the proper environment for you. But I don't want you to be forced to assume the role of the savior of the wizarding world and battle Voldemort. And perhaps Dumbledore does intend that for you. We can't be sure. Orion snorted, You, perhaps, don't feel sure about it but let me assure you that Dumbledore isn't currently searching for me all over Muggle London just for his own amusement. Why did you think he left me with the Dursleys? Even knowing that my aunt had hated my mother and despised magic. Why did he leave me ignorant of whom I really was? Why didn't he ever check on me? He left me safely tucked away in a side until I could become useful to him. Until such a time when I arrived, grateful to him for showing me the wizarding world, for rescuing me from my hated relatives, to mold into his perfect hero and battle against a dark wizard so great that not even he could defeat. Does that sound like he had my best interests at heart? Remus frowned in thought. I think he left you with the Dursleys to give you a peaceful childhood. Orion snorted at that but Remus continued, without the constant attention for being the boy who lived. I think he didn't want you to lose yourself in your fame. I believe he left you with muggles so that you couldn't be found by the Death Eaters. But I agree that he could have found a better family for you. I don't believe he manipulated the situation as you present it. And now he only wants to find you for your own safety and to help you prepare in case Voldemort ever returns. You're the boy who lived and Voldemort will be looking to kill you. You need the tutelage Dumbledore can give you to defend yourself from Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Ah, so father hadn't told him about his plans. Orion smirked, why do you think I would ever need to defend myself from them? At Remus' puzzled look his smirk widened, I am the Black Heir. No one knows that I'm Harry Potter and my scar isn't visible. And I don't plan on letting anyone know, least of all Dumbledore, about my true identity. Besides, why would I need Dumbledore's tutelage when I'm learning the most powerful magic at Durmstrang? But you're learning the dark arts. That's not the proper education for you, Orion. You need to learn what Dumbledore can teach you. And I'm sorry, but I don't think you can avoid becoming involved in the war. Voldemort is resourceful and ruthless, he'll find out who you are in time and Dumbledore can best protect you from him. The light side can save you from the Death Eaters, said Remus. Orion smirked widely, why would I need saving from them when I'm planning on becoming one? Remus' eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Sirius shot Orion a reproachful look and urged Remus to sit down. Orion amusedly watched Remus' face change expressions while his father told him about Orion's choices and their plans for the future. You can't let him do that, Sirius! Exclaimed Remus in agitation when Sirius finished talking, you're allowing your own son to become a follower of that monster. He killed James and Lily, Sirius. He murdered thousands of Muggles and Muggleborns. Orion calmly replied, drawing Remus' attention from his poor father that looked uncertain as to what to reply. He's not allowing me to do anything. It's my choice to make and mine alone. When he saw Remus was about to argue, he continued, "You might not like it, Lupin, but I am a dark wizard. It's in my blood and magic. I won't turn my back to the dark families and their plight for freedom. I won't deny who I truly am. You have lived in repression all your life yourself, just because the light considers the werewolves to be dangerous dark creatures. Are you truly satisfied with the way the wizarding world currently is? There are many that are being repressed, and dark wizards are just one more group. But they are doing something to change that. And I will help them." Remus frowned and said, "I understand your point, Orion. I would like to live in a more tolerant society, but Voldemort is not the answer. He and his followers are vicious murderers that will plunge the world into an age of darkness and death." Orion laughed. "You have been brainwashed, Lupin. Have you ever spoken to a dark wizard? Do you even know what they strive for? They don't want to kill all the Muggles and Muggleborns, they only want to preserve their bloodlines and magic and to be segregated from the Muggles for their own safety. I admit that Voldemort's methods have been cruel in the past, but he was a leader of a revolution and no change comes without spilling blood." Remus' eyes widened and he said in a worried voice, "You think that's a justification for all the deaths he has been responsible for? Even if what you say is right, and the dark pureblood families just want to preserve themselves and practice their magic freely, that's no excuse to kill thousands." Orion pierced him with his green eyes and replied angrily, "And the light hasn't killed as well. Haven't they tortured captured Death Eaters and raided houses, killing the dark pureblood families inside?" When he saw Remus shaking his head, he spat, "You're a blind fool, Lupin. Most of my classmates at Durmstrang have relatives that have been killed by the light. And I'm not just talking of relatives that were Death Eaters, I'm talking about mothers that were protecting their families, aunts that were mere ideological supporters, fathers that fought so that their children could live in a world where they weren't discriminated because of the dark blood that courses through their veins." Remus silenced and then warily said, "If they were killed, it must have been in the madness of battle, not intentionally done. And the light never used the kind of vicious spells that the dark used, they never resorted to the terror tactics that the dark employed." Orion waved his hand dismissively, "They might not have used such powerful spells as the dark did, and that's merely because they aren't able to, but they killed just as systematically as the dark did. I can assure you of that. It wasn't in the midst of battle. The killings were done in carefully executed raids to dark wizarding homes." Orion sat back in his chair and continued, "Let me share with you something that a friend recently confided in me. Let me shed the light on why one of the most feared Death Eaters became so crazed and cruel. You might remember, I think, one Bellatrix Lestrange." Remus nodded with a puzzled expression and he saw his father frowning, and he continued, "I have recently discovered that while Bellatrix had always been a particularly gifted dark witch and very good dueler, she hadn't always been so vicious. Just about 8 months before Voldemort came to kill me that Halloween night, a group of Aurors led by Frank Longbottom broke into Lestrange Manor in search for Bellatrix and her husband Rodolphus. As expected, fight broke between them, and even if the couple was greatly outnumbered, they still held their own. But Bellatrix was being unusually slow in her attacks and seemed to move with difficulty. Not much time passed by, when Frank Longbottom casted a powerful slicing hex that tore her open from chest to hip. Her husband quickly grabbed her and ordered one of the house elves to apparate away with her, since the Aurors had cast anti-apparition spells before the attack, but house elf magic isn't deterred by them. He stayed to prevent more curses from hitting his wife while the elf took her, and when he saw she had left, he fought his way through the Aurors and managed to run from the manor and apparated once he was outside. He was barely alive, from what sources say. Bellatrix was healed, but she didn't make it unscathed. She had been 5 months pregnant and she lost the baby. The curse had injured her so profoundly that she would never be able to have children again. From then onwards she became ruthless and viciously killed anyone who crossed her path. I believe, she went mad from the grief of losing her baby and never being able to have one again. Then, the Dark Lord fell and Rodolphus, Rabastan and Bellatrix found the Longbottoms. She tortured the Auror that had caused her baby's death until he went mad." He paused. "This is a faithful narrative of what happened to her. Calypso Rosier heard it from one of her house elves that had been the one to apparate with Bellatrix away from the manor all those years ago. Her father is Rodolphus, cousin, and the elves came to him when the Lestranges were imprisoned. I'm not saying that she was without fault, but I understand why she did that to the Longbottoms. Orion looked at his audience. He saw the compassion in Remus' eyes and the understanding in Sirius. So you see, Lupin. Nothing is white or black. In the end, both sides fight for power and to protect their own. I don't like unnecessary bloodshed, but I'm aware it will happen regardless, and I consider that the light was just as responsible as the dark side for all the deaths caused in the last war. There's no distinction in their methods, just in the magic they use. And the dark merely uses the magic they have been born with, the same as mine. I belong with them and they'll have my full support. For any argument you might come up with, I can find a counter-argument and endless examples to support it. It's my choice and I have already made it. I ask you to respect it. Remus silently nodded and Orion rose from his chair, nodded curtly to him and left the room to the two older wizards. Remus remained with them for the following 2 weeks, but he never said anything to Orion regarding his choice of sides, and Orion learned to relax around him and was glad to see his father so happy and carefree. He hadn't seen Sirius looking so cheerful and healthy in a long time, and he inwardly thanked Remus for the change. He came to see that Remus was a very gentle wizard that seemed to truly care for him, and he wasn't as narrow-minded as he had at first thought. Remus admitted that he understood the Dark Wizard's plight and that he wanted the werewolves to have the same rights as the rest, but he still couldn't conscientiously support any other but the light. He honestly told Orion that if the war ever came he would join again the Order of the Phoenix, but that he didn't begrudge Orion for choosing the other side. And Orion understood his position. Remus had been raised as a light wizard, and as himself, couldn't turn his back to his roots. They parted amicably with promises to write to each other, and Remus assured him he wouldn't tell anyone about him and Sirius. Orion thanked him and inwardly smiled at the thought that Sirius' plan hadn't gone quite as he had expected. He had quickly understood that Sirius had invited Remus over to have an ally in the task of convincing Orion to withdraw his future support to Voldemort. Poor father, he thought in amusement, I wonder when he'll realize that it's pointless. Orion was interestedly observing all the shops of Wizarding London's shopping district. Orion had spent the last week of his holidays at Malfoy Manor, and Draco had asked Orion to accompany him to buy his books for his second year at Hogwarts. Orion had quickly accepted after hearing so much about Diagon Alley from Draco. Narcissa had stayed at home and they had gone with Lucius. They had already been to Nocturne Alley to Borgin and Burke's, where Lucius had given Mr. Borgin a list of dark objects that he wanted to sell since the Ministry was conducting more raids. Orion had wondered about those objects. He had never seen anything condemning at Malfoy Manor, and he wondered where Lucius kept his little dark treasures. Draco had pestered Lucius for a dark magical artifact called the Hand of Glory, but Lucius had replied in clipped tones that he would only get it if he came home with far better grades than the Mudblood Granger this year. Draco had been sulking and in a bad mood ever since. They were currently walking through Diagon Alley. Father, I need to go to Flourish and Blots for my books, said Draco to Lucius. Very well, I'll come with you. There seems to be quite a crowd, replied Lucius with a disgusted expression, and proceeded towards the large crowd jostling outside the doors trying to get in. The crowd seemed to part to make way for him without him saying a word. Lucius just shot them cold looks and walked clinking his cane on the floor. The boys followed him inside, and Orion looked at the long line of wizards waiting for something. He wondered what was happening. Then he saw a huge magical banner of a beaming blonde wizard that winked to every customer that passed by. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical ME today. Gilderoy Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face, all winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. The crowd burst into applause. Ladies and gentlemen, he said loudly, waving for quiet. What an extraordinary moment this is. The release of the first edition of my new autobiography Magical Me. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd cheered and clapped, and Orion saw Draco looking in horror at his list of books, where Orion could see that there were several books authored by Lockhart. Orion sniggered, Poor Draco, he definitely was out of luck with his defense against the dark arts teachers. Draco scowled at him and fumed, "It's not fair." He was interrupted by a red-headed boy that stood in front of them. "Oh, it's you," he said, looking at Draco as if he were something unpleasant on the sole of his shoe. "I'm surprised to see you hanging around with a friend. Hasn't he already discovered what a slimy evil little git you are?" The boy said, jerking his head towards Orion. "Not as surprised as I am to see you in a shop, Weasley," snarled Draco. "I suppose your parents will go hungry for a month to pay for all those," he said, indicating the books in the redhead's arms. The Weasley boy turned red and dropped his books into the cauldron of a red-headed little girl that was besides him, and he started toward Draco. Orion tensed and moved to Draco's side to assist him if necessary when a red-headed tall man came to them and said, "Ron, what are you doing? It's too crowded in here, let's go outside." Well, Arthur Weasley," sneered Lucius, who had just turned up and placed his hand on Draco's shoulder. "Lucius," said Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. "Busy time at the ministry, I hear," said Lucius. "All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime." Lucius reached into the little girl's cauldron and extracted, from amid a bunch of books, a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "Obviously not," Lucius said. "Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it?" Mr. Weasley flushed darkly and said, "We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy." "Clearly," said Lucius, his pale eyes straying to a bunch of other red-headed children that came up to them. "I would have thought you would have stopped reproducing when the few nuts of your salary weren't enough to sustain your worthless progeny." There was a thud of metal as the girl's cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley had thrown himself at Lucius, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. Dozens of heavy spellbooks came thundering down on all their heads. There was a yell of, "Get him, Dad!" from two tall red-headed twins. Mr. Weasley's wife was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no!" The crowd stampeded backward, knocking more shelves over. "Gentlemen, please, please!" cried the assistant, and then, louder than all, "Break it up, there, gents, break it up." Orion was holding Draco back and he sneered at the red-headed family. How dared physically assault Lucius like a common muggle? Wizards shouldn't behave that way. Sure, what Lucius had said was highly insulting, but he hadn't physical threatened the other wizard. The other wizard could just have replied scathingly and defended his honor with words, not resorting to such lowly ways. He saw now what Lucius had once said about some light families that acted no better than the worst of muggles. A huge broad man with wiry bushy beard and hair was wading toward them through the sea of books. In an instant he had pulled Mr. Weasley and Lucius apart. Mr. Weasley had a cut lip and Lucius Malfoy had been hit in the eye by a book. He was still holding the little girl's old Transfiguration book. He thrust it in her cauldron, his eyes glittering with malice. Orion had made a move to help Lucius get up but halted and frowned when he saw that Lucius had placed two books in the cauldron, not just the one he had taken before. "Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you," said Lucius, pulling himself out of the large man's grip. He beckoned Draco and Orion to him and they swept from the shop. They walked swiftly through the milling wizards in Diagon Alley and he heard Lucius say coldly, "He'll get what's coming to him. The nerve, to attack me in public." They returned to Malfoy Manor and Orion said his goodbyes to the Malfoys. He would be going tomorrow for his second year at Durmstrang and he still had packing to do. Orion and his friends entered the huge room where they would be having their first lesson of the dueling club. It was the only extra subject they had that year and the classes exclusive for the Hydras had remained the same since it would be in their third year when they would have a new class in the time allotted for blood rituals. The room was immense and had a raised platform in the middle. Orion could see all sorts of weapons in one of the walls and was surprised by this. Wizards almost never fought with anything other than their wands. Some carried daggers and other small weapons, but they were very few since it was considered to be beneath wizards to use muggle weapons. Romulus Rosier was standing in the middle of the platform and addressed them with a strong clear voice, "Welcome to your first lesson in dueling. As you know, here you will be practicing all the dark spells you have learned in your other subjects. In this classroom you will duel with a partner under controlled settings and no killing curses, curses that sever a limb, or spells that injure the mind can be used. since in a duel you have to be aware of your surroundings and use it for your advantage. Once a week we will be having this class in the outside, where you can use anything around you to help you. Dueling isn't just about measuring power and strength between two wizards. A wizard with a sharp and inventive mind can win a duel against a more powerful wizard that just sticks to the usual spells. To be a great dueler you will have to think on your feet and use your cunning, imagination and spell knowledge to overpower your rival. He gave a small pause and continued, as you see to your right, there is a variety of weapons with which you will be practicing as well. He saw some disgusted looks and proceeded to explain further, these aren't muggle weapons but wizarding weapons that were used in the old times. Wizards nowadays don't bother to learn how to use a weapon, but I will urge you to choose one and learn how to use it, since it can save your life if you ever lose your wand to your opponent. These weapons have magical properties. For instance, some daggers tips are filled with a potion that will paralyze your opponent when wounded. There's a whip which lashes flames, and a sword with a blade dipped in a potion that blinds the enemy when injured, just to name a few. You will learn how to use several of these weapons and how to protect yourself from an attack with them. You will pair with a different classmate during each lesson so that you learn how to improvise and become used to different dueling styles. At the end of each year, a dueling tournament is held where each year competes with itself. Your grades for this class will depend on how well you do on the tournament. I encourage you to observe the other year's dueling so that you can learn from them as well. Now, choose your partner for this lesson and we will begin practicing your defensive spells. The rest of the lesson was spent with the students sparring with their chosen partner and with Rosier going to each pair and giving tips and advice on how to hold your wand and position your body. Orion paired with Lysander and had a tough time in matching his speed and reflexes, but while Lysander had better agility than Orion, he didn't have his spell knowledge, and Orion finally managed to beat Lysander with a well-placed blinding hex and a strong petrifying curse. After class, many had to go to the infirmary to have their curses lifted and injuries healed. It had been a great lesson and Orion was satisfied with the way Rosier was teaching it. He didn't coddle the students and had told them that they had to get used to the pain and learn how to fight through it. Orion had wanted to practice the Parseltongue spells he had read in Dark Spells for the unique Parselmouth that his tutor Ragnarok had given him. But the only ones that knew of his Parselmouth ability were his friends and their parents, and he thought it wise to only use these spells and thus reveal his ability when he truly needed it. The same applied to his wandless magic. So he just used the spells he had learned last year and the ones he practiced during the holidays. The group went to dinner excitedly discussing their first dueling lesson, and as soon as Orion was seated, Calypso turned to him with a serious expression and whispered, "You were right. Something is about to happen." Orion frowned at her. "What do you mean? What have you heard?" He saw Lysander leaning closer and casting a muffling spell to keep others from hearing. Calypso silently regarded them and then said, "Some heads of the dark families have been meeting just before the start of term. My father and I spent some weeks at Rosier Manor and he invited them over. I couldn't hear much but I could recognize Lucius Malfoy's voice. He was the one that spoke the longest. He has some plan afoot." Then she frowned. "Hasn't your father told you anything about this?" Orion shook his head. "He hasn't. But I'm not even sure if he was invited to the meetings." "I think he would have told me if he was." Lysander asked in a concerned voice, "But, Calypso, do you know what those meetings were about?" Calypso shook her head briefly. "I don't. But it's easy to guess that it involves the war and the Dark Lord. I caught a glimpse of some of them leaving and they all seemed excited and nervous. And my father has been going to the others' manors for meetings as well. They would never meet so regularly during the holidays if they weren't planning something." Orion frowned. "Do you think they have come up with a way of bringing the Dark Lord back? Had anyone discovered that Voldemort's soul was out there? Had Voldemort made his existence known to some of his Death Eaters? He had been sure that Voldemort would wait to have a body before contacting them, since he wouldn't want to appear so weak and powerless. But what were the head of the dark families plotting if they didn't know of Voldemort's return yet? Had Voldemort left them with a way of bringing him back? Calypso replied, "I honestly don't know. But if they had a way, why did they wait until now to use it? Maybe they were waiting for the proper time, when the people least expected it. It has been more than a decade and the dark families had first to mend their life after the war. Maybe now they feel prepared to resume the war. After all, most of the dark families have contacts in the ministries of magic, they must have been laying the ground all this time for the opportune moment, said Orion. But I wonder that Malfoy was the one who spoke the longest. That seems to indicate that he's the brains behind the plan. And when I spent some time with him during the holidays, I couldn't perceive anything different in his way of acting. Orion frowned, though he seemed angry at the new legislation that the English Ministry of Magic was about to pass. I heard him complain that Arthur Weasley was pushing for a new Muggle Act that would protect Muggles and severely punish wizards that did something to them. Maybe Malfoy is plotting to sabotage the voting for the act and met with the others to plan it. It could be. They have done it before. But the way they met, so secretively and hushed up, makes me think it's something much more serious and important. And besides, only the heads which have been Death Eaters or were known supporters of the Dark Lord met at my house. If they were planning on sabotaging the Muggle Act, they would have met with the other dark families as well, replied Calypso. Orion turned to Calypso and saw that she was frowning in deep thought, and he asked her, "You said they seemed excited and nervous. I guess that plotting to turn down the Muggle Act wouldn't cause them to feel that way. So you might be right in your suspicions. But if they were truly planning on bringing back the Dark Lord, why would they feel nervous?" Calypso got out of her musings and sighed. Well, as much as they might want the Dark Lord to return, no one knows how he will react to them. They were his followers but haven't tried to bring him back all this time. It might be true that the Dark families first had to get their life in order and re-establish their names and fortunes, but the Dark Lord will be furious with them anyways. And he was a very strict leader that punished his followers easily and ruthlessly. I think they want him back because he's our best chance against Dumbledore and the other light wizards, but they're aware that they will not go unpunished. Orion scowled and fiercely said, "I hope that the Dark Lord realizes that the Dark families have done as best as they could. He can't expect them to drop everything and exclusively dedicate their whole time in finding ways to bring him back. And he shouldn't punish them because of it. They have other responsibilities as well, as taking care of their families and maintaining their position in society. I know that Lucius Malfoy has dedicated a lot of his time in subtlety influencing the English Ministry of Magic to relax the laws against dark magic and diminish the raids to the dark wizarding homes. That kind of work is also very important and takes time. I would think it very unfair if the Dark Lord disregarded all his work and got mad just because they took too long to bring him back." Calypso lightly laughed. "Oh, Orion, you're too naive sometimes," Orion huffed. "That's what Tom always told him, and he didn't see that being rational and just had anything to do with being naive." She continued saying, "While the Dark Lord was a strong, powerful leader that got results, he was merciless. There's no denying that he worked for the benefit of the Dark families and that the work done by the ones like Lucius Malfoy helps our cause, and the Dark Lord will understand and appreciate that, but he'll punish them regardless. He always expected much from his followers, and he will have to re-establish his position by punishing them for taking too long. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll be furious at first and won't listen to their explanations. Afterwards, he will, perhaps, be satisfied with all that they have done, but he won't be less hard on them because of it." Orion scowled, still unconvinced that the Dark Lord's way of treating his followers could ever be justified. "I don't understand how you can be so blasé about it, Calypso. Aren't you worried about what the Dark Lord will do to your father?" Calypso waved her hand dismissively. "My father knows how the Dark Lord treated his followers and as the rest, accepts it as his way of ruling. Dark Lords have never been compassionate beings that coddle their followers. The Dark Wizards expect that treatment of him. I believe that if the Dark Lord ever acted differently, many would see it as a sign of weakness. I think it's hard for you to understand because you haven't been raised in a dark household, but our ways of interacting between us are very different than those of light wizards. Light wizards expect a leader like Dumbledore, who exudes love and caring, and they feel comfortable being treated like that. If you gave a leader like Dumbledore to the Dark families, they would shred him to pieces. They would consider him weak and not fit to lead them. The Dark Wizards want and need a leader that is ruthless and will do anything that is necessary to achieve victory. They aren't interested in being pampered by their leader, they're interested in results, and to win a war against such odds we need a leader that isn't squeamish about causing pain to his followers when they err or about causing bloodshed. The war will be cruel and the Dark Wizards expect it." Orion sighed. She was telling him the same that Tom had tried to explain to him so many times before. And he realized that it was true. The Dark Wizards acted cold and uncaring between them. Even with their own family members. They truly cared about each other but never showed it, since they considered showing emotion as a sign of weakness, and thus they expected their leader to act accordingly. He supposed that they wouldn't want a compassionate leader, but still, he couldn't be comfortable with the idea of Voldemort torturing his followers every time they did something that wasn't up to his expectations. But he guessed that he would have to learn to accept it if they all fought like Calypso and Tom. The next months flew by and Orion had finally succeeded in completing his animagus transformation. He could easily and painlessly become a great black eagle which, much to his amusement, still had his green eyes. He sometimes escaped from the common room and transformed in the owlerly in order to fly around with Ares. He hadn't told anyone except Sirius about it and felt very proud of his accomplishment. He had also started practicing the Cruciatus curse on rats he transformed from rocks. He guessed that telling himself that they weren't real rats helped him assuage his guilt in causing pain to another living being, but he knew that he would have to let go of his scruples soon enough. Tom seemed very proud of him and told him that he had an excellent control of the curse, but that he should start practicing the Avada Kedavra curse as well. Orion was still reticent about it but had already cast it twice on living rats in order to stop Tom's pestering, and what he felt when casting the curse had scared him. With the Cruciatus curse, at first, he had to concentrate for a long time and make himself desire to cause pain much against his will. But after long hours of practicing he was able to do it without a thought, and he felt his magic stir whenever he cast it. But with the killing curse it had been very different. He had thought that he wanted the rat dead, and in the next second he felt a great surge of power running through his body, and he saw the great green magical beam come out from his wand and successfully kill the rat on his first try. Tom had been ecstatic and had praised him on it, and Orion had relished in Tom's praise since he rarely gave one, but he had felt concerned afterwards. Never had a curse caused his inner magic to surge through him like this one had. He had felt powerful and superior, and he had liked the feeling, and that had scared him. He had read that the killing curse was one of the most powerful dark curses and that it shouldn't be attempted by light wizards that didn't have the magical blood to control it, since the curse caused the soul to become fractured irreparably if you weren't a dark wizard. In the case of dark wizards, their dark magic would after some time help the soul merge back together, so he wasn't concerned about that aspect. What concerned him was how easily he had managed the curse on his first try and how powerful he had felt. It made him want to feel that way again, and he now understood why dark wizards loved to cast such obscure and powerful dark spells. It was the day after Halloween, and Orion was pensively wondering if he should keep practicing the killing curse while he enjoyed his dinner when a black owl flew by and dropped a letter beside his cup. Orion took it and saw that it came from Draco. He wondered what the boy had to tell him, since he had received a letter from him just a few days ago in which he only expressed his discontent with Lockhart and his ongoing fights with the Weasley boy. He quickly opened the letter and his eyes widened as he read the letter. He dropped his fork and saw that Calypso and Lysander were looking at him worriedly. He whispered urgently to them, "Something happened at Hogwarts yesterday. Let's go to the common room where we can discuss it before the others finish their dinner." Calypso and Lysander nodded and followed him out from the great hall. They reached their common room and took their seats in one of the farthest corners. Orion turned to them. "Draco wrote to tell me that finally something exciting is happening at Hogwarts," he said, shaking his head in amusement, but then turned serious. "Yesterday, after their Halloween feast, they found Mrs. Norris, the cat of the caretaker of Hogwarts, hung in a wall and seemingly dead. When Dumbledore arrived to the scene he said she had been petrified." Lysander interrupted him and raised his eyebrow. "So, what's so fascinating about that? Your poor friend must be dying of boredom if he gets excited by that." Orion glared at him. "You didn't let me finish, Les." It was what was written on the wall that has him so excited. In letters written by what he suspects is blood was the following message: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Lysander looked nonplussed, but Calypso's eyes widened in recognition and she asked urgently, "The Chamber of Secrets? The one that was rumored to have been built by Salazar Slytherin?" Orion nodded, and at Lysander's puzzled look he explained, "I don't know how much you have read about Hogwarts, Les, but I guess you know about Salazar Slytherin." Lysander nodded his head and rolled his eyes. He was a vampire, but he wasn't completely ignorant of wizarding history. Besides, everyone knew who Slytherin had been. Orion continued, "Well, it was rumored that Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in Hogwarts, of which the other founders knew nothing about. According to the legend, there was a great monster inside that would only obey him and those of his lineage. Before leaving the school, he sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. As we know, Slytherin was the only founder that recognized the peril that Muggleborns put the school in, since in his times the Muggles were already openly hunting wizards. The Light Wizard's version of the legend is that he left the monster so that his heir could command it in order to purge the school of all the Muggleborns at Hogwarts. But the Dark Wizards believe that he simply left the creature in case Muggles attacked so that his heir could order it to defend the wizards and the castle from them. Orion paused, but in the end, according to the legend, the creature will do what Slytherin's heir commands. If he asks it to kill Muggleborns, it will, and if he asks it to defend the castle, it will. It depends on the heir's wishes. So in this case, both Light and Dark Wizards might be right. Lysander frowned. And you believe the legend to be true? Orion replied warily, I don't know, but according to Draco the professors seemed very shaken. But his history teacher told them that the castle had been searched many times before and no one had ever found a secret chamber and that it was only an unfounded legend. Calypso turned to him. It could have been a prank. Maybe one of the Slytherins did it to have fun at the expense of the other houses. Orion shook his head. I don't think so. Draco told me he knows nothing about it and that the Slytherins are about as clueless as everyone else, though they're enjoying themselves immensely. The Weasley boy and his two cronies, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, were the ones who found the cat first. The caretaker accused them of doing it, but Draco is convinced that such a bigoted idiot could have nothing to do with it, and I agree with him. He wrote to his father to ask him about it but only received the reply that he was to keep away from whatever happened and to not ask questions. Draco was quite miffed about it, he said smiling, but soon he turned serious. It's very strange. At the beginning of the term we were speculating about what some of the heads of the dark families were plotting, and now this happens. And Lucius Malfoy tells his only son to not interfere. Lysander raised his eyebrows. You think this is what they were planning? A silly prank to scare the Light Wizards. Calypso snorted. If they are behind it, it's no prank. Someone is attempting to open the Chamber of Secrets. But we don't even know if it exists. And who is there to open the chamber if there are no living descendants of Slytherin? Exclaimed Lysander. Orion paled. There were two living descendants. Well, one half alive in his soul form, but Tom was Slytherin's descendant as well. Was the real Tom behind this? It was absurd. He didn't even know if the real Tom was alive. Plus, what would a 64-year-old wizard gain by opening the chamber? How would he enter Hogwarts to begin with? But maybe he had a grandson. Maybe he had a grandson that went to Hogwarts. He would have to speak to Tom as soon as possible. Orion looked at Lysander. There's the Dark Lord. We know he was the heir of Slytherin. Lysander replied in agitation, but he isn't alive. And if the purebloods had resurrected him somehow, I doubt that he would waste his time opening the Chamber of Secrets, if it even exists. He would be gathering his Death Eaters and planning for war instead of partaking in such childish games. Orion nodded his head. Yes, that was true. And besides, he knew it couldn't be Voldemort. He was still a mere soul. He turned to Calypso. Do you know if the Death Eaters have been having meetings? Have you seen your father going out dressed in the Death Eater regalia? Calypso shook her head. No, I haven't. Besides, I'm sure that the Dark Lord isn't back. Father would have told me. This is something else. But it's clear to me that Lucius Malfoy knows something about this. Orion nodded his head while she continued. He told Draco to not interfere and he was the one plotting at the start of term. I just wonder what he wishes to accomplish with this. They turned thoughtful and couldn't arrive to a plausible explanation. Orion bid them good night and sat on his bed after casting silencing spells. He opened the locket excitedly. Hello, Tom. Something has happened and I have many questions for you, he said in a rush. Tom raised his eyebrow and Orion continued, do you have any sons or grandsons? Tom looked shocked and then laughed. No, I don't think I do. Why do you ask? Orion frowned in disappointment. So much for his theory, but he asked, how can you be sure? Maybe you had a son after you were made and you simply don't know. Tom calmly replied, I would feel I would know. I don't have a son, he ended with a grunt and a scowl. Orion frowned. Tom had let it slip that he would feel it. How could a portrait feel if he had a son alive out there somewhere? He looked at Tom and saw that he was still angry at himself for his slip. What is he hiding? What's the true nature of the locket? His curiosity was killing him and he wanted to ask Tom about it, but the young wizard was mad already and he wanted to know about the Chamber of Secrets first. So there was no point in antagonizing him by pursuing the matter. Orion sighed. Very well, you don't have a son or grandson. So you reckon you're the last heir of Slytherin besides the Dark Lord? Tom's eyes narrowed in suspicion and he snarled, why are you asking me all these questions? You said something happened. What has happened? Orion ran his hand through his black locks and said, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Tom's eyes widened and a triumphant smirk graced his features before he quickly assumed a blank expression. Is that so? And what do I have to do with it? He said calmly. Orion's eyes flashed and he spat, don't play stupid with me, Tom. You must know something about it. You were Slytherin's heir and you went to Hogwarts. Did you ever find it? Tom smirked widely, why would I tell you if I had? Orion's eyes narrowed, just answer my question. This is important. There's someone opening the chamber and according to you it can't be your descendant since you never had a son, and I know it can't be the Dark Lord since he isn't alive yet, so who is it? Tom raised his eyebrow and calmly replied, you can't expect me know who it is. All I can tell you is that the chamber exists. And if there's someone opening it you shouldn't interfere, it's for the best. Orion sighed and calmed down, I wasn't planning on interfering. I think the dark families are behind it and they must have a reason for it, but I would like to know what's going on. What do they expect to gain from it? And how is someone opening the chamber if they aren't Slytherin's heir? Tom remained silent and merely observed him, and Orion sighed in frustration, can you at least tell me what the creature inside the chamber is? Tom regarded him and then said with determination, I will not tell you anything about it. You should give it a rest. It doesn't concern you and whatever happens will benefit the dark. Orion saw that Tom wasn't willing to talk anymore about the subject, so he bid him a good night and closed the locket. Tom obviously knew what was going on. He had been at Hogwarts, so he must have found the chamber. He would have to find out if it had ever been opened in the past. Orion thought matters over but couldn't shed more light on what was happening. Lucius Malfoy seemed to be behind it. But how could someone that wasn't Slytherin's heir be able to open the chamber? And how would opening the chamber benefit the dark like Tom had said? Just to have a monster in Hogwarts at some dark wizard's command. Just to kill some muggleborns. He didn't see any point to it besides making the light wizards cower in fear. No, it had nothing to do with the monster. What was important was who was doing it. Tom had been triumphant when he heard that the chamber had been opened. Orion frowned, why would he care so much? What did it mean to him? If it had been his grandson opening the chamber he could understand that Tom would be proud of it, but Tom had assured him that he didn't have sons or grandsons, so who did Tom believe was opening the chamber? Damn Tom for not trusting him. The next week Orion and his friends speculated about the matter but couldn't find answers to their innumerable questions. Calypso had asked her father, but Romulus Rosier had remained tight-lipped and had gently told her daughter to mind her own business and not to discuss what was happening with anyone. Of course, she didn't obey and kept discussing it with her friends. Orion had written back to Draco asking him if anyone had said something about the Chamber of Secrets being opened in the past, but Draco had replied that he hadn't found out anything about it. The teachers didn't say anything besides assuring the students that the chamber didn't exist and that there was no danger. But Orion didn't believe any of it and was growing more frustrated with each passing day. That Sunday he received another letter from Draco. Colin Creevey, a little Gryffindor that liked to snap pictures at every instance, had been petrified. Orion wondered what the monster could be. He didn't know of any magical creatures that could petrify their prey. Most of them just killed. The months rolled by and Orion focused in his studies and training. He had written to Sirius explaining what was happening and his father seemed very concerned and urged Orion to let the matter rest. Sirius had told him that he still met with the purebloods, but none had mentioned anything to him about the occurrings at Hogwarts. He said that things at Hogwarts were looking bad for Dumbledore and many parents were concerned for their children's safety and angry at Dumbledore's incapability of stopping the attacks. Orion learned more about it when in mid-December Draco wrote excitedly telling him that another Muggle-born boy, Justin Fitch Fletchley, and the Gryffindor ghost had been petrified. Orion was amused by Draco's boasting that he was now glad too. Be at Hogwarts, surely nothing so exciting was happening at Durmstrang and he was having great fun at the expense of the other houses then seemed terrified while the Slytherins enjoyed the comfort of knowing that the monster wouldn't attack them since they were all purebloods. Orion spent his Christmas holidays with Sirius and was currently sitting in the parlor where Sirius had just informed him that he wouldn't be going to the Malfoys this year. Orion turned angrily towards his father. Why can't I go? I promised Draco I would visit him and I have many things to discuss with him. Please father, let me go. Sirius sighed wearily and said, from what you have told me Lucius Malfoy is up to something and I don't want you to become involved. Just for this once obey me. Orion scowled, whatever Malfoy is doing I'm sure it's for our benefit. Besides, it isn't Draco's fault, I should be allowed to see him. Sirius pierced him with his gray eyes and said, how do you feel about Draco? Orion sat back in surprise. What do you mean how I feel about him? He's one of my best friends, you know that. Sirius ran a hand through his hair at which Orion smiled since he had the same habit. I didn't know if I should tell you but Narcissa Malfoy has contacted me. I never expected her to do so. I guess I had forgotten about the dark pureblood family's traditions and it took me quite by surprise to be involved in such negotiations. Sirius looked at Orion and saw him frowning. He took a deep breath and continued, she has started negotiations in Draco's name for your hand. Orion's jaw dropped and his eyes widened. He gasped, what? Sirius continued to explain, as you know the dark pureblood families start secret negotiations to marry their children when they turn 11 and usually the negotiations are finalized when they reach 17. They're arranged marriages which only purpose is to join one bloodline with an equally or more pure bloodline in order to produce powerful heirs and to merge the riches of the two families. In this case, the Malfoys have started negotiations with me to join Draco and you in marriage in the future. Orion frantically interrupted him, but I don't want to marry anyone. I don't like anyone that way. Orion paused and frowned, well, I don't know if I like someone. But how can they want Draco to join me if Narcissa was after Pansy Parkinson's hand? And how can they make Draco marry a boy? That doesn't. Orion faltered and looked uncertainly at his father. Sirius looked at him and asked, what concerns you, Orion? If you're sure that you don't like boys already I won't make you marry one. I dislike arranged marriages and I would never force you into one. Orion interrupted him with wide eyes, like boys. I don't know. He faltered and then said in a low voice, but that isn't normal, is it? I shouldn't like boys. Sirius looked at him strangely and said, what are you talking about? There's nothing wrong if you like boys. I'm aware you're too young to know which gender you prefer. Orion shook his head in confusion, what do you mean there's nothing wrong? Don't wizards, do they accept same-gender couples? He asked uncertainly. Sirius raised his eyebrows, yes, why shouldn't we? Orion frowned, but the Muggles don't accept them. They consider people that like their own gender to be weird and abnormal. Sirius shook his head sadly, that would explain why you were so surprised by it. But in the wizarding world it is a common occurrence and they have always been accepted. In the case of the dark pureblood families, they don't care about gender either, only about the purity and power of the chosen partner for their children. This is why I believe the Malfoys want you for their son. I suspect Lucius had something to do with it. No doubt, when he learned that you were a Parselmouth and considering you're also the Black Heir, he clearly told Narcissa that he wants you for Draco. The joining of the Malfoy and Black Fortune would be advantageous for him and the joining of your bloodlines would produce a very powerful heir. But I'm not so sure about allowing the negotiations to continue. I wouldn't want you to be in Lucius' clutches, that's part of the reason I don't want you to go to the Malfoys during the holidays. Orion interrupted him, a powerful heir. But how can male couples have children? He asked with curiosity. Sirius looked surprised, you don't know. I venture to guess that Muggles haven't found a way then. Orion shook his head and Sirius continued, there are many ways of doing it. There's a blood ritual that joins the blood of the couple and creates a fetus that is then placed in the womb of a witch that offers her help to the couple. Usually she's a close friend of the couple and though she isn't the biological mother, after the baby is born she remains close to the couple and the baby. Since it would be very cruel to part her from the baby she carried for 9 months she usually assumes the role of the godmother and participates in the baby's upbringing. Another way is for one of the males to take a potion that will allow him to carry a baby. Orion scrunched his nose and Sirius laughed. Yes, it isn't very comfortable for the wizard and the transformation is extremely painful. But he isn't exteriorly changed. He is able to carry the baby without problems, and when the time comes the baby is extracted by metawizards without injury to the wizard. So you see, in the magical world it doesn't represent a problem. Orion replied, yes, I understand. But nevertheless, how can the Malfoys decide if Draco is to marry a girl or a boy if they don't know about his preferences? Well, ideally one should marry someone they love and are attracted to, but as I told you, in the case of the dark families they arrange marriages to make the bloodlines stronger. Once the couple has produced an heir they can have any lovers they want. It's not something that they flaunt, they do it discreetly, but since most marriages are arranged it's something very common and accepted. And the couples usually become friends so no ill will exist between them. So even if Draco preferred women, the Malfoys could make him marry a wizard if they consider him to be the best prospect, and Draco would comply because he would see it as his duty. Once they have an heir Draco would be free to pursue anyone he likes, explained Sirius. Orion sighed, but that's so cold and calculating. To marry someone you don't love and even someone of a gender you're not attracted to. But I think I understand why they do it. If our magic is becoming weaker our priority has to be to have more powerful children with each passing generation, and I guess that the most efficient way of doing it is through arranged marriages. Sirius nodded, yes, it is. It's the pureblood tradition. But I have never liked it and I refused to comply with my mother's plans for my marriage and therefore I won't subject you to the same. Orion said thoughtfully, I have never considered marriage before. To be quite truthful I don't know if I ever want to marry, there are so many things to be done. I don't even know if I like boys or girls. Then he looked up at his father, but I guess that I should have an heir to preserve the black bloodline, right? Sirius warily sighed, I don't want you to be forced to have children, but yes, it would be important to me. I would like to know that our family continues and I would love to be a grandfather, he said with a smile. Orion smiled back and nodded, I understand. I wouldn't want to be the last black either. We're one of the most ancient and pure dark bloodlines and it's important to continue it. We're few as it is when compared to the light families. And I think it's best if I joined a wizard or witch of a powerful bloodline as well. So I'll leave the negotiations to you. At least I like Draco as a friend and I know that we would get along if we had to live together. Sirius frowned, I understand that he's your friend but I'm wary of Lucius' intentions. It's true that the Malfoy bloodline is one of the strongest and for it to join again with the black bloodline will make it purer and more powerful, but Lucius himself is very sly. I think that what matters to him the most is to have the Parseltongue ability in his bloodline and that's why he chose you. Orion lifted an eyebrow and calmly replied, that's obvious, I would have done the same if I were him. I don't see cause for concern there. You can go ahead with the negotiations, I just ask you that when the time comes you will let me know who are the candidates and that you allow me to choose for myself. I will take into consideration your opinion as well, but I would like to at least choose someone that I know I could be friends with. Sirius nodded in agreement and said, very well, I'll continue with the negotiations with Narcissa if you want me to. And I'll look at the other families to find other prospects. And be certain that I will never force you to marry anyone you don't like. You'll be able to choose for yourself. Orion smiled warmly at him but then asked in concern, do you think they have told Draco? It would be so weird for me to talk to him if he knew. Sirius laughed, don't worry, young pup. It's just weird because you aren't used to it, but I don't think Draco would mind. He's aware that his mother is currently negotiating with several families. But don't be concerned, I doubt they have told him. Parents usually don't tell their children since the negotiations last for many years and many things change, so it's better to keep the children ignorant of the proceedings. They're usually told when they turn 17. Indeed, what happened with the Parkinsons is quite the breach of etiquette and I think Lucius wasn't too pleased about it. Orion grinned and said, just promise me to never consider someone like Pansy, please. Sirius barked a laugh, promised. It was the start of May when Orion finally discovered what the creature in the Chamber of Secrets was. He had received another letter from Draco that triumphantly said that his father had managed to convince Hogwarts governors of Dumbledore's incompetence and that Dumbledore had been sacked from his headmaster position. Orion marveled at Lucius' cunning, but it was soon out of his mind when he kept reading and found out that the Muggle-born Granger and another girl had been petrified. What piqued his interest was Draco's jib that the girl had been looking at herself in a mirror when she had been petrified, no doubt to attempt to manage her bushy hair as Draco had snidely written. And then, all had become clear to Orion. Colin Creevy and his camera, Justin Fitch Fletchley and the ghost, Granger and the mirror, they had never looked directly at the creature. It had always been through something, and now he understood that there wasn't a creature that could petrify, but there was one that could kill with its eyes and that petrified with its eyes if looked indirectly into them. The creature was a basilisk. His joy at having resolved the mystery soon vanished and transformed into confusion when he read that Rubeus Hagrid, the groundskeeper of Hogwarts, had been accused of being behind the attacks. Draco explained that Minister Fudge and some Aurors had taken him into custody and that he was going to be sent to Azkaban since Hagrid had been the one to open the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. In the past, Dumbledore had vouched for his innocence and Hagrid had been banned from ever using a wand again. But now that they had no other suspects, they didn't want to take the risk and had apprehended Hagrid with the hope that the attacks would stop. Draco had scoffed at the idea that the Great Brute could have been able to open the Chamber of Secrets, and Orion agreed with him. He was almost sure that if someone had opened the chamber 50 years ago it must have been Tom, and that he had somehow pinned it on Hagrid. He didn't know how he felt about that. He was glad that Tom hadn't been found out, but it saddened him that now an innocent man was suffering for something he didn't do so many decades ago. He didn't tell Tom anything about his discoveries. He doubted that Tom would tell him anything more about the matter anyways. On May 29, Orion was sitting on his bed talking with Lysander. He had already told Calypso and Lysander about his discoveries, and they decided to patiently wait for more news. They couldn't do much except speculate about the identity of the real perpetrator of the attacks. "Orion, what spell are you planning on presenting at Dark Spell Creation? I have seen you working endlessly on it, but you haven't told me yet," asked Lysander in annoyance. Orion laughed. "I told you it was going to be a surprise. I haven't finished it. I already have the equations and I'm working in finding the adequate spell incantation. Curiously enough, my mind always comes up with a word in Parseltongue, but I don't wish to use it since I don't want the teachers to know yet. Though I guess it makes sense, considering the spell." Lysander replied with amusement, "You won't be able to conceal it for much longer. I think you should just tell them, the teachers would be thrilled." But Orion didn't manage to hear Lysander's last words. His scar started to painfully throb and he felt a piercing pain ripping through his skull. He felt as his mind started to slip away. He hurriedly clutched Lysander's robes and whispered, "Oh, Merlin, it's happening again. Please don't let go of me." The last thing Orion saw was Lysander's pale blue eyes looking frantically into his. He woke into consciousness and instantly felt an exalted feeling of triumph. He heard a high cold laugh echoing through the walls. It was his laughter. He saw that he was in a large chamber shrouded in shadows with high pillars shaped as snakes along the sides. He looked down at the body at his feet. It was a small black-robed girl with flaming red hair. Orion mentally gasped. It was the Weasley girl. He recognized her from the time he had seen her in the bookshop at Diagon Alley. What was she doing here? He felt a smirk forming in his face and he nudged the girl with his foot. He heard himself saying coldly, "Thank you, little girl. Your pathetic existence has been put to better use in death than it had ever been in life. Don't worry, they won't ever find you here and will surely mourn you without ever knowing that it was you who unwittingly helped me petrify all those mudbloods." Orion's mind froze. The girl was dead. Why? Why had this happened? He wanted to scream in anguish but held himself. This had to be Voldemort and he needed to restrain his emotions if he wanted to avoid detection. He moved forwards and saw that there was a small black book laid open besides the girl, but he continued walking until he reached a huge ancient statue whose feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. He craned his neck to look at the statue's face. It had a long thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, and the stone face was looking forward with fierce eyes. Orion recognized him immediately. It was Salazar Slytherin. He was in the Chamber of Secrets. "Greatest of the Founders SS4, reveal the passage to me," he heard himself hissing in Parseltongue. And the feet of the statue parted with a screeching sound and a narrow pitch-black passage opened before him. He quickly jerked his hand forwards and wandlessly conjured a flame that hovered above his palm. He advanced and started the long trek through the passage. He didn't know how long he walked, but he finally saw a light at the end of the passage. He stepped out and saw that he had come out of a small cave that had a view of a small town. It must be Hogsmeade, thought Orion dazedly. He was starting to feel very drained and could feel his scar pulsing again. He sighed in contentment as the sunlight touched his skin and whispered, "I'm finally back. Oh, I can feel you out there. I'll find you soon and we'll merge and become more powerful than ever before," he said victoriously grinning. Orion confusedly wondered who he was talking about. Who's out there? Merge. How can you merge with someone? That was his last thought as a needle-sharp pain coursed through his scar and he felt darkness embracing him as he fought to resist the urge to scream in pain. Orion. Orion. Wake up, please. He heard a desperate voice near his ear. Orion opened his eyes and saw Lysander hovering above him. He opened his mouth and felt the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. He must have bitten his tongue when he prevented himself from screaming in pain. He attempted to get up but soon dropped back into the bed dizzy. He had a hard time focusing his eyes and could still feel the painful throbbing in his forehead. It hadn't quickly gone away like it had happened in his first year. He felt so exhausted and could barely move. Lysander embraced him close to his body and said softly, "What happened? What did you see?" "He's back, he's alive," whispered Orion in a hoarse voice. Suddenly he emitted a low sob and started shaking. "He killed the girl, she was already dead." "Oh Merlin, that poor girl." "Shish, shish. Don't worry. Everything will be fine, you'll see," whispered Lysander soothingly into his ear while stroking his hair and rocking his body. Orion turned and fiercely grabbed Lysander's face with the last of his strength. He looked into his eyes and shouted at him in anguish, he shouldn't have killed her. She was innocent. He saw Lysander's shocked face and dropped his hands tiredly. He couldn't fight his exhaustion any longer and willingly plunged into unconsciousness. He woke up the next day and barely spoke a word to anyone. Lysander eyed him warily and his eyes always followed him everywhere. He felt guilty now for his outburst. It wasn't Lysander's fault. He sighed and after breakfast quickly pulled Lysander to a side. "Les, I'm sorry for screaming at you yesterday. It wasn't your fault and I was tired," started saying Orion. Lysander gently grabbed his arm. "I know. Don't worry." He then looked uncertainly at him and asked in a small voice, "Do you want to talk about what happened?" Orion started to shake his head but stopped. He owed Lysander so much. He deserved to know the truth. Well, at least part of it. There wasn't denying it any longer. Voldemort was back and he had a body. Lysander would have to inform his parents as soon as possible as well. Orion cast a silencing spell around them and said, "The Dark Lord is back." He saw Lysander's eyes widening and he parted his lips to say something but Orion quickly continued, "Please don't ask me how I know. I just do. He has a physical body and I believe he will soon start gathering his followers. You have to let your father know. He must be prepared." Lysander absent-mindedly nodded his head. And Orion left him. He spent the rest of the day barely paying attention to his classes. He could only think about what had happened. He still didn't understand how Voldemort could have been in the middle of the Chambers of Secrets and how the Weasley girl entered the equation. He could still feel tears swimming in his eyes whenever he thought of her. He hadn't known her but she had seemed so small and fragile laying there on the cold stone floors of the Chambers of Secrets. And Voldemort had so ruthlessly regarded her death. But he hadn't seen Voldemort killing her. In fact, the girl's body had seemed intact. How had she died? Voldemort hadn't had a wand, so he couldn't have killed her with the killing curse. What had he said? That she was more useful in death than in life. Her death had obviously allowed Voldemort to resurrect and obtain a body, but how? He had also said that she had helped him with the petrifications. Had Voldemort's soul possessed her like he had done with Quirrell? But it couldn't be. The girl would have presented a physical manifestation of him if he ever possessed her for so long, like it had happened with Quirrell, and someone would have noticed. Orion frowned. Voldemort had said that he felt someone out there. That they would merge and become more powerful than ever. Orion's eyes widened in realization. But soon after he shook his head. No, it couldn't be possible that he was talking about himself. There was only Voldemort's soul and he had somehow managed to get inside the girl and used her somehow to obtain a body. He quickly penned a letter to Sirius telling him what had happened. There was no point in concealing his link to Voldemort any longer. His father needed to know everything. So he explained all that he had experienced and his suspicions. He urged Sirius to be prepared and to consider his role in the war. Their time had come up and they needed to plan and tread carefully from now on. He soon received a letter from Draco saying that Dumbledore had been reinstated as the headmaster of Hogwarts since Ginevra Weasley's disappearance and that the teachers had frantically searched for her all over the castle but hadn't found anything. Most assumed her to be dead and the children in the castle were terrified. But the attacks had stopped and the petrified children had awoken when given Mandrake restorative potions. He also said that Gilderoy Lockhart had fled from Hogwarts. It seemed that he had boasted that he could find the girl, and when the other teachers left the responsibility to him, he packed and left. Orion just rolled his eyes. The wizard had so obviously been a fraud. He hadn't spoken to Tom since his vision. He didn't know if he could manage to restrain himself from screaming at the portrait. He still felt so raw and anguished from the experience that he knew he would lash out to Tom. But he had to face him soon to demand some answers. It had been a week since his vision and they would be having their final exams the following week. He had finally finished his spell for spell creation and was practicing his dark offensive spells for the duel tournament that was going to take place after the week of examinations. He dropped tiredly on his bed and decided to confront his demons. He opened the locket and warily looked at Tom. Tom gave him a small smile. He had been in a good mood ever since Orion had informed him that there was someone was opening the Chamber of Secrets. It only made Orion angrier. Orion turned cold green eyes to Tom and icily said, "The Dark Lord is back." Tom raised his eyebrows and broadly smiled. "Already? Has he summoned his Death Eaters yet?" Orion shook his head and his eyes narrowed to slits. "You knew that it was him opening the chamber. Why didn't you tell me?" Tom contemplated him impassively and replied, "I didn't want you to interfere. Things seemed to be going smoothly and there was no reason for you to know." Orion's eyes flashed in anger and he shouted, "Smoothly? He killed a little girl. That's not how things go smoothly. Did you know? Did you know that he would kill a child in order to gain a body?" Tom's eyes hardened and he sneered at him, "This is why I didn't tell you. You would have gone into hysterics just as you're doing now." He lifted his chin and continued in a superior tone of voice, "Yes, I suspected he might need to do something like that. It was necessary for him to have a body back. You shouldn't dwell on it." Orion's body shook in suppressed rage and he hissed, "I should dwell on it. You should dwell on it as well, and you can be sure that the Dark Lord deserves to dwell on it every second for the rest of his life. He could have found another way. There must have been another way that didn't imply sacrificing the life of an innocent 11-year-old girl." He saw Tom condescendingly lifting his eyebrow and he felt hot tears of rage and anguish starting to flow from his eyes and he spat, "Morgana, damn you to hell, Tom." Then he dropped his shoulders and said in a defeated hushed whisper, "She was innocent." Tom replied in clipped cold tones, "The Dark Lord did what was needed. There was no other way. You and the Dark families wanted him back to lead your revolution, well then, you have him back. The girl could have died in the war anyways. At least now her death was useful for our cause." Orion sadly shook his head and said in a soft tired voice, "That's no excuse." He hysterically laughed, "By gods, will it always be like this? Voldemort killing everyone he wishes and the rest of us bowing our heads in submission and saying, 'It's all for the cause, the Dark Lord knows best, we shouldn't question his madness.'" Tom snarled at him, "He isn't insane. He's just not hindered by emotions like you are. You're weak," he spat. "You will never be great if you cringe at the thought of causing pain to others, if you limit yourself because your actions might cause the death of someone. Greatness is bought at high prices. If you're not prepared to do what is needed, you should stop deluding yourself and accept that you'll never be able to contribute to the war. You'll hinder rather than help the dark wizards that are willing to fight with everything they've got for their rights." Orion flinched as if slapped. And he said with a shaky voice, "I don't want to be a hindrance. I need to help. I know I can help. But I could never kill a child, Tom," he said in desperation. Tom sighed wearily and looked into Orion's moisty green eyes. He could see such depth of emotion in those emerald orbs, such need to justify everything to himself and believe that what he did was for the good of dark wizarding kind. The boy's eyes were always so unguarded, like a window to his soul. They were now so beautiful in his pain and anguish. He softly said, "You might not require to kill children, and if you don't want to, then don't. But don't judge and condemn others for having a different set of priorities. The Dark Lord's priority was to come back, and he did what was necessary in order to accomplish it. You might not like his method, but it was the only one available to him at the time. He doesn't need to justify his actions to himself, to you or to anyone else. Orion curtly nodded. He didn't want to fight with Tom, as much as he wanted to rage and snap the locket shut and never speak to Tom again. He needed all the information and counsel Tom could provide him with, especially now that the Dark Lord was back. So he swallowed his angry retort, and with as much coolness as he could muster he said, "Very well. I won't discuss the girl's death with you any further. We have different opinions, but I understand your point. But there's something that I don't understand." He pierced Tom with his stare and said, "The Dark Lord said that he felt someone out there and that they would merge to become more powerful than ever. Whom was he referring to?" Tom's eyes widened but then quickly narrowed in suspicion, and he grunted, "How do you know? How can you possibly know what the Dark Lord said?" Orion smirked vindictively at him. "We all have our secrets, Tom. You're certainly not honest with me when it's convenient for you, therefore you can expect the same from me. I'm not about to reveal my sources to you." Tom sneered at him and arrogantly said, "You know nothing. You're just fishing for information." Orion merely raised his eyebrow and tauntingly said, "Well, you'll never know how much I know, but be certain that it's more than you can ever suspect." The word he used is very peculiar, is it not? Merge. I wonder what he could mean by it. Wizards don't merge. It seems to me he was talking about something more in the spiritual plane, said Orion smirking. It was an absurd theory and he didn't even know what it meant, but it was the only thing he had come up with, and by telling Tom he could observe his reaction and elucidate how far he was from the truth. He was surprised when he saw Tom's quickly concealed blanch. By Mordred, it was true. Voldemort wanted to merge his soul with someone. Can that even be done? But with whom? Voldemort would never consider anyone worthy enough to merge his soul with. That only left the other plausible explanation that he had before quickly discarded. Voldemort was merging with himself. He had spoken in plural, saying that they would be more powerful than ever before. The only one that had ever been powerful by Voldemort's standards had been himself. Orion frowned. But he had been so certain that the soul of Voldemort that had possessed Quirrell had been the same possessing the Weasley girl. It seemed now that he had been mistaken. The Voldemort of the Chamber of Secrets had been a different one from the one that was currently still in his soul form hiding somewhere. If he had only caught a glimpse of himself when he was in Voldemort's mind, he could at least know more about what had happened. So there had been two souls of Voldemort. And one of them had succeeded in obtaining a body and was looking for the other soul to merge. Orion shook his head. He couldn't understand. How was that even possible? Two independent souls of the same wizard. Did he somehow replicate his soul? Orion was completely clueless. He knew nothing about soul magic. He was hopeful that he would learn about it if he was ever accepted in Vulcan Vagnarov's necromancy class. But he couldn't wait so long to have answers. He sighed. It seemed it would remain a mystery to him. He would have to be patient. The important fact was that Voldemort was going to return and become active very shortly. Tom snorted at him. "You do always come up with the most extravagant theories, Orion. I do wonder where you get your ideas from." Orion flashed him a nasty smile. "Ah, but I'm usually right, aren't I? And I do believe that in this instance I'm as right as I have always been." Orion paused and smirked widely. The Dark Lord had two souls, or was it perhaps the same soul split in two? He ventured the guess. Tom's eyes turned to slits and he snarled at him, "Don't presume to know anything about him. Your theory is completely ridiculous and unfounded. You don't know what you're talking about, boy." Orion laughed with no real feeling. "I dare say that your reaction just confirmed my wild theory for me." He turned serious. "What are you afraid of, Tom? Do you fear that I'll spill the Dark Lord's little secret to all my friends? That the mystery of his immortality will be uncovered by me? Fear not, I won't tell anyone. Now that I know the truth, now that I'm sure that he split his soul into two and that he's merging them back in order to return to us, I have no wish on dwelling on the matter further. I don't care what he did to himself in order to accomplish such a feat." Which was a complete lie, of course, thought Orion to himself in amusement. "I only care about what is going to happen. And I'll need your assistance," he said, piercing Tom with his eyes. Tom calmed down and replied nonchalantly, "You're only speculating. You have no proof for your ridiculous theory." Orion merely waved his hand dismissively and Tom regarded him silently before continuing, "What do you need my help for?" Orion lifted his eyebrow. "You know what my ambitions are, Tom. The Dark Lord will be calling his Death Eaters soon and my father will become a follower. I want to be able to protect my father as well as myself from the Dark Lord while offering him my assistance. I wish to have a say in the war. I already told you, I won't bow to him and I won't allow him to hurt the ones I love. But I will offer him my allegiance. I want you to give me advice on how to treat him in order to accomplish all I want." Tom snorted, "He'll never consider you as his equal. What you ask is impossible." Orion arrogantly replied, "Not even when I know his little secret." Tom turned his eyes fiercely towards him, "You can never tell him. He'll kill you on the spot if he even suspects you know that much." Orion frowned. Was it concern that he had detected in Tom's voice? Concern for his safety? Orion quickly soothed him, "I wasn't planning on telling him anything. I just wanted you to know that he's not the only one that holds some cards in the game we're going to play. He might be more experienced and ruthless than me, but I'm not clueless. I have a lot of information and with your advice I'll be able to tread carefully around him. And besides, can you honestly tell me that I'm not powerful enough?" Tom hesitated and then answered truthfully, "You know that you're very powerful for your age and if you continue training and learning as you have been doing I think you'll become a very powerful dark wizard. Perhaps someday, when you're older, you can become as powerful as him, but you lack his cold-bloodedness. You're too easily influenced by your emotions and I don't think he'll consider you seriously when he sees you're just a boy. He might see the potential in you if you ever demonstrate your powers to him and he'll be intrigued by your parseltongue ability but don't even think for a second that he'll treat you any differently from the rest. And you must learn to hold your tongue if you ever come into his presence. He allows no show of disrespect or antagonism from his followers." Orion merely nodded his head. Oh, dear Tom didn't even know about half of his powers. He had never shown him all the wandless dark curses that he could do and he was getting stronger each day. He had stopped worrying about the surge of power that came to him whenever he cast the killing curse and had learned to embrace it and control it better. He could already control his magical core and direct his inner magic to the spells he wanted to cast, and they were much more powerful than he had ever seen any other wizard casting. If Tom already regarded him as being powerful, he was then sure that he could match Voldemort if he used all his magical abilities. He hadn't even discovered an end to them. But one thing was true, he wasn't ruthless or cruel enough to be able to stand up to him. But he had decided that while he could still be himself with his friends and loved ones, he could learn to become ruthless with others, particularly with Voldemort. If he and his Death Eaters only respected a cruel and vicious dark wizard, he would be one for them without losing his real self. And about learning to hold his tongue, well, he guessed he should do that at first. But he wouldn't become a mindless follower and he wouldn't stop antagonizing Voldemort if he ever did something that injured him or the people that mattered to him. Exam week was finally over. Orion had excelled in all his tests and Mistress Galathea had been perplexed and then overjoyous when he presented his spell. He had finally decided on casting it in Parseltongue. Now that the war was starting there wasn't any reason to keep his ability concealed and it would start the rumor that would undoubtedly reach Voldemort's ears and that played in his favor. Let Voldemort know about him in advance, let him wonder about him. He had created a spell that conjured a great magical basilisk that only obeyed the command of the caster and had no counter spells since the only spell that could vanish her had to be spoken in Parseltongue. His idea, of course, had come from his discovery of the creature of the Chamber of Secrets and the spell was mighty useful. He had cast her with her eyes closed, obviously, and had made her strike against one of the empty student's desk which had been snapped into two in her powerful jaws. He had loved the expression he had seen in his friends and the teacher's face. They had been alarmed at first but were soon cheering at the creature. Dark wizards simply loved powerful creatures, even more so the mighty basilisk, queen of snakes. Orion was walking alone from the great hall towards the library when he saw Headmaster Karkaroff approaching him. He gave a small frown. The headmaster never usually interacted personally with the students and he had been missing from dinner on a regular basis as of lately. He waited patiently for the wizard to reach him and Karkaroff stopped in front of him surveying him with scrutinizing black eyes. "Mr. Black," Karkaroff said in a thick Slavic accent, "I wish to speak to you of a very serious matter." Could you accompany me to my office where we can talk more calmly? Orion nodded and walked in silence beside Karkaroff. What was all this about? Was he in trouble because his basilisk had destroyed school property? Surely not. It wasn't as if the desk couldn't be easily repaired with a well-placed reparo. They reached Karkaroff's office in one of the tallest towers of the school and they entered the room. Orion saw that it was a very large round room full of dark object and a great library on a side. What made him frown was that there were several trunks filled with things in his desk and many shelves were empty. Karkaroff had been packing his possessions. Suddenly, Karkaroff spun around to face him and said to him, "I have heard many things about you, Mr. Black, and I have observed and followed your progress these 2 years and that has been all the confirmation I needed." He paused and then said warily, "I wished I had more time. I had thought that I would be here to see your development and to help you. But I can't stay any longer." He have a small shudder and lifted his left arm's cuff. He showed his arm to Orion and Orion gasped when he saw the dark mark darkly etched in Karkaroff's skin. Karkaroff said, "I has been getting darker during this year and I can't ignore it any longer. I guess you know as well as I do what this means." Orion silently nodded his head. Karkaroff reached into his robe's pocket and took out a thin silver necklace with a triangle-shaped pendant. He placed it over Orion's head and set it around his neck. He then urgently whispered, "Wear it at all times. When the time comes the portkey will activate." Orion confusedly asked him, "Where will it take me? And when will it happen?" Karkaroff replied quickly, "When the time is right it will activate. It will send you to someone that can give you more information. I can tell you nothing else." Karkaroff brusquely grabbed Orion's shoulders and clutched them painfully. He frantically looked into Orion's eyes. "I know what you are, what you're destined to become. You must succeed, you're our last hope. If you can't do it, nobody can and all is lost." Orion frowned in confusion and Karkaroff released him. He turned his back at him and sealed the trunks that were already full. He cast a spell to make them apparate away and grabbed a fur coat and put it on. He turned again to face Orion and sadly said, "I wished I had more time. Decades ago I pledged to help you but there's nothing I can do for you now except tell you that what Master Helheim told you about the Deathly Hallows isn't a legend. They're real, they're yours. Seek them." Karkaroff stepped forwards and forcefully grabbed Orion's chin and made him look into his pitch-black eyes. "Don't fear your powers, embrace them. They'll never harm you." With those last words Karkaroff spun around and grabbed a stone that was the only object sitting on his desk. The headmaster disappeared with a pop when the portkey activated and Orion stood dazzled in the middle of the deserted office. He grabbed the necklace that Karkaroff had given him and looked down at the pendant. Grindelwald's mark. The pendant was the same symbol he had seen at the school's wall. The Deathly Hallows representation. The following days Orion barely noticed his surroundings. He was still thinking about all that had happened. Particularly about what Karkaroff had told him. He already knew that the Deathly Hallows were real but Karkaroff had said that they were his and that he should seek them. In what way were the Hallows related to him? Why was it important that he had them? What also troubled him was that Karkaroff had said that he knew what he was, what his destiny was. But what did he mean by that? He was Orion Black, nothing more and nothing else. Karkaroff couldn't be talking about his boy who lived status. Nobody knew that he had been Harry Potter and therefore he couldn't be referring to the destiny that the Light Wizards wanted Harry Potter to fulfill, that of killing Voldemort and saving them all if the Dark Lord ever returned. No, Karkaroff had referred to something else. And Karkaroff had also said that he had pledged to help him decades ago. How could that be if he wasn't even born yet? He didn't understand. But then he remembered the two spirits of the Chamber of Whispers. They had said something along the same lines, that he was the one to do what? What was he supposed to do? They said they had been waiting for him but that he was something unexpected, something different. What were they talking about? Could it be possible that Karkaroff knew them and they had told him something about Orion? He decided to be patient to avoid getting frustrated by how little he knew about what was going on concerning himself. Others obviously knew something about him that he didn't but now that Karkaroff was gone he couldn't ask anyone else. He wondered if he should wear the pendant like Karkaroff had urged him to. He didn't like the idea of being portkeyed to who knew where in the least expected moment. Could it be dangerous for him? But Karkaroff had seemed to truly want to help him and he wouldn't get any answers any other way. So he just charmed the pendant to look like a Small black onyx stone and decided to always wear it. He just hoped the portkey would activate soon. He needed some answers. When the school learned that Karkaroff had fled, rumors ran wild among the students. Vulcan Vagnarov had quickly assumed the position of headmaster and everything turned back to normal, but Orion noticed certain disquiet amongst the teachers. He knew why Karkaroff had left. When Voldemort had gotten stronger by possessing the girl or whatever he did to her, the dark mark had slowly started to show again, and when he obtained his body it was clear that the Death Eaters would see it darkly etched in their forearms. He wondered about what the Death Eaters thought about that. He hadn't had any other vision, so he guessed that Voldemort hadn't merged back his two soul pieces and therefore hadn't contacted his followers yet. He just hoped Karkaroff would manage to stay away from Voldemort's clutches long enough to explain himself without being killed. The poor wizard had helped many and he didn't deserve to die under Voldemort's wand. The dueling tournament had been cancelled since it was to take place the day after Karkaroff had left, and the headmaster was the one that usually oversaw the tournament. As a sign of respect for the former headmaster, Romulus Rosier had decided to cancel it and just test the students himself. Orion didn't know if he should feel disappointed or relieved. With so many things happening to him, he was partly glad that he could have that small respite. He did excellent in his duel against Rosier, though obviously he didn't win. He hadn't used all his powers anyways, so he didn't feel discouraged, and Rosier had praised him on his control and inventiveness. A few days later, Orion was seating in the end-of-year feast and was absent-mindedly poking his food. The only one he had told about Voldemort's return had been Lysander, but now he wondered if he should tell Calypso as well. He guessed that she would learn about it when Voldemort summoned the Death Eaters and her father went to him to become one, but she was his friend and had always confided in him about what his father and the other purebloods did, even when her father had asked her not to tell anyone. So he owed her to be honest with her. He turned around to watch her. She seemed concerned about something and every once in a while nervously twirled one of her long black locks with her finger. He leaned closer to her and said in a whisper, "Calypso, why do you look so concerned? Has something happened?" Calypso was startled out of her musings but soon smiled warmly at him. She replied in a low voice, "I don't know, but I think something is going on. Father has been going out a lot this last week and that's very unusual for him. He never does so when the school term hasn't ended yet. I just wondered if it has anything to do with what the heads of the dark families were planning at the beginning of our second school year. And besides, the whole thing with the Chamber of Secrets was never resolved. They never found the girl and the attack stopped, but what happened? Did their plan fail? Is that why they're meeting again?" Orion felt Lysander tense besides him and he looked at him. Lysander seemed uncertain and just gave him a look as if saying that it was his choice to reveal the matter to Calypso or not. Orion sighed and quickly cast a muffling spell around the three of them. Calypso looked up at him in curiosity and he said, "I believe I know what happened. Karkaroff asked me to meet him the day he left." Orion saw Lysander frowning. He hadn't told him about that. "I'm not sure why he showed it to me, but he bared his left arm and the dark mark was completely black and visible. He implied that it meant that the Dark Lord had returned. I think that what happened with the girl and the Chamber of Secrets is related to his return. It would make sense since it was planned by the heads of the dark wizarding families. I believe we can safely assume that their plan was successful and that the Dark Lord will be summoning the Death Eaters soon." Calypso frowned and asked, "But why did Karkaroff want to speak to you? And why did he tell you about the Dark Lord's return? You're just a student." Orion paused. "Oh, he just wanted to ask me about my Parseltongue ability. He heard about it from Mistress Galatea and was curious. But I don't know why he showed me his mark. Maybe to explain why he was fleeing. He must feel guilty for abandoning the school." Calypso nodded. She seemed to believe him, but he saw Lysander looking at him with a frown. Orion mentally sighed. Of course Lysander would suspect. He knew about the visions and knew that Orion had known about the Dark Lord's return before Karkaroff had left. "It now makes sense that the Dark Purebloods are meeting," said Calypso thoughtfully. "The Death Eaters must have seen their dark marks and must be wondering about it. But I don't think they have seen the Dark Lord yet. My father would have told me since he's going to request to become one and he promised me to tell me as soon as it happened. I wonder what the Dark Lord is waiting for." Orion replied, "I don't know, but I'm worried about what will happen when he comes back. We're very young and you and I wanted to be involved in the war." I don't think there's much we can do if the Dark Lord resumes the war right away. Calypso laughed. Oh, I won't be deterred by my age and you shouldn't either. I don't think the Dark Lord will allow me to become a Death Eater. He never takes one so young as ourselves, but we can help in many ways. And besides, we have been preparing for the war for a year already. I know you have been training as well and you're a very good dueler, Orion. And the war is bound to last for many years, so our time will come. And I don't think that the Dark Lord will start the war immediately. Many things have changed since he left and the Light Wizards are more powerful than ever. He was always a brilliant strategist. I think he will bide his time and conceal his return from the rest of the wizarding world until he's ready to strike. Orion nodded. Yes, that made sense. He would do the same if he was in the Dark Lord's position. You're right. It would be disadvantageous for him to let the Light Wizards know about his return, especially Dumbledore. Dumbledore would surely tell the Ministry about it and would soon regroup the Order of the Phoenix. The longest he remains ignorant about the Dark Lord's return, the better. Orion frowned when he remembered something. Dumbledore had Snape and Snape had the Dark Mark. Had Snape told Dumbledore already about the reappearance of the Dark Mark and what it implied? Did Dumbledore already know? And with the whole Chamber of Secrets affair, Dumbledore would soon connect the dots and realize that the Dark Lord was truly back for good. Calypso saw his frown and asked, "What are you concerned about?" Orion decided to be honest. What if Dumbledore already knows? Calypso raised her eyebrows and he continued, "Has your father ever told you anything about Severus Snape?" Calypso frowned, trying to remember if she had ever heard that name before, and replied, "I think he was a Death Eater during the First War, right?" Orion nodded. Yes, he was, but in his trial he was defended by Dumbledore. Dumbledore said that he had been spying for him all that time and Snape was acquitted and went to Hogwarts. He's currently their potions master. I just wonder about his true loyalties. If he was really Dumbledore's spy, he would have told him about the Dark Mark, and Dumbledore might already suspect the Dark Lord's return. That would be very prejudicial to us. Calypso nodded her head and said, "That's true. But we can't be certain about Snape's loyalties. Maybe he was spying on Dumbledore under the Dark Lord's orders as well. I don't think the Dark Lord could so easily be fooled by one of his Death Eaters. I heard from my father that the Dark Lord was a very powerful Legilimens and frequently scanned his followers' minds in search for traitors." Orion instantly paled. He hadn't known that about Voldemort. Dear Merlin, Voldemort would find out that he was the boy who lived in an instant if he ever decided to see his memories. And Sirius couldn't pretend to be his follower if he truly didn't feel that way. Voldemort would kill him as well. They kept talking about the Dark Lord and what the war would be like, but Orion barely paid any attention. As soon as the feast was over, he quickly told his friends he had something to do, and he intercepted Master Sylvanus Selvins just as he was leaving the Great Hall. He had heard from some older hydras that he taught occlumency and legilimency. The tall bee-owned wizard looked at him with curiosity. "Yes, my boy. How can I help you?" Orion fidgeted. How could he explain his need to learn occlumency at such a young age? "Excuse me, Master Selvins. I have heard that you teach occlumency and legilimency, and I was wondering in what year we would be having your class." Selvins raised an eyebrow and looked at Orion's crest on his robes and then said more relaxed, "Ah, you're a Hydra. Well, in that case I can tell you that you'll be having class with me in your 4th year." Orion swallowed. That was ages from now. He couldn't wait that long. He looked pleadingly into the wizard's hazel eyes and said, "I'm sorry, but I need to learn it as soon as I can. Could you please help me?" Selvins frowned. "Why would you need to learn it now? You're too young to be concerned about it." Then he smiled at him. "If you're so fascinated by the arts, you don't have to worry. The years will pass by quickly and soon you'll be in my class." Orion shook his head in desperation and clutched the older wizard's arm. "No, you don't understand. I can't wait that long. You must help me, please." Orion realized that he had disrespectfully grabbed the professor's arm and soon released it. "Please forgive me," he said softly, bowing his head. Selvins took Orion's chin to raise his head and asked with a frown, "Who are you, boy?" Orion replied softly, "Orion Black." He was surprised when he saw a flash of recognition in Selvins' eyes. Selvins dropped his hand from Orion's chin and said with a curt nod, "I'll help you." Come into my office tomorrow morning before leaving the school and I'll give you some books you can study during the summer. I can offer you private lessons next term. I won't ask why you need to learn them now, but know this, you'll have to give me your full attention and work hard if you want to master them in such a short period of time. I usually teach it for 2 years and it's not easy. Many don't have the ability to truly become masters of it. Orion nodded and Selvins looked at him contemplatively and said, if your need is very urgent, I can recommend a tutor for the summer. Orion replied gratefully, thank you, Master Selvins, for all your help. I'm interested in having a tutor this summer as well. Selvins nodded and replied, very well, come tomorrow morning by my office and I'll give you his name and contact information, and the books. Orion was tightly hugged by Sirius as soon as his feet landed on St. Petersburg's pier. Are you all right? Has it happened again? Sirius asked in a caring and concerned whisper. Orion looked up at his father and smiled warmly at him. No, it hasn't. He knew Sirius had been climbing walls ever since he wrote to him telling him everything that had happened in the last vision and in the one of his first year. Sirius had replied extremely concerned but had said that they should best talk about it personally. So they hadn't discussed it further in their letters. They flowed to Black Manor and sat in the parlor drinking butterbeers. Sirius turned to him and asked sadly, why didn't you tell me before about your link with Voldemort? Why didn't you tell me in your first year when it happened for the first time? Orion cringed in guilt. He had detected Sirius' hurt tone of voice and he regretted not telling him before. He replied in a small soft voice, I'm sorry father, but I know how you feel about the dark arts and I thought that you wouldn't like it that I had a connection to Voldemort. I didn't know how you would react. Sirius stood up and raised his son from his armchair to embrace him. Oh, my little young pup. I'm sorry if my reticence with the dark arts made you believe that I would ever be angry at you for something like that. Your connection to Voldemort isn't your fault, but that's beside the point. It doesn't really matter to me that you're studying the dark arts. I don't care if you finally become a dark wizard or plan on supporting Voldemort. I only care for your well-being. I will love you and care for you no matter what. You're the joy of my life and I want you to be able to come to me with any of your problems. Orion felt his eyes moisten and he clutched his father tighter and whispered, thank you, father. Your support and understanding means the world to me. Sirius took them to a large couch and they sat together. He grabbed Orion's hands and asked him, you're certain then that Voldemort is back? Orion sighed and replied, yes. And you know about my theory that this time it was another piece of Voldemort's soul that obtained a body. The soul of the Sorcerer's Stone affair is now somewhere hiding and the corporeal Voldemort is currently looking for him in order to merge so that they can both share a body. Though I think the merge would be complete and they would be one entity again. Sirius frowned in confusion, but all this about 2 pieces of a soul, it's very strange. I have never heard that such a thing is possible. Orion nodded, me neither, but he did it somehow. And the Death Eaters know he's back. Sirius' eyes snapped to look at him and said in alarm, how do they know? Has Voldemort already summoned his Death Eaters? No, I don't believe he will until he's complete again. But Orion paused. How much should he tell his father about what had happened with Karkaroff? He understood the need to tell him everything about Voldemort, but this was something different. Something he felt deep inside that no one should know. Headmaster Karkaroff asked me to see me before he fled. He wanted to ask me about my Parseltongue abilities, but the important part is that he revealed his dark mark to me. It had returned and he explained that it meant that the Dark Lord was alive. And the others Death Eaters will see their marks as well and know that the Dark Lord will soon be with them. Sirius warily sighed, so there's no doubt then. The war will begin. Orion nodded, but then a thought flashed in his mind and he gasped, by Merlin, I shouldn't have told you. Sirius looked at him frowning, Orion, I thought that you understood that you can trust. But Orion quickly interrupted him and said in agitation, no, you don't understand. Voldemort is a Legilimens. If you're ever in his presence he'll be able to see your memories. He'll see this conversation. He'll find out that you know about his soul pieces. He'll kill you in an instant. By Morgana, what have I done? I've endangered you. Sirius' eyes grew wide and he said in a scared voice, he'll find out that you're Lily's son from my memories as well. He'll know that you're the boy who lived. Orion nodded and said urgently, yes. Father, you must learn occlumency with me. It's vital. I have the name of a dark wizard that can teach us. We should dedicate all our time to learn it as fast as we can. Sirius nodded his head. Very well, I'll write to the tutor right away. Orion looked at him seriously and said, what are your plans concerning the war? Sirius sighed, your link to Voldemort changes everything. We can't escape him now and it's important for you to be in his good books. If he ever finds out about the link he could cause you great harm. Not just because you can see into him but because he'll know you were once Harry Potter. You said in your letter that you thought Occlumency could help you with the link as well, but we can't be sure he'll never find out anyways. So it's best that when he finds out he already regards our family favorably. If he is sure we're his loyal supporters he'll be less likely to harm you. He paused and warily said, I think it's best for us if I became a Death Eater to prove our family's support. Orion clutched Sirius' hand and said concerned, I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for me. I don't think you're aware of the things you'll have to participate in. You'll have to learn the dark arts. You'll have to cast the unforgivables. Are you truly prepared for that? Sirius ran a hand through his hair, I'm aware of that. And please don't think that I'm sacrificing myself for you. It's not your fault and we both know that it's the best course of action for me to take. I already know some dark arts spells and my training as an Auror will help me. I have seen the horrors of war. I'm prepared for it again. I know I'll have to act my part but I'm a black. Voldemort will consider me an asset and I'll gain Lucius Malfoy's and Bellatrix's support. He will undoubtedly attempt to attack Azkaban to release the innumerable followers that are currently there. My cousin will suspect me at first but I think that afterwards she'll be overjoyous that I turned sides. She'll be a valuable ally. And Malfoy as well, considering the negotiations concerning you and Draco. They're both Inner Circle Death Eaters and it will be advantageous for us if I become one as well. I'll be able to provide you with information and thus we'll know if he ever attempts to look for Harry Potter. There's no other way. We need to know his plans. Orion sadly nodded. He knew it was true. They needed inside information and they needed to prove that they supported Voldemort but he was concerned for Sirius' well-being. He feared that Sirius would crack under the pressure and guilt of being a Death Eater. Voldemort would be sending him to raids. Sirius would probably have to kill light wizards. He didn't know if his father was ready for that. Orion softly said to him, you might be forced to battle against the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius bowed his head and whispered, I know. Then he raised his head, they consider me a traitor anyways, I don't think they'll have much compunction about killing me. It's just, I don't know what I would do if I ever faced Remus. I would never injure him and I know he wouldn't attack me, but what will he think when I tell him that I've become a Death Eater? Orion gently grabbed his father's hand, I think he'll understand when you explain to him that you're doing it to protect me. He loves you and he knows about my plans. I believe he already suspects that you'll be on opposing sides of the battlefield. But he told me he understood my position so I think he'll understand yours as well. Sirius nodded his head, I don't know when to tell him. Orion interrupted him, you can only tell him when Voldemort makes his return public. If you tell him before you'll be forcing Remus to choose between telling Dumbledore or keeping your trust. It would be unfair to him. And you cannot tell him about what we know about Voldemort either, or my visions. Yes, I know. Don't worry, replied Sirius. Orion sat back and said, I suspect Dumbledore might know already and he might be forming the Order of the Phoenix again. Sirius looked at him in surprise and Orion continued, Snape could have told him about his dark mark. Sirius snorted and replied nastily, Snivellus is a traitor. He was and always will be a Death Eater. Then he groaned, oh Merlin, I'll have to endure his presence at the Death Eaters' meetings. Orion sniggered, oh, father. I think it's about time you buried the hatch. Sirius indignantly replied, never. He's a nasty wizard, always going around hexing people and using dark spells. Orion shook his head in amusement, he hexed you because you cornered the poor man 3-1. And besides you'll be casting dark spells as well. You have to at least attempt a truce. Then he said seriously, but always keep in mind that he might be working for Dumbledore. Don't trust him for a second. Sirius scoffed, you can rest assured of that. I wouldn't trust Snivellus as far as I could throw him. Orion remembered something and widened his eyes and gasped, Pettigrew. You might cross paths with Pettigrew. Sirius' face soon turned dark and he fisted his hands. He fiercely spat, nothing will prevent me from killing him the moment I lay eyes on him. That filthy rat will get what he deserves. Orion said in alarm, "No, father, you can't. Voldemort won't be happy if you do so. He'll suspect you. You have to act as a loyal Death Eater." Sirius turned angrily at him. "You ask too much, Orion. I can't allow the man that caused your mother's death to go unpunished." Orion desperately clutched Sirius' robes. "Very well, I understand. But don't attack him without first asking for Voldemort's permission. I don't think he'll allow you to kill him, but he'll surely let you punish him. You just can't do it on your own initiative. Voldemort is very strict with his Death Eaters and doesn't like it when they act on their own accord." Sirius frowned at him. "How do you know all this?" Orion paused. He knew this and much more from all his lately talks with Tom. He was learning about the dynamics between the Death Eaters, and it was both fascinating and complex. Voldemort truly had them tightly controlled, and there were countless little details to remember about how to ask for favors, how to address him under different circumstances, how to gain his trust, to name a few. "My friend Calypso Rosier told me about it," Orion replied calmly. Sirius just nodded. "Very well. I'll listen to you. But I'll get my revenge no matter what," he grunted. Orion was satisfied and then changed subjects. "How will you manage to become a Death Eater?" Sirius smirked at him. "Very easy. Lucius has been trying to convince me for a long time, so I just have to tell him that I've made up my mind. I guess I should write to him before the Dark Lord returns to them so that he doesn't suspect that I do it out of self-interest but because I truly believe in their cause. Once Lucius knows that I want to be a follower, he'll inform Voldemort and I'll be summoned." "All right, we're all set then. I'm going to bed, it has been a long day." "Good night, father," said Orion, leaning to key him on the cheek. Sirius grabbed his hand to prevent him from getting up from the couch and said with a grin, "You need a name." Orion looked at him as if he were mad. "A name? I already have a name." Sirius laughed. "For your animagus form. I was thinking about Fluffy Wings," he said with a mischievous glint. Orion choked and spluttered indignantly, "Certainly not. And I'm not fluffy. I'm a great menacing black eagle," he said, puffing out his chest. Sirius chuckled and ruffled his hair. "What about Blackwing, then?" Orion smiled at him. "Yes, I like that. Thank you." The following month, the tutor that Selvins had recommended to Orion came to Black Manor to teach them occlumency. He was an old patient dark wizard called Benedictus Benerin. A dark wizard named Benedictus. Oh, the ironies of life. Sirius had said in amusement. Orion was grasping the matter quickly since he also read abundantly about it in the books Selvins had given him, but Sirius seemed to be having a hard time. Orion even lent him his books, but it didn't help much. Benerin had only told them that it was to be expected. Not all wizards could learn it, and there wasn't much that could be done. One was either born with the ability or wasn't. Sirius should still practice so that in time he could be able to somewhat protect his mind, but he would never be able to prevent a mind invasion from a powerful Legilimens. On the other hand, Benerin said that Orion showed great promise and that if he kept up with his nightly practices and meditations he would grasp it soon. Orion received letters from his friends, and the ones that interested him the most were Calypso's. She said that the most important Death Eaters had started to have meetings since they all expected the Dark Lord to turn up in any moment. They were already joining resources and planning political moves in many of the ministries of magic. Their main objective was to make the politicians skeptic about the Dark Lord's possible return. They knew that Dumbledore would be moving masses as soon as he found out, so they had also started a dismerit campaign against him, convincing ministry officials in high places that Dumbledore was getting senile, pointing at Ginevra Weasley's disparance and all the petrifications of Muggleborns, indicating his inability to find the Chamber of Secrets to prevent the attacks and that they never caught the real perpetrator, to show that Dumbledore wasn't capable anymore of keeping Hogwarts safe and that he was getting too old. He wrote back asking how she knew so much, and she proudly replied that her father was grooming her to become a Death Eater and that he thought it important to teach her about their political maneuverings so that she saw how it was done. It was really fascinating. The Death Eaters were truly very cunning and resourceful. Oh, he knew that the minor Death Eaters were mostly mindless brutes that liked bloodshed, but the Inner Circle Death Eaters and others of important standing in their circle were truly admirable wizards. Weeks later, Orion was absorbed in his occlumency book while seating in the library when a sharp pain crossed his forehead. He had barely time to shout for his father when he felt as if his body was being ripped apart. He screamed with all his might and his body started to violently convulse as the pain impossibly intensified. He didn't understand what was happening, but then he saw images flashing in his mind. He had just finished drinking a potion and he dropped the vial. His body started to shake, but he gritted his teeth and started the Parseltongue ritual incantations. He saw a great black hooded figure gliding towards him. He kept repeating words that he couldn't discern. He dropped to his knees and clutched the earth desperately to prevent his arms from snapping as his body started to convulse. The black figure entered his body and he screamed in pain. He felt a great ripping pain all through his body and felt how it started to change. He started to feel afraid that something had gone wrong. The pain was too unbearable. He finally blacked out from the intensity of it. Orion took a deep intake of breath and opened his eyes. His body hurt everywhere and he felt as if he had been trampled over by a herd of hippogriffs. He saw that he was laying on top of Sirius and that they were both on the library floor. Sirius had his arms and legs around him, locked with his, and he was wheezing from the strain of restraining Orion. I think Voldemort has just merged back," said Orion with a rasping voice. Sirius released him and gently helped him into a plush chair. He ran his fingers across Orion's sweaty forehead and said, "Yes, I thought it could be the case. Does something hurt? Are you all right?" Orion shook his head and then flinched at the pain the movement had caused. Sirius, seeing this, immediately called for a house elf and asked it to bring a cup of water and some potions from their stock. After Orion had taken his potions, he lay back on his armchair and said, "It was different from the other visions. I saw flashes of what happened from his point of view, but I wasn't inside him. I don't even want to imagine the pain he must have gone through if what I felt was just a small sample of it. I think it was the potion he took that prevented me from experiencing it as if I was truly him. He also used a Parseltongue ritual, but I couldn't make out the words." Orion sighed and looked sadly at Sirius. "Will you be going to him soon?" Sirius sat in front of him and said, "Most probably. Lucius already believes that I want to be a follower, and you know that he confided in me that they were expecting the Dark Lord's return soon. As you know, I have been going to some of the meetings this last month and they're starting to trust me a little bit more. I'll fully have their confidence when the Dark Lord marks me. And I think it'll be very soon. No doubt that Lucius will smugly tell him how he managed to turn the head of the Black House to the dark side," he said with a lopsided grin. Orion laughed. "Yes, that would be very much like him." Then he added with a grin, "You're really getting along with him, aren't you?" Sirius huffed. "He has helped me in some business affairs and has told me more about the Death Eaters and such, but that's all. He's still the same cunning and self-serving Lucius as ever." Orion chuckled. "It's okay to like him. I truly believe he's a good man." Sirius snorted, but Orion continued, "He is a great political strategist and financial whiz. And I know he loves Draco and believes that what he's doing is for Draco's sake, for his future. I think you and him have more in common than you know. You're both doing it all for your sons. He's just more outwardly cold and guarded than you, but that's normal considering he has always been around dark wizards while you were with light wizards. So you shouldn't judge him so harshly." Sirius sighed. "I know. I can tell that he's trying to get to know me better, but I always get suspicious about his motives. I guess I can be a little more amiable and open towards him without revealing anything important." "Yes, I think that would be great. Not all dark wizards are bad, you know. You have to be able to see the goodness in them as well. They deserve the chance," said Orion. Sirius nodded his head but then grabbed Orion's hand and said urgently, "We know now that I don't have much time before seeing Voldemort. And I haven't been able to learn occlumency. You have been doing great, and Benarin said that in a few more months you'll be able to protect your mind, but that's not the case with me and I don't have months anyway. There's only one possible solution." Orion looked up at him frowning and silently urged him to continue. Sirius looked into his son's eyes and said resolutely, "You'll have to obliviate some of my memories." Orion jumped from his seat and said, "What? Are you mad? I can't do that." Sirius calmly replied, "You have learned how to obliviate in your dark arts subject, haven't you?" "Yes, but that's not," replied Orion. Sirius interrupted him, "Then there's nothing to worry about. I'm sure you can manage." Orion sighed and warily replied, "All right. What memories do you want me to obliviate?" "Everything you told me concerning Voldemort's souls and his link with you." He hesitated for a moment and seemed to arm himself with courage and added, "About your mother and what happened between us." Orion's eyes widened and he cried, I can't let you do that. I can't take your memories of her away from you. You loved her. Sirius grabbed his shoulders and said with difficulty, yes, I did and I still do, but it's something that could endanger you. If he sees one single memory of an intimate moment between her and me, he'll know that you're Harry Potter. You will also have to erase the memories of the first time we met and how we discovered that you were my son. Orion shook his head desperately in denial, no, I won't. I refuse. Then he looked up at his father and said, and besides, won't he find it very peculiar that you have all this gaps in your memory? He'll suspect something. No, I have already thought about it. I can easily explain it by saying that it was part of the effects the Dementors had on me. As you know, they feed on happy memories and in time the memories wither and disappear when they're feed on for too long, replied Sirius. Orion broke free from his father and shouted, I don't care. I won't do it. I won't take away the memory of my mother from you. Sirius turned angrily to him and said, you have to. My memories might cause your death. Orion clutched his father's robes and said tearfully, please, I beg you, don't ask this of me. I can't be the one responsible for taking away your last few happy memories of her, your love for her. Sirius looked sadly at him but replied with determination, I'm sorry, son. But you must do it. There's no other way. Orion halted and his eyes widened. He said excitedly, yes, there is. It's mentioned in one of my occlumency books. There are these magical basins called pensieves that allow you to store your memories. You take each memory out with your wand, they're like silver strands, and you place them in the pensieve. And then you will have no recollection of that memory. It's the perfect solution. Sirius frowned in thought. Yes, pensieves, I think I might have heard about them. Then he grinned at Orion, excellent. I'll see where I can get one. But Orion quickly turned sad, but you won't remember her anyways. I won't be able to talk to you about her, you won't know about my link or that I'm the boy who lived. You won't really know who I am, he said in a soft voice and a tear escaped from his eyes. Sirius sighed and hugged him, I'll know that you're my son, I'll know that I love you. What I'm truly sorry is that you won't be able to confide in me about what happens with your link. That would be dangerous. But I can still place the memories back. Whenever we need to talk about you I can place them back and remember that you were Harry Potter, that you were Lily's. He drew back and smiled at his son, so you see, it's not so bad. We'll still be able to talk honestly between us. You just can't tell me any more secrets about Voldemort. I don't care to end up with my mind looking like a Swiss cheese, he said with a grin. Orion gave a small laugh and nodded his head, very well. You're right, it's the only solution we have left. You'll have to put a lot of protection wards on your pensieve just in case someone ever attempts to break into Black Manor. Sirius replied, an impossible feat, I assure you, but I'll do it all the same. Orion frowned and said, but wait, there's no need for you to be without your memories most of the time, just take them out before Death Eater meetings. Sirius shook his head, but we can't be sure when I'll meet someone that can use legilimency on me. Orion replied convincingly, nonsense, there aren't many that can manage it. Trust me, there's no need for you to be without them. Just take them out before meeting with the purebloods or the Death Eaters and that will be safe enough. Sirius turned thoughtful but then conceded. Orion frowned and said worriedly, what about Remus? He knows about us. And now that I think about it, if Voldemort is a legilimens it would make sense that Dumbledore was one as well, considering that he's just as powerful. Sirius grinned widely at him, but werewolves are natural occlumens. Orion's eyes widened and he said in awe, they are. Sirius nodded, yes, with their first transformation they acquire many characteristics of the wolf and one of them are the mind barriers. The vampires are also natural occlumens if I'm not mistaken. Wow, that's amazing, said Orion. Vampires as well. Lysander was so lucky. And that also made him feel safer since Lysander knew about his visions. Sirius was searching his robe's pocket and he took out what seemed to be a small silver hand mirror. He gave it to Orion and said, I went to Grimmauld Place to retrieve this. I want you to take it with you to Durmstrang. It's a two-way mirror, I've got the other one of the pair. If you need to speak to me, just say my name into it, you'll appear in my mirror and I'll be able to talk in yours. James and I used to use them when we were in separate detentions, he said smiling forlornly. They spent Orion's 13th birthday quietly. Orion didn't think there was much to celebrate considering the dark times that were ahead of them and had convinced Sirius to spend his birthday together at the manor. Sirius had given him a firebolt, a brand new broom that had just gone out to the market. And they had spent the day flying lazily around the estate. To his relief, Orion noticed that he had gone through a growth spurt and was much taller, and Sirius told him that he already looked like a young man. Orion never looked at himself much in the mirror, so he spotted quickly the changes his body had gone through this last year. His face was more masculine and had lost the roundness it had before. His cheeks were more marked and his jaw stronger. His eyes seemed to have gotten larger and his black hair reached his ears. His shoulders had broadened a bit and his lean muscles were more accentuated. All in all, Orion had to admit that he cut an impressive figure. It was the day before returning back to Durmstrang for his third year when Orion heard a crash coming from Sirius' study. He quickly ran to the room and saw that Sirius had thrown his glass against the fireplace and he was clutching a newspaper. Sirius seemed livid with anger and Orion slowly approached him. "Father, what happened? Are you well?" asked Orion in concern. Sirius turned his fierce eyes to him and said with a voice shaking in fury, "He'll be at Hogwarts." And he extended the newspaper to Orion. Orion took it and saw that it was an English newspaper, the Daily Prophet. He saw a large moving picture of the Weasley family that according to the heading had won some prize and had gone to Egypt to visit their son Bill Weasley. The family didn't seem too happy. He could tell that they still suffered greatly because of the disappearance of their only daughter, and he felt a sharp stab of remorse. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and to try to understand what his father was so angry about. "Who do you mean?" he asked with a frown. Sirius advanced towards him, ripped the Daily Prophet from Orion's hand and stabbed his finger at the picture of the youngest Weasley boy. Sirius hissed, "Pettigrew. See the rat that the boy is holding? It's Pettigrew. I would recognize him anywhere. He has a missing toe." Orion looked closer at the picture and saw indeed that Ron Weasley was holding an old-looking rat with a missing toe. He raised his head to look at his father and said warily, "What are you planning to do?" Sirius maniacally laughed. "Go to Hogwarts, of course. I'll find out where the boy sleeps and capture Peter and I'll kill him slowly," he said viciously. Orion looked at his father in alarm and said, "You can't go to Hogwarts. The Dementors are still looking for you. And there's Dumbledore as well." But Sirius didn't seem concerned about that. "I'll use my animagus form. They won't detect me." Orion urgently grabbed Sirius' arm and said, "No. It's too dangerous. Let Remus take care of him. You know that he wrote saying that Dumbledore had hired him as the defense against the dark arts teacher. Just tell him about Pettigrew and let him capture him." Sirius snapped at him, "No, Peter is mine. Remus won't exact vengeance, he'll just turn him in. But that's perfect. He'll turn Pettigrew to the Aurors and your name will be cleared," replied Orion. Sirius violently shook his head. "I don't care about being cleared. I'm going to become a Death Eater anyway." Orion was getting desperate. "You can kill him or whatever you want to do with him when you see him at the Death Eaters' gatherings. There's no reason for you to go to Hogwarts and risk capture." Sirius laughed again without feeling. "I know Peter. He won't go back to Voldemort. He's too safe being a boy's pet. If Remus attempts to capture him and fails, he'll turn into a rat and scamper away. Peter will realize that he has been discovered and who knows where he'll go. Maybe he'll return to Voldemort, maybe not. I can't lose this opportunity. Please, Father. You can't go to Hogwarts. You must realize this. It isn't worth it. Let us plan it better. We can find a better way," said Orion frantically. Sirius looked at Orion and seemed to calm down. "Don't worry, young pup. Nothing will happen to me." Orion shook his head and clutched Sirius' shoulders. "No. Listen to me, please, listen to me. I need you. I can't worry about if you're going to be risking yourself when I'm at Durmstrang. I need to know that you'll be safe. Please, promise me that you won't attempt to capture Pettigrew yet. Promise me that you'll wait." Sirius seemed uncertain and conflicted. He just nodded his head. Orion looked at him suspiciously. He didn't know if he should believe him. Sirius was very hot-headed and tended to not think things over when he got impulsive. Orion heaved a sigh and just hoped that his father wouldn't break his promise to him. Orion and the other Hydras were sitting in their first class of human transformation. It was the class that had taken the place of blood rituals, and they would still be taking dark spell creation. Healing arts and astronomy had been added to their core subjects, and Orion wondered how they were expected to have time to learn everything with so many classes. And he also had his private lessons in occlumency with Master Selvins. He doubted he would have the time to able to eat or sleep much during this year. "Welcome to human transformation," started saying the old white-bearded wizard. "I'm Master Isidore Golmern. You'll be having this class for the next 2 years, and you'll be happy to know that some of the things you learned in blood rituals will be useful for this class. In blood rituals you were taught how to modify your body using the blood of the creature whose characteristics you wanted to have. In this class you'll learn how to do it without the need of blood or a ritual. Indeed, spells can be used to transform parts of our bodies into the part of an animal or magical creature for a certain period of time. Usually the effects of these spells are of a shorter duration than if you had used a blood ritual, but it has the benefit that you can do the spell at any time, without having to collect the blood, and it's much quicker since you don't have to go through a ritual." He gave a small pause and continued, "Think of a situation in which you might need to breathe underwater. There's a spell that can be cast that will temporarily give you gills. Consider that perhaps you're running away from an opponent. You can use a spell that will transform your lower body into that of a horse. There might also be the time when you'll need to have night vision. You can use a spell to turn your eyes into those of an owl." These are some examples of the usefulness of human transformation. Human transformation spells are used to change only a part of your body. To completely change into another animal you have to learn how to become an animagus. Those of you who are interested can start to learn this in your 4th year with me. Now, to learn the spells you first have to imagine the part of the body you want to change and the characteristics of the animal that you want to imitate. You'll need to meditate for a long time, and eventually you'll be able to slowly transform the body part you desire. After much practice you'll be able to say the spell and instantly change your body. Let's turn to page. Orion and his friends animatedly left the classroom and went to the Great Hall to have dinner. Orion watched the other students and immediately saw that the student body was more excited than usual. Many small groups were formed that whispered amongst themselves, and he felt a certain energy in the air, like if everyone was anxiously waiting for something to occur. He understood what was happening. Most of them had relatives or close family friends that were Death Eaters or unmarked supporters. He guessed that word had spread amongst the dark purebloods of the reappearance of the Dark Mark, and thus all the children were speculating about it and waiting for news of the Dark Lord's return. He turned to watch his friends and saw that Lysander wore a concerned expression. Calypso sat with confidence and a newfound determination in her eyes. Evander was happily yapping unconcernedly. Victor sat with a resolved and serious expression, which was quite unusual for him, and even Karis seemed less giggly than usual. Orion sighed. They were all going to be affected by the Dark Lord's return and the incoming war. He only hoped his friends and their families would survive unscathed. The war was going to be vicious, and he couldn't help feeling dread when he thought that if the dark side didn't win he would lose all that he had come to love. He couldn't imagine a world without the marvels of the dark arts and the purity of its magic, without dark purebloods and their ancient customs and unique culture, without the feeling of belonging that always embraced him when he was amongst them. Lysander leaned closer to him and whispered, "My father thanks you for your warning about the Dark Lord's return. He would like to meet you." Orion turned towards him in surprise. "Your father wants to meet me. The vampire master of the Zeraven clan wants to meet me," he said in disbelief and awe. Lysander warmly chuckled, "Indeed he does. I've told him much about you," he said, looking intensely into Orion's eyes. Orion whispered urgently back, "You didn't tell him about, the visions." Lysander shook his head and replied in earnest, "I would never break your trust." Orion smiled at him, "Thank you. When would he like to meet me?" Lysander grinned, "I think that at the end of the school year. Next summer would be best, since I believe you will want to spend Christmas with your father." Orion nodded, "Yes, thank you. Tell your father that I'm honored by his request and that I happily accept." Lysander briefly squeezed his hand and nodded. Calypso turned to them and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" Lysander waved his hand dismissively and said, "Oh, the usual. The war, the Dark Lord, the Death Eaters." Calypso soon turned excited and said, "Yes, these are very exciting times we're living. To witness the Dark Lord's return is quite amazing. I never thought the time would come so soon." Orion made a non-committal noise and Calypso turned to frown at him, and Orion explained himself, "I don't know if I would call it exciting. I think a better word for it is dangerous, he sighed. I understand that he's our chance to turn the tide in our favor, but I can't help feeling that we will suffer greatly. Wars are no picnic. I'm just wary of what the cost will be. Calypso shook her head and said with determination, any cost is worth paying if we win the war and gain our freedom. Orion replied softly, yes, I used to think that way, but then I wondered if I would be able to pay the cost of losing my friends or my father just to win the war, and I reached the conclusion that it wouldn't be worth it. I sometimes think I would rather have peace, even if it meant maintaining the status quo, than risk those whom I love. Calypso fiercely grabbed his hand and said angrily, you can't think like that, Orion. We are all willing to risk our lives to create a better future for our kind. You can't think in such a defeatist way when the war hasn't even started. You must be strong. Orion nodded his head and replied, I understand that, but would you be willing to risk your father, Calypso? Calypso faltered but then replied with resolution, yes, I would. He wants to fight for our cause and I respect it. I know he'll be in life-threatening situations, I know that I will perhaps, she swallowed and continued in a softer voice, I know that I might lose him in the war, but he fights for me and I'll fight for him and we both fight for the dark wizarding kind. I'm ready to give my life in order to win this war for us. Orion smiled at her and said, I admire you greatly for that. You're stronger than me. Calypso shook her head, no, I'm not. I know you, Orion. I know that you'll be great. It's just that you think too much sometimes. She gave a small laugh. You're even more of an idealist than I am, and I know that you're ready to fight for our convictions. I know that you'll do everything in your power to help our kind take over. Orion thought about that. Yes, he was convinced that a revolution was needed and he wanted the Dark Wizards to defeat the Light Wizards in order to be free, and he was willing to give his life to see it happen. But he couldn't say that he was ready to face the possibility that his father might die. Not when he didn't have the comfort of knowing that Sirius was willing to give his life for the cause, a comfort that Calypso had regarding her own father. But what she had said was very true, he couldn't have such pessimist and defeatist thoughts when the fighting hadn't even started. He had to be strong and learn to bear whatever losses he might suffer. He gently squeezed her hand. And said, you're right, of course. I'm willing to give my life to see us succeed, and I'll learn to be strong and face whatever might come. Calypso smiled warmly and returned the squeeze, you won't be alone. You'll always have me. I'll always fight alongside you. Lysander placed his hand above Orion's, which was squeezing Calypso's, and added, you also have me. I'll help you any way I can, Orion. Calypso raised her eyebrows and asked, but you're a vampire. I thought that you wouldn't get involved. Lysander scowled at her and growled, that doesn't mean that I can't protect him. Calypso's eyebrows shot to her hairline, but she didn't comment. She just regarded Lysander and Orion with a small frown. Orion merely replied back softly, thank you, both of you. I'll always protect you too. You're as dear to me as my own father. You're my family as well. That night Orion lay on his bed gently petting a contently hissing Sylvana with a grin on his face, since he was thinking about Lysander and Calypso. He hadn't lied to them. He truly felt they were as close to him as Sirius. He loved both of them dearly, and it had lifted his heart when they had both pledged to help him. Lysander's reaction had also surprised him. His pale blue eyes had glowed when he said he would protect Orion, even though the vampires didn't expect to get involved. He wondered about his friend's protective feelings towards him. Lysander had always gently comforted him in the aftermath of his visions, and he was the only one with whom Orion had only openly cried. He felt that he could truly be himself with Lysander. He felt that he could be open about his emotions without being thought of as being weak. He was so different from Tom. Tom could also be gentle, but he rarely was. He preferred to confront Orion and always got angry at him for being too emotional. But Orion had to admit that that also helped him, since it made him be stronger. And he had realized that Tom also cared for him in his own way. Tom never said so, but he could tell from the concerned looks he sometimes gave him and the soft tone of voice he sometimes employed. Orion had to admit that Tom was a puzzle, and he found himself fascinated by him. He was very complex and difficult to decipher. He scorned those who showed too much emotion and considered love to be a weakness instead of a strength, but he wasn't as cold-hearted as he believed himself to be. He cared about the dark purebloods, he cared about Orion's safety and success, and he cared about the future of the wizarding world. He was an idealist as well, a more ruthless idealist, but one nonetheless. And Orion had to admit to himself that he had come to care deeply about Tom as well. Which was quite funny considering he was just a portrait, but well, it couldn't be helped. He was jolted out of his musings when all of a sudden he felt an intense pain across his forehead. He gasped in pain and thought, "Not again, please," before he was plunged into darkness. He was in a barely lit large room sitting in a throne-like chair that was raised on a low platform. The air was suddenly full of swishing cloaks as from every shadowy space wizards started to apparate. All of them were hooded and wore a white mask that partially covered their faces. One by one, they moved forward, slowly, cautiously, forming a semicircle around him. He stood from his throne silently and waited for them. He could count around 30 Death Eaters. Then one of the Death Eaters fell to his knees, crawled towards him and at the hem of his black robes. "Master, Master," he murmured. The Death Eaters behind him did the same, each of them approaching him on their knees and dotting his robes, before backing away and standing up, forming a silent circle. Orion wanted to retch from that humiliating show of subservience. They left numerous gaps in the semicircle, as though waiting for more people. He looked around at the hooded faces. "Welcome, Death Eaters," he said quietly. 12 years since last we met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we? No one dared to reply. "I smell guilt," he said. "There is a stench of guilt upon the air." Orion felt the anger starting to rise in him. A shiver ran around the half-circle. "I see you all, whole and healthy, with your powers intact, such prompt appearances. And I ask myself, why did this band of wizards never come to the aid of their master, to whom they swore eternal loyalty?" No one spoke. No one moved. "And I answer myself," he whispered, "they must have believed me broken, they thought I was gone. They slipped back among my enemies, and they pleaded innocence, and ignorance, and bewitchment. And then I ask myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They, who knew the steps I took, long ago, to guard myself against mortal death. They, who had seen proofs of the immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any wizard living. And I answer myself, perhaps they believed a still greater power could exist, one that could vanquish even Lord Voldemort," he said, piercing with his eyes one of the Death Eaters that had a crooked nose and long greasy black hair that could be seen under his hood. "Perhaps they now pay allegiance to another, perhaps that champion of commoners, of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore." Orion felt his anger intensify and he felt the need to punish those who hadn't believed he was powerful enough to return. At the mention of Dumbledore's name, the members of the circle stirred, and some muttered and shook their heads. He ignored them. "It is a disappointment to me. I confess myself disappointed." One of the men suddenly flung himself forward, breaking the semicircle. Trembling from head to foot, he collapsed at Voldemort's feet. "Master!" he shrieked. "Master, forgive me. Forgive us all." He began to laugh but felt cold fury. He raised his wand. "Crucio!" The Death Eater on the ground writhed and shrieked, and Orion wanted to shout to make him stop torturing his own follower. But he knew he had to remain quiet. He couldn't afford to be detected. He swallowed his scream and continued to silently observe what was happening. He raised his wand. The tortured Death Eater lay flat upon the ground, gasping. "Get up, Wilkes," he said softly. "Stand up. You ask for forgiveness. I do not forgive. I do not forget. 12 long years. I want 12 years repayment before I forgive you." He approached a wizard to his right. "Lucius, my cunning friend," he whispered, halting before him. "You helped me regain a body. Though I wonder if you truly knew what the diary would do. Did you simply dispose of it to get rid of the evidence of your past loyalty to me? Or did you know that it would help me return?" "Diary? What diary?" thought Orion, confused. Then he remembered the black opened book besides the body of the Weasley girl. And he remembered how Lucius had placed 2 books instead of 1 in her cauldron that day in Flourish and Blots. So that diary had helped Voldemort's soul to obtain a body. But how? "My lord, I suspected that the diary would help you. I remember when you gave it to me and told me that it was a key of your immortality. You did me a great honor and I wanted to help you return," came Lucius Malfoy's voice swiftly from beneath the hood. "Ah, but only when the time was convenient for you. Why didn't you use it before if you truly wanted me back?" he said softly. But Orion felt the intense anger in him. He only hoped Lucius wouldn't be punished as well. He didn't know if he could bear it. He had come to respect the older wizard and thought that he had done much for their cause. My lord, I have been working to influence the Ministry of Magic. I was preparing the ground for your return, said Lucius. He interrupted him, we'll see about that. He paused and said quietly, then you haven't renounced the old ways, though to the world you present a respectable face. You are still ready to take the lead in a spot of Muggle torture, I believe. Orion felt his heart drop. Muggle torture. Lucius. No, why would they do such a cruel and unnecessary thing? Oh Merlin, they shouldn't do it again. Orion abruptly froze when he felt Voldemort's mind give a mental jerk. Had Voldemort felt him, he stayed as still as he could, clearing his mind of all thoughts. Lucius silently nodded, and he continued saying, you might have been working in infiltrating the Ministry of Magic, but you should have better directed your energies in bringing me back sooner. You have disappointed me. Though you won't be punished, I expect more faithful service in the future. Of course, my lord, of course. You are merciful, thank you, replied Lucius. He moved on, and stopped, staring at a space large enough for 3 people that separated Lucius and the next man. The Lestranges should stand here, he said quietly. But they are entombed in Azkaban. They were faithful. They went to Azkaban rather than renounce me. When Azkaban is broken open, the Lestranges will be honored beyond their dreams. The Dementors will join us, they are our natural allies, we will recall the banished giants. I shall have all my devoted servants returned to me, and an army of creatures whom all fear. He walked on. Some of the Death Eaters he passed in silence, but he paused before others and spoke to them. And here, he said moving on to the 2 largest hooded figures, we have Crabbe. You will do better this time, will you not, Crabbe? And you, Goyle. They bowed clumsily, muttering dully. Yes, master. We will, master. The same goes for you, not, Travers, he said quietly as he walked past the 2 figures besides Goyle. My lord, I prostrate myself before you, I am your most faithful, said Not. That will do, he snapped. He had reached the largest gap of all, and he stood surveying it as though he could see people standing there. And here we have 6 missing Death Eaters, 3 dead in my service. 1, too cowardly to return, he will pay. 1, who I believe has left me forever, he will be killed, of course, and 1 who had always shown great loyalty and still remains in Azkaban, he said quietly. Orion mentally frowned. Who was he referring to? He could infer that the 1 too cowardly to return must be Peter Pettigrew, and his heart clenched when he realized that the one that Voldemort believed had left him forever and thus wanted to kill was Igor Karkaroff. But who was the one that was particularly loyal and still remained in Azkaban? He turned and faced the last Death Eater. Ah, and here we have our spy, he said with a cold smile, though it makes me wonder for whom you have been spying. I must confess I was quite surprised when I learned that Dumbledore vouched for you in your trial. He said you had been spying for him all along. And you have been working as his potions master all this time. Has he already convinced you to spy for him again? Is this why you have returned to me, Severus? Orion mentally gasped. Severus Snape. Dumbledore must have indeed sent him just like Voldemort suspects. My lord, I have always remained loyal to you. I remained with Dumbledore to gather information about him for when you returned. I was sure that, started saying Snape. He felt great anger and raised his wand swiftly, Crucio. Orion could even feel the intensity of the dark magic that Voldemort was using to make the spell stronger than normal. Orion was in awe of his power. He could feel Voldemort's inner magic stirring and filling him, and Orion unwillingly relished in the feeling. It was so powerful, so desirable. Orion felt it all around him and succumbed to the pleasurable feeling. It was so like his own when he cast the killing curse. The same intensity, the same feeling. Snape writhed on the floor and his body started convulsing violently. He seemed to be trying to stifle his screams, but after some more minutes he broke and gave a horrible anguished scream that Orion was sure would haunt him in his sleeps for many nights. That brought his mind back to what was happening, and he didn't want to see this anymore. He wanted to escape from this terrible scene. He stopped the curse but quickly said, Legilimens. And Orion was plunged into Snape's mind along with Voldemort. He could see memories flashing by and was barely able to discern some. Flash of a young Snape sitting in the library with a beautiful red-headed girl, looking at her longingly. a black-haired woman hugging him as a boy and crying in a corner as a man walked threateningly towards them with a belt in his hand. Snape key. Dotting Voldemort's robes saying, "My lord, I've heard a prophecy." Snape brewing Veritaserum and planning on using it without being detected on Dumbledore. Snape spying on Dumbledore and thinking about his lord's return longingly. Then it suddenly stopped and Orion felt as he withdrew from Snape's mind. Orion could barely make sense of everything he had seen. He would have to think about it later. He had to observe what else happened. You might be telling the truth. But tell me, does Dumbledore know about my return? Has he gathered the Order of the Phoenix again? He asked quietly. Snape shakily rose from the floor and bowed his head. No, my lord. He doesn't suspect anything. You will do well to never betray me again, Severus. My patience with you is not infinite. You said you have been gathering information on the old man. I hope for your sake that you were telling me the truth. I expect you to give me a full report in the next gathering. You'll resume your spying and bring me all the information you can get on the members of the Order of the Phoenix, even if they haven't regrouped yet. I want to know what they have been doing these past years. Snape bowed further and said, "Of course, my lord, I'm yours to command." He hissed, "Yes, and you'll do well to remember it, Severus." Then, silence. The Death Eaters were quite motionless, the glittering eyes in their masks fixed upon him. Then someone spoke. "Master, we crave to know, we beg you to tell us, what happened that Halloween night when we suffered your untimely loss?" Said Lucius reverently. At that Orion focused to listen carefully. Yes, he was rather curious about that himself. He walked lazily over to stand next to his throne, so that the eyes of the whole circle were upon him. "You know, of course, that they have called Harry Potter my downfall," he said softly. "You all know that on the night I lost my powers and my body, I tried to kill him. His mother died in the attempt to save him and unwittingly provided him with a protection I admit I had not foreseen. I couldn't kill him. I miscalculated, my friends, I admit it. My curse was deflected by the woman's foolish sacrifice, and it rebounded upon myself." Orion had to prevent himself from snorting loudly in Voldemort's mind. That was pure rubbish. Orion knew perfectly well that his mother's sacrifice had nothing to do with why he had survived the killing curse. Innumerable dark arts books clearly stated that no love or sacrifice magic could stop the Avada Kedavra curse, and he was sure that Voldemort knew this as well. But he imagined that Voldemort couldn't admit this to his followers. He couldn't admit that he had no idea how Harry Potter had survived or that he might have powers that Voldemort lacked or was unaware of. He continued speaking. Pain beyond pain, my friends, nothing could have prepared me for it. I was ripped from my body, I was less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost, but still, I was alive. What I was, even I do not know. I, who have gone further than anybody along the path that leads to immortality. You know my goal, to conquer death. And now, I was tested, and it appeared that one or more of my experiments had worked, for I had not been killed, though the curse should have done it. Nevertheless, I was as powerless as the weakest creature alive, and without the means to help myself, for I had no body, and every spell that might have helped me required the use of a wand. But through the diary I was able to return. I won't tell you about its properties, it was just one of my experiments. But it worked and it allowed me to obtain my current body." Orion mentally frowned. He hadn't told them the truth. He hadn't said that he had attempted to gain the Sorcerer's Stone or that it had been his other soul that had gained a body using the diary. He guessed that Voldemort didn't even trust his own followers that much. He obviously wanted to keep secret the information regarding his two soul pieces, as they had been his key to immortality. But what experiments was Voldemort talking about? And he said there had been several. If the diary was just one of them, what were the others? Had he gone through blood rituals? Had he cast some spells on him? He continued, "But I want there to be no mistake in anybody's mind. Harry Potter escaped death by a lucky chance, by his mother's sacrifice, not because of any powers he held himself. But I have learned that the boy ran away from his Muggle caretakers. That he is most probably dead, since not even Dumbledore has been able to find him. But nevertheless, we must be sure. One of our priorities will be to find out if he's still alive and to capture him if that's the case. He can't be allowed to return to Dumbledore. My lord, if I may be so bold to inquire, what are your plans concerning the boy if he's alive and we capture him?" asked Snape. He regarded Snape silently and then said quietly, "He'll have to be turned or killed. He's the icon of the light and as such could have the power to rally them to him. If he is turned to our side, then the light will suffer a great shock and will despair. If he doesn't accept, then he'll be swiftly killed." Orion was surprised. What Voldemort had said was exactly what Tom had answered when he had asked him the same question. But maybe it shouldn't be so surprising, it was after all quite the logical action to take. And it gave him hope then, that Voldemort wouldn't outright kill him if he ever found out the truth and if he could prove that he really supported the Dark. They kept on talking about their plans to conceal the Dark Lord's return, and Voldemort listened to reports from Lucius and others that had done great progress in infiltrating several ministries of magic. Voldemort also mentioned that they wouldn't attack Azkaban yet since he didn't want to alert the Light Wizards of his return, but that they would be starting negotiations with the Dementors and would start planning for the attack, even if it would most surely take place more than a year from now. As they talked about their plans, Orion got increasingly more exhausted and had started drifting off, without able to pay much attention. He started feeling his mind slipping and willingly gave himself to it. He woke with a gasp and saw that he was once again laying on his bed being hugged by Lysander. This is becoming a custom, Orion tiredly thought in amusement. He craned his neck to look up at Lysander, who had his face inches away from his. Lysander said softly, "This has got to stop. You scream and writhe in pain every time this happens." Orion whispered, "It's manageable and besides it's useful. I can get better information." He stopped and widened his eyes. Lysander frowned at him, "You see the Dark Lord in your visions. That's how you knew in first year that something was about to happen, and that's how you knew in second year that he had returned." Orion didn't know what to reply, but Lysander sighed and continued, "I meant what I said during dinner. I want to help you, I want to protect you. I could perhaps help you with this if you told me." Orion interrupted him and said sadly, "I can't tell you, Les. Nobody else knows besides my father." Lysander looked desperately into his eyes and said in a voice full of emotion, "But you're suffering. I care about you, Orion. I want to help you. I would never betray you. I'm a vampire, I'm neutral. I don't really care on whose side you're on. I only care about you." Orion wondered about Lysander's tone of voice and about what he had been about to say. But it warmed his heart hearing Lysander say such things. He smiled warmly at him and replied, "I thank you, I care about you as well. But it's complicated. I'm truly on the dark side," but he didn't know what to say. Should he reveal his secret to Lysander? He trusted him and knew that he was neutral and thus had no real reason to betray him, and nobody would be able to look into his mind as well. Lysander hugged him tighter and said softly, "Please trust me." Orion looked into those pale blue eyes that were looking into his with an intense emotion he couldn't decipher, and he felt his heart clench. He felt the need to be honest with him, to tell him about his problems and take comfort in his arms. He swallowed nervously and said in a whisper, "I do see the Dark Lord in my visions. It has only happened twice before, but this time I saw much more than I really wanted to." He faltered and shivered when he remembered Snape's screams as he was held under the Cruciatus curse. He closed his eyes but could still see him writhing and convulsing in pain, his terrible shrieks ringing in his ears. Orion let out a small sob and Lysander started stroking his hair gently. Orion leaned towards the comforting touch. He continued in a shaky voice, "I saw him torturing his Death Eaters. It was horrible, it was cruel and unnecessary. But I knew how it would be like. I should have been prepared." Lysander replied, "I don't think many could stand to see that without feeling something, Orion. It's only natural that you feel it deeply. It must have been awful." Orion gave him a small smile. Lysander always understood his feelings so well. Lysander asked in concern, "But why does it happen to you? Does the Dark Lord do it on purpose to torment you? Does he know you?" Orion coughed a laugh, "No, he doesn't do it on purpose. He's not even aware of it. And I think he would torture me or kill me if he ever found out." Then he paused and made a decision that would change many things. "It happens to me because I'm linked to him." Lysander frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Orion sighed warily. He couldn't tell him everything, not yet. "I can't explain further. It's for my sake as well as yours. I can only tell you that this link allows me to access his mind. Sometimes. I don't really know how it works. But usually it comes with great pain at the beginning. And I fear he faltered and another shiver ran through his body. He said in a low whisper, "I fear that he might be able to look into my mind as well when he discovers the link. He might want to hurt me through it and I don't think I'll be able to prevent him from doing it." Lysander warily sighed and said, "Oh, Orion. Why should these things happen to you?" He turned sad eyes to him and asked, "And there's nothing you can do to protect yourself?" "I have been learning occlumency. It's the only possible thing that could help me. But I'll never be sure if it's enough or if I'm strong enough to build mind barriers to keep him out," replied Orion. Lysander frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. He looked into Orion's eyes and regarded him quietly. Then he softly said, "I might be able to help you with that someday." His pale blue eyes glowed with an indiscernible emotion and he whispered while hugging Orion tighter, "If someday you would allow me." He swallowed nervously and said, "If you could perhaps return my L," but Lysander seemed unable to continue and grew silent. Orion frowned at him but didn't break the intense eye contact that Lysander was keeping with him. Lysander was looking at him with such hope in his eyes, with such a deep emotion that Orion couldn't make out. They silently lay on Orion's bed for a long time. Orion was too tired to move and Lysander seemed content in just holding him while stroking his hair, and soon after Orion fell asleep. The next day Orion's mind felt like a messy whirlwind of thoughts. He thought about Voldemort and his diary, about the other experiments he had mentioned, about Snape writhing on the floor shrieking in pain, of Lysander's beautiful emotion-filled eyes, his gentle caresses and the feeling of comfort and safety he felt with him, of his pending discussion with Tom and what he should tell him, of Sirius and the promise he made to him of not going after Pettigrew, and finally of the memories he had seen in Snape's mind. And since those were the only thoughts he could work with and analyze, he decided to focus on them. So he sat in his bed after classes and concentrated on what he had seen. The first image that came to his mind was of a young Snape looking longingly at a red-headed girl. He closed his eyes and concentrated to make the image clearer. She was beautiful and she had an aura of gentleness and love around her. She had delicate features and her eyes were beautiful. They were of an indescribable amazing green hue. Orion opened his eyes in shock. She had his eyes. He gasped when he remembered the pictures Sirius had showed him of Lily. She was older in them but the resemblance was undeniable. It had been his mother. Snape had been looking longingly at his mother. He had loved her. They hadn't just been friends like Sirius had said. Snape had loved her. Oh, Merlin. And she had married his childhood nemesis. It must have killed him inside. Orion frowned. And Voldemort had killed her. Was this the reason why Snape had turned sides? Why he went to Dumbledore? What had Dumbledore said to him to convince him? Was Dumbledore using Snape's love for his mother to chain Snape to him? Could Dumbledore be able to manipulate the man's love in such a way? Orion nodded his head. Yes, he believed Dumbledore could do so without remorse. He surely justified it to himself in some pathetic way. But it was the worst kind of manipulation possible. Oh, he didn't believe Snape had been difficult to convince since he would have been distraught by her death and Voldemort was to blame. Orion frowned. Something didn't add up. Snape had been a spy long before Voldemort had killed her, if what Dumbledore had said in Snape's trial was the truth. Then Snape had no reason to go to Dumbledore since she hadn't died yet. That could only mean that she had been in danger and Snape wanted to protect her, so he went to Dumbledore to ask for help. And Dumbledore had used Snape's love for her and asked in exchange that Snape turned into his spy. Orion growled in anger. That manipulative old bastard. To take advantage of Snape in such a disgusting way. It made him sick. But one thing wasn't clear. Why did Snape fear for her? She was in the Order of the Phoenix and she had been a Muggle-born, but there had to be something in particular that had made Snape certain that she would be attacked, as indeed she had been. Orion gasped. Snape knew why Voldemort had attacked them. He knew why Voldemort wanted to kill Harry Potter. Merlin's beard. What he had always wondered about was known to Snape. What had Sirius said? That suddenly Dumbledore had urged the Potters and Longbottoms to go into hiding. Dumbledore hadn't given any reasons for it, he just told them that he felt certain that Voldemort would try to attack them. Snape had obviously told Dumbledore the real reason. And the old coot hadn't told what he knew to his mother or to James Potter. That bastard had kept information from them. Information that could have been useful, that could have perhaps saved their lives. Orion felt such a cold fury against the old wizard. But soon calmed down when another thought entered his mind. What did the Longbottoms have to do with it? Had Snape's information been unclear as to who would be targeted? And the targets had been babies. Voldemort had just wanted to kill him, so that meant that he had also wanted to kill Longbottom's son. What was his name? He remembered from Draco's letters that the Longbottom boy was in Gryffindor and sometimes hung around Ron Weasley, Neville. Neville Longbottom. So he had been a target as well. But why? Why would Voldemort target babies? It was clear that Voldemort had first wanted to kill him and then probably planned on killing Neville. But it didn't make any sense that a wizard of Voldemort's powers would go around killing babies. Why would he feel threatened by a pair of babies? Orion was frustrated and it angered him that Dumbledore knew the answer to these questions. Dumbledore and Snape were probably the only ones who truly knew Voldemort's reasons. And Dumbledore had kept that vital piece of information from his mother, Orion thought darkly. And Dumbledore had obviously played on Snape's guilt and anguish at his mother's death to keep him loyal to the light side. Dumbledore had been unable to protect the Potters but had let Snape carry all the guilt. Snape was undoubtedly still on Dumbledore's side. And he understood him. Voldemort had killed the woman he loved and Dumbledore must have twisted things in such a way that Snape felt that he was the only one to blame, when that wasn't the truth, given that Dumbledore had failed to keep his end of the bargain to protect Lily in exchange of Snape's spying activities. Snape clearly didn't see how Dumbledore was to blame as well, not only for that, but for using Snape's love in such a way and for concealing the information from Lily. Orion didn't know what the reason was, but his mother had had the right to know any information regarding her and her son. She had had the right to know the true reason why Voldemort wanted her son dead. Orion knew from Sirius that she had been brilliant. Perhaps she could have found a way out for them if she had known what Dumbledore refused to share. And it wasn't Dumbledore's right to keep things from his mother and him anyways. That information concerned them. It now concerned him. Morgana, damn that old coot to hell. He'll never allow himself to be manipulated by Dumbledore. The old wizard clearly had no compunction in using people's weaknesses and feelings for his own purposes. Orion would not fall into his games and manipulations. Poor Snape, Orion thought sadly. He must hate himself so much and Dumbledore must encourage those feelings in order to keep Snape firmly opposed to Voldemort. Orion sighed. But Voldemort was also to blame. Snape truly had no one to turn to. One killed the woman he loved and the other manipulated him for his own benefit. Much like himself, Orion thought warily. But he had already made his choice. He would never forgive Voldemort for killing his mother, but he might be able to understand it better if he knew what his reasons were. And he partly understood it now without knowing the particulars. Voldemort had thought that he had been a threat and had gone to kill him. He couldn't truly blame him for that. Yes, it was cruel to kill a child, but it was war and he had been considered an enemy, a threat to the dark wizarding cause. So why would Voldemort wait for him to grow up? Thinking about it coldly, it made more sense to eliminate your enemies as soon as possible. So he understood that. And his mother had gotten in the way. Brave, loving Lily, he thought sadly. She had stood unarmed against such a fear-inducing wizard and had willingly given her life for him. He felt a tear slip. Oh mother, how I love you, he thought. He sighed and continued thinking. He needed to find the real reason. He needed to know in case Voldemort ever found out he was Harry Potter. He needed to know if it was something that Voldemort could overlook or something that he truly believed in and therefore would be inclined to kill him as soon as he caught him. He sighed again. He'll have to think about a way of obtaining that information later. He joggled his mind to review Snape's next memory. Ah, yes. Snape spying on Dumbledore and longingly awaiting for Voldemort's return. Orion snorted. Obviously false feelings and perhaps false images, but that would mean that Snape was a powerful Occlumens. Well, that didn't sound impossible. Snape was a powerful dark wizard, perhaps he had the ability of being an Occlumens to rival Voldemort's legilimency. Anyway, there was no useful information in those memories. The next memory was of a woman crying and holding a very young Snape and a man advancing towards them with a belt in hand. Orion mentally flinched. It was clear that it had been his mother protecting him from his father's abuse. Another point in common with Snape, Orion thought sadly. Though he hadn't had any protective mother to shield him from Uncle Vernon's abuse, Snape's childhood seemed as bad as his. But that in itself was strange. If Snape was a pureblood, his father would never harm him. Purebloods took great care of their children. And the last memory, what had it been? Ah, Snape key, dotting Voldemort's robe and saying, a prophecy. Snape had heard a prophecy. Orion frowned. Prophecies weren't very useful things. Caused more harm than good in his opinion. They could be fulfilled or not, they weren't certainties about the future, just indicated a possible path that the future could take. And many times the ones that were fulfilled were self-fulfilling prophecies, meaning that they became fulfilled because some dumb wizard heard it, took it literally, acted upon it and caused the chain reaction that would cause the prophecy to be fulfilled. When if the wizard would have just left the prophecy alone, without acting on it, nothing would have happened and what the prophecy predicted would never come true. Yes, prophecies were very tricky things. So Snape had heard one and told Voldemort. Orion wondered what it could have been about. If Snape told Voldemort, it meant that it either concerned Voldemort personally, concerned the war or some of the key players of the war, concerned Voldemort, and Snape had heard the prophecy. Orion's eyes widened. Could it be possible? Could that be the answer? Surely not. No, no, no. Orion didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to believe that his mother had died for such a stupid reason as a prophecy. Could Voldemort have been really so stupid as to take a prophecy seriously? Didn't he know that he would be causing the prophecy to fulfill itself if he acted upon it? Had he really been such an idiot? Orion sighed. Well, he didn't really know what the prophecy was about. There was only a small chance that it had been the cause that Voldemort had thought that two babies could become his enemies. Perhaps the prophecy said something else, though it made sense in a way. What other information would have convinced Voldemort that some babies could be dangerous? So maybe the prophecy had said something about babies and the threat they represented to the Dark Wizards, or threat to Voldemort. Orion sighed for what he felt was the umpteenth time. If that had been the case, Voldemort had been a fool. Orion snorted. Really, to take a prophecy seriously? He would have expected Voldemort to be above such trifles. Well, it mattered little to him anyways. He didn't care two figs about the prophecy. They were all rubbish and he was sure that it couldn't have said anything really important anyways. Orion lay on his back after finishing reviewing Snape's memories. They had certainly given him a lot of information but also created more questions. But he would in time find the answers to them. He turned his mind to the other things he had seen at the Death Eater gathering. He remembered how they had showed fear and at Voldemort's robes while they were on their knees, the way Voldemort had tortured them unnecessarily, the unfairness of Voldemort's accusations about how they hadn't worked to bring him back sooner, and he felt his blood starting to boil in anger. Tom had warned him about how the gatherings were but experiencing them was quite different. He decided that his chat with Tom was long overdue and he unclasped the locket from his neck. He opened it and as usual laid it on his chest. "Hello, Tom," he said. Tom gave him a small quick smile and replied, "Hello Orion. What news do you have for me?" "The Dark Lord met yesterday for the first time with his Death Eaters," Orion replied. Tom smiled widely now. "Good. At last he'll be able to start with the war preparations." Orion nodded. "Yes. And I wanted to thank you for preparing me for the meeting. I wouldn't have been able to endure it if I hadn't already expected." Tom fiercely interrupted him. "What do you mean that you were prepared for the meeting? You didn't attend." Orion raised his eyebrow. "I didn't but I saw and heard what happened firsthand," he calmly replied. Tom narrowed his eyes and said quietly, "That's impossible. You aren't a Death Eater so there's no way for you to see what happens at the gatherings." Orion waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, there are ways and ways. That doesn't matter." Tom snarled at him. "Of course it matters. If you want to continue receiving my help you'll tell me this instant how you managed to spy on a Death Eater meeting." Orion smirked at him. "Why should I tell you when you keep so many secrets yourself?" Tom glared at him and said, "I don't keep secrets from you." Orion laughed. "Oh, come now Tom. If that's true, will you tell me then what you truly are?" Tom's eyes turned to slits and growled, "I'm a portrait." Orion shook his head in amusement. "You must believe I'm a complete dunderhead if you think that I'm that gullible. You're no mere portrait. The locket's power spikes whenever you become angry," he said and cocked his head to a side, which is very peculiar considering portraits don't have feelings. "So how can the locket's powers be connected to your feelings and moods?" Tom remained silently glaring at him and Orion chuckled. Now. I'm not pushing you to tell me anything. Just be fair and don't expect me to reveal my secrets to you. And besides, I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you about the Death Eater gatherings that I spy on, and you'll give me your advice. In this way we both get what we want. Tom scowled but replied, very well. I accept. Orion nodded and proceeded. Well, about 30-something Death Eaters apparated into the room and they started kneeling at the Dark Lord's feet and dotting his robes, he said, making a grimace. It was truly humiliating for them and utterly disgusting for me to see such proud dark purebloods groveling at his feet. He shook his head. I don't understand why the Dark Lord requires such a pathetic display from his Death Eaters, it's demeaning. Tom snarled at him, it's the proper show of respect. They know he's superior to them and thus must act accordingly. Orion frowned at him, he's not superior, just more powerful. And that doesn't give him the right to treat others as dirt. We are all dark wizards and should respect each other. Tom shook his head, I already explained this to you, Orion. Orion sighed and said, I know. It's just that it's horrible to see some of the wizards I admire, like Lucius Malfoy for example, acting in such a subservient way. Why does the Dark Lord need the constant reassurance from everybody else that he is more powerful or superior? The simple fact that he takes pleasure in seeing others pathetically groveling at his feet seems to indicate a weakness of character, as if he wasn't truly confident about his own worth, said Orion thoughtfully. Tom angrily spat, of course he's confident about his power and worth. And he proves it by demanding respect from his Death Eaters. Orion shook his head, he doesn't demand respect, he demands subservience and humiliation. No, I think I'm right about his character. He somehow feels unsure of his superiority over the dark purebloods. Orion cocked his head to a side and asked, are you sure he isn't a half-blood? That would perhaps explain his inferiority complex. Tom turned livid in fury and shrieked, he doesn't have an inferiority complex. Orion's eyebrows shot to his hairline. He tried to mollify the older wizard, all right, Tom, no need to get so ruffled about it. I was just speculating. Tom was still heaving in anger but seemed to calm down a little bit and merely jerked his head in a curt nod. Orion interpreted that as a sign to continue. He was mad at them because they hadn't tried to bring him back before, which I find extremely unfair considering that many of them have been using political leverages to help the Dark Wizard community. He gave Lucius Malfoy quite a hard time but thankfully didn't punish him. Tom waved his hand dismissively, well, it was obvious that he would be angry at them for that. It has been 12 years and I'm sure that the Death Eaters could have brought him back before now if they had truly wanted to. They deserved whatever punishment the Dark Lord dished out. Orion scowled at him, they certainly did not. They have their own affairs to take care of, Tom. You can't expect them to live and breathe for the Dark Lord. Tom calmly said to him, they pledged their undying loyalty to him, of course that their main priority should have been to bring him back. And I suppose then that you also agree with the way he crucioed his Death Eaters. Said Orion shakily, that he tortured Snape with a cruciatus so powerful that the poor wizard writhed and shrieked in agony for almost 10 full minutes. And I can still hear his screams in my mind. It was horrible. It was cruel and barbaric. Tom sneered at him and said arrogantly, he deserved it. Orion shook in anger and grief. With all he knew about Snape now he couldn't bear the thought of the way he had been tortured. Snape had been very brave to return to the Dark Lord knowing he would be suspected and punished, but he had done it all the same, just to feed Dumbledore information and avenge Lily's death, and it pained him that he was still suffering for it. And Voldemort had added to his sufferings unnecessarily. He felt a small tear escape from his eye and said angrily, Merlin, why do I always end up shedding tears when I talk with you? And you only despise me more for it. I can't talk to you about these things, you don't understand. Les seems to be the only one who cares about how I feel. He's the only one that seems to understand. Tom darkly scowled at him and said, who is Les? Orion angrily spat, you know who he is. I have already mentioned before that Lysander is my best friend. Ah, the little vampire. Pray tell me, what's all this you said about him being the only one that understands you? The only one who cares about your feelings, said Tom in a low hiss. He helped me when I came back from the gathering, all right. He understood when I sobbed because of what I had seen. He didn't consider that my emotions made me weak. He understood that it had not been easy for me and he comforted me. Said Orion with feeling. Is he your little boyfriend, then? Asked Tom snidely. Orion's jaw dropped and he gasped, "What?" Tom snarled, "You're all sappy when you talk about him. You should listen to yourself, it's pathetic. Mooning like a little girl with a crush." Orion frowned. A crush. Tom thought he liked Lysander that way. Then he thought about the comfortable feeling he got whenever he was around Lysander. How Lysander was always there for him and how he liked how he stroked his hair and whispered soothing words in his ear. Was the feeling that he got around Lysander love? Maybe it was, he couldn't be sure, but he never felt that way with anyone else. He didn't enjoy anyone else's companionship as much as he enjoyed Lysander's. Well, he also enjoyed Tom's company, even when he was being nasty. But he supposed that that was different. Tom was a portrait. He turned his mind to think about Lysander. Did he like him that way? Then a flash of Lysander's eyes crossed his mind. Those beautiful pale blue eyes looking at him with an emotion, Orion gasped. Lysander had looked at him lovingly, just like he had seen Snape looking at his mother. Lysander liked him. And he, those eyes, those gentle hands stroking his hair, the way he cared for him. Yes, Orion had to admit that perhaps he did like Lysander in that way as well. He felt exhilarated and nervous at the same time. It had been quite a revelation, to finally be able to name the feeling he had started to have around Lysander. Something that he couldn't understand before but that now was clearer. Orion grinned mawkishly and said in soft whisper, "Maybe you're right. Maybe I do love him. Merlin, I hadn't realized it before. It has been so gradual, but the way he cares for me, the way he looks at me, I think he might love me as well." Tom snorted in disgust and spat, "Love." He viciously laughed. "You think the boy loves you? Or that you love him? That's ridiculous." Orion turned angrily at him and said in a deeply hurt voice, "And what's so ridiculous about it? That someone might grow to truly care for me. That someone might even love me. Am I so unworthy to be loved, Tom? And what do you know about love anyways? Have you ever cared for anyone in your life except yourself?" Tom's face turned dark and he started saying something when Orion interrupted him. "You know what? I don't want to talk to you right now. I'll tell you about the rest of the gathering some other day. Goodbye." And with that Orion quickly snapped the locket shut and threw it inside his nightstand's drawer. Several days passed before Orion was calm enough to speak to Tom again. Orion told Tom icily about the gathering with as few words as he could manage and ignored any attempts Tom made to discuss what had happened before. On the other hand, he had started to observe Lysander more carefully and began to realize that he found the other boy alluring. Lysander was certainly very handsome, but what drew Orion to him was the way Lysander showed he cared about him. Lysander always tried to touch him in some way and his eyes always followed him. He was always concerned about Orion's well-being and listened attentively to what he had to say. Lysander had spotted him several times looking at him and Orion had quickly and nervously averted his gaze. He wasn't sure how he should act around Lysander anymore, and had started to avoid him. One day it seemed that Lysander had enough of his weird behavior and he pulled Orion to a side when they were leaving the dark arts classroom. "What's going on with you, Orion? Why have you been avoiding me? You barely talk to me anymore," said Lysander with a frown. Orion fidgeted where he stood and was unsure what to reply. What could he tell Lysander? That he felt that he could perhaps love him, but was too scared to say something for fear of rejection. That he wasn't sure if he was prepared for a relationship. That he didn't think it was a good idea to get involved since the war would soon be starting and he didn't want to put Lysander in danger. Lysander saw Orion's nervousness and hesitance and gently placed his hands on Orion's shoulders and said softly, "Please tell me. I can't bear the distance that is growing between us. Have I done something wrong?" Orion looked into his eyes and was mesmerized. How could it be that he hadn't noticed Lysander's eyes before this year? They radiated so much warmth and care. Orion took a deep intake of breath and said hesitantly, I was wondering about the things you told me after my vision, you know, about how you cared about me." Lysander replied quietly, "I meant every word." Orion nodded and said with a newfound resolve, "Yes, but I didn't tell you that I also care about you, very deeply." Orion tensed when he didn't hear Lysander reply anything. He looked up at him and saw that Lysander's eyes had marginally widened and that he was smiling softly. Lysander leaned closer to Orion and whispered, "How deeply?" Orion fidgeted again but Lysander grabbed his shoulders tighter. Orion spluttered uncertainly, I like you a lot, but it's not just that, it's something more, something more than friendship. Lysander's smile widened and he moved his face inches away from Orion's and purred, something like this. He asked before ghosting his lips over Orion's. Orion's shock only intensified when he felt Lysander's lips grazing his own and felt something stir inside of him. The sensation was so warm and welcoming that he gave himself to it. He relaxed and pressed his lips to Lysander's. They were soft and warm, but when he felt Lysander's tongue flick out and slowly trace his lips, he pulled away a little bit and murmured, I don't know what I'm doing, I've never done this before, he said, feeling inadequate. Lysander gently smiled at him and stroked his hair. I've wanted this for so long. I don't want to pressure you if you're not ready. I can wait. Orion confusedly cocked his head to one side. What do you mean you've wanted this for so long? Lysander chuckled. Vampires mature more quickly than wizards. I've liked you for some time now, but I wasn't sure if you felt that way about me, so I never told you, though I was tempted to do so in some occasion. Orion nodded and then stuttered, I would like to try to be with you. I mean, I don't know if I'm ready for anything intimate, but I want to be closer to you. What I feel around you, it has never happened to me before. Lysander warmly smiled at him and said, don't worry. I know what you mean. And I won't force you to anything physical, and then added with an impish smirk, we vampires are very passionate beings, at which Orion blushed lightly and Lysander's eyes sparkled with amusement when seeing it, but we'll only go as far as you want. I care more about being with you than getting something physical out of it. So if you just want to lay on bed together and talk, it's fine with me. Orion smiled thankfully at him and replied, thank you, I would like to take it slowly. Then he hesitated a bit but added quickly in a barely audible whisper, but I wouldn't mind dotting again. Lysander laughed, pulled him into a tight hug and said to his ear, oh, don't worry about it, you'll get ed thoroughly and frequently then. Orion gave him a small bashful smile and Lysander took his chin and tilted it up. He gave Orion a soft and gentle that made Orion's mind twirl. Really, Orion thought dazedly, this dotting thing is amazing, should have done it ages ago. Lysander broke from the and said to him, let's go to class before someone notices our absence. Then he grinned mischievously and whispered, we can resume our dotting session at night. Orion nodded wholeheartedly and they left for class. The next months were pure bliss. Orion forgot about the war, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, his numerous unresolved questions, and just enjoyed his time with Lysander. They lay every night on Orion's bed and talked about themselves in between and caresses before falling asleep in each other's arms. They hadn't gone too far but both felt very content with their relationship. Orion couldn't explain what he felt for Lysander. He felt safe and loved, he felt understood, admired and desired, and he relished in the feeling. And he strived to make Lysander feel that way as well. He loved to trace his fingertips lightly over Lysander's face and gently caress his long beautiful hair. He loved to trail light on his neck until he reached his mouth. He loved to hug him at nights and talk to him about his concerns and plans for the war. He had never felt so complete before. Calypso immediately noticed something between them and when asked, they had told her that they were together. At first, she had seemed somewhat sad and forlorn, but as the weeks passed, she sincerely congratulated them and wished them the best. Orion felt a little bit guilty at times because he spent much more time with Lysander than her, but when he realized it he began to take more time to talk to her alone and to show her that even if he was in a relationship she was just as important to him as ever, so their friendship hadn't suffered greatly for it. Calypso was training hard for her future role as a Death Eater and Orion sometimes trained with her. She was a really good dueler due to the great amount of spells she knew from reading so many dark arts books, but Orion had to admit that power-wise he was much above her. Orion kept practicing the Unforgivables, which they had also started casting in their dark arts class on magical dummies, and now was able to cast them non-verbally, feat that he had kept to himself. Rosier had raised his eyebrows in surprise when Orion had been able to cast them successfully in his first try in class, and Calypso had been overjoyed for him and had tried even harder to accomplish them, and in time managed to cast the Cruciatus and Imperious Curse successfully. Orion was no longer afraid of his powers, both thanks to what Karkaroff had told him and because he felt more in tune with his magic than ever. Now he felt his magic surge with any powerful dark spell and immediately felt a wave of power and pleasure course through his body, and he welcomed the feeling instead of being concerned by it. He also understood the dark spells for the unique Parselmouth much better and was almost through with it, already being able to cast most of the spells taught in that book. He frequently had visions of Death Eater meetings but had managed to cloak his presence in Voldemort's mind by using occlumency to raise his mental barriers the whole time he observed the gathering's proceedings. Voldemort was laying low so no raids were being conducted, they just gathered information about the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors and planned and executed political maneuvers. He had to admit that even though Voldemort still crucioed any Death Eater that didn't fulfill his expectations in the mission he had assigned to them, it seemed to make his followers much more disciplined and efficient. And Orion had finally even admitted that to Tom. Orion came to admire Voldemort's genius as well. There was no denying that he was the most powerful dark wizard and knew more obscure spells than anyone else, but he was also a brilliant strategist, and the plans he came up with to influence the ministries of magic were truly inspired. They showed a real understanding of the weaknesses, selfishness and desires of the human mind. He had also seen the induction of many new Death Eaters. Romulus Rosier had already become one and he had been present for Sirius' induction as well, and was happy that Voldemort had regarded him as a worthy addition to their ranks and had still never punished him for anything. Voldemort had assigned to Sirius the task of finding Harry Potter, given that Sirius had known the Potters and therefore had a personal interest in finding the boy. Orion had found this very amusing and thanked Merlin that Voldemort was aware that it wasn't an easy task and therefore he didn't punish Sirius when he came back to report that he still didn't know anything about the boy. He just wondered concernedly how long it would take for Voldemort to become impatient and ask for results. He wondered what Sirius could do to prolong the situation. Tom was the only thing that had Orion forlorn and sad. He still spoke to him after every vision and when he studied and trained in solitude, but Tom had been distant and cold with him ever since Orion had disclosed his relationship with Lysander and how happy it made him. Orion didn't understand Tom's attitude and he missed the old Tom, the one who encouraged his ambitions and who happily discussed with him his classes and the books he read and gave him more insight of the dark arts than any teacher had been able to. He missed Tom's smiles, glinting eyes and soft-spoken words, because they had been very rare and special in the past but were now non-existent. He missed Tom's companionship and it made him feel abandoned and bereft. It was like a missing piece in his life. The day before Christmas break, Orion decided to clear the air with Tom. He opened the locket and placed it on his chest while he rested on the bed. "Hello, Tom," said Orion softly. Tom merely nodded his head and Orion sighed. Orion looked at him sadly and said, "What's happening between us, Tom? You barely talk to me anymore. You only listen to my reports about the Death Eaters' gatherings, but you ignore any attempts I make to have a normal and lengthy conversation. Don't you care about what happens in my life anymore?" Tom sneered at him, "And why are you so concerned about it? Didn't you say that Lysander was the only one that cared for you? That truly understood you? It seems to me that you don't need me at all now." Orion raised his eyebrows and replied truthfully, "Is that what you think? That I don't need you? Of course I do. I miss you. I miss discussing things with you. I miss spending time with you." Tom snorted and said, "You only miss my advice on Death Eater matters. You only need me for that." Orion shook his head and replied vehemently, "That's not true. You're my friend and I care for you, not just because of the help you might provide me with, but because you matter to me. We have known each other for a long time and I have told you things that nobody knows and I trust you with them. I need you in my life because I've grown used to your company and I like it, not because I want to use you." Tom regarded him in silence and then replied quietly, "Is that what you consider me? A friend?" Orion sighed, "I know you despise sentimentality, but yes, I consider you a friend, but also much more, you're my confidant and mentor. I can be honest with you about my plans for the war, even much more honest about it than with Lysander because he isn't a dark wizard and therefore doesn't understand some things. He sometimes doesn't understand why I'm willing to give my life to attain our goals," replied Orion sincerely. Tom snarled, "That boy is holding you back." Orion frowned, "What do you mean?" Tom said angrily, "Don't you realize that ever since you started the relationship with him you have been distracted and unconcerned about the war? You aren't training as hard as you could be and you're wasting valuable time." He isn't the only one who cares about you. You must be prepared to interact with the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord, you can't afford. Orion interrupted him with a small smile, so you do care about me? Tom scowled and replied, of course I do. Do you think I would waste my time telling you about the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord if I didn't? Orion shook his head, I didn't mean if you care about preparing me for the war. I meant if you care about me, about my person. Tom scowled even more fiercely but replied softly, yes I do. I might not coddle you or spoil you, but I do care. Orion's heart gave a little jolt and he smiled warmly at Tom, it's good to know because I also care about you. I don't want us to fight, Tom. I know that I spend a lot of time with Lysander but I have also kept up with my training. It's true that I was a little bit distracted at the beginning but Calypso made me restart my training and I'm getting ready. I'm much more advanced now than before and I'm improving with each passing day. I haven't forgotten about my future, I still want the same things. Orion sighed and continued, it's just that I need Lysander as well. He gives me something that I need. I don't know how to explain it but the way he treats me just makes everything brighter, everything more enjoyable. You know a little bit about my childhood, Tom. It wasn't pleasant. No one ever showed me affection and it was the thing that I most longed for, the feeling of being loved. And now that I have it I can't let it go of it. Tom scowled and whispered, Lysander isn't the only one that can give you that. Orion frowned and looked at him weirdly, he's the only one that seems to want to. Tom clicked his tongue but didn't reply anything. He just looked into Orion's eyes intensely and Tom lost himself in the boy's emerald eyes. He could see Orion's need to be loved in them and he didn't understand why it was so important to the boy. Oh, he had also been through that phase at first, when he was only a child, but soon had learned the harsh realities of life and had discovered that it was a useless longing to have. No one had ever truly cared for him. The muggles at the orphanage had just taunted and abused him for being weird and then he had been isolated in Slytherin when his half-blood status had been discovered. It was only after proving that he was the most brilliant and powerful student and proving that he was Slytherin's heir that his fellow housemates had started to take an interest in him and approach him, and it had just been for their own benefit, not because they truly cared for him. And therefore he had learned to consider his need to be loved as a weakness. And in Orion's case he had thought it was also a weakness at first. But now he wasn't so sure. Orion felt deeply, he knew, but his magic became more powerful when he used his feelings. So perhaps he could use his love in that way as well, perhaps it could make him more powerful. It just angered him that Orion thought that only the foul little vampire could care for him. He didn't know what it was about Orion but he had come to truly care for him as he had never cared for anyone else before. The boy was a mystery. He was beautiful but unaware of it, he was brilliant but not pretentious, he was immensely powerful but didn't take undue advantage of it, and he was sensitive and loving but could turn fierce and cold when required. And Tom sometimes felt, though he didn't like to admit it to himself, that he would like to give Orion what he was longing for. But it would be a very dangerous and potentially disastrous thing to do. So he would never voice his true feelings. Feelings he had battled with for a long time but now knew that couldn't be so easily overlooked. But he decided that he could at least show Orion that he also cared for him, that Lysander wasn't the only one. So he replied, it may seem that way now but in the future it might be different. There could be others that could come to love you, he sighed and continued, I just want what's best for you, Orion. I urge you to train harder and take matters more seriously. Orion frowned at him. What had Tom been thinking about? He had seemed lost in his thoughts and Orion had seen sadness and longing in his eyes, but what caused it? And what did he mean by saying that in the future it might be different? That others might love him. Orion cleared his head and replied, I will. I'm aware that my time's running short. Don't worry, I won't deviate from my plans. Tom nodded his head, satisfied with that for the moment. Orion had decided to remain at Durmstrang for the Christmas holidays. Tom had made him realize that he had been neglecting his training. He had been training but not as much as he could have and the best possible place to keep doing it was Durmstrang. An extra reason was that Calypso was staying as well and her father would be teaching her some obscure spells and she had told Orion that if he stayed they could learn them together. So he had spoken to Sirius using the two-way mirror and Sirius had given him his permission to stay at school considering that he was also going to be very busy during the holidays. Since the Harry Potter mission wasn't going too well, Voldemort had also given him and some others the task of contacting the Russian dark wizards and try to gain their support. So Sirius was going to spend most of his time meeting with dark wizards and wouldn't be able to see Orion much. To Orion's ease of mind, he noticed that Sirius didn't seem that dissatisfied with his role as a Death Eater. Orion knew that Sirius loved to keep busy and feel useful, and this gave him the chance for it. And Sirius was an extremely likable and social person, so his new mission was ideal for him. Orion only wondered how long would Sirius' contentment last, since things were now peaceful and quiet, but when Voldemort made his return public, Sirius would be going into raids and things would turn vicious and violent, and surely Sirius would stop liking his Death Eater role. He just hoped Sirius could cope. He had also received letters from Draco urging him to come to Malfoy Manor, but Orion had politely refused. He really needed the time to train, but he had felt a little bit guilty because he hadn't seen Draco in more than a year. But he and Draco had remained in touch in their frequent letters. Draco was doing as well as always and had managed to beat the Granger girl in some classes, to his great delight. And he already knew about the Dark Lord's return. Lucius had also been training him and had appointed him a dark arts tutor, for which Orion was extremely glad. Orion hated to think that Draco would be at a disadvantage from others that had gone to a dark school. Draco would surely become an important Death Eater, just like his father, and he needed to be as best trained in the dark arts as possible. Orion was seating next to Lysander at the welcoming feast after the Christmas break, and Lysander was whispering into his ear some of the things he would like to do to Orion when the night came. Orion was blushing lightly to Lysander's great amusement, and Orion retaliated by discreetly stroking Lysander's lower back. Lysander raised his eyebrow and said in a purr, "If you keep doing that, Orion, you'll have to be ready to face the consequences when I get you all alone." Orion warmly chuckled, "Oh, promises, promises." Calypso rolled her eyes at the couple's antics and Evander piped in, "You two have been all lovey-dovey since the start of the year. Are we to congratulate you soon on your nuptials?" he said with an amused smirk. Orion tensed. He had never planned so far ahead, but now realized that maybe Lysander and he could never be formally together. Lysander was a vampire and they bonded with their own kind. Lysander had told him so last year, and Orion also needed a pureblood heir, and Sirius was currently negotiating his marriage with some dark wizarding families. He looked at Lysander and saw that he was also in deep thought. What were Lysander's plans for the future of their relationship? Did he consider it a serious one or just one to indulge in for the time being? They had never discussed their future together, and Orion had to admit to himself that he wanted to be with Lysander. He couldn't imagine himself with anyone else. He had come to truly love Lysander, though he had never said so aloud, and it troubled him that he would lose him because of the duties they had to their respective families and their own kind. Lysander looked at him and seemed to understand his thoughts. He took Orion's hand and gently caressed his palm with his thumb. He said in a low whisper, "Don't worry about it, Orion. We'll talk about it tonight." Orion sadly nodded his head. Suddenly, Headmaster Vagnarov rose from his seat at the teacher's table and asked for silence. He said in a deep voice, "I hope you've enjoyed your Christmas holidays and are ready to study hard for this semester. I have an announcement to make that will surely brighten your day." He gave a pause and scanned the student body with his eyes. Everyone was silent, eagerly waiting for the news. He continued, "Next year we are to have the honor of participating in the Triwizard Tournament." At that announcement the students broke into excited whispers, but Vagnarov silenced them with a look and proceeded, "As some of you may already know, the Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities and also proving which school trained their students better. He said with a smirk, "Durmstrang has been the school that has produced more Triwizard Cup winners in history, and I hope not to be disappointed in this occasion." The tournament had been discontinued when the death toll mounted very high, but I'm glad to say that the ministries of magic have overcome their petty concerns and have agreed in reinstating the tradition. The Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts and the selected students will be going in October. The selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. There are still some negotiations in the way regarding the possible establishment of an age restriction on contenders. Some, he said sneering, believe that only students of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, should be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. Several students made noises of outrage at these words and Vagnarov held his hand up to silence them. I know that it's an unfair restriction, but nothing is settled yet. We at Durmstrang believe that power and ability have nothing to do with age, so our ministry is fighting hard to repel the restriction, but nothing will be certain until the end of this year. Let me assure you though that students of all ages will participate in our selection process. We want the best representatives for the school, and Master Rosier will be selecting a group of 30 students which will compete in this year's dueling tournament to demonstrate which is better and deserve the honor of representing Durmstrang. This year's dueling tournament will be taking place the first week of June, right after your examinations, and the top 10 winners of the duels will be the ones to form Durmstrang's delegation. I have faith that our winners will be able to bring the Triwizard Cup to Durmstrang once more and prove to the world that our school is the best, he ended proudly, and the students cheered and clapped. This is great, said Victor excitedly. I can't believe that we're going to be able to compete for a position in our school's delegation. The dueling tournament will be fierce this year. Evander nodded and replied, I can't wait for it to happen. It would be so much fun to be at Hogwarts. It is a great opportunity to show our school's superiority over the others. To let them see what powerful dark wizards we can produce, said Calypso, who then asked Orion, wouldn't you like to go? Orion nodded and said, I think it will be very interesting. I have always wanted to know Hogwarts, the castle seems fascinating. He was thinking about all that Draco had told him about the castle, particularly about the Chamber of Secrets. He didn't care much if he became Durmstrang's champion, but he did want to be selected for their delegation. It would give him the opportunity to explore the castle and find the Chamber of Secrets. He wanted to see Voldemort's diary and learn what it was, how it had helped his soul gain a body. Victor turned to him in disbelief. What's fascinating is winning the Triwizard Cup. Imagine being Durmstrang's champion and bringing the cup to us. To be recognized and hailed as the most powerful young wizard of several generations. Lysander turned to them and asked, who do you think it is that's pushing for the age restriction? It does seem to be unfair. Calypso snorted, Dumbledore, of course. It would be just like him. Master Vagnarov is right though. I'm sure our ministry will push to eliminate it, or maybe just relax it a little. We are even more capable than some of the older students. It wouldn't be fair for the school to limit their proposed contenders in such a way, and I think Vagnarov is aware of it, and that's why he'll fight Dumbledore in the negotiations to at least relax the restriction to accept students our age. Kara replied with a giggle, I just hope to make it into the delegation. I have heard that the Beauxbatons boys are dreamy. Calypso rolled her eyes in exasperation and Evander said tauntingly, already looking for other boys, my little Kara. Lysander here was snatched by Orion and you have already given up hope. Victor broke into laughter and Kara blushed and glared at Evander. Well, Lysander isn't the only one worthy of my notice, and I dare say that I could never consider you to be dreamy. You're always pestering me. Lysander winked at her and Orion elbowed him and gave him a mock glare. Lysander chuckled and said to him softly, jealous, my love. You know that I only have eyes for you. Orion huffed but smiled back at him. Victor turned to Kara and said suggestively, I could be dreamy for you, mon cher. He then turned to Calypso and said, wiggling his eyebrows, and for you as well, my little Calypso. I dare say there's enough of me to go around. Calypso snorted and said, thanks for my share of the offer, but I'm not interested. There are much graver things to worry about than boys. Orion frowned and said to her in a whisper, yes there are, which just makes me wonder why they're holding the Triwizard tournament now of all times. Calypso turned to him and said, well, only some dark wizards know of the Dark Lord's return and they have made sure that the ministries are completely unaware of it. Orion shook his head, yes, but I'm fairly certain that Dumbledore already knows or at least suspects it. Why would he be willing to hold the Triwizard tournament in such dangerous times? Calypso snorted, it would be just the thing that light wizards need, a happy and festive occasion that can take their minds off the real happenings in the world. If Dumbledore knows, as you suspect, Then I think he also views it as a way of showing Hogwarts and therefore the Light Wizard's hospitality. The Beauxbatons Academy is mainly a light wizarding school as well, and I'm sure he'll take the opportunity of bringing their headmistress to his side, as well as some of their students. Orion nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you might be right. But do you think the Death Eaters will do something in the tournament? It does seem like a perfect occasion to cause some terror and announce the Dark Lord's return. Calypso regarded him thoughtfully and replied, yes, it could be. I haven't heard anything from my father, so I don't know if they're planning something, but I'm also not sure if they're ready to make the announcement so soon. They might want to wait for a while longer. Perhaps, but at the end of the Triwizard Tournament 2 years would have already passed since the Dark Lord's return. I don't think he wants to wait for so long, replied Orion unconvinced. Calypso sighed, yes, that's true. I sincerely don't know. But don't worry, I'm sure that my father will tell me and I'll let you know as well. It concerns us all. Orion smiled warmly at her and said softly, thank you, Calypso. I know that I can always count on you. Calypso blushed a little and replied, you know you can, as I know that you'll always be there for me as well. Orion hugged her and whispered, yes I will. Lysander merely raised an eyebrow unimpressed by their whole interaction, and Orion just chuckled when he saw it and gave him a smirk conveying, who is jealous now. That night Orion and Lysander were resting on the bed and Orion turned to look at Lysander and said, do you remember what Evander asked us? Lysander nodded his head and Orion continued hesitantly, it just made me think about our future. We have never discussed it, you know. And maybe it's a little bit early, we haven't been together for too long, but... Lysander interrupted him when he said softly, I have also been thinking about it. Then he gently caressed Orion's cheek and whispered, I love you, Orion. I have known it from the first instant. Orion felt his heart swell and key-ed Lysander tenderly. He felt Lysander's tongue tracing his lips and he parted his mouth to give him access. He felt Lysander's tongue gently exploring his mouth and felt a warmth filling his whole body. Orion dazedly began to caress Lysander's tongue with his own and they lost themselves into their for several minutes. Orion stroked Lysander's hair and Lysander was gently rubbing his back. Orion pulled him closer and intensified the After a few more minutes he broke the smiled lovingly at Lysander and said softly, I love you too. I have never told you before but I realized this some time ago. But then Orion turned sad and asked, but what will happen to us? Will your family accept your relationship with me? Lysander sighed and hugged him, I don't know. Remember that at the start of the school year I asked you to meet my parents during the summer. Orion nodded and Lysander continued, well, I wanted to introduce you to them so that they got to know you, so that they could see what I see in you and thus be able to accept our relationship. We weren't together back then but I must admit that I was already planning and convincing you of having a relationship with me. He broke the hug and gave Orion an impish smirk, I was certain that you wouldn't be able to resist my charms for too long. Orion laughed and hit him lightly on the shoulder, you get. How could I resist you with the way you looked at me and stroked my hair? I dare say you seduced me in the most despicable way. You made me fall in love with you with your soft-spoken words and gentle caresses, he said grinning at him. Lysander chuckled, I must say that I'm glad my seduction worked. Then he turned serious and continued, I have already told my parents about you. They suspected something from the letters they received from me. My mother said that I only talked about you, he said grinning. Then he gave a sigh and said, she seems to be happy for me and wants to meet you but my father has more reservations. You know that I'll be the master vampire of my clan in the future and as such will have many duties to fulfill. He doesn't believe you're an adequate mate for me. He doesn't think you'll be accepted by the other vampires or will be strong enough to rule with me. Orion widened his eyes and gasped, rule with you. Lysander looked into his eyes and replied, yes, my mate will have to stand by my side and help me rule the clan. Orion sat up and looked down at Lysander and said in agitation, but I can't rule with you. Merlin, I love you with all my heart but you must understand that I also have duties to fulfill for my own kind. You know that I'll be participating in the war, you know that I want to lead the Dark Wizards. I'll be committed to their cause and I can't just disappear with you and abandon them. Lysander also sat up and frowned at him, surely they can manage without you, Orion. I know you're the Black Heir and all but you'll just be one more Death Eater. If you want to help the dark side, you can do so by helping the vampires. We're dark creatures that also need to find our place in society. We're just as oppressed as the dark wizards. I dare say that we're even more oppressed than them. Orion shook his head in desperation. I know that the vampires are also oppressed, and I also want to help your kind, but you don't understand. I'm not only the Black Heir. I'm much more. He faltered and looked at Lysander, who was now frowning deeply. He took a deep breath and whispered, I'm something that forces me to participate in the war. Lysander frowned and asked, is this all because of your link with the Dark Lord? I'm sure it's unique, but you can't possibly think that that forces you to be his ally. You'll just be one more of his Death Eaters. He won't consider you as special. He'll endanger you by sending you to raids and to battle the light. Orion frustratingly shook his head and decided that he had come to a crux in his life. He had to make the decision now. He either concealed the truth and risked that Lysander got angry at him because of his unfounded stubbornness, or he revealed who he truly was and made Lysander understand that he had a far greater destiny than just being a Death Eater. Orion looked deeply into Lysander's pale blue eyes and said, it's partly because of the link, but it's much more than that. What I am doesn't force me to take the Dark Lord's side, I do it out of personal conviction. But I'll never be just one more Death Eater. I won't allow him to treat me as anything else but his equal. Lysander snorted unbelievingly, and Orion clutched his robes to pull him closer. I am his equal in power, Lysander. I believe it fully now. I know what my powers are. I know that I will even be more powerful than him in time. And when he knows me and who I truly am, he'll realize this as well. Lysander raised an eyebrow inquiringly, and Orion said softly, I'm the one that defeated him the first time. I'm the one that he secretly fears and is searching for as we speak. Lysander's eyes widened in shock and he gasped, what are you saying? Orion looked at him intensely and replied, I'm the boy who lived. I was Harry Potter. Orion looked at him intensely and replied, I'm the boy who lived. I was Harry Potter. Lysander shook his head in denial and said in agitation, you can't be. The scar, you're Orion Black. Orion fisted his hand and dug his nails into his palm until he felt the skin breaking and small drops of blood oozing out. He smudged the bloodied palm against his forehead and murmured the counter spell for his glamour. He knew it had worked when he heard Lysander gasping. Lysander stuttered, you're him. How can this be? You're not Orion Black. Orion cleaned his forehead with his other hand and quickly cast the glamour back. Then he looked at Lysander and replied, I am truly Orion Black. But I was also Harry Potter. He sighed and continued, it's a very long story, but Lily Potter, née Evans, was my mother. She had married James Potter, but she truly loved Sirius Black, my father. I was their son, but she never told my father the truth to protect me. You know the rest of the story. I vanquished Voldemort and became the boy who lived, the light's savior, he said with a snort, and then his face darkened. Dumbledore left me in the care of my Muggle aunt. Lily Evans was a Muggle-born. My aunt and her family despised magic and they treated me horribly. I don't wish to speak of that, he said curtly, and then continued. When my father escaped from Azkaban and came to see me, since he was Harry Potter's godfather and was concerned for me, I had already escaped from my aunts and he took me in. We later discovered that I was really his son, and thus, I became Orion Black. I am the Black Heir, but I also was Harry Potter and what that implies. Lysander was stunned. His mind was in havoc and he couldn't think clearly. After a short while his mind wrapped around what Orion had just disclosed to him and replied in agitation, but then you must kill the Dark Lord. Orion frowned at him, why should I? I'm a dark wizard, Lysander, and I believe in what he's doing. Lysander clutched Orion's robes and said in concern, but he'll want to kill you. When he discovers you're Harry Potter, he'll kill you instantly. You're his enemy. Orion shook his head, no, I'm not. I have never done anything conscientiously to antagonize him, and he knows this. He believes I'm currently somewhere in Muggle London, as the rest of the wizards do. I heard him say, in one of my visions, that he would try to turn me to their side, and if I refused then he would kill me. So you see, I have a chance of being his ally. My father is already a Death Eater to prove our family's support, and he did it so that in the future Voldemort gives me an opportunity to prove my loyalties. I think I have a fairly good chance in becoming someone important in their ranks. I will be his equal and I'll help lead the Dark in the war, he ended with conviction. Lysander shook his head and said sadly, oh, Orion. Why did it have to be you? But you don't really need to participate. You could support them from a distance. I don't know yet if we vampires will be taking a side, but you could be Voldemort's envoy to the vampires or something like that if you insist of being in his ranks. Orion looked at him sadly and replied softly, "That's not enough, Lysander. You're asking me to abandon my kind and go with you. I would love to spend the rest of my life with you, but you must see that I have the same responsibilities as you do. There's no way I can avoid being involved in the war, and to be honest don't wish to. I want to fight." Lysander clutched him and said in desperation, "But why? Why must you risk your life for them? There are other ways." "There aren't. I know you're comfortable with neutrality, but I'm not. I won't turn my back to them, they're my kind," replied Orion in frustration. Then he frowned and added, "And there's something else, I'm not sure what it means or what I'm supposed to do." He looked up at Lysander's concerned eyes and said, "You know that Karkaroff saw me before he left. He said something to me. He said I was destined to become something, that I was their last hope and I had to succeed. I don't know what he was referring to, but it had nothing to do with me being the boy who lived. I think it concerned the war." Lysander frowned and replied, "But that could mean anything. You don't even know whose hope he was talking about. Karkaroff could be meaning the light wizards or the dark wizards alike. And you don't owe them anything. You could ignore it all." Orion grabbed Lysander's hand and said, "I think he meant the dark wizards, he is after all one himself. But that's beside the point. I don't wish to ignore anything. I'm dark and I'll do what I have to for the dark to win the war." He hesitated but then added softly, "There's another thing, I will most probably need to marry a dark pureblood wizard or witch. I need to have a dark pure-blooded heir." Lysander grabbed Orion's shoulders roughly and growled in anger, "What do you mean you'll have to marry someone else? Have you been playing me all along? Am I just someone to use until you find another mate?" Orion broke from his grasp and vehemently replied, "No. Never think that. I love you. I want to be your mate. I just wanted to be honest with you. My father is following pureblood tradition and is negotiating my marriage to some dark pureblood. You must understand that to fortify the black bloodline I need to have an heir with my own kind. But it doesn't mean that I can't be with someone of my choosing. It's only a formality and a way to have a child. I can spend my life with whom I want after producing an heir." Lysander laughed mirthlessly, "And you think I would allow you to be with someone else? To have relations with some wizard? Do you expect me to wait patiently while you ked by someone else?" He shouted crudely in anger. Orion gasped in shock but then said angrily, "And what about you? Don't you need an heir as well? Do you think your father will pat you on the back when you tell him that I'm your chosen mate? Me, not even a vampire. Won't your father care about your bloodline as well?" Lysander took a deep breath to calm down and replied, "Vampires have mated with wizards in the past. That's why the vampires of my clan are magical beings too. My father's reserves about you aren't because of your bloodline but because he believes only a vampire mate will be strong enough to be able to rule with me." Orion sighed warily, "Yes, and that's the real problem, isn't it? You need a mate by your side constantly." He looked at Lysander sadly and said teary, "I'm not good for you, Les. I wouldn't be able to be with you all the time, I would spend a lot of time planning the war and fighting." Lysander's face softened and he hugged Orion tightly, "Don't say that. You're the perfect mate for me. I only want you. My father will see that you're strong and powerful enough. The other vampires won't dare to oppose you. We'll find a way. If you must participate in the war, I'll protect and help you. We'll find a way to be together. I'm sure there must be a way." Orion broke the hug, smiled warmly at him and replied, "Thank you, Lysander. Thank you for understanding that I wish to be involved in the war. I also want to help the vampires. I'll do anything in my power to liberate all the dark creatures." Lysander urgently at him and Orion let his concerns drift away in the passion he felt. Orion wasn't sure if they could surmount all the obstacles that lay in their way, but he decided to just enjoy his time with Lysander and worry about that later on. They spent the rest of the night dotting and lightly caressing each other. In the following month they spent a lot of time together and were even more affectionate than before, but Orion noticed that Lysander was still worried and they hadn't discussed their future again or how they could be together when Lysander needed a mate to rule by his side. Lysander seemed to want to avoid the subject, and Orion guessed that in time they would find some way, and he didn't wish to pressure Lysander or wanted to be pressured by him to abandon his ambitions, so he followed Lysander's lead and never spoke of the matter. It was a day in February when Orion received the Daily Prophet during his breakfast. He monthly paid a bookstore in Moscow to send him the Daily Prophet by all ever since the term had started to learn what was happening in England, considering that most Death Eater activity would be occurring there. But the article in today's issue made him choke on his toast. The heading said in large black print letters, "Sirius Black spotted at Hogwarts," and there in the front page was a moving picture of some students with terrorized faces in front of a large unoccupied portrait that seemed to have been ripped to pieces. The small print beneath the picture said that it had been taken by Colin Creevey, a student at Hogwarts, and when he read the article, Orion learned that the portrait was that of the Fat Lady, Gryffindor Tower's entrance portrait. The article explained that the Fat Lady had said that Sirius Black had attempted to get into Gryffindor's common room, but that when she denied him access because the password was a week old, he had become furious and started attacking her. The teachers had quickly searched the castle but hadn't found any signs of him, and soon Minister Fudge arrived, bringing with him some Dementors that would be staying around Hogwarts ground to patrol the area. It had been some years since Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, and the people had started to believe that he might be dead, so the hunt for him had lessened in time. But this event caused the Aurors to resume their search for him, and the Dementors were given the task of capturing him and taking him back to Azkaban, where he would be given the Dementor's key. Orion was beyond furious when he finished reading the article and ran away from the Great Hall without giving any explanations to anyone. He reached his bedroom and took the two-way mirror out of his trunk, and he shouted to it, "Sirius Black." After a moment he saw his father's bedraggled face in the mirror, and Orion said furiously, "What were you thinking, father? You promised me you wouldn't go to Hogwarts. And what's the first thing I read in the Daily Prophet today? That you were spotted attempting to get into Gryffindor's common room, and now there are Dementors all over the place waiting to give you the key. How could you have been so stupid? You promised me." Sirius' image in the mirror sighed and said, "I miscalculated. I thought that the password was still valid. I wouldn't have been spotted if it hadn't been for that." Orion replied angrily, "That's beside the point. You can't go there again, you hear? The place is crawling with Dementors now, you can't risk it again." Sirius tiredly nodded his head and murmured, "I know. I will be more careful next time." Orion looked at him in disbelief and shouted, "Aren't you listening to me? You can't try it again." Sirius said with a small sad smile, "Yes, young pup. Don't worry your head about me. I'll be fine." Orion looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You won't go again?" "No. Don't worry, everything will be fine," replied Sirius quietly and resigned. Orion sighed in relief, "Very well. Are you okay, then? Did you get hurt?" Sirius smiled warmly at him, "I'm all right, nothing happened to me." "And how are things going with your missions?" asked Orion with interest. Sirius smirked, "Well, of course I haven't been able to find Harry Potter, just leads telling me that he must be a street urchin or perhaps dead already. And as for convincing dark wizards to join us, it has been going very well. It's a piece of cake. When we tell them that the Dark Lord is about to return, they either shake in fear and agree to anything, or they instantly want to help with the cause." Orion nodded, "Excellent. Do you have any other news?" Sirius grimaced, "I received a howler from Remus telling me that I'm an idiot." Orion chuckled, "Well, he's right in this occasion." He frowned and asked, "Does he know about Pettigrew?" Sirius' face darkened, "No, he doesn't. He suspects something, but I didn't tell him why I went to Hogwarts." "And you won't tell him either. The rat will escape if he suspects that Remus knows something." Orion sighed resignedly and retorted, "Okay, I won't tell him. But don't make me regret my decision." Sirius merely nodded at him and then said warily, "Voldemort has been asking many questions about you." That piqued Orion's interest. "He has?" "Yes, Lucius told him you were a Parselmouth," said Sirius scowling, "and since then Voldemort has questioned me about you and who your mother was. I think he's trying to unravel if you might be from Slytherin's bloodline through the Valqua line." Orion frowned, "I haven't had any visions where Voldemort asked you or anyone else about me, though I suppose that the link doesn't always activate when he meets with his followers. I'm bound to have missed some gatherings." "Yes, from what you've told me I think you have missed a lot of gatherings. But I believe that's for the best. I can't do you any good being constantly in his mind, replied Sirius frowning. I guess you're right. Anyway, what did Voldemort say about me? Asked Orion. Sirius said in a concerned voice, he's intrigued by you, of course, and he has also heard that you're a brilliant and powerful Durmstrang student from Romulus Rosier. I don't know what his plans are regarding you, but I have seen him interrogating Rosier about you, though I could only hear some words, enough to let me know that they were discussing you. Sirius looked at Orion and said warily, it preoccupies me, this keen interest Voldemort has developed in you. Orion waved his hand dismissively, it plays in my favor. If he's interested in me, I think he's more likely to regard me positively. And when I meet him it will be on a more equal ground. Sirius hummed unconvinced. How have you been doing with your pensieve? Are you taking care of withdrawing the important memories from your mind each time you meet him and the Death Eaters? Asked Orion. Sirius nodded his head, yes, I haven't had any problems so far. Voldemort used legilimency on me once and believed me when I explained my memory gaps using the Dementor argument. It's really a perfect solution. They talked for some time about Orion's classes and the Triwizard Tournament. Sirius hadn't heard anything about it in the Death Eater meetings, but he wasn't summoned to all of them. Sirius wished Orion good luck with the dueling tournament and asked him to contact him if anything important happened in his visions. In May the students were told who the 30 students selected to participate in the dueling tournament would be. Orion was happy to learn that Calypso, Lysander, Victor and he were selected from their year. The rest were older students that Orion barely knew. The month flew by, during which the four of them trained together incessantly to prepare for the series of duels. Orion had to admit that they were all pretty good and just hoped that he and his friends would be selected to form the delegation. On June 6, the dueling tournament began. Orion had already dueled with Lysander, Victor and Calypso. Lysander had been tough to defeat, but he had managed it by casting at him icy blue flames that had formed an ice prison around his feet and lower legs, restricting his mobility, which was Lysander's major advantage. Then he had proceeded to stun him, focusing his magic to make the spell much stronger than usual, since simple stunning spells barely affected vampires. Victor had been much easier and he defeated him without incidents. And Calypso had been tricky. She had smartly cast the Langlock spell at him, which made his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth, thus preventing him from casting verbal spells. But Orion was well versed in non-verbal and wandless magic, though the last type he didn't want to cast in public. So he non-verbally cast the counter curse, which seemed to surprise Calypso, and he took advantage of her surprise to cast magical ropes that bound her wrists and ankles, effectively immobilizing her. He easily disarmed her after that. He went through the other contenders with little problems and was now facing the last one, Victor Crumb. The older wizard was a fierce dueler, but he was relatively slow and Orion's slender body allowed him to dodge many nasty curses. Crumb had already cast the Cruciatus at him once, which he had deftly avoided, and now Orion was sending him a quick series of slicing spells. While Crumb was busy casting protective shields, Orion hissed in Parseltongue a nice useful spell that conjured a small snake that quickly slithered towards Crumb and bit his ankle. Crumb shrieked in horror and promptly dropped to the floor heavily asleep. The teachers and students wholeheartedly congratulated him on a dueling tournament well fought, and they all proceeded to the Great Hall to have dinner and celebrate. Afterwards, Orion quickly left the Great Hall and told Lysander that he was going to give the news to his father. Once he was in his bed he opened the locket. "Tom, I won the dueling tournament," Orion said in excitement. Tom smiled at him, "Of course you did. Congratulations. Did you use that Parseltongue spell I taught you?" Orion nodded, "Yes, it was great." Crumb just dropped asleep in the middle of the dueling platform. He seemed quite scared of the bite. He said, chuckling, "He's now at the infirmary sleeping it off." Tom smirked at him, "He won't wake up for 2 more days." Orion laughed, "Yes, I hope he doesn't hate me for it. I have to tell my father. I'll talk to you soon. You did well. I'm proud of you," replied Tom warmly. Orion beamed at him and then closed the locket and hung it safely around his neck. He went to his trunk and pulled out the two-way mirror and said, "Sirius Black." Orion frowned when minutes passed by and no image appeared. He tried it several more times and began to grow concerned when Sirius didn't reply. His father knew that today he would be having the dueling tournament. Why wasn't he replying? He checked the mirror to see if it was somehow damaged but didn't find anything unusual about it. He began to pace the bedroom. What was happening? Suddenly a fearful suspicion entered his mind and he ran out of the tower. He bumped into Calypso and Lysander in the hall. Lysander took one look at his desperate face and asked concerned, "What happened, Orion? Are you all right?" Orion was beside himself and replied quickly, "I don't know. I tried contacting my father using the mirror but he doesn't reply. I fear I must flow to Black Manor to see if he's there." He made an attempt to move to a side to keep running until he found some teacher that could help him, but before he could move away Calypso grabbed his arm. "Let's go see my father. All teachers have their fireplace connected to the Flow network. I'm sure he'll allow you to use his." Orion quickly thanked her and pulled her into a sprint. They reached Rosier's office huffing and puffing and Calypso said the password to lower the wards. They entered the room and saw Rosier calmly reading a book while drinking Ogden's finest. Rosier looked up at them and smiled at Orion. "Oh, Orion, I must congratulate you on your dueling skills. That Parseltongue spell was really very convenient." Orion urgently interrupted him. "Pardon me, Master Rosier, but I need your help. I need to flow to Black Manor this instant." Rosier rose from his seat and frowned at him. "Well, if you must I won't detain you. Do you want me to go with you?" Orion shook his head. "No, thank you. That won't be necessary. I'm sure it's nothing and my father is somewhere in the manor, but I have to make sure." Rosier turned to his daughter and raised an eyebrow inquiringly, but she just shrugged her shoulders. Orion paid them no mind and grabbed a handful of the flow powder that was in a jar on top of the fireplace. He stepped into the fireplace and threw the flow powder while quickly saying, "Black Manor, Moscow, Master's study." Green flames soon wrapped around him and he spun until he reached the other side. He quickly stepped out of Sirius' study fireplace and cast Scourgify on his robes to get rid of the dust. He looked around frantically but saw no signs of his father. He ran to the entrance hall and yelled for him but heard no reply. He soon shouted for an elf which immediately popped in front of him. "You called, young master?" "Yes, where's my father?" Orion asked desperately. The elf wriggled his clothes with his hands and replied, "Master left some hours ago, he didn't say where he was going." Orion started cursing when he heard a stately voice say, "I believe he went to Hogwarts." Orion felt his heart drop and spun around to face Arcturus Black's main portrait. He asked frantically, "Are you sure, Arcturus?" Arcturus curtly nodded and replied, "Yes, my son. Your father has been obsessing about returning to Hogwarts since his last failed attempt." Orion raged, "Damn him. He knows there are Dementors waiting for him there. He promised me he wouldn't go there again." Arcturus raised an eyebrow. "Since when has your father exercised caution?" Orion pleadingly looked up at the portrait. "I have to go to Hogwarts. I must make sure he's all right." Arcturus nodded and said, "Flow to Hogsmeade. The fireplace in your father's study is connected to the International Flow network." Orion quickly thanked him and ran back to the study. He grabbed the flow powder and halted when he tried to remember the name of that pub in Hogsmeade that the Marauders used to go to during their Hogmeade's weekends. What was it called? Damn it, what was the name? Something about brooms. Yes, he remembered. He stepped into the fireplace and shouted, "The Three Broomsticks, Hogsmeade, England." He stumbled out of the fireplace and saw that the pub was empty. There was A.B. own Curvy Witch behind the bar cleaning some glasses. He ran towards her and asked, his breath hitching, "Do you have your fireplace connected to Hogwarts, Teacher's Flow network?" The witch lightly frowned at him. "Why do you wish to know?" Orion scowled at her and replied angrily, "Just tell me. It's extremely important." The witch huffed and said, "Really, the manners of young people nowadays." Orion wasn't in the mood to put up with her, nor did he have the time, so he brandished his wand and quickly cast a dark spell, Veritas Revelio. The pale blue light hit the witch on the chest and her eyes instantly glazed over. It was a spell that forced the other person to answer the truth to any question during a few minutes. "Do you have your flow connected to the professor's fireplaces at Hogwarts?" Orion asked quickly. "Yes," she replied in a monotonous voice. Orion asked, "Can I use the flow connection to enter a professor's office or chamber?" "No, Hogwarts wards prevent the flow from being used that way," she said. Orion cursed and he was getting desperate. "Can I use the flow to talk to a professor?" "Yes," she replied. Orion nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to cast an Obliviate and then promptly stunned her. He turned to the fireplace and kneeled in front of it. He stuck his head inside and threw the flow powder saying, "Professor Lupin's chamber, Hogwarts." His head was soon enveloped in green flames and he opened his eyes when he felt the spinning end. He looked around and shouted, "Remus! Remus!" Soon Remus appeared in the room and halted in surprise when he saw Orion's flaming head sticking from his fireplace. "What are you doing there, cub?" Orion sighed in relief and urgently said, "Remus, my father came to Hogwarts to look for Peter Pettigrew." He saw Remus' eyebrows shoot to his hairline and quickly added, "Pettigrew is Ron Weasley's pet rat. I'm sure that Sirius is in his animagus form looking for him. He might be in the castle or on the grounds. You must help him. You know there are Dementors patrolling the school." Remus nodded his head and replied, "Yes, leave it to me." "Where are you?" "I'm at the Three Broomsticks," replied Orion. "Very well, stay there. I'll come there with Padfoot as soon as I find him," said Remus quickly before running out the door. Orion thanked Merlin for Remus and withdrew from the fireplace. He got up and looked around the pub uncertainly. Would Remus be able to find Sirius in time? He fidgeted. He couldn't be certain and Remus would perhaps need help if he encountered the Dementors. But how could he get in Hogwarts grounds without being a student or a parent? The wards wouldn't allow him in. But his father had managed it already, of course. His animagus form. The wards didn't distinguish between real animals and animagus wizards. He ran outside the pub and quickly transformed into Blackwing. He flew as fast as he could but he was already very tired from the dueling tournament and felt his energy draining. He concentrated harder and kept flying towards Hogwarts. Nighttime was quickly settling in but he could thankfully see perfectly with his eagle form's night vision. After 10 minutes of frantic flying he reached Hogwarts Forest and could see Hogwarts Castle just ahead. He flew above the forest wondering where his father could be. Was he inside Hogwarts? But if he had arrived some hours ago he would have already found Pettigrew and returned home. Since he was still here it must mean that the rat saw him and fled and therefore Sirius must be chasing him around the forest. Orion flew lower and scanned the forest. He couldn't see much, it was too dense. He looked around and could see some dark shadows moving in the distance, the Dementors. They were near. Orion desperately flew into the forest and deftly avoided the branches that flashed in his way. He was losing hope and getting desperate when he distinguished two figures ahead. A tall man and a short plump one. That must be them. He flew directly towards them and changed in mid-flight into his human form. Orion landed with his feet on the ground a few yards from them. Sirius had his back to Orion and he could see Pettigrew quivering in front of him. Orion took out his wand and aimed it in front of him. He hadn't been noticed yet. He stepped quietly forwards. "Did you really think I wouldn't find you, Peter?" Sirius was saying in a low growl. "Did you think you would go unpunished for everything that you have done?" Peter was sniveling and said piteously, "Sirius, I never wanted to betray James and Lily, they were my friends." "You're my friend." Sirius shrieked in rage, "Don't you dare say their names. You were never our friend. How could you, Peter? How could you betray Lily and James to Voldemort?" Peter shook in fear when he heard Voldemort's name and Sirius viciously laughed. "What, scared to hear your old master's name?" He said, "I don't blame you, Peter. The Death Eaters aren't very happy with you, are they?" Orion reached Sirius and gently placed a hand on his shoulder but he maintained his wand aimed at Pettigrew whose eyes had widened and Orion looked fixedly at him. Sirius had jumped and turned around to look at him and said in startled surprise, "What are you doing here?" But Orion quickly interrupted him since he had seen Pettigrew make a move and he spat, "Don't you even dare to twitch, you filthy rat. I'll kill you on the spot if you make one more movement." Peter squealed and Sirius turned back to look at Peter and hissed venomously, "You sold Lily and James to Voldemort. Do you deny it?" Pettigrew burst into tears. It was horrible to watch, like an oversized, balding baby, cowering in front of them. Suddenly they heard a branch snapping nearby and Orion spun around with his wand aimed forwards. He saw Remus coming out of the shadows and gave a sigh of relief. He turned back to aim his wand at Pettigrew. When Pettigrew saw Remus he shrieked, "Remus, save me. They're trying to kill me. Sirius and the boy have been sent by you-know-who to kill me. Sirius is the one who betrayed James and Lily." Remus aimed his wand at him and growled, "You disgust me, Peter. I know the truth. You were the spy all along." "No, it was Sirius," shouted Pettigrew desperately. Sirius made a lunge at him, but Remus intercepted him and said quietly, "Don't lie to us, Peter. You'll have better chances if you come clean now." Pettigrew sobbed and said, "Remus, Remus, what could I have done? The Dark Lord, you have no idea, he has weapons you can't imagine. I was scared, I was never brave like you and Sirius and James. I never meant it to happen. He who must not be named forced me." "Don't lie," bellowed Sirius, "you had been passing information to him for a year before Lily and James died. You were his spy. He was taking over everywhere," gasped Pettigrew. What was there to be gained by refusing him? Remus nodded, as if that was all the confirmation he needed, and looked with determination at Sirius. Sirius nodded back and they moved to stand shoulder to shoulder, wands raised. Orion moved to a side shrouded in shadows. This was their prey, it was their revenge. "You should have realized," said Remus quietly, "that if Voldemort didn't kill you, we would. Goodbye, Peter." Suddenly, Expelliarmus was shouted and Remus and Sirius wands flew out of their hands and fell into the hand of a wizard that had appeared from the same path that Remus had come from. He was tall and lanky and was covered neck to toes with a long sweeping black robe. He had long greasy hair and a large crooked nose. Orion recognized him immediately. Orion tensed and aimed his wand to him but didn't move from his place. He hadn't been detected and it worked as his advantage. He needed to see first what Snape would do. Well, what do we have here?" said Snape with a triumphant sneer. "I've just been to your office, Lupin. You forgot to take your potion tonight, so I took a gobletful along. And very lucky I did, lucky for me, I mean. I saw you running out of your office and knew that you would lead me to your friend." "Severus," Remus began, but Snape overrode him. "I've told the headmaster again and again that you were helping your old friend Black into the castle, Lupin, and here's the proof," said Snape, his eyes now gleaming fanatically. "I shall be interested to see how Dumbledore takes this. He was quite convinced you were harmless, you know, Lupin, a tame werewolf." "Severus, you're making a mistake," said Remus urgently. "You haven't heard everything, I can explain. Sirius didn't betray the Potters." Snape viciously laughed. "Oh, I can see that. I suppose that lump of a wizard is truly Pettigrew then." Remus nodded confusedly and Snape continued in a low hiss, "Black might not have worked for the Dark Lord in the past, but he is now and deserves to be returned to Azkaban." Remus frowned and turned around to look at Sirius, who had paled dramatically. It seemed that Sirius hadn't told Remus yet about his induction into the Death Eaters, thought Orion. But he had had enough. Orion calmly stepped out of the shadows, aimed his wand at Snape and said, "Accio wands." Remus and Sirius wands came flying to him out of Snape's hand and Orion quickly snatched them from the air and gave them to his father and Remus. Snape was looking at him with wide eyes, but then he narrowed them to slits and snarled, "And who are you, boy?" Orion raised an eyebrow and replied, "I find it interesting that you're willing to capture a fellow Death Eater, Snape. What would your Dark Lord say about it? I don't think you'll be able to fool the Dark Lord for long about your true allegiance if you go around capturing Death Eaters. Though if you must do so to satisfy Dumbledore, you can take Pettigrew here." Snape furiously hissed, "I don't know who you are, you insolent brat. But you'll do well to not stand in my way." Orion smirked and said, "And you'll do well to not threaten those whom I love. Don't let my age deceive you, I could defeat you without breaking a sweat." Snape viciously laughed and Sirius approached Orion and said, "Orion, enough. We have to end this." "The only way you're going to end, Black," spat Snape, "is by my wand if you don't turn in yourself to me." Sirius turned around furiously to face Snape when a cloud shifted and their party was suddenly bathed in moonlight. There was a terrible snarling noise. And Orion turned to the source of it. He saw Remus shaking rigidly and understood immediately that the potion Snape had referred to had been the Wolfbane potion, and he had said that Remus hadn't taken it tonight. Remus had gone out in a hurry before receiving it. Remus' head was lengthening. So was his body. His shoulders were hunching. Hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, which were curling into clawed paws. Orion heard the others gasping and clutched his wand tighter. As the werewolf reared, snapping its long jaws, Sirius disappeared from Orion's side. He had transformed. The enormous black dog bounded forward. As the werewolf lunged forwards towards them, Padfoot seized it about the neck and pulled it backward, away from Orion. They were locked, jaw to jaw, claws ripping at each other. Orion moved forwards and shrieked, "No!" before Snape violently grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him away. "Let me go, you fool! I must help him!" cried Orion, uselessly fighting Snape's tight grasp. "Remain still, child. We must leave," snarled Snape, dragging Orion with him. Orion looked around and saw that Pettigrew had transformed into a rat and was scampering away. "Pettigrew. He's escaping. That's the least of our concerns," hissed Snape. Orion looked around frantically but couldn't see Padfoot or Moony. They had entered the forest. But he could hear a piteous whining coming from a distance. It was Padfoot. He struggled against Snape with all his might and managed to break free from him. He turned to face him in anger, and when he saw Snape moving forwards to try to capture him again, he aimed his wand straight at him and spat, "Don't even try it. You'll leave me right now. Go back to your castle." Snape snarled, "You must come with me, foolish boy. I won't leave my father to face a werewolf alone and die," Orion yelled. Snape's eyes widened and then frowned. "Your father?" "Yes, you idiot," snarled Orion, "and don't you even dare to hope that the Dark Lord won't be hearing about this." Snape's eyes narrowed and he moved to bring up his wand, but before he could complete the movement, Orion shouted, "Stupefy!" And Snape was thrown backwards and crumbled to the floor unconscious. Orion didn't waste a minute longer and ran towards the direction he had heard the last whimper coming from. He ran for what seemed like ages and couldn't find anyone. He was extremely worried about his father's condition and looked around frantically but didn't see anyone. Suddenly he heard a loud snarling coming from his right and he spun to be faced by Moony. He gathered all the inner magic he could and hissed in Parseltongue, "Zomnient SSS Serpents SS Sortia." And the little snake he had conjured against Crumb shot from his wand and quickly slithered towards Moony and bit him. The werewolf instantly dropped to the floor sound asleep. Orion didn't know for how long he would be asleep considering he was a werewolf, but he hoped it would be for a few hours at least. He kept running and after a while saw a figure laid ahead on the ground. He halted when he felt an intense cold sweeping over him. Orion felt his breath catch in his chest. The cold went deeper than his skin. It was inside his chest, it was inside his very heart. He looked up and saw at least 100 Dementors, their hidden faces beneath their hoods looking down at him. He quickly kneeled beside his father and searched for his pulse. He was alive, but barely. The fight with Moony had taken a lot from him. He felt the coldness in his chest again and then he heard something inside his mind. Someone was screaming inside his head, a woman. "Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead." Orion gasped for air dazedly when it stopped and looked around to see Dementors above his father's king translucent white memories out of him while his body arched away from the ground. Orion felt Dementors sweeping down towards him and frantically searched his mind for that spell he had read about, that spell that he had conscientiously reread until he knew it by heart, knowing that it would be useful in the future, but he couldn't think clearly. He was tired, so tired. What was it? What was that spell? 2 words. Yes, he suddenly remembered it. He closed his eyes and focused inwardly, ignoring his surroundings. He searched for that memory, his happiest. When they had just found out that he was Sirius' son. Sirius had embraced him and cried on his shoulder. He felt a warmth spreading through his body and kept focusing on the memory. He let himself be submerged in it and then he opened his eyes, brandished his wand and bellowed, "Expecto Patronum." 2 pure white corporeal shapes shot out of his wand and he watched mesmerized how the beautiful phoenix and the magnificent great basilisk chased the Dementors away, who fled in panic. He looked down at his wand in amazement and whispered, "Life and death." Orion crawled towards his father and rested his head on his chest. Orion sighed in relief when he heard Sirius' low heartbeat. He started getting drowsy. He felt so tired, so drained. If he could just sleep for a moment, just for a little while. Then, Orion felt as if a warm blanket had been thrown over him and slowly opened his eyes to see his basilisk Patronus curled around his body and the phoenix in front of him with his wings spread, creating a protective shelter for him. They irradiated so much light and warmth. He smiled tiredly at them. Suddenly he heard steps falling on the ground and people approaching. He sat up with great effort and embraced his father with one arm while he aimed his wand forwards with the other. He felt exhausted and drained. All in the same day he had dueled for hours in the dueling tournament and had come to his father's rescue. He didn't know how much more he could take. The Patronuses were still with him and he suddenly felt his magic re-energizing by their presence and he smiled at them in gratitude. He wasn't sure how his magic was doing it, but he was grateful all the same. He saw Snape coming forwards from between the trees, followed by an old wizard with a white long beard and shockingly purple robes that he recognized as Dumbledore. Behind them were 5 wizards with flowing red robes and Orion deduced they were Aurors due to their attire. He saw Dumbledore's eyes widening when he saw him and his Patronuses promptly vanished into thin air. Before Orion could even twitch, one of the Aurors cast, Expelliarmus. And his wand was ripped away from his hand. Orion shakily stood in front of his father, who was still unconscious, and glared at them. Dumbledore took a step forwards and gently said, "My dear boy, let us take you to the infirmary. You seem exhausted." Orion sneered at him and replied, "And what about my father?" "Your father will be taken care of by the Aurors," replied Dumbledore softly. Ah, so Snape had already informed Dumbledore that Sirius was his father. Did Dumbledore know as well that Pettigrew had been here? That Sirius was innocent from the charges he was imprisoned for? Orion arched an eyebrow and said, "Why should he be taken by the Aurors if he's innocent?" "He bears the dark mark, I'm sorry to tell you, but he isn't innocent," said Dumbledore shaking his head sadly. Orion yelled in anger, "He was innocent from the crime he was convicted for. And you know it. He hasn't done anything illegal." Dumbledore regarded him impassively and replied quietly, "Nevertheless, he's a Death Eater now. That doesn't make him a criminal." Orion bellowed. A scruffy-looking Auror stepped forward and grunted, "Enough. We'll take Black and you'll stand aside, boy, if you know what's good for you." Before Orion could reply, another Auror conjured tight ropes around his wrists and another one came forward and grabbed him tightly by the neck with one hand and used his other arm to lock Orion's body against his chest. Orion struggled fiercely against him but it was useless, his body was too tired and didn't have enough energy. The other Aurors reached Sirius and conjured magical handcuffs for his wrists and ankles and cast Levicorpus to take him with them. "Leave him alone. He's innocent," cried Orion struggling against his capturer, "don't touch him." Dumbledore said sadly to him, "My dear boy, I'm very sorry. But this is necessary, your father is a Death Eater." Orion growled at him but his attention was diverted when he saw the Aurors press a portkey into Sirius' limp hand and he disappeared. "No. Bring him back," shrieked Orion. He hadn't expected them to use a portkey. He thought they were taking him using the Levicorpus spell. He had planned on acting when the time was right and take Sirius with him, but now he couldn't. He fell into despair and sagged against the Auror still holding him. The Auror released his neck and grabbed him under his armpits to hold him better. Orion knew it had to be now or never. He could see his wand laying on the ground yards away from him and there only remained Snape and Dumbledore, which were talking between themselves in low whispers, and the Auror that was holding him. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his inner magical core. He was exhausted but his magic seemed alive in him, as if his own need for it had caused it to swell and swirl in order to not disappoint its owner and master. He focused on a thin strand of magic that he had mentally picked from his core and directed it towards his hands. When he felt the magic concentrating in his palms, he opened his eyes and cast a wandless and non-verbal spell to remove the ropes around his wrists. He smirked in satisfaction when they turned to dust and faded into the wind. The Auror hadn't noticed anything and Orion quickly cast wandlessly, Petrificus Totalis. Followed immediately by an Accio wand. The Auror dropped to the ground stiff as a board and Snape and Dumbledore had spun around towards him with widened surprised eyes. Orion didn't lose a second and aimed his wand at them and cast a dark spell that covered both of them in a pitch-black dense bubble that wouldn't allow them to see anything through it. Already sure that they wouldn't see his transformation, Orion turned into Blackwing and flew away towards the castle. The flight seemed endless but he finally reached Hogwarts' main entrance and transformed back. He quickly ran through the main hall and desperately looked for the way to the dungeons. Orion heard someone shout, "Oi, you there! What are you doing up this time of the night? Curfew was hours ago." Orion spun around and was faced with a tall thin red-headed boy with a prefect badge. He aimed his wand at him and snarled, "Which is the way to the dungeons?" The boy snottily replied, "Look, here. I'm a prefect and you can't talk to me like that. Shut it." Snapped Orion, "Tell me how to reach the dungeons, or by Merlin that I will strike you down right here and not even your parents will be able to recognize you." Percy Weasley scowled at the boy in front of him, but he was a practical wizard, so he replied coldly, "Go straight ahead and turn to the right. You'll see some stairs going down. They'll take you to the dungeons." "Thank you," said Orion before sprinting away. By the time he reached the dungeons he was breathing heavily and thought that his legs wouldn't be able to carry him for an extra feet more. He stopped when he saw a huge portrait of Salazar Slytherin. This was the portrait that guarded Slytherin's dorms according to Draco's letters. The portrait supposedly never spoke, you just had to say the password and he would allow you in trance. But Orion didn't have one. He regarded the portrait silently, which only glared at him maliciously. Orion decided to give it a shot and hissed in Parseltongue, "Let me inside." Slytherin's portrait marginally widened his eyes and hissed back, "Who are you, boy? I have never seen you around." Orion glared at him and replied back frantically, "Just let me in. It's urgent." But the portrait didn't seem to be in any hurry. He asked in curiosity, "Are you my heir? I thought there only remained one." Orion was getting desperate. They could come back any moment now and Sirius had most surely been taken straight back to Azkaban. He needed to act quickly. He looked at the portrait and replied almost shouting, "No, I'm not. Just let me in. I need to get in right now." Slytherin's portrait inspected him carefully and then nodded. The portrait began to move forwards and Orion hurriedly went inside and he heard Slytherin hissing at him, "You're my hay." Orion paid him no mind and as soon as he entered the common room he bellowed, "Draco. Draco. Come out please." After a while he heard movement to the side and saw Blaise Zabini and Draco Malfoy come out from a door on his right. They were in their silk pajamas and were looking at him in disbelief. Both of them had grown quite a bit since Orion had last seen them, but he didn't have time to consider such trivialities. Draco gasped, "Merlin's beard, Orion, what are you doing here?" Orion urgently grabbed his arm and asked him, "Do you still have the portkey that takes you to Malfoy Manor?" Draco confusedly nodded his head and Orion said pleadingly, "Then, please, you must give it to me." When he saw that Draco was about to argue, Orion grabbed him tighter and said desperately, "I can't tell you more now, I'll tell you about it later. But you must help me. I must see your father right away. He's the only one that can help me. Please, Draco." "All right, wait here, I'll bring it back. But tell my father that it wasn't my fault, that you forced me to," said Draco before turning around and disappearing behind the door to his dorm. Orion shook his head in amusement and dropped tiredly on one of the leather couches. Blaise was silently scrutinizing him and he was thankful for it. He didn't wish to speak to anyone. A few moments later, Draco returned with a small beautifully sculpted figure of a dragon. Orion murmured, "You and your dragons. Oi, I'm doing you a favor," huffed Draco indignantly. Orion smiled tiredly at him and said softly, "I know and I thank you." Then he added urgently, "You can't tell anyone about this. Least of all to Snape or Dumbledore. You haven't seen me, promise me." Draco frowned but nodded. Blaise did so as well. Orion grabbed the figurine and soon felt himself spinning and everything became a blur. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.